In the realm of Naruto, devoid of bloodlines or systems, there existed a nearly extinct, obscure ninja village. While other transmigrators sought the pinnacle of personal combat prowess, my ambition was singular: to lead the entire village towards prosperity and collective ascendance. Utilizing fishing nets, chili powder, and explosive tags to vanquish bandits was merely the first step. Establishing a ninja academy, forming intelligence teams, and developing specialized industries were all part of my vision. I aim to employ modern management philosophies and strategic insight to elevate this end-of-line ninja village into a sixth power, rivaling the 5 great shinobi villages. This was not a solitary struggle. It was an assault on the very fabric of civilization. Chapter 1. The Twilight of the Ninja Village and the Soul of a Stranger. Cold rain mingled with the scent of damp earth, mercilessly striking my face. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce headache threatening to plunge him back into unconsciousness. The sight before him was not the familiar ceiling of a rented room, but a dreary sky and a dilapidated eaves dripping with water. Where am I? Countless fragmented memories surged through his mind like a tide, those of a 17-year-old chunin named Yi, intertwined with the recollections of an ordinary office worker named Lin Feng from another world. Ninjutsu, chakra, missions, enemies. Konoha, Akatsuki, the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto. The overwhelming influx of information nearly suffocated him. He quickly sat up, surveying his surroundings. The low, shabby earthen houses, the muddy streets, and a few passers-by wrapped in patched clothing, their faces bearing the pallor of chronic malnutrition and an inescapable numbness that eye in the distance. A crude wooden fence and several watchtowers delineated the village's meager boundaries. This was far from any prosperous ninja village he had ever known. "Yeah, you're awake." A coarse voice, tinged with surprise, reached him. Lin Feng, no, he should now be called Yi, turned towards the voice and saw a sturdy, dark-skinned youth approaching briskly, concern etched on his face. Memories revealed this was Taiju, his teammate, known for his physical prowess and unwavering loyalty. "Taiju, what happened to me?" Yi rubbed his aching temple, attempting to make his voice sound less unfamiliar. "Have you forgotten? We were patrolling outside the village yesterday when we encountered some rogue samurai. You hit your head on a rock while trying to protect me and Xiaoying." Taiju's honest face reflected his lingering fear. "The medical ninja said you're lucky. It's just a concussion, and you'll be fine after some rest. Thankfully, you didn't injure your chakra pathways, or else your chakra would have been lost." Rogue samurai? A head injury? Yi swiftly processed this information. It appeared that he had not only transcended souls, but had fortuitously assumed the identity of someone who might have lost their memory due to injury, thus sparing him significant explanations. He struggled to rise, and Taiju quickly supported him. Standing in the rain, he could more acutely perceive the village's desolation. Though his chakra-sensing ability was weak, he could discern that only a handful of villagers possessed ninja potential and considerable chakra. Most had chakra, so feeble it was. Nearly negligible. Was this to be his new home? A village so inconspicuous that it had no name in the original Naruto narrative, struggling for survival in the crevices between the 5 great nations. The little hidden village. According to Ye's memories, this village was called Morin Village, signifying the last ninja village, or perhaps the obscure ninja village. A profound sense of powerlessness and absurdity washed over him. Knowing the storyline of Naruto all too well, he understood that in a world where bloodlines, secret techniques, and tailed beasts reigned supreme, such a village devoid of resources and talent faced but 2 fates: to become cannon fodder in the grand chess game of the great nations, or to be quietly extinguished by a passing powerhouse. Just as despair settled in his heart, an elderly yet gentle voice broke the silence. "Yi, I'm relieved to see you awake." Yi and Taiju turned to see an old man clad in a faded ninja uniform, his hair graying, approaching them. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes were clear and filled with concern. It was the village chief, San Yizhou. Chief, Yi and Taiju bowed in unison. They held genuine respect for this elder who had tirelessly supported the village and cared for each villager. San Yizhou stepped closer, scrutinizing Ye's condition, and sighed. "It's good that you're fine. The village cannot afford any further losses, especially not from you young ones." His words bore the weight of responsibility and helplessness. "Chief," Taiju began, but was interrupted by a sudden, urgent ringing of bells in the distance. Ding, ding, ding. The bells rang out, loud and insistent, bearing an unmistakable warning. San Yizhou's expression shifted dramatically. That bell. It's the alarm from the watchtower at the village entrance. Something's amiss. Almost simultaneously, a figure dashed forward. A chunin, panic etched across his face. Chief, this is bad. The bandits from Black Wolf Mountain have returned. There are many of them, and they're almost at the village entrance. They're demanding this month's protection fee, threatening to storm in if we don't comply. What? San Yizhou's face darkened considerably. This month, we can barely scrape together enough to buy medicinal supplies. How can we possibly give them anything? Morin village was too weak, so weak that even the bandit group from the nearby mountains dared to extort them regularly. Taiju's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Those bastards. Let's fight them. A moment of struggle flickered across the chief's face. Fight? How could they? Including himself. There were scarcely a dozen capable ninjas in the village, most of whom were mere lower ninjas. The Black Wolf Bandits had a fearsome reputation, and their leader was rumored to possess rudimentary ninjutsu, commanding a band of desperate outlaws numbering in the dozens. A direct confrontation could lead to the village's obliteration that very day. Despair began to permeate the atmosphere. That moment. Yi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse from injury, yet imbued with an unusual calm. Chief, from which direction do the bandits typically approach? Is there a narrow slope at the village entrance? San Yizhou and the chunin paused, instinctively responding, yes. They come from the eastern path, and there is indeed a steep slope of about 30 meters at the entrance, flanked by earthen cliffs. Ye's mind raced, rapidly synthesizing Ye's memories with Lin Feng's knowledge. The Black Wolf Bandits. He had a vague impression of them, seemingly minor characters in the original narrative. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the chaos stemming from his transmigration and the dire situation, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Chief, perhaps. We don't need to confront them directly. Ye's eyes scanned the villagers who had gathered in fear. A few lower ninjas, trembling, yet still clinging to their kunai. I have a plan that might repel them. San Yizhou turned abruptly towards Yi, noticing a subtle change in the boy before him. The steadiness and confidence in his gaze were unlike anything he had witnessed before. What is your plan? Yi spoke quickly, his pace rapid yet coherent. Time is of the essence. Please summon all available ninjas immediately. Taiju, you're strong. Take a few people to fetch the dusty fishing nets and all the spare explosive tags from the storeroom. The rest, gather all the chili powder and dry firewood in the village as swiftly as possible. His strategy was not intricate, even somewhat rudimentary. Yet, to the desperate villagers of Morin, it felt like a lifeline. San Yizhou gazed into Ye's eyes, where a flicker of light shone, a glimmer of something called hope. He hesitated for but a moment before decisively gesturing. Follow Ye's plan. Everyone, move at once. In the dilapidated old machinery of Moanin village, under the dim light of a rain-soaked dusk, the arrival of an otherworldly soul initiated a hesitant yet resolute operation. Ye gazed towards the village entrance, raindrops trickling down his cheeks. The Black Wolf Bandits that allow me to use you as the stepping stone for this world and the destined rise of our hidden village. Chapter 2. Outwitting the bandits and revealing our talents. Moanin village had never been so bustling. A blend of fear, chaos, and faint hope permeated the reign. Thanks to the village chief, San Zahira's esteemed reputation and the looming crisis, the villagers exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Although uncertain of the circumstances, they swiftly executed Ye's commands. Taiju, accompanied by two able-bodied villagers, dragged several large, dusty, and torn fishing nets from an abandoned warehouse. A few women hurried in, clutching their stores of dried chili peppers and firewood. The scant number of lower-ranking ninjas, under Ye's guidance, rushed towards the narrow incline at the village entrance, armed with limited explosive tags and tools. Struggling against the dizziness and nausea from his concussion, Yi managed to reach the village entrance with Taiju's support. He meticulously assessed the terrain. It was even more favorable than he had anticipated. A dirt slope barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, flanked by relatively steep, slippery earth. Embankments sufficient to hinder large-scale charges and flanking maneuvers. Quick! Unfold the fishing nets and secure them to the stumps on either side. Yes, right there. Keep it low, just a foot off the ground. Ye's voice, somewhat muffled by the rain, carried an undeniable urgency. Mix the chili powder with the dirt and sprinkle it on the ground in front of the nets. The explosive tags. Yes, bury them here, and extend the fuses, covering them with leaves. His instructions were clear, yet unorthodox, deviating from the traditional methods of ninja trap setting. Some of the older ninjas displayed confusion, but seeing Chief Sanzahira unhesitatingly lend a hand quelled their doubts, prompting them to work diligently. As time ticked away, distant shouts and the sound of disordered footsteps echoed, and shadows of flickering torches emerged. "They're coming! They're coming!" A trembling voice from the watchtower called out. "Quick! Everyone retreat! Hide behind the shelter at the back of the slope. Do not emerge without my signal," Yi whispered urgently, his gaze sweeping over the makeshift traps. Sanzahira cast a long look at Yi, patting his shoulder firmly, then directed all villagers and ninjas to swiftly withdraw behind the rudimentary defenses at the village. Entrance. Only Yi, Taizhu, and a skilled kunoichi named Xiao Ying remained. Ye. Can we truly succeed? Xiao Ying's voice quivered as she gripped her kunai tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Trust me." Yi inhaled deeply. The rain slightly revitalized him. Once an ordinary person in his past life, his heart raced like a drum, yet the vivid narrative and tactical knowledge in his mind served as his sole anchorage. "Taizhu, you possess great strength. Follow my command. When I instruct you to sever the left vine, do so. Xiao Ying, your aim with shurikens is unparalleled. Do you see that man wielding a torch, shouting the loudest? Wait for my signal." The bandits drew closer, numbering around 30 to 40, clad in ragtag attire and wielding an array of weapons, cursing as they ascended the slope. At the forefront was a burly man with a scarred face, hefting a large sword. He was none other than the leader, Black Wolf. Observing the seemingly unguarded village entrance, a cruel, disdainful grin spread across his face. "Wanting village's worthless scum, I have returned. Are your money and food ready? If you don't hand them over, I'll burn your wretched village to the ground today." Black Wolf bellowed, his voice coarse and arrogant. Silence ensued, save for the relentless patter of rain. The bandits, caught off guard, advanced up the slope, their formation elongated due to the narrow terrain. Now, Ye's eyes narrowed, and he commanded Taizhu, "Cut!" Taizhu, poised and ready, swiftly swung his kunai, severing a taut vine beside him. With a whoosh, a filthy, tattered fishing net sprang from its concealment, perfectly ensnaring the front half of the bandit group. While the net itself posed no lethal threat, it instantly tripped the first 5 or 6 men, inciting panic and confusion. "Damn it! There's a trap! Be careful!" A bandit shouted in alarm. Yet the net had succeeded in its purpose. Just as their focus shifted to the ground beneath them, Yi issued another command. "Xiao Ying." The torch, holding her breath, Xiao Ying swung her arm. A shuriken sliced through the downpour, striking the torch from a bandit's grasp. The torch shattered instantly, sparks flying, landing precisely on the ground, laced with the chili powder mixture. Hiss! An overwhelmingly pungent, spicy smoke erupted, ignited by the rain and sparks. Although not a raging fire, it acted like a substandard smoke bomb, rapidly enveloping the middle of the bandit ranks. Cough, cough. "My eyes! It's the chili. I'm choking. I can't see. Cough, cough." The bandits were thrown into disarray. The acrid smoke lingered stubbornly in the narrow slope, severely irritating their eyes and respiratory tracts, causing tears to stream and relentless coughing, drastically diminishing their combat effectiveness. Leader Black Wolf stumbled back, choking and furious. Despicable. Which bastard did this? Charge forward. However, visibility was hindered, the ground slick, and fallen comrades ensnared by the net obstructed their advance. The bandit formation was effectively paralyzed on the slope. Seizing the moment, Yi commanded explosive tags. A hidden middle-ranking ninja swiftly formed hand seals, detonating the pre-buried explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Several moderately loud explosions resounded around the bandit group. Dirt and debris flew, and although the actual damage was minimal due to the limited power, the psychological impact amidst the chaos and obscured vision was immense. It's explosive tags. They have ninjas. Run. My leg. The unknown terror and consecutive setbacks shattered the morale of these ragtag brigands. They had expected an easy extortion from a defenseless village, only to be met with such peculiar and relentless assaults. Compounding the chaos, even Black Wolf lost his composure, unable to effectively command. "Retreat. We must retreat," Black Wolf shouted, clutching his eyes, reddened from the chilly smoke, unwillingly. The surviving bandits, as if granted a reprieve, stumbled backward, hastily assisting their wounded as they fled down the slope, their pace hastening significantly compared to their arrival, leaving behind a scene of disarray and a few injured comrades. The rain continued to fall, and the village entrance fell into a brief silence. After several seconds, the villagers, hidden behind their makeshift barriers, cautiously peeked out, witnessing the retreating figures of the bandits and the chaotic aftermath. Their faces alight with incredulous joy. Did we succeed? We drove back the Black Wolf Bandits. Heavens! We won! After a moment of silence, jubilant cheers erupted among the survivors. People rushed out from their shelters, embracing one another in excitement, their gazes toward Yi filled with gratitude and astonishment. Taiju excitedly enveloped Yi in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Yi, you were incredible. How did you think of all this?" Xiaoying let out a sigh of relief, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed at Yi. Village Chief San Yizhou hurriedly approached Yi, his hands trembling with excitement. He scrutinized the village, which had suffered little damage, and then turned his attention to the pale-faced yet spirited young man before him. Initially, he had regarded the boy as a last resort, but to his astonishment, this youth, who had just awakened from a coma, had indeed employed an unprecedented method, seemingly frivolous yet astonishingly effective, to repel the vicious bandits and safeguard the village. This was not merely a tactic, but a kind of wisdom he had never envisioned. San Yizhou placed his hand firmly on Ye's shoulder, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Yi, you have done exceptionally well, remarkably well. You are the hero of the village." Yi exhaled, a wave of dizziness washing over him once more, causing his body to sway slightly. Taiju quickly steadied him. "Chief," Yi managed a faint smile, his voice weary yet resolute. "The bandits have merely retreated for the time being. They may return. Moreover, we can no longer afford to be passive and merely endure." San Yizhou gazed at Yi, his eyes deepening with solemnity. In this young man, he seemed to see a future for the village of Mo Run that had never before been imagined. "I understand." The chief nodded gravely. "Once you have recovered, come to my office. We need to have a serious discussion." The rain began to lessen, and a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. This dusk in Mo Run village felt distinctly different, as an otherworldly spirit ignited the first flicker of hope in this small ninja village with his debut appearance. Chapter 3. The Chief's Resolution and the Blueprint for the Future. Yi fell into a profoundly deep slumber. The aftermath of a concussion, the strain of commanding in battle, and the slight depletion of chakra left him utterly exhausted. When he awakened, it was already noon the following day. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window, filling the room with fresh air, free from the gloom of the rainy day. The headache had subsided significantly. Though his body remained weak, his thoughts began to clarify. He sat up. The door creaked open gently. Taiju entered, carrying a steaming bowl of almost watery porridge, his face beaming with a sincere smile. "Yi, you're awake. Hurry, eat something. The chief instructed you to rest well." Taiju handed over the porridge, lowering his voice with excitement. "You were incredible yesterday. The whole village is talking about you. They say you are a genius." Yi accepted the bowl, smiling faintly, but said little. He understood that his minor stratagem was effective against a disorganized band of thieves, yet it would be inadequate when facing trained ninjas, especially the elite from the 5 great ninja villages. The starting point for Mo Run village was indeed too low. "Where's the chief?" Yi inquired, taking a sip of the porridge, which, though bland, felt comforting. "The chief is in his office attending to matters. He captured several injured bandits who couldn't escape yesterday and is interrogating them. He mentioned that once you feel better, you should go find him." Taiju scratched his head, "But if you still feel unwell, you should rest a bit longer." "I'm fine now." He finished the porridge in a few gulps, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. He knew that the race against time had already begun. With Taiju's admiring gaze upon him, he tidied his appearance slightly and made his way to the chief's equally modest office. Along the way, the villagers cast grateful and curious glances at him, with some even stopping to bow in respect. Yi politely acknowledged each gesture, but within him lay not joy, only a heavy weight of responsibility. The door to the chief's office stood ajar, and San Yizhou sat behind an old wooden table, his brow furrowed as he examined a rudimentary map. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up and immediately broke into a warm smile upon seeing Yi. "How did your body feel? Come in and sit." He beckoned, rising to pour Yi a glass of water. "Thank you, Chief, that I feel much better," Yi replied as he took a seat opposite the chief, his gaze sweeping over the map that marked the terrain surrounding Rin village, albeit with scant information. San Yizhou returned to his seat, pondering briefly before speaking. "Yi, yesterday, thanks to you, the village has not experienced such a refreshing victory in a long time, even if the opponent was merely a band of thieves." His tone turned serious. "I called you here to hear the thoughts you didn't finish expressing yesterday. You mentioned that we can no longer afford to be passive. What are your ideas?" Yi took a deep breath, knowing the pivotal moment had arrived. Whether he could gain the chief's complete trust and instigate reform hinged on this very instant. Rather than answering directly, he posed a question in return. "Chief, what do you believe is the greatest issue facing Rin village?" San Yizhou let out a wry smile. "A scarcity of resources, a depletion of talent, and formidable foes surrounding us. The problems are numerous. These are merely superficial." Ye's gaze sharpened. "Ultimately, it is the absence of a system and the limitations of vision." "System? Vision?" San Yizhou paused, these terms somewhat novel to him. "Indeed." Yi leaned slightly forward, systematically articulating the thoughts that had long brewed in his mind. "First, we lack a systematic ninja training program. Once children awaken their chakra, they typically learn sporadically from their parents or some elder, lacking structured theoretical education, physical training, ninjutsu, instruction, and practical guidance. This leads to a substantial randomness in our talent development, resulting in slow growth and a low ceiling." San Yizhou found himself nodding involuntarily. This had indeed been a persistent pain point for the village. "Second, we are almost entirely ignorant of the outside world. What is happening in the 5 great nations? What movements are there among neighboring small countries and factions? Even regarding threats like the Black Wolf Bandit group, we know little about their internal structure or distribution of power. Without intelligence, we are akin to blind men walking, destined to be passive victims. Third, our means of survival are excessively singular, relying solely on completing low-level tasks from nearby towns, which barely qualify as D or even C rank, results in meager income that cannot sustain the village's development or the training of ninjas. That we must explore new sources of revenue." Ye's words were clear and calm, each utterance striking San Yizhou's heart like a hammer. He was not entirely unaware of these issues, but they had never been so clearly and systematically dissected. This young man possessed not just intelligence. His vision and reasoning transcended his age, even surpassing that of the village chief. "Then, what do you propose we do?" San Yizhou's voice carried a subtle hint of excitement and anticipation. Recognizing that the chief had been swayed, Yi presented his preliminary plan. "First, we must immediately establish a ninja school. Even if it starts with just one teacher, a few basic textbooks, and a handful of children, we must lay the groundwork. We should systematically teach chakra control, fundamental physical techniques, shuriken skills, knowledge of traps, wilderness survival, and even cultural subjects. This is the future of the village. Secondly, we need to form a dedicated intelligence team. It does not require many members, but they must be the most meticulous and reliable individuals. The initial task should not be to infiltrate the secrets of great nations, but to collect and organize all publicly available information we can access, create a more detailed surrounding map, and understand the basic conditions of all wandering ninjas, bandit groups, and even minor noble factions nearby. Knowing ourselves and our enemies will allow us to prevail in every battle. Ultimately, we must embrace both resourcefulness and frugality. On one hand, we can endeavor to leverage the unique products offered by the vicinity of our village, such as certain herbs, timber, or minerals, to engage in trade with merchants, or to craft distinctive ninja tools and military rations for sale. That on the other hand, we may selectively undertake high-reward missions, such as escorting tasks or clearing specific areas of beasts, which, while demanding a certain level of strength, will simultaneously hone our team's skills and augment our income. Knight paused, observing the village chief lost in contemplation, and then emphasized, "All of this necessitates your unwavering support and will inevitably encroach upon the interests of some, potentially encountering resistance. Yet, this is the sole path for the ninja village to not merely survive, but to thrive." Silence enveloped the office for an extended period. San Yizhou lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze shifting through a spectrum of emotions, shock, hesitation, struggle, before ultimately crystallizing into a steely resolve. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with determination as he declared tonight, "You are absolutely right. The ninja village can no longer languish in such a meager existence. I have lived a life of impotence. It is time to fight for a future for our village." Rising to his feet, he approached Knight and solemnly proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be appointed as the special jonin of the ninja village, concurrently serving as the head of the ninja school's establishment and a direct advisor to the intelligence team. I will wholeheartedly support your plans. Anyone who dares oppose will find themselves at odds with me. Sanyazu." A genuine smile finally graced Knight's countenance. He stood and performed a respectful ninja bow, affirming, "I shall not betray the trust bestowed upon me by the chief." Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the office and seemingly brightening the path ahead for this worn-down village. The old chief made the boldest decision of his life, and a soul from another world took the first genuine step towards altering their destiny in this edge of the ninja realm. The blueprint has been drawn. Now, it is time to transform it into reality, step by step. The first step is to gather the necessary personnel. Chapter 4. The first step in initial resistance. Having received the formal authorization from the village chief, he did not squander time reveling in joy. He was acutely aware that in a small village plagued by poverty and conservative ideologies, any transformation would encounter invisible resistance. He needed to swiftly present something tangible to stabilize the foundation. His primary objective was to establish an intelligence team. This required minimal investment, yielded relatively quick results, and could instantly provide a sense of security to the village. With the village chief's unwavering support, he quickly selected 2 individuals from the limited pool of ninjas in the village. One was a young chunin named Tsubame, who was reserved and possessed a low profile, yet demonstrated exceptional attentiveness and keen observational skills. Proficient in earth-based ninjutsu, he was an ideal candidate for outdoor reconnaissance and tracking. The other was a young girl named Keiko, who, although not a combat ninja, had an extraordinary memory and was highly sensitive to numbers and details, making her perfect for organizing, archiving, and analyzing information. He gathered the 2 in a small warehouse temporarily allocated to them, which would serve as the nascent observation post for the intelligence team. Lacking advanced equipment, it contained only rudimentary tables and chairs, along with a rough charcoal blackboard. Standing before the blackboard, Yi regarded his 2 somewhat anxious companions. "Our task is not to steal S-rank ninjutsu scrolls, nor to pry into the secrets of the shadows," Yi began with a practical tone. "Our first step is to understand our surroundings." He drew a simple circle on the blackboard, representing the village of Shinobi. "The first task is to map the area. Tsubame, your mission is to create a detailed topographical map radiating out from the village for a day's journey, marking all water sources, ambush spots, quick paths, and potential danger zones. Prioritize the eastern area, where the Black Wolf Bandits operate." Tsubame nodded earnestly, his focus unwavering despite his silence. Yi then drew several small dots surrounding the village. "The second task is to establish a dossier. Keiko, you need to gather all available information. How many rogue ninjas are nearby? What is their strength? What ninjutsu do they prefer? What are their personalities like? What bandit groups exist? What is their scale? Who are their leaders? What areas do they frequent? Even the names and traits of the guards in the surrounding towns. What are their hobbies? Categorize and document everything." Keiko produced her prepared rudimentary paper and pen, nodding seriously. "Understood, Mr. Yi. I will organize it clearly. The value of intelligence lies in its analysis and application," Yi emphasized. "When we learn that the Black Wolf Bandits prefer to operate during rainy days, believing our vigilance will wane. When we discover that a particular rogue ninja is excessively greedy, such information can save our lives or create opportunities at critical moments." Tsubame and Keiko's eyes lit up, realizing for the first time how crucial this seemingly insignificant work truly was. Just as he was finalizing the initial tasks for the intelligence team and beginning to contemplate the curriculum for the ninja school, resistance arrived as expected. Approaching him was a seasoned chunin named Kinsuke, a traditionalist with a stubborn disposition and conservative mindset, accompanied by several disgruntled ninjas. "Yi," Kinsuke's voice boomed, laced with discontent. "I hear you've established some sort of intelligence team, allowing Tsubame to frolic about outside instead of performing missions? And Keiko, instead of assisting with herb processing, is cooped up writing and drawing? Are you unaware of the village's current situation? Where do you find the luxury of manpower and resources to squander like this?" Yi remained calm, having anticipated such inquiries. Before he could respond, Tetsu, his companion, swiftly positioned himself beside Yi, glaring at Kinsuke. while Koyomi silently appeared at the doorway, her expression watchful. "Kinsuke, this is not waste," Yi replied, his tone steady yet assertive. "This is an investment in the village's future. Clear intelligence will help us avoid unnecessary conflicts and detect dangers in advance." "Future? Danger?" Kinsuke scoffed. "The greatest danger is hunger. Completing commissions, earning rewards, and purchasing food is the only truth. Can these fancy endeavors fill our stomachs? You merely got lucky yesterday, using a bit of cleverness to repel bandits. And now you fancy yourself a figure of importance?" His words were harsh, reflecting the sentiments of some villagers fixated on immediate gains. He did not lose his temper. Instead, he stepped forward, casting a scrutinizing glance over Kinsuke and his companions. "Kinsuke, may I ask, if the next visitors are not the Black Wolf Bandits, but a reconnaissance team from Awagakure or Kumogakure, what should we do? Hide like we did before, praying they won't see us? Or, as you suggest, complete those meagerly rewarding tasks and await being trampled by the wars of great nations?" His voice was calm, yet resonated like a hammer striking each heart. Mentioning the 5 great shinobi villages drained the color from Kinsuke's face. That was a fear they dared not confront within themselves. "We are weak now, which is precisely why we need eyes and ears. We must discern who poses a threat and who does not. We need to understand the direction of the wind and where opportunities lie. Burying our heads and work with our eyes closed will only hasten our demise. The bandits retreated yesterday, but will they return? Will they ally with even more formidable forces to take revenge? Without intelligence, we are lambs awaiting slaughter." A barrage of questions left Kinsuke momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Ye's words, though harsh, were undeniably true. Yet, despite his dwindling momentum, Kinsuke still muttered about the difficulties of reality. "I will devise a way to manage resources," Yi asserted firmly. "I will request that the village chief allocate the initial expenses of the intelligence team from my mission rewards and rations. If that is insufficient, Tetsu, Koyomi, are you willing to temporarily share some of the burden?" "Of course," Tetsu exclaimed without hesitation, thumping his chest. Koyomi nodded gently. "I have no problem with that." Ye's gaze returned to Kinsuke. "Senior, I respect your contributions to the village. However, times have changed, and we can no longer survive by past methods. Please grant me, and the village, some time to see if we can forge a new path." With both soft and hard reasoning laid bare, He even volunteered to bear the initial costs, lowering his stance sufficiently. Kinsuke's expression shifted several times before he ultimately huffed and retorted, "Do as you please. But if you waste the village's precious resources, I will be the first to object." He then turned and departed with his companions. The initial wave of resistance had been temporarily quelled. Yi watched their retreating figures, aware that this was merely the beginning. Genuine persuasion would require tangible results. He turned to Tsubame and Keiko. "Did you hear that? Our time is limited. We must produce something swiftly. Let us commence our work." "Yes." Tsubame and Keiko felt the pressure, yet were invigorated, immediately dedicating themselves to their tasks. Yi took a deep breath and said to Tetsu and Koyomi, "Let us go. We have our own missions to attend to." The path to establishing authority was destined to be fraught with challenges. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Foundations and the first lesson. Kinsuke's doubts acted like a stone cast into stagnant waters, the ripples accelerating Ye's progress. Upon learning of the conflict, Village Chief Sanyabun expressed his support with a firmer stance, even allocating a small amount of funds and resources from the already meager village treasury specifically for the establishment of the ninja school and observation post. He did not opt for an even distribution of resources, fully understanding that intelligence was the lifeline of the present, while education was the cornerstone of the future. He allocated the majority of supplies to Yuan and Huizi, ensuring they could commence their work promptly. Simultaneously, he enlisted the help of Taizhu and Xiaoying to initiate the preparations for the ninja school. The schoolhouse was an abandoned barn that had stood empty for years. Cleaning the accumulated dust, repairing the leaking roof, and partitioning the space with wooden stakes and straw mats were tasks primarily undertaken by Taizhu, who worked fervently, seemingly immune to fatigue. Xiaoying, with her meticulous nature, was responsible for tidying up and organizing, even foraging for resilient wildflowers to adorn the windowsill, bringing a touch of vitality to the dilapidated barn. Meanwhile, Yi hunched over a makeshift wooden table, struggling to write by the dim light of an oil lamp. He was compiling educational materials. More accurately, he was reminiscing and organizing titles such as the fine control and basic application of chakra, essentials of basic taijutsu and daily training plans, identification of common medicinal herbs, and emergency trauma treatment, and a brief analysis of the Land of Fire and surrounding forces, based on public information, were not profound secrets, but rather fundamental, practical knowledge that had been sorely lacking in the systematic instruction of the Ninja village. Much of what he wrote surpassed the understanding of ordinary low-ranking ninjas in this world, emphasizing that precision in chakra control is far more critical than sheer quantity. Systematic muscle group training methods and basic principles of battlefield medicine. These insights were distilled from his previous life's knowledge in the narrative of Naruto. Days later, the barn classroom resembled something of a school. Yi instructed Taiju to notify all eligible children in the village, as well as any foundational ninjas interested in learning, to attend class the following morning. The news elicited varied reactions from the villagers. Some parents viewed it positively, believing it would provide their children with a place to stay and acquire skills. Others, like Jinjia, considered it a waste of time, preferring their children to assist with chores. The majority maintained a wait-and-see attitude. On the following morning, just as dawn broke, Yi stood before the cleaned barn, feeling somewhat uncertain. How many would show up? The first to arrive was a tiny boy, around 6 or 7 years old, thin as a bean sprout, dressed in patched clothing but with bright, eager eyes. Timidly calling out Teacher Yi. Yi remembered him. His name was Xiao Yu, whose parents had been injured in the recent bandit attack, leaving the family in dire straits. Soon after, a handful of children trickled in, mostly between 7 and 10 years old, totaling a little over a dozen. They watched Yi with a mix of curiosity and shyness, taking in this unusual classroom. Additionally, 2 teenage low-ranking ninjas, around 15 or 16, stood at the back, arms crossed and faces displaying a hint of defiance, seemingly there to gauge the abilities of this fortunate individual. He took a deep breath, scanning the children before him. They appeared emaciated, yet their eyes shimmered with a yearning for the unknown or, perhaps, a glimmer of hope for a change in their fate. This was the future of Ninja Village. Very well, Yi began, his voice calm but imbued with an undeniable authority. From today onward, this will be your place to grow stronger. I do not intend to teach you to become mere tools that execute orders. Rather, I will teach you how to think, how to survive, and how to ensure that Ninja Village is no longer looked down upon because of your existence. Without a lengthy introduction, the first lesson commenced. Today, we shall not practice ninjutsu nor taijutsu. His words stunned the children and even the 2 teenage ninjas. We will learn to observe and listen. Yi approached a rudimentary charcoal drawing board and asked, "Who can tell me how many different types of stones you saw on your way from home to here? What kinds of bird calls did you hear? What scents did you catch?" The children exchanged bewildered glances, looking utterly perplexed. The 2 teenage ninjas scoffed, finding the question meaningless. Yi did not scold them. Instead, he calmly stated, "A ninja is, first and foremost, an observer. Those who cannot perceive the details of their surroundings will never detect traps or seize fleeting opportunities." He began to elucidate how to systematically observe terrain, vegetation, and weather patterns, how to distinguish between animal and human tracks, and how to interpret anomalies from the sounds of the wind and bird calls. His explanations were vivid and specific, infused with small tricks and mnemonics that the children had never encountered yet could easily grasp. As the lesson progressed, the children became increasingly engrossed. Even the initially disdainful teenage ninjas unconsciously perked up their ears. After the theoretical part, it was time for practice. Yi led the children outside the barn, to the village's edge, instructing them to close their eyes and listen intently to the sounds of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the distant sounds of villagers at work. Then, they opened their eyes to closely examine the soil beneath their feet, the weeds at the roadside, and the markings on the tree trunks. "Teacher, this stone seems to have been moved. I heard a bug making a sound I've never heard before." The children excitedly reported their discoveries, most of which were trivial, yet the attitude of actively perceiving the world was beginning to take root within them. The first class concluded, and the children departed with a sense of novelty and a hint of excitement. Even the 2 teenage ninjas left with diminished scorn on their faces. Yi stood at the barn's entrance, watching their retreating figures. He understood that this was merely the first step of a long journey. Changing deeply ingrained perceptions would require persistent effort. At that moment, Yuan's figure appeared beside him like a specter, her expression grave. "Mr. Yi, there is a discovery to the east," she reported in a hushed tone, speaking rapidly. "The Black Wolf Bandits have indeed made contact with another force, the Bloodtooth clan, which is larger and more ruthless. They may be planning a significant operation, likely targeting us." Chapter 6. clouds and glimmers. Yuan's news was like a shard of ice, instantly dispelling any warmth he had felt from the first class. The Blood-Tooth clan, a name that was merely a minor backdrop in the original story, now posed a lethal threat to end Ninja Village. They were more professional and brutal than the Black Wolf Bandits, and it was said that their leader even mastered some sinister bloodline limits or forbidden techniques, far surpassing the ragtag nature of the Black Wolves. Can we ascertain their numbers and expected time of action? Yi forced himself to maintain composure, lowering his voice. Yuan shook her head. The enemy is very cautious. I only observed the scarred leader of the Black Wolves meeting with a man wearing a blood-red headband. I heard the words Blood-Tooth, big business, and in Ninja Village. I cannot determine how many of them there are or when they will come. But judging by the Black Wolf's obsequious demeanor, the Blood-Tooth clan is certainly stronger. Lacking intelligence, yet facing a tangible threat, Ye's mind raced. Confrontation would lead to ruin. Seek help? From whom? The neighboring small nations could barely protect themselves, and the 5 great nations would scarcely glance at such a small village. The only path to survival lay in his own hands. Continue monitoring, Yuan. Your safety is paramount. Try to ascertain their main forces and possible routes of attack. But do not get too close. Yi swiftly issued the command. Report any new findings immediately. Understood, Yuan nodded, her figure once again melding into the shadows. Vanishing without a sound, Yi remained rooted in place, the afternoon sun shining upon him, yet he felt no warmth. He turned and hastened towards the village chief's office. San Yizhou's face turned ashen the moment he heard Ye's report, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped his pipe. How could the Blood-Tooth clan have set their sights on us? The elder's voice was tinged with despair. We managed to repel the Black Wolf Bandits with cunning. But against the more formidable Blood-Tooth clan, our village's current strength offers little hope. Chief, this is not the time for panic. Ye's voice was unusually steady, a calmness that seemed to infect San Yizhou. We must prepare immediately. Prepare? How do we prepare? We don't even know when they will come. San Yizhou's voice brimmed with helplessness. Precisely because we do not know, we must act swiftly. Ye's gaze sharpened. We need to accomplish 3 things without delay. He extended 3 fingers. First, immediately enhance vigilance. Increase the watchtowers and patrol range, and set more makeshift early warning traps, particularly to the east and north. Second, commence the stockpiling and relocation of supplies. The elderly, women, and children, along with essential foodstuffs and medicinal herbs, must be discreetly moved to the concealed cave behind the village's rear mountain. This operation must be conducted in secrecy to avoid inciting panic. Third, and most importantly, we require a shield to protect us from our adversaries, and a spear to pierce their defenses. San Yizhou looked at him in confusion. The shield represents a fortified defense. We need to mobilize all able-bodied individuals immediately to reinforce the village's entrance, dig traps, and set additional obstacles. The spear signifies the weapon we need to effectively harm our enemies, compensating for our numerical and strength deficiencies. He paused, voicing a thought he had long contemplated. I recall there is a type of black, brittle oilstone on the back mountain, isn't there? San Yizhou was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Yes, there is such stone, but it serves little purpose. It ignites easily and produces a significant amount of smoke, which can be quite irritating. Precisely. Knight's eyes glimmered with a flash of insight. We must gather a substantial quantity of that stone, grind it into powder, and mix it with clay and grease to create ceramic jars. Once the enemy attacks, these jars will serve as our welcoming gift. San Yizhou seemed to grasp part of the plan, yet remained somewhat unclear. However, observing Knight's confident and resolute gaze, he clenched his teeth and said, All right. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will make the arrangements immediately. The village chief's orders were swiftly disseminated. The entire village of Mo Ren transformed into a whirlwind of organized chaos, moving with urgency and intensity. The men were rallied to fell trees, fortify the village's defenses, and dig traps. The women and elderly began quietly organizing supplies, relocating them in batches to the rear mountain. The children were also mobilized under Knight's guidance, with the clever little Yu leading the effort to grind the black oilstone powder in the secured area of the back mountain. The progress of their labor was not without complications. An air of panic spread among the villagers, giving rise to various speculations and rumors. Jinjie approached Knight once more, his tone now tinged with urgency and doubt rather than provocation. Knight, why the commotion? Digging pits and relocating? What if the Bloodfang gang does not come? Have we not toiled in vain? Moreover, we have delayed so much agricultural work and other tasks. Jinjia gestured towards the anxious villagers, all uncertain in their hearts. Knight regarded the anxious middle-aged ninja before him and, unlike their previous encounter, refrained from preaching. He simply asked, calmly, Jinjia, if the Bloodfang gang does arrive and we are unprepared, what do you think will happen? Jinjia opened his mouth. Visions of the village being burned and villagers slaughtered flashing through his mind, his complexion paling as he struggled to articulate a response. A futile effort is far better than seeing our homes destroyed. Knight's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable weight that rendered Jinjia speechless. Every ounce of preparation we undertake now increases our chances of survival. Please help steady the others and convey to them that panic does not resolve issues. But unity and preparation do. Jinjia stared into Knight's clear yet unwavering eyes, eventually exhaling heavily before turning back toward the bustling crowd, surprisingly beginning to take the initiative to direct the fortification efforts. Knight's trust and the palpable crisis at hand prompted this stubborn, old-school ninja to embrace collaboration. As night fell, the village of Mo Run was ablaze with light. The sounds of forging, digging, and transporting filled the air. Fear lingered. Yet under Knight's methodical leadership and the support of the village chief and Jinjia, this fear was transforming into a poignant sense of cohesion. Knight stood behind the nearly completed makeshift defenses, observing the industrious villagers before gazing up at the pitch-black eastern forest. Yuan had yet to return. The shadow of the Bloodfang gang loomed heavily upon him. But the flickering lights of industrious villagers and the faint yet resilient will to survive in their eyes shone like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The shield was being forged, the spear was being sharpened. All that remained was to await the impending storm and wager everything to carve out a path to survival for themselves and their small village. Chapter 7. Black rain and crimson fire time slipped away amidst the tense preparations for battle, each day akin to a taut bowstring. Yuan occasionally relayed fragmented information, confirming that the Bloodfang gang was indeed amassing personnel, yet their exact movements remained shrouded in uncertainty. This agonizing wait was the most torturous of all. Knight's ceramic jar project began to bear fruit. The villagers discovered that the black oilstone powder, when mixed with clay and animal grease and sealed within ceramic jars, could produce astonishing flames and dense black smoke when shattered and ignited, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary torches. They named it the Black Oil Jar. Though the production was crude and limited in quantity, it provided a fleeting sense of illusory confidence to the villagers. On the fifth night, torrential rain fell. The relentless sound of rain masked most other noises, yet heightened the vigilance of the night watch ninjas. Such weather served as both a natural cover and an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. Night remained awake, alongside Xiaoying and Taizhu, stationed at the reinforced watchtower at the village entrance. The rain pounded violently against the wooden roof, creating a maddening cacophony. Night, do you think they will come tonight? Taizhu whispered, his grip on the kunai slick with nervous sweat. I do not know. Night's gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, fixated on the darkness to the east. But if I were them, I might choose this very moment. As his words lingered in the air, a sharp whistle erupted. An arrow, shrieking with a haunting wail, shot forth from the eastern forest, piercing the night sky, clearly audible even amidst the downpour. It was the final and furthest early warning trap set by Yuan that had been triggered. Enemy attack. East side. All personnel on alert. Knight's voice rang out, cutting through the sound of the rain and echoing at the village entrance. Almost simultaneously, the village's alarm bells rang out frantically. The urgent clang of the bells shattered the silence of the rain-soaked night. Ninjas and young villagers hidden throughout the area immediately tightened their grips on their weapons, their hearts racing with trepidation. They have come. In the dark forest, shadowy figures surged forth like phantoms, their numbers far exceeding those of the previous Black Wolf Bandits. They moved swiftly, their coordination markedly more tactical, charging directly toward the village entrance. At the forefront stood a figure, adorned with a fearsome red face tattoo, none other than Bloodfang's leader, Shuya. Humph, a pathetic little village dares to resist? Shuya scoffed at the evidently fortified defenses at the village entrance, waving his hand and commanding, charge in. Leave no one alive. The bandits howled with bloodlust, launching their assault through the torrential rain. Do not panic. Follow my orders. Knight's voice, amplified through a makeshift sound device, a rolled-up bark horn, resonated across the defenses. Archers, prepare to fire. Target the open ground ahead of the slope. A few skilled villagers and lower-ranking ninjas anxiously drew their bows. Sparse arrows fell into the rain, barely inflicting any damage, yet slightly stalling the bandits' advance. First squad, Prepare the black oil jars. Knight commanded once more. Several villagers stationed behind the defenses trembled as they hoisted the heavy ceramic jars. Throw. A few jars were hurled with great effort, arcing through the air towards the leading bandits. Smash. Smash. The jars shattered, and the black oil mixture splattered everywhere. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Xiaoying was already prepared. Swiftly forming hand seals, and several small fireballs shot accurately towards the oil-soaked area. Boom. The flames erupted ferociously, even amidst the torrential rain. The fire, composed of grease and special minerals, clung tenaciously to the ground and a few unfortunate bandits, igniting them in an instant. The air was suddenly thick with the agonizing screams and the acrid scent of charred flesh, as thick black smoke billowed forth. Mingling with the rain to form a noxious fog, the advancing band of marauders was thrown into disarray. What in the blazes is this? Bloodfang exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, for he had not anticipated such bizarre weaponry from this impoverished village. Second squad, keep throwing. Target the flanks. Knight continued to command with calm authority. More clay pots were hurled, while Little Fire and another subordinate, who had some knowledge of fire techniques, ignited them. A burning death zone quickly formed in front of the village entrance, effectively halting the marauders' direct assault. Well done, Iron Pillar shouted with exhilaration. However, Bloodfang's group was no mere rabble. Earth-style ninjas. Extinguish those flames. Everyone else, scatter. Climb the cliffs on both sides. Bloodfang swiftly regained his composure and barked orders. Indeed, 2 or 3 marauders with earth-style techniques immediately formed seals and covered the flames with earth. While they could not completely extinguish the fire, they created several pathways. More marauders began to howl as they attempted to scale the steep, yet not insurmountable, earth cliffs flanking the village entrance. They're climbing up. A villager shouted in terror. Iron Pillar, hold the left flank. I'll take the right. Knight unsheathed his kunai without hesitation, commanding Little Fire, continue suppressing the front. Do not let them extinguish the flames easily. The battle intensified instantly. Knight's figure appeared like a specter atop the right cliff, his kunai piercing the eye of a marauder who had just emerged. Though not particularly strong, his precise timing and positioning, along with a combat awareness far surpassing that of an average ninja, allowed him to momentarily fend off several marauders' attempts to climb. Iron Pillar, on the left flank, roared as he wielded a massive wooden stake, using brute strength to force down any who dared to ascend, displaying unmatched valor. Little Fire and the remaining ninjas continuously launched shurikens, explosive tags, and remnants of black oil cans to thwart the enemies attempting to breach the fiery zone. The battle at the village entrance fell into a brief stalemate. Rainwater, flames, blood, and mud mingled, accompanied by the cacophony of shouts, screams, and explosions. However, the disadvantages in numbers and strength began to manifest. The villagers were rapidly depleting their stamina, and their chakra reserves were nearly exhausted. Marauders continued to break through the defenses, engaging in brutal close-quarter combat with the defenders. Injuries and casualties mounted. Knight's arm was slashed open by a fierce marauder's blade, blood streaming down. He gasped for breath, his chakra dwindling. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the defenses would be breached. We must capture the leader first. His gaze fixed upon Bloodfang, who was still commanding from the rear. Just eliminate him. At that moment, a figure shot forth like a meteor from the side forest, speeding directly toward Bloodfang. Before reaching him, several sharp wind blades sliced through the rain. It was Kite. He had finally returned. Watch out, Chief. Bloodfang's guards shouted in alarm. Bloodfang reacted swiftly, dodging the wind blades with a sudden pivot, drawing a bizarre crimson short blade to block Kite's kunai. Clang. Sparks flew, seeking death. Bloodfang sneered, as the short blade suddenly shimmered with a blood-red glow, a rancid aura spreading forth. Kite, having missed his strike, retreated without hesitation, shouting toward the village entrance, Mr. Knight. They have reinforcements. There's also a threat from the west. Before he could finish, Bloodfang and a few guards had closed in on him, dragging him into a fierce battle. The west. Knight's heart sank. The village's western defenses were the weakest. Almost simultaneously, terrified screams and battle cries erupted from the western side of the village. Bloodfang's group was indeed cunning, drawing all attention with a frontal assault, while their true, deadly strikes circled around to the rear. The defenses were on the verge of collapse. Chapter 8. Desperation and thunder. The screams and battle cries from the west pierced the hearts of all defenders like ice picks. They've breached from the west. Panic spread like a plague among the exhausted defenders. The pressure from the front and flanks had already drained their strength, and now, with the backyard ablaze, their final psychological barrier began to crumble. It's over, it's all over. A villager's hope clattered into the mud, his face ashen. Even Iron Pillar, fierce as he was, now displayed a look of despair, his vigorous swings slowing down. Little Fire's face turned pale, her chakra nearly depleted, unable to maintain even the simplest fire techniques. Bloodfang laughed maniacally, his crimson short blade forcing Kite into peril. Ha! A futile struggle. Kill them all. The last stand of the enduring village had reached a life-and-death crisis. Knight's pupils constricted, and under extreme pressure and crisis, his mind became unnaturally cold and clear. The loss of the West meant that the villagers' refuge in the mountain cave could also be exposed. That place housed all the elderly, women, and children of the village. We cannot falter. Absolutely must not falter. Iron Pillar, this area is entrusted to you. Hold as long as you can. Knight shouted to the left flank, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Little Fire, follow me. To the west. He grabbed the nearly exhausted Little Fire and turned to leap down from the watchtower. Knight, are you going to your doom? Iron Pillar shouted in desperation as the enemies continued their frenzied assault on the front and flanks. If he left, the defenses would collapse in an instant. If we cannot hold here, we will perish anyway. We must seal off the west. Knight called back without looking, trust us. His figure, alongside Little Fire, vanished into the rain and chaos of the battlefield, rushing toward the most intense screams from the west. The road leading to the west was already in disarray. Scattered villagers were struggling against the intruding marauders, but they were no match, and many fell. A few of Bloodfang's ninjas were recklessly setting fires, their maniacal laughter mingling with cries, resembling a hellish scene. Little Fire, can you still use illusion techniques? The simplest will do. Knight asked urgently while deflecting a marauder's slash with his kunai. I can try, Little Fire gasped, struggling to form hand seals. Aim at that torchbearer. Let him see his greatest fear. Knight pointed out the target. Little Fire concentrated her remaining energy, her eyes shimmering faintly, illusory realm of terror. The marauder, about to hurl the torch onto the thatched roof, froze mid-action, a look of sheer terror overtaking his face, as if he had seen something dreadful. And the torch slipped from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Knight hurled a shuriken, striking true at his throat. Go. To the entrance. Block the breach. Without delay, they pressed on. The western defenses had already been breached, and it was imperative to seal the gap, or the marauders would flood in. They fought their way forward. Knight's combat skills pushed to their limits. He never engaged directly. Instead, he exploited the terrain, the rain, and the fleeting vulnerabilities of the enemies for his strikes. His movements succinct yet lethal. Little Fire, using her last vestiges of strength, barely managed to cast minimal illusions for interference. Finally, they reached the breached gap. 7 or 8 marauders were howling, intent on rushing in, with more shadows shifting behind them. Block them. Knight shouted to Little Fire, while he lunged toward a burning, collapsing shed. Earth-style, earth flow wall. He pressed his hands to the ground, extracting the last remnants of chakra from his veins. A low, crude earthen wall, barely half a meter tall, suddenly rose from the ground, perfectly positioned to block the gap. The wall was laughably flimsy and could not truly stop the enemy. Yet it successfully caused the foremost marauders to stumble, their speed momentarily hindered. Now's our chance. Knight suddenly lifted his head, directing his full strength into a deafening roar towards the direction of the back mountain, a cry that even overpowered the cacophony of the battlefield. Now, release. His shout served as a signal. In the next moment, a thunderous rumble erupted from the back mountain, as if something had been forcefully propelled forward. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of all, countless massive logs and boulders, mingled with mud and rainwater, cascaded down the steep slope on the western side like a torrential flood. They crashed directly onto the Bloodfang reinforcements gathered outside the breach, who were poised to surge in. The cries of anguish were instantly drowned out by the roar. The taken-aback bandits were swept away by the sudden mudslide, resulting in heavy casualties. The breach, which had just been breached, was instantly obstructed by this force of nature, or rather, by human design. This was precisely the final trump card that Knight had devised. He had foreseen the vulnerability of the Western defense and had arranged for the last group of able-bodied individuals among the elderly, weak, and women to prepare these logs and boulders atop the back mountain, with the observant little you responsible for watching. The moment she saw the flames erupting in the west and heard his signal, she would immediately push them down. This was not a matter of chakra. It was a primal application of power and terrain. The bandits at the breach were stunned by this earth-shattering turn of events. Their assault abruptly halted. Kill. Block them. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Knight picked up a bloodied knife from the ground and charged forward. Little Yu gritted her teeth and thrust her kunai at the enemy. Their counterattack was insignificant, yet it ignited the spirits of the nearby villagers who had previously felt despair. Let us fight for Lord Knight. Protect the village. In the face of desperation, the remaining villagers and lower ninjas, with bloodshot eyes, rallied behind Knight in a desperate counteroffensive, managing to push back the bandits at the breach for a brief moment. The developments in the west also influenced the situation on the front lines. Bloodfang, witnessing the reinforcements cut off by the falling rocks and the western breach remaining unbroken despite their relentless assault, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that this small village would be so formidable, employing endless schemes. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Taiju noticed the stabilization of the western situation. His spirits lifted as he roared, swinging the wooden post once more, effectively sweeping away a group of bandits on the left. Yuan also seized the opportunity to break free from entanglement and once again vanished into the shadows. The balance of the battlefield subtly tilted with the thunderous crash of the falling rocks. For the first time, the Bloodfang's offensive was genuinely curtailed. The rain continued to fall. Blood mingled with mud, flowing like a stream. Knight leaned on his knife at the breach, gasping heavily, drenched in blood. Yet his eyes shone with a fierce light. They had endured the initial wave of the fiercest assault. However, the crisis was far from over. The main forces of the Bloodfang remained at the front. Chapter 9. The downfall of Bloodfang and the dawn of the hidden village. The western breach was temporarily blocked. The reinforcements severed by falling rocks. And the offensive on the front and flanks thwarted by resilient defense, and those cursed burning clay pots had visibly shaken the morale of the Bloodfang for the first time. Bloodfang himself was both astonished and furious. He had expected an easy slaughter but found himself against an impenetrable wall, suffering losses far beyond his expectations. That incessantly commanding boy, along with that elusive wind-natured ninja and the myriad strange tactics of this hidden village, something was amiss. Chief, the situation is dire. Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties, and the retreat seems to be blocked. A bloodied bandit lieutenant stumbled over to report, panic etched on his face. Silence. Bloodfang cleaved him in two, his madness apparent. They were already at the end of their tether. Charge with me. Kill that commanding boy, and the bounty will be doubled, under the promise of great reward. The remaining bandits of Bloodfang rallied once more, launching a frenzied assault towards the village's defenses. Bloodfang personally led the charge, his crimson short knife slicing through the air, breaking through several barriers, and closing in on the central defense. Block him. Taiju roared as he swung his wooden post. Bloodfang let out a sinister laugh. Showing no sign of retreat, the bloodlust on his short knife surged, cleaving through the heavy wooden post and striking a deep wound into Taiju's chest. Taiju! Little Yu cried out, rushing to assist, but was entangled by other bandits. Taiju let out a muffled groan, collapsing heavily to the ground. Bloodfang's target was clear, the figure standing near the watchtower, continuously issuing commands. Knight, boy, come and face your death. Bloodfang dashed forward like an arrow, breaking through the last obstruction, his crimson short knife aimed straight at Knight's chest. The speed and angle were unparalleled, far exceeding any opponent Knight had faced before. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Knight's pupils constricted, but his body, drained of chakra and stamina, found it difficult to evade. In a critical moment, "You shall not." A voice, old yet resolute, thundered. A figure suddenly lunged from the side, forcefully deflecting Bloodfang's arm. It was the village chief, Sanyazu. The short knife pierced deeply into Sanyazu's shoulder instead of Knight's heart. Chief. Knight's eyes widened in horror. Old fool. Seeking death. Bloodfang roared in rage, attempting to withdraw the knife for another strike. However, Sanyazu clung tightly to Bloodfang's arm, blood gushing forth, and shouted hoarsely at Knight. Now. It is time. Without need for further words, an overwhelming mix of fury and calm flooded Knight's mind. He relinquished all notions of evasion and defense, pouring his last remaining chakra and all his willpower into the kunai in his hand. His body spun like a whirlwind, the kunai carving a decisive arc. This was not any elaborate ninjutsu, but the most fundamental, swiftest, and most lethal thrust, targeting Bloodfang's vulnerable throat, exposed in his fury. Bloodfang. completely unprepared for such a fierce counterattack from this seemingly spent boy, had never anticipated that the old village chief would sacrifice himself to create this fleeting moment of opportunity. He attempted to block, but his arm was firmly held by Senyazu. He tried to retreat, but his feet were mired in a pool of mixed blood and mud. The kunai found its mark, piercing through his throat. Bloodfang's movements froze suddenly, his face contorted in disbelief as shock filled his eyes. He opened his mouth but could only emit a wheezing sound, the crimson short knife slipping impotently from his grasp. Knight withdrew the kunai, blood splattering. He supported the slowly collapsing old chief, his body trembling from exhaustion and emotion. Bloodfang's corpse fell heavily into the muddy water, splashing a crimson spray. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to be muted. All the bandits witnessing this scene were stunned. Had their ruthless and powerful leader truly fallen? The chief is dead. Run, flee. With the chief dead, the escape route blocked, and heavy casualties, the remaining bandits of Bloodfang finally crumbled, their last remnants of courage evaporating as they scattered in panic. Like headless flies. Kill. Don't let them escape. Someone shouted, and the villagers who had survived the ordeal erupted with astonishing courage and fury, beginning to chase the fleeing bandits. The battle turned into a one-sided pursuit. Knight did not chase after them. He knelt in the mud, desperately applying pressure to Senyazu's bleeding wound. His voice choked. Chief, hold on. Medical ninjas. Quickly summoned the medical ninjas. Little Yu, dragging her weary body, rushed over, attempting to use her meager medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding. Sanyujo's face was as pale as parchment, yet he managed to reveal a faint, reassuring smile. Cough. It's nothing. This old man won't die just yet. Yi, you did it. You saved the village. His gaze swept across the surroundings, where villagers were diligently eliminating the remnants of the enemy. Though each was wounded and utterly fatigued, their eyes burned with the fervor of victory and an unprecedented unity. The village is in your hands, the old man declared before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Yi gritted his teeth, tears mingling with rain and blood. In the sky, the first light of dawn gradually emerged. The torrential rain had ceased, and the morning glow filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting its light upon this ravaged land. Smoke curled in the air, corpses lay scattered, and the atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood and charred remains. The village of Mo Run had paid a heavy toll. Nearly half of the ninjas were either dead or injured, and many villagers had also perished. Tai Zhu was gravely injured, and the village chief lay in a deep coma. Yet, they had triumphed. Through their wisdom, courage, sacrifice, and a touch of luck, they had repelled an enemy far mightier than themselves and safeguarded their home. The surviving villagers supported one another as they began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. As they looked at each other's disheveled, yet resolute faces, a silent stream of relief and indescribable pride flowed among them. Yi stood in the morning light, his body stained with blood, utterly exhausted, yet his spine remained resolute. Yuan silently appeared at his side, murmuring, "The fleeing soldiers have been mostly cleared. The rest have retreated into the deep mountains and should not dare to return in the short term." Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated village and the sorrowful yet resilient villagers, finally resting on the increasingly bright dawn on the horizon. The darkest night had passed. Following this battle, the village of Mo Run had lost much, yet gained even more: confidence, cohesion, and a hard-won moment of respite amidst the cruel rules of the ninja world. He understood that the road ahead remained fraught with thorns. The shadows of the 5 great nations still loomed, and the village's reconstruction and development would be a long and arduous journey. But the dawn had arrived. The path to the rise of the hidden village had finally traversed through blood and fire, welcoming a true beginning. Chapter 10. The pale dawn and the heavy crown. The joy of victory was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as dew, swiftly replaced by immense pain and desolation. The dawn illuminated not a tranquil village but rather shattered walls, charred timber, unextinguished embers, and solidified dark red bloodstains. The air was thick with the mingled scents of wet ash, blood, and a profound silence of despair. The surviving villagers, in a daze, moved among the ruins, collecting the bodies of comrades or loved ones, stifled sobs rising and falling like a mournful tide. Yi stood at the center, watching it all unfold, feeling the feeble morning light pierce him with a chilling cold. He had won, safeguarding the village, yet the cost was unbearably heavy, nearly suffocating him. Taiju remained in a coma despite emergency bandaging, and the village chief's condition was grave, his fate uncertain. Yuan, injured yet silent, directed those able to move and tallying losses and establishing precautions against potential sporadic counterattacks. There was no time for sorrow. Yi forced his nearly broken body to move, his voice hoarse from excessive shouting and inhaling smoke. Those who can still move divide into 3 teams. One team will continue searching for survivors and bodies. The second team will extinguish all remaining fires and inspect the structural integrity of the buildings to prevent collapse. The third team will focus on the injured. Those with minor wounds must assist the medical ninjas in prioritizing the rescue of the severely injured. His commands were clear, yet tinged with unmistakable fatigue. The villagers lifted their heads, gazing at the blood-soaked, pallid youth before them. His eyes remained steadfast, yet deep within lay an undeniable pain and burden. No one questioned him. After the bloodbath of the previous night, his reputation had silently solidified. He was the one who had led them to find hope in despair. They quietly followed his instructions. The medical ninja's tent became the most bustling and heart-wrenching place. Cries of agony and moans echoed relentlessly. Xiao Ying, her chakra depleted and her complexion whiter than paper, still persevered in applying the most basic medical techniques to stop the bleeding and bandage the wounded. Upon seeing Yi approach, she merely lifted her bloodshot eyes and shook her head gently. The situation was dire. Yi moved to the area temporarily housing the severely injured. San Yizhou lay on the ground, his breathing faint, while an elder medical ninja exerted all effort to save him, the green light of chakra flickering continuously. However, the bizarre blood-red chakra at the old man's wounds stubbornly obstructed healing. The village chief, the medical ninja's voice was grave. The blade of Bloodfang was imbued with a peculiar chakra that is highly corrosive. I can only stabilize him for now. Ye's heart sank. He knelt, grasping the old man's cold hand. Village chief, hold on. We have won. The village needs you, he murmured, uncertain if he was comforting the elder or himself. San Yizhou's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if he wished to open them, but ultimately, he merely weakly squeezed Ye's fingers in response. At that moment, Jianjia limped over, dragging an injured leg. He observed the bustling Yi and the horrific scene. The previous doubts and discontent on his face long since vanished, replaced by a complex mixture of respect and sorrow. He approached Yi, remaining silent, and bowed deeply, solemnly. The few conservative ninjas who had followed him also bowed in silence. This bow was heavy as a mountain. It signified unreserved acknowledgement and also placed a weighty responsibility squarely on Ye's shoulders. Yi did not shy away. He accepted it all. He understood that from this moment forward, he was no longer a special jounin whose ideas were subject to the village chief's decisions. With the old chief down, he must step up to bear the burden of this scarred village. Senior Jianjia, Ye's voice remained hoarse. Please take charge of tallying losses and remaining combat strength. We need to know what we have left. Understood. Jianjia answered without hesitation, turning to busily engage in his tasks. His movements even more agile than those of the younger ninjas. Throughout the day, the village of Morin slowly began to recover amidst a stifling yet efficient atmosphere. The losses were tallied. 11 ninjas had fallen, 7 were grievously injured, and nearly everyone bore minor wounds. Over 20 villagers had suffered casualties, and nearly 1/3 of the buildings had been destroyed. A Pyrrhic victory. In the evening, within the temporary command post of Yi, which was, in fact, the original village chief's office, miraculously preserved, Yuan, Xiaoying, Jianjia, and other corps members gathered. Each bore injuries and looked fatigued. The surrounding areas had been preliminarily cleared, and no remnants of the enemy were found. Yuan reported, his shoulder wound simply bandaged. However, with the Bloodfang group dispersed, we cannot ensure that no remnants remain or that other forces will not take advantage of our vulnerability. The granary has fortunately remained intact, but we are critically low on medicinal supplies. Xiao Ying's voice trembled. Many severely injured will likely. Most of the defensive fortifications have been destroyed. We must commence reconstruction immediately, but we are severely understaffed, Jianjia added, his brow furrowed. Problems piled up like mountains, each one concerning survival. Yi listened to the reports, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, producing a soft sound. After a long pause, he lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot yet rekindling a calm light. First, raise the alert level to the highest, reduce the patrol range, but double the frequency. Yuan, you are in charge of this matter. Second, concentrate all medicinal supplies to prioritize the severely wounded. At the same time, dispatch someone to nearby towns to purchase all available medicinal supplies at high prices. If funds are insufficient, use task rewards as collateral or consider the black oilstone mine I mentioned before. Third, postpone reconstruction work. Prioritize repairing the outermost early warning traps and watchtowers. We will approach fortifications differently this time, focusing not on height and sturdiness, but on concealment and early warning, complemented by traps. Fourth, he paused for a moment and declared that beginning tomorrow, all lightly injured individuals and children over the age of 10 would be personally guided by him in the most fundamental physical recovery and reconnaissance training. We must ensure that each person swiftly acquires a certain level of self-defense and early warning capabilities. His command remained clear, imbued with an undeniable resolve. No one dared to oppose him. As the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed to fulfill their orders. Knight sat alone in his office, gazing out at the desolate night scene of Mo-Rin village, where flickering torchlight danced like the village's faint yet tenacious vitality. He picked up a pen and began sketching new defense plans on a piece of rudimentary paper, outlining training content and contemplating trade routes. He was aware that he had donned an incredibly heavy crown. The path ahead remained shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril. Yet he was Knight, the traveler, the pillar of Mo-Rin village at this moment. He had to press on. Chapter 12. The distant howl and the nearby shadow. That strange howl pierced the Knight's fatigue like a cold needle. He silently rolled out of bed, pressed against the wall, and heightened his senses to their utmost. The howl did not resound again. Only the night breeze whispered through the dilapidated eaves, and the distant, rhythmic yet heavy footsteps of patrolling guards could be heard. Was it a beast? Or something else? The tension in the night remained taut. The dissolution of the Bloodfang group did not signify safety. The dangers of the shinobi world far exceeded ordinary imagination. He dared not let his guard down. In the following days, while maintaining the village's operations, Knight discreetly intensified reconnaissance around the village's periphery, particularly in the direction from which the howl had emerged. He even personally led UN to set up more concealed early warning traps and observation points in more distant areas. The reconstruction efforts progressed slowly yet steadily. New lookout towers were established in more discreet locations, utilizing ropes and pulleys to transmit messages, thereby reducing exposure risks. The villagers gradually adapted to Knight's training regimen. Despite its arduous nature, no one complained anymore. The pressures of survival served as the best instructor. The village's economic plight showed slight improvement. The old merchant returned with the first batch of medicinal herbs and food, exchanged for black oilstone powder. Though the quantity was small, it alleviated immediate needs. The hemostatic ointments and vine ropes crafted by the villagers surprisingly fetched decent prices at the town market. Although the profits were meager, it marked an encouraging beginning. Knight utilized these scant earnings to prioritize the acquisition of better paper and drawing tools for the observation post, and even managed to secure a rough, yet broader regional map. Information remained his foremost priority. That afternoon, Knight was instructing a group of children in the simplest chakra sensing exercises, attempting to perceive the subtle vibrations of the earth. A chunin responsible for guarding the village entrance rushed in, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Lord Knight, 2 individuals have arrived from outside the village claiming to be wandering merchants, seeking to conduct a transaction with us." Wandering merchants? Knight furrowed his brow slightly. Mo-Rin village was remote, having just endured a fierce battle, and its reputation was obscure. It was strange for merchants to approach unbidden. "They appear somewhat unusual," the chunin added. "Their attire does not resemble that of ordinary traders, and they carry very little cargo. They specifically requested to meet with the village leader. When circumstances seem peculiar, one must be cautious." After pondering for a moment, Knight responded, "Bring them to the council hall, the former barn classroom. I will come shortly. Have UN keep a watchful eye from the shadows, and Kenji, take a few individuals to remain on guard outside." Moments later, Knight met the unexpected guests in the council hall. There were 2 of them, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be around 30, of ordinary appearance, clad in somewhat worn travel attire, wearing the smooth smile characteristic of a merchant. However, his sharp eyes and steady gait revealed he had undergone training. The woman, younger, appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing a delicate beauty and dressed in simple clothing. Quietly standing behind the man, her demeanor demure, yet Knight noted her slender fingers were strong, and her posture hinted at vigilance. "Esteemed village leader." The man greeted Knight with enthusiasm upon his entrance, bowing respectfully, yet not obsequiously. "I am Kakuto, pseudonym, and this is my companion, Haiden, pseudonym. We have heard that your village has recently repelled the malevolent Bloodfang group, and we wish to extend our congratulations while exploring potential avenues for cooperation. He directly mentioned the Bloodfang group, clearly having come prepared. Knight's wariness intensified, though his expression remained impassive. We are merely a small village, fortunate to have defended ourselves. What business do you wish to conduct? He neither confirmed nor denied his identity. Kakuto maintained his smile. You are too modest. The ability to defeat the Bloodfang group speaks volumes about your village's strength. We specialize in the circulation of certain rare materials, such as exceptional medicinal herbs, effective military rations, and even some designs for ninja tools from powerful nations that are not easily circulated. With each word he uttered, Knight's heart sank further. Such items were certainly not within the reach of ordinary wandering merchants. They either possessed significant backing or harbored ulterior motives. It sounds enticing, Knight replied in a neutral tone. But what is the cost? Our village is impoverished and might not be able to afford what you seek. Ah, the price is negotiable. Kakuto rubbed his hands together. We could exchange for your village's specialties, such as that peculiar black mineral that burns uniquely, or if your village is willing to provide some labor, such as assisting in escorting certain special items through this region, we would be willing to offer generous compensation, including some fundamental ninjutsu scrolls. The truth behind their intentions became apparent. They were not only interested in the black oil stone, but were also testing the village's vulnerabilities, possibly seeking to develop Mo Rin village as their peripheral force or pawn. Knight swiftly reached a conclusion. To conspire with a tiger is to court death, especially with such mysterious and cunning merchants. I am afraid I must disappoint you both, Knight stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Our village has recently endured the ravages of war and requires time to recuperate. We have no surplus specialties to offer, nor the capacity to undertake your proposed labor. Please return. Kakuto's smile momentarily froze, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. The woman behind him slightly lifted her eyelids, casting a brief glance at Knight. Oh, no matter. Business is built on mutual consent. Kakuto quickly regained his smile, seemingly unfazed. Since your village is currently inconvenienced, we shall not press the matter. Perhaps opportunities for cooperation will arise in the future. He placed a small cloth bag on the table, which seemed to contain a few quality military rations. This is a small token of our meeting, a gesture of respect. With a bow, he turned with the woman and departed with decisive grace. Knight refrained from looking at the bag of military rations, instead focusing on their retreating figures until Kenji entered to confirm that the two had moved beyond the village's boundary. Knight, Kenji said, concern evident on his face. He too sensed the unusual nature of the two visitors. Inform everyone that, effective immediately, scrutiny of outsiders will be tripled. All unfamiliar faces will be under strict surveillance. Knight spoke with a low voice. Additionally, accelerate the collection and refinement of black oil stone, but prohibit any further sales. That mineral will henceforth be reserved as our strategic resource. He approached the window, gazing in the direction where the two had vanished. The distant howling might have been a false alarm, yet the nearby shadows had quietly begun to encroach. Who, after all, stood behind these mysterious merchants? What were their true intentions? The path to Mo Rin village's rise was destined to be fraught with obstacles, in addition to the overt adversaries. The lurking observers were beginning to reveal their fangs. Chapter 13. Deep excavation and undercurrents. The visit from the enigmatic merchants acted like a chilling undercurrent, silently altering the rhythm of Mo Rin village's revival. The prohibitions issued by Knight were rigorously enforced. The black oil stone quarry has been designated a restricted area, personally guarded by Jinjia. All extracted ores are no longer transported externally, but are secretly stored in newly excavated concealed caves in the back mountains. Externally, the village continues to maintain a facade of desolation and weakness, as if the recent harrowing victory has drained its last vestiges of vitality. However, internal reforms are accelerating. The training regimen by Knight has become increasingly systematic and even rigorous. Drawing from his limited memories and the knowledge of the Naruto world, he has compiled a more efficient method for refining and controlling chakra. Although it does not match the secret techniques of the great ninja villages, it far surpasses the rudimentary approaches previously used in the ninja village. The children and ninjas have begun group combat drills, with Knight personally designing various emergency scenarios to hone their adaptability and teamwork. Xiao Ying, while tending to the injured, has started systematically organizing and imparting fundamental medical ninjutsu knowledge. She discovers that Knight's concepts of sterility and trauma classification, though peculiar, are remarkably effective, significantly reducing the infection and mortality rates among the wounded. A rudimentary medical team is quietly taking shape. Yuan's observational tasks have intensified, in addition to monitoring the surroundings. He is also required to consciously gather foundational information about the 5 great nations, various ninja villages, and even notable rogue ninjas and underground organizations. Knight understands that to establish a foothold on this continent, one cannot afford to be blind and deaf, even if this information seems distant. We must comprehend not only the immediate threats, but also the overall trends within the ninja world. Knight told Yuan and Huizi, the fall of a single leaf may herald the change of seasons. An insignificant rumor may conceal a conspiracy that could alter the landscape. Huizi is tasked with organizing and archiving the fragmented information gathered by Yuan. She even begins attempting to draw a power relations chart, although most areas remain blank. A rudimentary intelligence repository is slowly taking shape. The economic pressure remains immense. After halting the sale of black oil stone, the village's finances are once again strained, forcing them to devote more energy to the development of other specialties. Knight, accompanied by several resourceful villagers, repeatedly experiments with the unique vines from the back mountains, attempting to treat and weave them with chakra, resulting in ropes that are more resilient and lightweight, capable of conducting chakra to a certain degree, albeit faintly, revealing their potential as materials for low-level ninja tools. The formula for hemostatic ointment has also been optimized, showing marked improvement. An old merchant has been secretly dispatched, no longer selling raw materials, but attempting to exchange these finished products for higher profits in larger towns, while cautiously procuring some basic metals and medicinal ingredients. Days pass amidst busyness and tension. The old village chief, Sanyazu, occasionally regains fleeting lucidity but remains too weak to manage affairs. Knight's burdens grow heavier, and his decisions become increasingly resolute. The villagers have become accustomed to his leadership and have even begun to rely instinctively on his judgment. One day, while supervising a group of youths navigating an obstacle course in the training field behind the village, a villager responsible for guarding the quarry rushes over, panting. Lord Knight, we've unearthed something strange over at the quarry. Knight's heart quickens, and he immediately hands over training duties to Jianjia before hastening to the quarry with the villager. The so-called quarry is merely a shallow pit carved into the mountainside. At this moment, several villagers are gathered around a newly excavated rock face, pointing and discussing. Lord Knight, look here, an old miner gestures towards an unusual area on the rock face. Knight leans in closer. Amidst the common black oil stone strata, there are faint, dark golden patterns interspersed. These patterns do not exhibit metallic luster. Rather, they resemble a solidified crystal, emitting an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally pure chakra fluctuation. Knight extends his finger, cautiously touching the dark golden patterns. The sensation is cool and hard beneath his fingertips, and curiously, his own chakra resonates faintly, seemingly accelerating in its flow. What is this? Knight's heartbeat quickens. He has never encountered such a mineral in the original narrative. It seems to passively influence chakra. There are more. Another miner calls out from a short distance, having discovered a few scattered points. The area is limited, buried deep, appearing to be merely a rare byproduct within the vein. However, its emergence may hold significant implications. Immediately cease excavations here. Knight suppresses his excitement and issues a stern command. All present today are forbidden from divulging what has been seen. Remember, this is the village's highest secret. From now on, I will directly oversee this quarry. No one is to approach without my orders. The villagers have never seen Knight so serious, even fervent, and they respond with solemnity. Knight carefully removes a small piece of rock bearing the dark golden patterns, wrapping it in cloth and placing it in his bosom. He feels a slight warmth emanating from his palm. If this unknown mineral, capable of influencing chakra, can be stabilized for use. A vague yet audacious thought begins to blossom in his mind. The foundation for the rise of the N Ninja Village may lie not only in its people and techniques, but also beneath the land they have long overlooked. However, while Knight is swept up in the thrill of this unexpected discovery, he remains unaware that, far away in a tavern at the border of the Land of Fire, the departing merchant, Jiao Du, is quietly reporting to a shadowy figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. Yes, my lord. That village is very vigilant and has rejected the trade. However, the combustible materials they use do indeed contain that unique energy response, albeit faint. Moreover, that young leader possesses a certain awareness. The figure beneath the black robe emits a low, rumbling laugh. Oh? Even you find this intriguing? Continue to observe. Our plans require more pieces on the board, and we need more variables. The undercurrents have never ceased to surge. Is this new discovery an opportunity or the spark of a greater crisis? The Ninja Village, a small vessel that has just emerged from the storm, seems to be sailing towards a far deeper and more mysterious sea. Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14. The secret of gold and stone and the silent gunpowder. The dark golden mineral fragments were brought back to Knight's abode, where they were repeatedly examined under the oil lamp. Their texture is extraordinarily hard, with kunai failing to leave a scratch. The faint resonance of chakra persists, as if the stone possesses a life of its own. Knight attempts to infuse it with chakra. Initially, there is no response. But as he increases the output and tries to alter the chakra's nature, not converting it into specific ninjutsu, but simulating that pure energy resonance frequency, an anomaly occurs. The patterns on the surface of the dark golden stone suddenly illuminate with a soft glow, transforming from dark gold to a flowing, lava-like crimson gold. Simultaneously, Knight senses his infused chakra being fervently absorbed, then returned in a purer, more active form, sweeping through his meridians in an instant. Ugh! Knight grunts, hastily cutting off the chakra. In that fleeting moment of feedback, he finds that a portion of his expended chakra has been restored, invigorating his spirit. This mineral can purify and amplify chakra. Although the extent is minimal and requires specific frequencies to activate, the effect is undeniably extraordinary. Knight's heart races. He finally understands why those two merchants were interested in black oil stone. What they sensed was likely not the black oil stone itself, but these hidden dark golden minerals. The value of this mineral exceeds imagination. It must not be disclosed. Knight immediately gathers his most trusted individuals, the recently injured but now active Tai Zhu, the astute Xiao Ying, the elusive Yuan, and Jianjia, who represents the older generation and is utterly loyal. He sets up a simple soundproof barrier around his abode before demonstrating the effects of the dark golden stone to them. Gazing upon the shimmering ore, feeling the pure fluctuations of chakra, the four stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe their eyes. This was indeed a divine treasure. The excitement caused the elder's beard to tremble. With this, their training speed would increase significantly. Iron Pillar enthusiastically waved his fists. However, Little Fire appeared more composed. The effects are powerful, but the quantity seems limited, and it likely requires special techniques to harness, doesn't it? Knight, what do you intend to do? Yuan silently regarded the ore, then turned to Knight, whispering, possessing such a treasure may lead to peril. With that single remark, the excitement of the group swiftly dissipated. Yuan was correct. Knight solemnly tucked the ore away. This matter was to be known only to the five of us. The mine was immediately sealed off, and the outside world was informed of unstable rock layers, prohibiting anyone from approaching. All mined ore of this kind would be secretly harvested in rotation by the five of us, with absolute confidentiality. He looked at the others, his gaze sharp. Its value is immense. Should it be leaked, the threat would not only come from the Bloodfang clan or mysterious merchants, but all 5 great ninja villages would surely come to seize it at any cost. That would spell disaster for our village. The group nodded solemnly, their expressions grave. For now, this would primarily serve to enhance the abilities of the 5 of us. Secondly, it would be prioritized for the most outstanding and loyal children and ninjas in the village, but under the guise of special rewards. With the existence of the ore remaining undisclosed, we must hasten the cultivation of a core elite. Thus, arrangements were made. A new, top-secret plan was initiated within the innermost circles of the Ninja Village. Knight's training speed drastically improved due to the dark gold ore, and his control over chakra became increasingly refined. Iron Pillar, Little Fire, and the others also benefited immensely. However, external pressures did not lessen with the internal secrecy. The old merchant returned with news that prices in the surrounding areas began to fluctuate abnormally, especially for food and medicinal herbs, as if an unknown force was secretly hoarding and acquiring them, making procurement for Ninja Village increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Yuan's observations captured scattered information. Several small villages engaged in sporadic trade with Ninja Village received warnings from unidentified individuals, urging them to reduce their dealings with the village. Rumors even began to spread in more distant towns, claiming that Ninja Village colluded with rogue ninjas and harbored forbidden items. An invisible noose was slowly tightening. Standing atop the newly renovated watchtower, Knight gazed out at the vast mountains and forests. He knew that the mysterious merchant and the forces behind him had not departed. They had merely adopted a more insidious and lethal approach, attempting to isolate and suffocate in Ninja Village economically and informationally. This was a war without smoke. Do they wish to force us into submission or to drive us out of the village and into their traps? Knight murmured to himself, his gaze icy. He would not remain passive. Uncle Kenji, he turned to his companion behind him. Starting tomorrow, expand the hunting party's range. We must strive for self-sufficiency. Little Fire. Accelerate the identification and cultivation of herbs in the back mountain. Additionally, let Huizi begin to deliberately spread rumors about our village suffering great losses and being on the brink of collapse. The more dire, the better. We must feign weakness, making them believe we are vulnerable and letting down their guard. A cold smirk curved at the corners of Knight's lips. At the same time, Yuan, expand your reconnaissance range by another factor of 2. I need to know who is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. We must find their vulnerabilities. The unseen enemy sought to envelop Ninja Village in a shroud of silent warfare, unaware that the village's leadership excelled at finding cracks for counterattacks in dire circumstances. The secret of the gold ore was a flicker of hope, and the external pressures were forging this flicker into a sharper blade. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15. Tempering and new shoots in Ninja Village resembled a seed crushed beneath a boulder, quietly gathering strength in the darkness. Externally, the village felt utterly silent. The pathways leading to the outside world lay nearly desolate. Villagers ceased to travel far, and the supplies brought back by procurement teams dwindled. With faces perpetually etched in sorrow and numbness, rumors of Ninja Village's significant losses and impending dissolution, artfully woven by Huizi, mingled within the deliberately spread warnings and quietly proliferated. The lurking observers seemed to buy into this performance, slightly easing the pressure applied, yet the economic blockade remained stringent. Internally, however, the scene was starkly different. Deep within the rear mountain, in the tightly sealed mine, the sound of clinking hammers echoed faintly only when night fell. Night, Iron Pillar, Little Fire, Yuan, and Kenji took turns secretly mining the accompanying dark gold ore. The process was slow and arduous. Each strike on the ore infused with dark gold patterns came with immense risk and psychological strain. Beneath Knight's cabin, a narrow secret chamber had been quietly established. All the dark gold ore was stored there, meticulously guarded by Knight himself. Utilizing these precious ores, the Core 5's training progressed at an astonishing rate. Knight's control over chakra grew ever more intricate, even beginning to experiment with the vague principles of physics and chemistry from his past life to explore deeper applications of its properties. Iron Pillar's strength and speed surged under the nourishment of pure chakra, brushing against the thresholds of advanced physical techniques. Little Fire's medical ninjutsu saw significant enhancement, with her refined control over chakra enabling her to handle complex injuries with greater ease. Yuan's figure became increasingly elusive, with the potency and stealth of her wind techniques greatly amplified. Even the aged Kenji felt his long-stagnant abilities begin to shift, experiencing a noticeable increase in chakra. More importantly, a select group of youths and children began to undergo rigorous training led by Knight. They were unaware of the dark gold ore's existence, believing instead that it was Knight's unique training methods and the occasional special energy pills that were yielding results. Their rate of progress far exceeded that of their peers, and their loyalty and cohesion with the village grew stronger by the day. A genuine core foundation for the future of Ninja Village was quietly taking shape. However, reliance on externally sourced medicinal supplies ultimately led to a shortage. A ninja whose organs were damaged in a Bloodfang clan attack suddenly experienced a deterioration in condition, requiring several rare herbs for survival. The old merchant scoured nearby towns, but returned empty-handed. All channels were reported out of stock, clearly cut off by the unseen hand. What to do? Little Fire looked at her suffering comrade, her eyes reddening with urgency. Without medicine, he wouldn't last 3 days. Knight silently observed the injured, then glanced at the dwindling stock of ordinary medicinal supplies. Assaulting a town for resources? That would be tantamount to suicide. Seeking external aid? There was no one to turn to. His gaze ultimately settled on the few strands of dark gold ore. A bold, even mad, idea emerged. Little Fire. He spoke in a low voice. You mentioned that the chakra emitted from this ore is pure and vibrant? Little Fire paused, suddenly comprehending his intention. Her complexion paling. You can't be serious. It's too dangerous. We have no idea what the consequences of using it directly for treatment would be. What if? There's no what if, Knight interrupted, his eyes resolute. If we don't try, he will surely die. If we do, there may be a glimmer of hope. Prepare for the procedure. I will provide the energy. Time was of the essence. Knight selected a small piece of the finest dark gold ore and held it in his palm. Under Little Fire's intensely anxious gaze, he once more simulated that peculiar resonance frequency, slowly infusing chakra into the ore. A crimson gold light erupted, and the pure, vibrant energy surged back. Knight did not absorb it. Instead, he carefully guided this energy through his palm into the wound of the injured comrade. The body of the injured convulsed violently, emitting a painful scream. The flesh at the wound seemed to come alive, subtly writhing, as necrotic tissue fell away at a visible pace. The emergence of new granulation tissue was a painful and sluggish process, far exceeding the effects of conventional medical ninjutsu. Beads of sweat formed on Ye's forehead. Controlling the foreign energy proved to be more arduous than anticipated, exacting a tremendous toll on both his spirit and chakra. An hour passed, then two. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, the surgery finally concluded. The injured lay in a deep slumber, their breathing faint yet steady. A peculiar, pale golden pattern remained at the wound site, but vital signs stabilized. Success. Though the cost was immense and the outcome uncertain, a life had been temporarily salvaged. Xiaoying sat slumped on the ground, gazing at Yi's pallid visage, filled with both trepidation and admiration. This daring treatment, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, unexpectedly opened a new door for the last ninja village, revealing unimaginable medical potential beyond mere combat and training. The news, shared only among the core five, invigorated their spirits, making them realize that the secret they possessed might be more powerful than they had ever imagined. Meanwhile, Yuan, after a prolonged period of covert tracking, finally returned with threads of evidence regarding the unseen puppeteer. It was not a singular force. Yuan's voice echoed in the chamber, tinged with fatigue. Several nobles from the borders of the Land of Fire were exerting economic pressure. They seemed to be linked to a certain underground gold entity. The initial spreaders of rumors and warnings to small villages employed a more professional, root-like methodology. The roots. Shimura Danzo. Ye's heart sank. Indeed, the magnitude of the trouble exceeded expectations. Were those enigmatic merchants affiliated with the roots, or did they harbor ulterior motives? The situation grew increasingly complex. Shadows of foes looming ever larger. Yet, the last ninja village was no longer the feeble entity that could only struggle in despair. The dark golden stone became the fire that tempered their essence, while external pressures forged this flame into a blade for their protection, one that would ultimately sear their enemies. New shoots had begun to bend and grow beneath the boulder, awaiting the day they would break through the earth to greet the tempest. Chapter 16. A Silent Warning and the Awakening of Iron Will Root. Shimura Danzo. These two words coiled like a frigid serpent around Ye's heart. If that man lurking in the shadows of Konoha had indeed taken notice of the last ninja village, the trouble they faced would far surpass that posed by the Bloodfang clan or even the mysterious merchants. He was a monster who would stop at nothing to achieve his ends, wielding vast dark power. Can we be certain? Ye's voice was barely audible. Yuan shook his head. It cannot be fully confirmed. The methods resemble those of the roots. Clean, decisive, leaving no survivors. All clues have been deliberately obscured. However, that chilling style and the precise assault on a village like ours aligns with the roots' consistent modus operandi. Even if it's not a direct strike from the roots, it is undoubtedly linked to them. The outline of the unseen puppeteer gradually became clearer, yet it brought a deeper chill. Continue the investigation, but exercise utmost caution. Your safety is paramount. Yi cautioned Yuan, instructing him to focus on the connections between those border nobles and the underground gold exchange, to uncover how the roots might be manipulating them. Understood. Yuan's figure once again melted into the shadows. Pressure descended like a mountain. Yi felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. In the face of the Bloodfang clan, he could maneuver through strategy and courage. But against a colossus like the roots, the last ninja village appeared as a flickering candle in a tempest. The opponent need not raise a finger. Merely nudging a piece on the board could drive them into a corner. We cannot remain idle. Yi inhaled deeply, burying his fear deep within. In moments like this, maintaining composure was essential. He promptly summoned the core four. Here is the situation. Yi shared without reservation the intelligence and analysis that Yuan had brought back. The chamber fell into a profound silence. Taiju clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could not utter a word. Xiaoying's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Even the most composed, Kinji, revealed an expression of near despair. The infamous names of Danzo and the roots resonated like thunder from afar for these struggling little ninjas, distant yet deadly. Should we surrender? A young medical ninja assistant, newly inducted into the core circle, asked tremulously. He was Xiaoying's capable aide and had just learned this classified information. Surrender? Ye's gaze turned icy as he looked at him. Surrender to those who seek to starve us, confine us, or even crush us without showing their faces. What do you think awaits us if we surrender? Becoming test subjects? Or being discarded like refuse after they've drained our last ounce of value? The young assistant fell silent, shame washing over him as he lowered his head. We have no retreat. Ye's gaze swept over each person, his voice resolute. From the moment we possessed that, from the instant we rejected that mysterious merchant's offer, we have stood in opposition to them. Retreating and begging will not grant us survival. It will only ensure a quicker, more tragic demise. Rising to his feet, a remarkable determination erupted from his small frame. The only path to survival is to become harder and fiercer than they could ever imagine. Let them feel that taking a bite out of us will shatter their teeth. Let them perceive the cost outweighs the benefit. From today onward, the last ninja village will enter a state of maximum readiness. All training will be doubled. The hunting teams will be armed, and the hunting grounds will serve as our alert zone. Any suspicious personas encountered will be dealt with mercilessly. The observation posts will activate their highest alert levels, with all information reported directly to me. Uncle Kenji, you are responsible for internal cleansing. In these extraordinary times, any sign of wavering, leaking information, or even potential collusion must be dealt with harshly. It is better to wrongfully kill than to let any slip through. Ye's tone carried an unprecedented iron will. Kenji trembled, gazing into Ye's eyes, which reflected a coldness and resolve uncharacteristic of a youth, and nodded earnestly. I understand. Taiju, you will lead the team to secretly set up more lethal traps around the village according to the new blueprints I've drawn. The area must be extensive and merciless. Xiaoying, expedite your research into medical applications and possible combat uses. We need every potential strength we can muster. Commands rang out, cold and efficient. The core members looked at Yi as if they were truly seeing the young leader who would guide them out of despair for the first time. He was no longer merely a clever and kind leader. Under immense pressure for survival, he was transforming into a truly ruthless and decisive captain. For the sake of survival, he would spare no effort. The intricate machinery of the last ninja village, under Ye's strong orders, began to operate at a nearly self-destructive, frenzied pace. The atmosphere felt suffocating, yet an ironclad cohesion quietly formed under the mounting pressure. A few days later, on a clear morning, the hunting team responsible for patrolling the borders returned with a grim find. A body pierced through the chest by a trap. The corpse bore no identifying marks, yet its thickened finger joints and calloused palms indicated it was a ninja accustomed to wielding shuriken or short blades. The body was discarded on the village's empty ground, and all villagers were summoned to witness. He stood before the corpse, scanning the faces of the onlookers, which reflected fear, unease, or numbness. This person attempted to infiltrate our territory and spy on our secrets. Ye's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. He died because we were vigilant, because we set traps. He paused, his tone turning colder, but he will not be the last. There will be more to come. They could be rogue ninjas, traitors, or elites from powerful nations. A ripple of unrest surged through the crowd. Panic began to spread. Are you afraid? Yi raised his voice. I am afraid too. But does fear serve any purpose? Does kneeling and pleading yield any results? He abruptly pointed to the lifeless body. This is our response. For any who dare to invade our homeland and threaten our existence, this shall be their singular fate. From this day forth, the village of Morin will neither kneel nor show mercy, nor will we cower in the face of battle. If you wish for our demise, be prepared to have a piece of your flesh torn away by us. Is that understood? After a brief, eerie silence, the answer resounded. Understood. Iron Pillar was the first to roar, his eyes ablaze. Understood. Little Fire bit her lip, her voice trembling yet resolute. Understood. Kenji and the core members echoed in unison. Gradually, the sporadic affirmations coalesced into a deep, resolute chorus. Understood. Fear still lingered, yet it was eclipsed by a fierce determination born from being cornered. The spirit of Morin village was being forcibly transformed under the bloody warning and iron fist of the night. As Night observed the incensed villagers, he felt no sense of relief. He knew this was merely the beginning. The true tempest had yet to descend. He gestured for the body to be removed. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of the young medical assistant, who had previously suggested surrender, fervently wiping away tears at the edge of the crowd. Her gaze now transformed from a few days prior. It was a look of someone who had come to terms with reality and resolved to endure. Knight understood that the process of tempering was painful yet necessary. Morin Village was forging itself into an unyielding iron, one that would wound its enemies even if it shattered. Chapter 17. Cracks and glimmers under immense pressure. Morin Village resembled a bowstring pulled to its limit, emitting a resonant hum of unbearable tension. The ironclad orders brought order, but also invisible rifts. The villagers executed their burdensome labor and training with mechanical obedience, their eyes dimming, replaced by a numbing fatigue and deep-seated fear. Although the internal purges led by Kenji had yet to turn bloody, a pervasive atmosphere of suspicion and tension had already settled among the neighbors. Knight increasingly confined himself to his small hut or the underground chamber. The research on dark gold stone progressed slowly. Its peculiar energy was difficult to stabilize, let alone apply on a large scale. Intelligence gathering had nearly ground to a halt. Despite Yuan's repeated forays into the field, the fragmented information she returned with made it impossible to assemble a coherent picture. The economic plight remained dire. Self-sufficiency was far from sufficient, and the village's food reserves were visibly depleting. Despair spread quietly through the silence, like a damp mildew. "Another person has fallen ill, my lord." Little Fire's voice bore an unmistakable weariness, the dark circles under her eyes becoming increasingly pronounced, a result of hunger and exhaustion, compounded by dwindling medicinal supplies. Knight gazed at the nearly blank supply list on the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping a disordered rhythm. He knew where the problem lay but could find no solution. The shadows at the roots acted like an invisible net, blocking all possible avenues of escape. Mix the last bit of sugar into the porridge and distribute it among the children and the injured. Knight's voice was hoarse as he informed the hunting team, "Tomorrow, I will lead the expedition." "That's far too dangerous." Little Fire protested urgently. "The village needs food more than ever." Knight interrupted her, his tone brooking no argument. The following day, Knight personally led the hunting team deep into the rear mountains. He sought larger game and needed to scout further afield for new food sources or possibly unblocked trade routes. The team advanced silently, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The members felt both reassured and increasingly anxious. Their leader's personal involvement signified that the situation had deteriorated to its utmost. After traversing several dozen miles into the forest, their hauls were meager. Just as the mood grew increasingly somber, a scout ahead suddenly signaled a warning. Knight swiftly moved forward, discovering a chaotic clearing strewn with bodies. By their attire, they appeared to be wandering ninjas, their deaths gruesome, indicative of a fierce struggle. The air still bore the faint scent of charred lightning chakra, mixed with an unusual metallic tang. "Investigate," Knight ordered cautiously. The team dispersed to examine the area, and soon there was a discovery. "My lord, there's a survivor here." Knight hurried over to find a severely injured, unconscious boy curled beneath the roots of a tree. He appeared to be around 15 or 16, clad in tattered dark clothing, his face etched with a hardness and weariness uncommon for his age. Most strikingly, he bore no headband, yet a peculiar long knife lay discarded beside him, and the chakra residue on him indicated he was no ordinary wanderer. "He's still breathing, but he's gravely injured, likely struck by lightning release. Internal organs damaged," a team member reported after inspecting him. "An unknown, powerful stranger. Should we save him or not?" To save him might invite danger, exposing the village's location and circumstances. To leave him could weigh heavily on the conscience and might forfeit an opportunity to understand the outside world. Knight's gaze swept across the boy's pale, yet sharply defined features. Resting on his tightly clenched hand, seemingly unwilling to release whatever it grasped, even in unconsciousness. Carefully, he pried open the boy's fingers. In the palm lay a broken, charred metal plate, on which a blurred, scratched design resembling a variant of some bird was barely discernible. Knight's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled having seen a similar mark in the fragmented reports brought back by Yuan regarding a destroyed ninja village from a small nation. Was this boy a survivor from that obliterated village? What had he endured? Why was he here? Who was pursuing him? The lightning chakra and the mysterious seal within him. Countless questions surged through Knight's mind. At that moment, the boy seemed to react to Knight's probing. His brow furrowed, his body began to convulse slightly, and he emitted involuntary gasps, as if trapped in a painful nightmare. A faint yet dangerously chaotic chakra began to leak uncontrollably from him, glowing with a disquieting red light. Knight's expression shifted as he quickly intensified the sealing pressure, whispering urgently, "Calm down. You are safe." It was unclear whether Knight's voice had calmed him or if the seal had suppressed the turmoil, but gradually, the boy's convulsions subsided, and he fell into a deeper unconsciousness once more. Knight regarded this unexpected variable with a complex mix of emotions. He might have brought back a tremendous trouble, a potential spark that could ignite all latent crises. Yet simultaneously, within this boy, this orphan of a destroyed ninja village, Knight perceived a glimmer, a faint light revealing the true nature of the external world, a potential key to breaking through the information blockade at the roots. Even a hint on how to confront formidable foes from an unconventional angle. Risk and opportunity coexisted. The stagnant waters of Morin village had finally been disturbed by an unforeseen stone. Turbulence was about to arise once more. Chapter 18. The blade of a foreign land and the night of choices within the isolation chamber. The atmosphere was as heavy as iron. The dangerous chakra emanating from the boy was barely subdued by Yi, yet the fleeting glimpse of his violent and crimson aura was sufficient to send shivers down everyone's spine. Who exactly was he? Xiao Ying's voice trembled with fear, her complexion scarcely better than that of the unconscious youth. That chakra radiated a sense of destruction and ominous portent. Yi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the faint, scarred imprint on the boy's forehead, partially obscured by some mark, along with a shattered metal plate. Fragments of memory gradually pieced together the story of Shun Village. A small ninja village that had been ruthlessly obliterated by the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village under the pretext of a potential threat posed by its bloodline limit. It was said that its inhabitants possessed a unique bloodline capable of unlocking latent potential, albeit accompanied by great risk and instability. Was this boy an orphan of Shun Village? Did the seal within him contain that dangerous bloodline? Were the pursuers from Cloud Village? The lingering lightning chakra seemed to corroborate this theory. But how had he ended up here? A mere coincidence? Or yet another trap? Ye's thoughts raced. The shadows of Root, the mysterious merchant, and Cloud Village intertwined, suffocating him with their weight. To shelter this boy was to simultaneously provoke at least two formidable forces. Yet what were the alternatives? To hand him over? Or to let him fend for himself? Yi observed the boy's furrowed brow, even in unconsciousness, a testament to his hidden anguish and struggles, as if he were a microcosm of the countless tragedies faced by small villages in the ninja world. In a sense, the last ninja village and Shun Village shared a tragic kinship. More importantly, the sealed power within the boy, though perilous, was also a sharp double-edged sword that could cleave through the current predicament. His hatred for Cloud could potentially serve as a boon for the last ninja village. The risks were immense, yet the potential rewards could be staggering. I will do everything in my power to save him, Yi resolved, his voice low yet resolute. While preparing for every eventuality, before he awoke, the strongest binding barrier would be set around him. Without my permission, no one is to approach. His condition must remain classified as top secret. Xiaoying opened her mouth as if to speak, but upon seeing the undeniable determination in Ye's eyes, she merely nodded solemnly. I understand. I will employ every method at my disposal, including a small amount of that energy, to stabilize his injuries. Yi nodded in acknowledgement, adding, have Yuan come over for 24-hour surveillance. Should he show any signs of unrest, eliminate him without hesitation. The commands were cold and ruthless, yet necessary. In the ensuing days, beneath the veneer of tranquility, the last ninja village was rife with turmoil. Xiaoying devoted herself entirely to treating the nameless boy, and the minuscule energy from the dark gold stone seemed to yield results, gradually stabilizing his vital signs, though awakening still appeared distant. Yuan, like a true shadow, lingered outside the isolation chamber, never once allowing himself a moment of reprieve. Yi, on the other hand, faced an even graver challenge. The old merchant returned with the worst news. All known trade routes had been completely severed, and even the black market had shut its doors to them. The village's food reserves could only last another fortnight at most. Hunger and panic began to spread uncontrollably among the villagers. Lord Yi, this cannot continue. We must venture out to find food. Yes, even if there is danger, it is better than starving to death. A group of intrepid villagers encircled Ye's modest abode, their emotions running high. Jinjie and Taiju struggled to maintain order, yet despair and agitation were palpable in the eyes of the crowd. Yi understood that the final hour was drawing near. They could either take the risk to break free in search of sustenance, or resign themselves to certain death. Just as he was at his wit's end, the ninja responsible for monitoring the perimeter brought unexpected news. The remnants of the Bloodfang group, previously routed, had regrouped, occupying an abandoned mine in the northern valley as their stronghold. They seemed to be recruiting and had recently plundered a supply of provisions, including food and medicine. The news sparked a wildfire of frenzy in the villagers' eyes. They've robbed them. Yes. If we seize their food, we can survive. A quest for vengeance. The clamor for battle surged, each wave more fervent than the last. The diminished remnants of the Bloodfang group, now in possession of desperately needed supplies, appeared to be the only glimmer of hope within reach amidst their dire circumstances. Jinjia and Taiju turned their gaze to Yi, their expressions complex. This was undoubtedly a gamble. Yet it seemed to be their sole recourse. Yi remained silent, a nagging feeling of suspicion lingering in his mind. Why had the remnants of the Bloodfang group chosen this moment to regroup? Why did they fortuitously possess a substantial amount of supplies? Did it not resemble a meticulously laid trap intended to lure them out of the village? Was it that enigmatic merchant? Or Root? Yi, make your decision, Taiju urged. Unable to contain himself, the brothers are on the brink of starvation. Yi's gaze swept over the faces distorted by hunger and desire, then turned towards the northern valley. His rational mind screamed warnings, yet reality left him with no path forward. To refrain from acting could lead to internal collapse, while to act could plunge them into an unknown trap. It was a dilemma of monumental proportions. In the dead of night, Yi stood alone atop the watchtower, the biting wind tearing at him. He absently fingered a small, cold piece of dark gold stone, feeling the faint yet pure energy within. Why was survival so difficult? At that moment, Yuan appeared silently behind him. The boy, Yuan's voice remained flat, his finger twitching slightly. He may soon awaken. Yi spun around abruptly. An unknown variable was about to enter the fray. Meanwhile, the bait in the north shimmered with a deadly allure. The moment of choice had arrived. Chapter 19. The awakening of the falcon and the bait in the north. Inside the isolation chamber, the atmosphere was almost frozen. The nameless boy, or rather, the orphan of Shun village, slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? In his amber irises, there was no trace of the confusion that often accompanies awakening. Only a beast-like vigilance, an agony that penetrated to the bone, and a flicker of madness that had been forcefully suppressed, one that could incinerate everything in its path. His body tensed instantaneously, instinctively ready to spring into action, but the surrounding binding barrier was triggered immediately. Pale blue runes illuminated, and the powerful binding force made him grunt. Crashing heavily back onto the bed, his wounds reopening, blood seeping forth, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound of pain. You'd best not move. Ye's voice came from the doorway. He had appeared there unbeknownst to the boy, flanked by the cold-eyed Yuan and Xiaoing. The barrier here is sufficient to contain even a jonin. Moreover, you are gravely injured. The boy whirled around, glaring ferociously at Yi, a low, threatening growl emanating from his throat. Where is this? Who are you? His voice was hoarse and dry, yet laced with unmistakable hostility. The last ninja village. We saved you. Yi replied calmly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the boy. And you? Who are you? Why are you being pursued by Cloud? Upon hearing the name Cloud, the boy's pupils dilated sharply, the suppressed madness threatening to erupt from within, dangerous red chakra swirling around him, causing the barrier to hum ominously. Cloud. He spat out the two words through clenched teeth, filled with profound hatred. Those butchers. Realizing he had lost control, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous chakra, his eyes regaining a semblance of composure, though still brimming with caution. My name is Ming Chao, tentative, the last survivor of Shun village. He acknowledged his identity, perhaps recognizing the futility of concealment, or perhaps because he had mentioned Cloud. Why are they pursuing you? Yi pressed on. Ming Chao fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words, before finally sneering. Why? Because they are afraid. Afraid of the power coursing through our veins. They have destroyed everything and wish to eradicate all, not even sparing a discarded wretch like me who has barely escaped. His words dripped with bitter self-mockery and resentment. The seal within you was their doing. Ming Chao interrupted Yi, his tone charged with emotion. They have shackled my power as one would chain a dog. Yet they fear that this dog might one day break free. Hence they wish to eliminate me entirely. He suddenly tore open his tattered garment, revealing a grotesque wound on his chest, still bearing the charred remnants of lightning release. A parting gift from them. The information aligned closely. Yi felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. At least the other party was not deliberately lying. However, he did not let his guard down. The Minin village was small and weak, struggling for survival. Yi gazed directly into Ming Cao's eyes, stating, we saved you. But this may also bring us greater troubles. We need to know, is it only Yunin pursuing you? Are there others? Ming Chao paused, seemingly taken aback by Ye's forthrightness. He scrutinized Yi carefully, then glanced at the formidable presence of Yuan and Xiaoing behind him, as well as the modest yet intricately warded room they occupied. I do not know. He finally shook his head, his tone softening slightly. The pursuers from Yunin are like mad dogs, relentless in their pursuit. As for others, he displayed a thoughtful expression. While fleeing, I sensed other concealed gazes, but my bloodline within the falcon has an instinct for danger that is hard to articulate. Ye's heart raced. Indeed, it was highly likely there was a third pair of eyes. Was it from the root? Or that mysterious merchant? Understanding dawned upon Yi. He chose not to press further, instead saying, "You may rest here and recuperate. We will provide basic treatment and food. However, you must adhere to the rules of this place. No leaving this room, and no actions that threaten the village. Otherwise," Yi left the sentence hanging. But the cold intent of his words conveyed his stance. Ming Xiao observed Yi for a long while, suddenly twisting his lips into a smile tinged with defiance and mockery. "Ah, a small broken village, yet it has many rules. Fine, this worthless life of mine has been salvaged by you. I shall temporarily reside here. But do not expect my gratitude." Yi remained indifferent to his attitude. As long as he stayed compliant for the time being, that was enough. He signaled for Xiaoing to stay and continue treatment while he and Yuan exited the isolation room. "Is he credible?" Yuan whispered. 70% truth, 30% reservation. Yi calmly analyzed. His hatred for Yunin is genuine, and his identity as a survivor of the Falcon is likely true as well. Yet, he is certainly withholding something regarding his powers or details about his pursuers. We will continue to monitor him, maintaining the same level of scrutiny. After addressing Ming Xiao's situation, the looming food crisis in the north resurfaced in Ye's mind. The villagers' emotions were nearing their breaking point. Yi gathered the core members and briefly informed them of Ming Xiao's circumstances, emphasizing the potential presence of a third party's gaze and analyzing the possibility that the northern Bloodfang group's stronghold could be a trap. "What shall we do? Should we just watch everyone starve?" Taizhu exclaimed urgently. "Certainly not." Ye's eyes gleamed with sharp resolve. The more enticing the bait, the more impatient the fishermen. "Perhaps we can turn the tables on them." "What do you mean?" Jinjia frowned. "If they wish to lure us out, they must have set ambushes along the way. Our main force could take the bait, playing right into their hands." Yi spread out a rudimentary map, pointing towards the northern valley. "However, if we dispatch a highly skilled small team, avoiding all conventional routes and potential ambush points, our objective should not be a forceful attack, but rather reconnaissance and incendiary tactics." "Inferno tactics?" Xiaoing questioned, puzzled. "Once we confirm the existence of food, do not seize it. Instead, use oil and explosive tags to incinerate it." Ye's voice turned icy. "If we cannot possess it, we must not allow the enemy to retain it as bait to lure us further. At the same time, we create chaos, probing their strength and weaknesses, ideally forcing the puppet master to reveal a hint of their true identity. This is too risky. If the team is discovered." Jinjia voiced his concerns. "Thus, the selection of personnel must be the strongest, those best at stealth and retreat." Ye's gaze shifted to Yuan. "Yuan, you will lead the team. Select 2 exceptional individuals. Do not linger. Strike swiftly and retreat, with reconnaissance and destruction as your primary goals." Yuan nodded silently. Meanwhile, Yi continued to strategize, directing the main force to feign a frontal assault, creating a diversion to draw attention away from Yuan's operation. "Taizhu, you will be in charge of the feint." "Understood." Taizhu nodded vigorously. This was a perilous gambit. Yi surveyed the group, yet it was the only opportunity we had to break the stalemate and seize the initiative. The time for action was set for midnight tomorrow. With the plan established, the group dispersed. Yi remained alone in the room, his fingers gently tapping on the table. The awakening falcon, the bait in the north. Danger lurked at every corner, yet opportunities also lay hidden within. This game had grown increasingly intricate. Chapter 19 complete. Chapter 20. The fire in the northern valley and eyes in the shadows at midnight, under a moonless sky with a fierce wind. In the forests north of Minin village, danger loomed. Taizhu led the majority of the village's combatants, making a grand display as they advanced towards the northern valley. They deliberately created a cacophony, torches blazing in unison, as if an entire hive had emerged, heading straight for the remnants of the Bloodfang group. This was the feigned attack planned by Yi, aimed at attracting all prying eyes. Simultaneously, 3 shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, used the cover of night to stealthily approach the northern valley from another direction, navigating the most treacherous and unlikely paths along sheer cliffs. This was the elite reconnaissance team led by Yuan. In the village, Yi remained at the helm, his mind divided. One half focused on the northern operation, while the other monitored the awakening Mingqiao through the concealed techniques left in the isolation room. This orphan of the Falcon was a significant variable. Any mishap could not occur while he was still here. Inside the isolation room, Mingqiao sat against the wall, Xiaoying having just finished changing his bandages. He was unusually quiet, neither attempting to breach the barrier nor engaging in excessive conversation, merely allowing his amber eyes to scan the surroundings occasionally, sharp as a hawk, as if calculating something. Does your village often find itself in such predicaments? Mingqiao suddenly spoke, his voice still hoarse. Xiaoying hesitated, shaking her head, not in the past. Forced into this recently? Mingqiao interrupted her, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Just like us? Xiaoying fell silent, refraining from answering, and quietly tidied up the medical supplies before exiting the room. The glow of the barrier flickered slightly before returning to tranquility. Mingqiao stared at the closed door, his expression complex, ultimately transforming into an almost inaudible sigh as he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly slipping back into slumber. Yet Yi, through the technique, sensed that his chakra was flowing in an exceedingly slow and subtle manner, as if probing something or healing. His heart raced. He discreetly intensified the energy output of the barrier. In the north, Taiju's feigned attack team indeed encountered resistance. Sparse arrows and rudimentary ninjutsu rained down from the forest, obstructing their path. The attacks were not forceful but perfectly timed to delay their progress, clearly aiming to keep them stationary. Indeed, there was an ambush. Taiju felt a chill in his heart, urging his team to attack with increased fervor, ensuring the act remained convincing. On the other side, Yuan's team, like geckos, silently descended the final cliff, finally reaching the outskirts of the abandoned mine in the northern valley. A heavy stench of blood and cacophony erupted from the mine, interspersed with the raucous laughter and curses of the bandits. Yuan gestured, and the three melded into the shadows, using the cover of rubble and dead trees to stealthily approach. At the entrance of the mine, several bonfires flickered, casting a warm glow over a gathering of approximately 20 to 30 marauders, who were indulging in drink and meat around the flames. Nearby, various crates and burlap sacks lay haphazardly strewn about. With a keen gaze, Yuan scrutinized the supplies, confirming they were indeed food and medicinal herbs, plentiful yet insufficient to suggest a significant stockpile. They appeared to be deliberately arranged as bait. Deeper within the mine, shadows danced, hinting at the presence of more individuals hidden from view. Yuan refrained from making any hasty moves, instead attuning himself to his surroundings. Beyond the visible marauders and the potential threats lurking within the cave, there were subtle yet immensely powerful chakra fluctuations permeating the air. These disturbances were strategically positioned in the high points and shadows surrounding the mine, akin to patient hunters awaiting their prey to stumble into a trap. Such strength was beyond the remnants of the Bloodfang clan. They could only belong to seasoned ninjas. A sense of dread enveloped Yuan. Knight's assessment was entirely accurate. This was a meticulously crafted death trap. He executed several discreet hand gestures. One of his comrades stealthily retrieved a specially formulated oil canister mixed with black stone powder and an explosive talisman. Another team member was tasked with vigilance and documenting the locations of these concealed powerhouses. Their objective was not theft, but destruction and reconnaissance. Taking a deep breath, Yuan's gaze turned steely. He focused on a pile of burlap sacks that appeared to be the most abundant source of provisions. Now was the moment. He gestured sharply. In an instant, his teammate summoned strength, accurately hurling the hefty oil canister towards the target. Simultaneously, Yuan's hands moved in rapid succession, forming seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind materialized, not to assault the enemies, but to propel the oil canister with greater velocity towards the stack of supplies. Who goes there? The marauders were startled by the sudden commotion, rising in alarm. Bang! The oil canister struck the pile of sacks with precision, shattering upon impact and sending thick, viscous oil splattering everywhere. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Almost in synchrony, another team member expelled several fireballs, igniting the splattered oil. Boom! Flames erupted skyward, swiftly engulfing the supplies. The black stone powder intensified the fire, releasing dense black smoke. Enemy attack. Fire. Quickly extinguished the flames. Chaos erupted both inside and outside the mine. The marauders flailed in panic, while the hidden powerhouses were thrown into disarray by the sudden, targeted destruction. Several formidable presences burst forth from their concealed positions, rushing towards the inferno in an attempt to control the blaze or locate the arsonists. Retreat! Yuan barked decisively. The three of them, like wisps of smoke, slipped away along their predetermined escape route, cloaked by the turmoil of the night. Behind them blazed the inferno, the howls of marauders, and the furious roars of the hidden powerhouses. The mission was halfway completed, the trap was confirmed, and the bait was destroyed. Yet, just as Yuan's team was about to vanish into the forest, he abruptly turned back, glancing at a shadow atop the mine. There stood a vague figure, seemingly uninterested in extinguishing the fire, merely observing the unfolding chaos with a detached demeanor. Although the features were obscured, Yuan sensed an extremely chilling and familiar chakra, akin to that of the enigmatic merchant from before, yet even more potent. The eyes lurking in the shadows seemed to pierce through the darkness, momentarily locking onto Yuan's gaze. A jolt of shock coursed through Yuan, compelling him to hasten his escape. The flames in the northern valley painted the sky a vivid crimson. Back in the village, Knight received a brief report through a special communication scroll. The bait was indeed a trap, now ablaze. There are powerful foes lurking, likely connected to the previous merchant, but stronger. On the way back, Knight slowly lowered the scroll, gazing towards the faint red glow in the north, his expression grave. So it was. The machinations of the mastermind behind it all were becoming increasingly clear. He turned to glance at the isolation chamber. Narakusa remained quietly seated, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. Yet Knight understood that the storm was only just beginning. The eyes in the dark had already opened. Chapter 20 finished. Returning to Chapter 11. Rooting and sprouting, the revival of the last ninja village resembled a slow healing process in a race against death. Each day was filled with the scent of disinfecting herbs, the sounds of repairs echoing through the air, and the labored breaths of those training through pain. Knight worked tirelessly, akin to a string-drawn taut, flitting between the beds of the wounded, the reconstruction sites, and the makeshift training grounds. His training methods were simple yet rigorous. No longer confined to age-appropriate children, all ninjas with minor injuries, and even some willing villagers were required to participate. The training regimen was a source of lament for the villagers accustomed to a more leisurely lifestyle. It was no longer merely about swinging kunai, but rather grueling endurance runs, frog leaps, stealthy crawls, and the emphasis Knight placed on environmental awareness. He insisted that everyone, after exhausting their physical energy, must immediately recount at least 5 details of their surroundings encountered along the way. Remember, survival does not hinge on how far you can throw a shuriken, but on your ability to identify water sources before your adversary, to detect ambushes sooner, and to assess wind direction ahead of time. Knight's voice was icy and unequivocal. He personally demonstrated, leading by example. Even as his complexion paled, his movements remained precise and unwavering. Initially, there were many complaints, but as the villagers witnessed Knight's own fatigue yet unwavering dedication, and observed those who had survived battles due to keen observation, the grumbling gradually transformed into gritted perseverance. A new ethos, one that valued detail and endurance, began to quietly take root in this barren land. The intelligence team, under the efforts of Yuan and Huizi, began to yield unexpected results. Huizi combined the seized items from the Bloodfang clan, fragmented testimonies from captives, and Yuan's findings from field reconnaissance to compile a relatively detailed threat assessment report. The report indicated that although the Bloodfang clan had disbanded, remnants of it were likely absorbed by a nearby gang of marauders known for their predatory nature, necessitating vigilance against retaliation. Furthermore, the report highlighted several overlooked paths outside the village and potential sites for establishing forward outposts. This rough yet invaluable report was read aloud by Knight and adopted without hesitation. He immediately dispatched individuals to fortify the weak points mentioned in the report and established new hidden sentries. This direct transformation of intelligence into action allowed the villagers to tangibly appreciate the value of observation, deepening their trust in Knight. The economic predicament proved to be the most challenging. Knight was acutely aware of the dangers of living off dwindling resources. He sought out an elderly villager who had previously worked as a traveling merchant to inquire in detail about the prices and demands of nearby towns. "Do people really want that blackstone of ours?" the elder asked incredulously. "That oil stone, which only produces acrid smoke when burned, has never garnered any interest." "Yes," Knight affirmed, "it may not be a good fuel, but when mixed with other substances, it can be transformed into effective smoke bombs and rudimentary incendiaries. We could market it as a specialty, selling small quantities to small mercenary groups or caravan escorts in need, in exchange for urgently required medicinal herbs and food. This was a bold and risky proposition. Selling items with military potential could attract unwanted attention. Yet Knight had no alternative. He strictly regulated the quantities sold and the clientele, only connecting with reputable small buyers through the old merchant. Concurrently, he organized women and children to gather the unique hemostatic herbs and a remarkably resilient vine from the back mountains, endeavoring to create more effective hemostatic ointments and durable ropes, hoping to open new sources of revenue. Days passed in this state of extreme busyness and tension. The elderly village chief, Mayano Shu, finally emerged from the brink of death under the tireless care of the medical ninjas, yet remained weak and unconscious, unable to govern. Naturally, Knight assumed full control over the village's decisions, with his small dwelling becoming the new command center. The transition of power was unexpectedly tranquil. The harsh lessons of bloodshed and the pressures of survival compelled the villagers to place their unwavering trust in this miraculous youth. Late into the night, after attending to all urgent matters, he returned to his humble abode, his body nearly numb from fatigue. Beneath the flickering oil lamp, he unfurled a fresh piece of parchment and began to write, not defensive strategies or training outlines, but rather the preliminary outline for the future development of Moin Village. He inscribed long-term objectives such as the deepening of the educational system, the development of unique ninjutsu based on local geology and vegetation, the expansion of the intelligence network, and the establishment of low-level connections with neighboring small nations and neutral organizations. With each item he penned, he felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. Yet, a faint ember flickered within him. He understood that merely safeguarding the village was insufficient. To truly stand firm, they must grow stronger and possess leverage that even the 5 great nations would hesitate to confront. Outside, the night was eerily silent, save for the occasional soft footfall of patrolling sentinels. He set down his pen, massaging his aching temples. The road ahead was long, indeed. Yet, the seeds of hope had already taken root in this land drenched in blood and fire, awaiting the day they would burst forth. He extinguished the oil lamp and lay down upon the cold bed. Just before surrendering to slumber, he thought he heard a distant, eerie howl, one that did not belong to the domesticated animals of Moin Village. Startled awake, he opened his eyes wide, sleep completely vanishing, and quietly grasped the kunai hidden beneath his pillow. The crisis had never truly receded. Chapter 21. Embers and choices. The flames in the northern valley gradually extinguished before dawn, leaving only billowing smoke and devastation in their wake. The squad led by Tsubame returned safely, bringing with them more detailed intelligence. The ambushers were well-trained, operating with remarkable coordination, far from mere common thieves or wandering ninjas. Their leader exuded a chilling chakra, reminiscent of the merchants encountered earlier, with strength that was unfathomable. They seemed to be executing orders with military precision rather than the haphazardness of mercenaries. The likelihood of a root connection was becoming increasingly plausible. A chill crept down his spine as he realized their methods surpassed his expectations. The feigned assault led by Tetsuzan also returned, having faced a perfectly calibrated resistance that neither allowed rapid advancement nor easy retreat, clearly designed to delay and exhaust, waiting for the main course to be served. Had it not been for Tsubame's swift action, the consequences would have been dire. Their mission had succeeded, yet it also bore the mark of failure. They had burned the decoy, thwarted the enemy's traps, and gleaned some truths from the deception, yet the food crisis remained unmitigated, exacerbated instead by the resources expended during this operation. The villagers' spirits, which had soared to euphoric heights the previous night, plummeted into the depths of despair. The flicker of hope cruelly snuffed out. Such a blow was even more devastating. Food. We need food. Going out means death. Staying here also means death. Let us fight. Panic and desperation began to morph into unrest as a faction of villagers surrounded his humble dwelling, their voices charged with agitation and resentment. Kenji and Tetsuzan struggled to contain the crowd, and the situation escalated dangerously. Knight stepped outside, his complexion pale, yet his gaze remarkably calm as it swept over the agitated throng. He spoke not a word, but silently produced several empty rice sacks from behind him, casting them before the assembled crowd. Fight! With what shall we fight? His voice, though soft, cut through the clamor with crystal clarity. With our trembling bodies? With the few kunai and explosive tags we have left? Or shall we sacrifice our fervent, yet futile blood to fill the pits that our enemies have already dug? The crowd quieted somewhat, yet the despair in their eyes remained unabated. Food. I will find a way, he continued, his tone resolute, but not through your reckless methods. Grant me 3 days. Within 3 days, I assure you I will procure food. 3 days? How is that possible? Where will you find it? Doubts echoed once more. This is my responsibility. Knight raised his voice sharply, imbued with undeniable authority. Everyone, return to your posts. Heighten your vigilance. Anyone causing disorder will be treated as a threat to morale. His icy glare quelled the unrest, and after urging from Kenji and others, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. However, it was clear that this was but a temporary reprieve. 3 days was the utmost limit he could negotiate. Once back inside, Knight sank into a chair, weariness enveloping him. A solution? What viable solution did he possess? All conventional channels had been blocked. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the isolation chamber. Perhaps the only variable lay with the orphan hidden within the confines of the Falcon's domain. He approached the isolation chamber once more. Narukes remained in the same position as before, seemingly untouched by time. Yet Knight could sense that his chakra was more vibrant than earlier. His injuries healing at an astonishing rate. The bloodline of the Falcon, indeed, was exceptional. You require sustenance, Knight stated directly, and so does the village. Narukes opened his eyes, a flicker of derision flashing in his amber gaze. So, the great savior intends to leverage my plight for his own gain? A transaction, Knight replied calmly. You assist me in resolving the food crisis, and I will aid you in addressing your seal. Narukes' posture stiffened abruptly, the mockery in his eyes replaced by a sharp intensity. What did you say? You can unravel the seal of genin? His voice bore disbelief, laced with a deep-seated yearning. I cannot fully unbind it, Knight confessed, but perhaps I can help you gain a degree of control over it, rather than being subjugated by it or sealed entirely. I have studied the properties of that mineral. It possesses a unique effect on chakra. He subtly hinted at the dark gold stones as bait. Narukes scrutinized Knight intently, as if weighing the veracity of his words. That seal was the source of his torment. It was both a shackle and the only hope for revenge he possessed. How will you resolve the food crisis? He finally rasped after a long silence. I know of a hidden path that circumvents the main blockades, leading to a small neutral black market. However, it is fraught with danger, inhabited by numerous desperate souls, and likely under surveillance by the roots. I require someone strong, swift, and inconspicuous to conduct the transaction. Knight outlined his plan. He could not deploy any known ninjas from the village. The risk was too great. Yet Narukes, an outsider with uncertain strength and a sensitive identity, was the optimal choice. You wish for me to walk into death's embrace? Narukes scoffed. That is part of the transaction. Knight replied impassively. You may choose to refuse and await starvation, or to be sought by genin and the roots. Alternatively, you may gamble for yourself and for this village, which offers you a temporary refuge, to carve out a path to survival. I will provide you with sufficient funds, a token, and a bit of that energy, which may prove useful in a critical moment. Once more, Narukes fell silent, his fingers absently scratching at the wooden floor. Risks and opportunities lay before him. To trust this unfamiliar village? To trust this youth, who, though young, possessed a profound depth of thought? He glanced out at the emaciated villagers, their eyes dulled, and recalled the devastation of his own home. A pang of shared suffering, mingled with hatred for genin and the roots, ultimately quelled his doubts. Very well, he uttered, his voice dry yet resolute. I shall assist you, but remember your promise. Should I discover that you have deceived me? He left the threat hanging, his eyes conveying all that needed to be said. Agreed, Knight nodded. At the stroke of midnight, I will see you out. With the plan set, Knight immediately set about preparations. He utilized the last of the village's reserves, supplemented by several mediocre shards of dark gold as hard currency. He handed Narukes a map of a highly secretive route known only to him and Tsubame. At the stroke of midnight, the barrier of the isolation chamber quietly dissolved. Ming Chao emerged, donning a pristine dark travel outfit. The pallor on his face significantly diminished, his gaze sharp as a blade, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to break free. Remember, prioritize the transaction and act discreetly. Regardless of success or failure, you must return at this time in 3 days, Yi cautioned. Ming Chao cast a lingering glance at Yi, offered no reply, and with a flicker, melded into the night like a wraith, vanishing from sight. Yi stood in the darkness, watching the direction of his departure, uncertainty gnawing at his heart. This was a high-stakes gamble, a wager on Ming Xiao's abilities, his trustworthiness, and the capriciousness of fortune. The village remained shrouded in hunger and despair. The embers of the northern valley still smoldering, and watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. An uncertain, razor-sharp talon of fate had silently unsheathed, aimed at the unknown darkness. The fate of Morin village now rested once more in the hands of a foreigner. Chapter 22. Terrifying encounters in the black market, and the Talon-esque grim cry. The night was as dark as ink, and Ming Xiao's figure flitted through the forest, swift enough to leave behind only a blurred shadow. The secretive footwork inherited from the Talon clan rendered him akin to a true night hawk, silently evading all conceivable eyes and traps. He recalled the map he had provided. The narrow path wound intricately toward a secluded hollow in the borderlands known as Mole Town. This place was a hidden black market, teeming with renegade ninjas, wandering warriors, underground merchants, and various fugitives. Waves of hunger assailed him, not solely from his own stomach, but also from the struggling villagers behind him. This sensation irked him, yet curiously subdued the primal force within him that yearned to roar. He tightened his grip on the heavy pouch of coins and the few shards of stones pulsating with strange energy. Before dawn, he reached the outskirts of Mole Town. The air was thick with the acrid scent of low-quality tobacco, alcohol, and a faint hint of blood. Ramshackle shanties and tents were haphazardly crammed together, while figures with fierce gazes, armed and vigilant, lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing every outsider. Ming Xiao lowered the hood of his cloak, concealing his presence to the utmost, merging into the bustling yet eerily quiet throng. Transactions unfolded primarily in silence, communicated through discreet gestures, with the occasional hushed argument that quickly faded away. Following Ye's instructions, he sought a tent adorned with a tattered wind chime, an extremely clandestine contact point left behind by an old merchant. As he approached the target tent, an acute sensation of being watched surged up his spine. The Talon clan's bloodline instinctively warned him of danger. He refrained from turning back or hastening his pace, instead casually veering into a nearby stall selling subpar ninja tools, pretending to inspect the rusted shurikens while his peripheral vision swept across the area. Several individuals clad in ordinary wandering ninja attire, seemingly meandering, had their gazes intentionally or unintentionally fixed in his direction, their positions appearing casual, subtly sealed off all possible escape routes. Their movements were coordinated, and their eyes sharp, far from the demeanor of mere black market thugs. Root or cloud hidden? Ming Xiao's heart sank. There were indeed spies. This contact point had likely been compromised. Maintaining his composure, he placed the shuriken down and turned, walking in the opposite direction at a measured pace. Immediately, the tails followed suit. He could not head to the contact point now. He had to leave at once. Yet, the task he set out for remained unfinished. The food was still awaited in that wretched village. An inexplicable surge of anxiety and ferocity welled within him. Why? Why must those who merely wish to survive be hunted down like rats? He quickened his steps, darting into a narrow, filthy alley. The footsteps behind him quickened in response. The alley culminated in a dead end. Ming Xiao abruptly turned, pressing his back against the wall, his hand beneath the cloak discreetly grasping the short dagger at his waist. 3 wandering ninjas blocked the alley's entrance, advancing slowly with cold gazes, playful in their predation. "Kid, you run pretty fast," one rasped. "Come with us. Someone wants to see you." Ming Xiao did not respond, instead gradually adjusting his breathing, attuning himself to the power within him that had been sealed. Now restless and eager to erupt, Ye's warnings echoed in his ears, but at this moment, retreat was impossible. It seemed a struggle was inevitable. The other sneered, beginning to form hand seals. Now was the moment. A fierce glimmer ignited in Ming Xiao's eyes, not charging toward the enemies, but instead. He forcefully hurled a shard of dark gold stone to the ground. The stone shattered, and the strange energy erupted instantaneously. The 3 root ninjas were evidently caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, their chakra senses momentarily disrupted by the sudden emergence of pure energy. In that fleeting moment, Ming Xiao moved. His body seemed to transform into a true bolt of black lightning, not charging in a straight line, but instead tracing a bizarre, non-linear trajectory, darting past one of the ninjas. The dagger sliced through the air, drawing forth a spray of crimson. The ninja clutched his throat. Disbelief etched across his face as he collapsed. "Kill him!" The remaining 2 shouted, startled and enraged, unleashing their ninjutsu. Earth spikes erupted from the ground. Wind blades howled as they sliced through the air. Ming Xiao's figure flickered within the confined space, evading attacks with hair's breadth precision, the dagger striking like a viper. each thrust aimed directly at vital points. The Talon clan's martial arts were vicious and efficient, bred solely for slaughter. Yet he was still nursing injuries and facing two adversaries, quickly falling into a disadvantage. A wind blade grazed his arm, blood streaming forth. Capture him. Alive. The leading root ninja barked, recognizing Ming Xiao's potential value. Alive? A cruel smile crept upon Ming Xiao's lips. The seal within him trembled violently due to the fierce battle and surging emotions, the crimson, savage chakra nearly breaking free. No. He must not lose control here. He swiftly tossed several smoke bombs, and thick smoke enveloped the alley. Do not let him escape. The root ninjas rushed into the smoke. However, within the mist, no sounds of fleeing footsteps echoed. Instead, a suppressed yet primal roar reverberated, akin to the final cry of a desperate hawk. A surge of overwhelming, violent red chakra exploded forth, instantly dispersing the smoke. The first root ninja, caught off guard, screamed as if struck by an invisible force, hurtling backward to crash against the wall, bones shattering. The surviving ninja stared in horror at the figure partially obscured in the smoke, wreathed in an ominous red glow. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson. A monster. He instinctively recoiled. The figure amidst the red light did not pursue, but abruptly turned, bursting forth with a speed that surpassed before, smashing through the ramshackle wooden shed at the alley's side, vanishing into the chaos of the crowd outside. The surviving root ninja, shaken to his core, gazed at the dire state of his fallen companions, one dead and the other gravely injured, his face ashen. He hastily produced a communication scroll, breathlessly reporting, "Target is out of control. Suspected bloodline runaway. Strength far exceeds estimates. Requesting support." His words were cut short as a silent wind blade swept by, severing both the scroll and his arm. Yuan's figure appeared behind him like a specter, eyes cold as ice. Cleanup complete. Yuan whispered to the empty alley before vanishing once more. The alleys of the black market once again succumbed to silence, leaving behind two lifeless bodies and a gravely injured root ninja, as well as the unsettling remnants of frenzied chakra and dark golden stone energy lingering in the air. In the distance, Naruto clutched his newly reopened wound, desperately fleeing towards the outskirts of the village with the last vestiges of sanity. The power within him still roared, assaulting the seals and inflicting excruciating pain, yet it also endowed him with the swiftness to escape. He was oblivious to whom he had slain or what had transpired thereafter. All he comprehended was that the mission had failed, his identity might have been exposed, and he had unwittingly invited greater calamity. Yet he was alive. Furthermore, that power seemed not entirely beyond his grasp. A frenzied thought blossomed in his pained mind. Perhaps the boy named Yuru could indeed assist him. He must return to that dilapidated village. It might be his sole refuge, his final sanctuary. Chapter 22 and Chapter 23. The bloodstained return and heavy truth. In the darkest hour before dawn, the perimeter traps of the last ninja village were triggered. It was not the fierce impact of an enemy invasion, but rather a weak yet persistent sound of friction. The station ninjas looked on nervously and beheld a figure staggering from the shadows, collapsing heavily before the village's defensive barrier, bloodied and breathless. It was none other than Naruto, who had departed the night before. He clutched a small, blood-soaked bundle tightly in his arms. It was him. Quickly, open the gate. The guarding ninja recognized him and hastily opened a small gap. Naruto nearly crawled inside, but once within the village, he could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground, though his hand remained tightly grasping the bundle. His consciousness was fading, his lips moving as if repeating something. Yuru and Kakeru arrived immediately. Upon witnessing Naruto's plight, Yuru's heart sank. Koyomi rushed forward to administer aid, her face growing increasingly pale. Old wounds had fully reopened, chakra was depleted, and new lightning burns and internal injuries indicated he had endured a fierce battle. Yuru's gaze fell upon the bundle Naruto had desperately protected. With great care, he pried open Naruto's clenched fingers and retrieved the bundle. It felt heavy in his hands, and upon opening it, he discovered not the anticipated ample provisions, but merely a few packs of compressed rations and scant emergency medical supplies, clearly insufficient to address the village's crisis. Moreover, there was an item, a bloodied scroll of peculiar material, bearing the insignia of the hidden cloud village. Yuru's heart raced. He immediately placed Naruto in quarantine, allowing Koyomi to treat him with utmost urgency, while he and Kakeru hurried to the secret chamber with the scroll. Had they encountered an ambush in the black market? Kakeru briefly reported on the situation he had observed at the fringes of the black market and the subsequent cleanup. He had unleashed that sealed power, which was formidable but had spiraled out of control. By the time I arrived, the battle had concluded, and he was gone, leaving behind 3 root ninjas, 2 dead and 1 severely injured. I managed the scene. Yoru inhaled deeply. The root's presence was indeed confirmed. Naruto's exposure signified that the last ninja village might now fall under the more direct scrutiny of the root. His gaze returned to the bloodied scroll. This was evidently not the original target of Naruto's transaction, but rather a trophy seized from the enemy, or perhaps a trap deliberately left behind. Out of caution, Yoru refrained from opening it directly, opting instead to employ various simple jutsu to test for toxins and seals. Once assured there were no obvious traps, he cautiously unwrapped the scroll. The contents within elicited an immediate pallor on the faces of Yoru and Kakeru. This was not a mission scroll or a record of jutsu, but rather a memorandum of transactions and an operational report. The records came from a shadowy group under a high-ranking official of the Hidden Cloud Village, and the transaction target was explicitly marked as the root. The content was chilling. The Hidden Cloud Village provided a detailed assessment report regarding the potential threats and instability of the Hayabusa clan's bloodline, along with some experimental data, and dispatched elite teams to assist in eradication, with a promise to share research findings afterwards. In return, the root pledged support to the Hidden Cloud Village on certain specific matters and offered detailed intelligence and weaknesses analysis concerning several unstable small ninja villages bordering the Land of Fire, including the last ninja village, tacitly permitting, even assisting the Hidden Cloud Village in addressing these hazards. The date of the memorandum coincided with the destruction of the Hayabusa clan. The subsequent operational report coldly described how to encircle the Hayabusa clan, testing various sealing techniques on the limitations of that bloodline, and ultimately concluding with the decision to eradicate it completely to eliminate future threats. Naruto's village had been obliterated in collusion between the Hidden Cloud and the root, and the last ninja village had long been earmarked by the root as a bargaining chip on the Hidden Cloud Village's extermination list. No wonder the root had been so relentless in suppressing and isolating the last ninja village. They had long plotted to use a knife to kill, or to intervene personally. A frigid fury surged from the depths of Yoru's heart, instantaneously engulfing his entire being. It was not fear that consumed him, but rather the stark reality of this naked, callous conspiracy and betrayal that treated human life as expendable. The darkness and brutality of the ninja world lay bare before him in such a direct and bloody manner. So it was. Kakeru's voice trembled slightly. The fog he had been pursuing had finally revealed a glimpse of its most monstrous form. Yoru gripped the scroll tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force. He finally understood the deep-seated hatred that consumed Naruto and grasped the utterly desperate plight faced by the last ninja village. The shadows of the 2 major ninja villages intertwined into a net, intent on crushing these unstable elements desperately clinging to life. There was no retreat, no semblance of luck to be had. At that moment, a medical-class genin rushed in, breathless. Lord Yoru. Naruto awakened briefly, repeatedly uttering a single phrase. What did he say? Yoru's head snapped up. He said the granary is false. The intelligence is real. Flee quickly. The granary is false. The intelligence is real. This presumably referred to the bait in the black market and this bloodied scroll. Yoru slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. When he opened them again, all anger and uncertainty had vanished, leaving only a cold, resolute calmness. Flee. Where could they escape to? In this ninja world, was there any refuge left for them? Since there was nowhere to run, then they would not flee. He meticulously secured the bloodied scroll. It was both evidence and a weapon. Kakeru, expand the reconnaissance perimeter. Monitor all major routes leading to the Hidden Cloud and the Land of Fire. Uncle Kenji, accelerate the internal restructuring. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. Tetsuju, reinforce all traps, especially those targeting lightning techniques and large summoning beasts. The commands resonated coldly, more resolute than ever. He approached the window and gazed towards the eastern horizon where dawn was breaking. The truth that Naruto had exchanged his life for was heavy enough to crush anyone. Yet it decisively severed all illusions and hesitations. The last ninja village, the root, and the Hidden Cloud Village were locked in a deadly conflict. Either they would be obliterated in silence, or they would carve a bloody path through relentless combat. Chapter 23 End. Chapter 24. Burning the ships and the glimmer of dark gold, the bloodstained scroll seared itself like a branding iron into the hearts of every core member of the last ninja village. The final remnants of hope were utterly shattered, and in the wake of despair, a fierce determination to fight to the bitter end was born. How many more days can the food last? Yoru's voice echoed in the secret chamber, devoid of emotion. At most, 5 days. If rations are cut, perhaps 7 days. Koyomi's voice was subdued. Not enough. Yoru shook his head. We need more time. His gaze swept over the gathered members, and from this day forth, all non-combat personnel will have their rations halved. The combat personnel maintained basic supplies. The hunting teams were fully recalled and integrated into the defense sequence. This meant that most would be left in a state of semi-starvation. No one opposed. Each person's gaze was filled with determination. That night, Iron Pillar clenched his fists, wanting to say something but unsure what words to utter. A direct confrontation? What could we possibly use to fight? We were not waiting for death. Knight interrupted him, his sharp gaze sweeping across the dimly glowing dark gold stone on the table. We are exchanging time for an opportunity. He picked up the stone. Its energy possesses more potential than we imagined. Not only can it assist in cultivation, but it may also serve greater purposes. He looked towards Xiao Ying and the recently revived Ming Chao, who had been forcibly asked to attend. Xiao Ying, how effective was the energy in stabilizing your injuries? Very effective, but difficult to control and highly consuming, Xiao Ying replied candidly. Ming Chao, Knight turned to him. What did you feel during your rampage? Ming Chao's complexion remained pale, yet his eyes sparkled with a mix of fear and excitement. It was incredibly powerful, but like a runaway horse, it could burn everything, including myself. He touched the reinforced seal on his chest, which Knight and Xiao Ying had urgently strengthened during his unconscious state. Combining the energy of the dark gold stone with sealing techniques, seemingly offering a possibility of guidance beyond Yun Yin's pure suppression. What if we could control this energy? Knight proposed a groundbreaking idea, not sealing it like Yun Yin, nor releasing it completely as you did during your rampage, but guiding it, wielding it as a weapon. A means to unleash power far exceeding our own for a brief moment? The room fell silent, everyone stunned by this audacious notion. This is far too dangerous. Kenji was the first to object. What if it spirals out of control? If we do not take risks, we will not even have a chance. Knight raised his voice, refusing to allow us the luxury of gradual development. Yun Yin's slaughter may already be on its way. We lack time, resources, and most importantly, we need the power to intimidate our enemies. He pointed at the dark gold stone. This may be the only thing that can grant us such deterrence. We need a method, a technique, to safely and controllably channel its energy, even if only for a moment. His gaze finally landed on Xiao Ying and Ming Chao. Xiao Ying, you will focus on researching the stable output of energy and its compatibility with human meridians. Ming Chao, you are the only one who has personally experienced that power. You need to describe that feeling in detail and attempt minimal guidance exercises while the seal is loosened. Yuan, you are responsible for their absolute safety. If there are any signs of loss of control, suppress it immediately. This was an almost suicidal research plan. Yet, no one raised further objections. In the face of desperation, all that remained was the willingness to take risks. The core strength of Mornin Village was invested in this mad, dark gold energy guidance scheme. Knight immersed himself wholly in the endeavor, combining certain concepts from his past life in physics and chemistry with sealing techniques and chakra control from the world of Naruto, desperately seeking a precarious balance. Days passed in a haze of hunger, tension, and perilous experiments. The isolation chamber was transformed into a temporary laboratory, fortified with stronger barriers. Ming Chao became the most crucial test subject and censor. Time and again, he teetered on the edge of losing control, enduring immense pain, yet gritting his teeth to persist. The hatred for Yun Yin and the root fueled his endurance. Xiao Ying concentrated on the gentle processing of energy. She discovered that mixing dark gold stone powder with specific proportions of calming herbs, supplemented with special chakra harmonization, could slightly reduce the energy's ferocity, making it easier to guide. Though at the cost of diminished power, progress was slow and arduous. Failure became commonplace, with occasional energy leaks resulting in small-scale explosions or mental shocks, narrowly avoided thanks to Yuan's timely interventions. Meanwhile, external pressures intensified. Yuan's reconnaissance team discovered an alarming increase in unfamiliar watchers surrounding the village, although still concealed. Their frequency and range of activity were escalating, as if a vast net were slowly tightening. On the 5th day, food supplies were completely exhausted. The weakness and panic induced by hunger began to spread uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of complete despair. In the dead of night, within the isolation laboratory, A suppressed roar of tremendous agony echoed, followed not by the usual chaotic energy surges or explosions, but by a sudden eruption of stable, resplendent dark golden light. At the center of the glow, Ming Chao knelt, trembling violently, drenched in sweat. Yet above his right palm floated a dark golden energy sphere, fist-sized and spinning continuously. No longer wild, the energy sphere radiated a stable, contained aura, imbued with terrifying power. Had we succeeded? Knight, Xiaoying, and Yuan collectively held their breath, anxiously watching the energy sphere. Ming Chao struggled to lift his head, his expression a blend of extreme pain and an unprecedented sense of control. He forcefully propelled the energy sphere towards a thick steel plate set up for testing in the corner of the laboratory. Whoosh! The dark golden energy sphere collided silently with the steel plate, not exploding, but rather melting through it as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, creating a smooth-edged circular hole. It continued unabated, piercing through 3 additional stone walls before finally dissipating. The power was astonishing and controllable. An overwhelming silence enveloped the laboratory, which soon erupted into uncontainable excitement. Though merely a preliminary result, far from practical application, and with a tremendous burden on Ming Chao, this proved a viable path. The energy of the dark gold stone could indeed be guided and controlled. Let us call it the dark gold projectile, Knight suggested, his voice tinged with weary exhilaration. Just then, an urgent alarm suddenly shattered the night. Enemy attack. Southwest direction. A large number of enemies were approaching. The frantic shouts of the guarding ninjas echoed through the entire village. The final moment had arrived. The excitement in Knight's eyes instantaneously transformed into a chilling battle intent. Yuan, confirm the enemy's identity and scale. Iron Pillar, Kinji, organize the defense according to the first plan. Xiaoying, take Ming Chao to rest and recover immediately. The rest, prepare to face the enemy. He seized the remaining dark gold stone on the table, gripping it tightly in his palm. After being tempered for so long, it was time for the enemy to witness whether the blade forged in the crucible of despair in Mornin Village was sharp enough. Chapter 24 End. Chapter 25. Thunderclouds over the city, and the initial cry of dark gold, the piercing alarm rang like a death knell, shattering the brief tranquility of Mornin Village, sustained solely by willpower. The hungry and fatigued villagers were forcibly injected with adrenaline, stumbling towards their respective defensive posts amidst the furious shouts of Iron Pillar and Kenji. Fear lingered, yet it was overshadowed by a numbness and ferocity born from being pushed to the brink. Knight was the first to ascend the highest watchtower, and Yuan's figure almost simultaneously appeared by his side. To the southwest, billowing dust clouds loomed. This was not a ragtag group, but rather a well-organized ninja battalion. Their numbers exceeded 50, moving swiftly and cooperating seamlessly, divided into several combat teams, advancing in a fan-shaped formation. Clad in uniform dark combat attire, they bore the forehead protectors of Yunin Village. It was indeed Yunin. They arrived too swiftly. Not just Yunin, Yuan's voice was icy. Pointing towards the sides of the formation where several shadowy figures moved with even more peculiar stealth. Those were from the root. They were overseeing the operation or preventing anyone from fleeing. Yunyin's main force was launching a strong assault, while the root locked down the flanks. A standard extermination configuration. Knight's pupils constricted to their limits. The enemy's numbers and strength far exceeded expectations, and their coordination was evidently meticulous. Defense array. Engage. The sounds of the night resonated throughout the village via loudspeakers. The traps, meticulously set in advance, were triggered one after another. Snare wires, pitfall traps, explosive symbols. However, the cloud-hidden ninjas were evidently prepared. Several Earth-style ninjas swiftly emerged from the vanguard, deftly neutralizing or circumventing most of the rudimentary traps. The offensive was hardly slowed. Archers. Launch. A commander shouted hoarsely. A few scattered arrows fell, yet the cloud-hidden ninjas easily deflected or evaded them, yielding minimal results. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. Among the cloud-hidden ranks, a ninja resembling a squad leader rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing twisting bolts of lightning that struck the village's defensive barricade like a colossal serpent. Boom! Wood splintered into the air. The reinforced barricade was blown apart, creating a gaping breach. Charge in. Leave no survivors. The cloud-hidden ninjas roared with bloodlust, surging toward the breach like a tidal wave. Hold them back. Taiju bellowed, rallying a group of villagers armed with rudimentary weapons and lower-ranking ninjas to block the gap. igniting a brutal melee. Blood splattered, and screams echoed. The ninjas of the ninja village were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, strength, and equipment. Casualties appeared almost instantaneously. It was only through sheer reckless determination and a slight advantage in terrain that they managed to hold the line, but collapse seemed imminent. Knight stood atop the tower. His heart wrenched, yet he forced himself to remain calm. He could not lose control. He must find a breakthrough. His gaze fixated on the cloud-hidden squad leader who had unleashed the lightning release. Capture the leader first. Yuan, can the left flank hold? Knight inquired swiftly. It's worth a try, but not for long, Yuan replied succinctly. We don't need long. Taiju, Uncle Kenji, contract the defense, hold the breach. Buy me some time. Knight commanded, simultaneously forming hand seals with great speed. Water release, water chaos wave. This was not an attack on the enemy, but rather a means to conjure a vast amount of mist, enveloping the battlefield and somewhat obscuring the cloud-hidden ninjas' vision and the conduction of their lightning techniques. At the same time, he leaped from the watchtower, darting toward the cloud-hidden squad leader like a leopard. There's one who resembles a challenger. The cloud-hidden squad leader sneered, advancing rather than retreating, gathering lightning once more in his hands, executing lightning release. Lightning Tiger. The ferocious lightning beast lunged at Knight. Knight did not flinch or evade, a glimmer of resolution in his eyes. Just as the lightning beast was about to collide with him, his form flickered strangely, as if he had predicted the moment, narrowly brushing past the lightning with precision. Simultaneously, a specially crafted kunai slipped from his sleeve, its end embedded with a small piece of dark gold stone. He frantically infused the dwindling chakra he had left into the kunai. The dark gold stone suddenly glimmered with a faint light. Die? The cloud-hidden squad leader did not anticipate such a slippery opponent, reacting swiftly to slash at Knight's back. At that moment, Knight pivoted sharply, driving the kunai, glowing with dark golden light, forcefully against the incoming blade. There was no anticipated clash of metal. Sizzle. Like a red-hot branding iron searing into butter, the dark gold kunai instantaneously severed the ninja's blade, the momentum unyielding. It plunged directly into the chest of the cloud-hidden squad leader. What? The sneer on the cloud-hidden squad leader's face froze, transforming into disbelief. He felt a searing and violent energy invade his body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians and internal organs. Having struck true, Knight did not linger, immediately withdrawing. Boom. The cloud-hidden squad leader convulsed violently, the wound in his chest emitting a dark red glow, before he suddenly expanded like a balloon, bursting apart with a thunderous explosion. Flesh and blood scattered. This sudden, bizarre, and brutal scene instantly stunned the surrounding cloud-hidden ninjas. Their assault faltered. The terrifying power of the dark gold energy was unveiled to the world for the first time. However, Knight's complexion turned pale instantly. That last strike had nearly drained him of most of his chakra and mental energy. The energy of the dark gold stone was exceedingly difficult to control, and the backlash was immense. Kill him. Avenge the captain. After a brief shock, more cloud-hidden ninjas, their eyes red with fury, lunged at Knight. Just then, whoosh. A sharp sound of slicing air erupted from behind the village. A figure wrapped in unstable dark red energy shot into the battlefield like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd of cloud-hidden ninjas charging at Knight. It was Ming Xiao. He forcibly squeezed out the little strength he had just regained, even utilizing part of the unmastered Hayabusa bloodline, his energy wildly volatile, his eyes glowing crimson. Get back! He roared like a beast, wildly swinging his arms, unleashing dark red energy and the unique wind blades of Hayabusa, instantly shredding several cloud-hidden ninjas. The scene descended into chaos. His entrance temporarily alleviated the pressure on Knight, but also introduced greater uncertainty. He could completely lose control at any moment. Madman. Another monster. The cloud-hidden ninjas were filled with rage and fear. Their offensive once again thwarted. On the flank, Yuan, like a wraith, entangled the few root ninjas attempting to flank them. Though perilous, he successfully delayed their advance. By sheer grit, Knight's ingenious tactics, Ming Xiao's frenzy, and Yuan's entanglement, the ninja village managed to miraculously withstand the first wave of the cloud-hidden's ferocious assault. The battlefield fell into a temporary stalemate, but everyone knew this was merely a brief reprieve. The main forces of Cloud-Hidden remained unscathed, and the strong from the roots had yet to unleash their full power. The ninja village had already exhausted its trump cards, suffering heavy casualties, and was at its breaking point. Knight gasped for breath, retreating to the defense line, beholding the scene of carnage that resembled hell. Witnessing the villagers drenched in blood, yet still fighting valiantly, observing the unstable state of Ming Qiao, and the predatory gaze of the Root's formidable warriors in the distance. In the first round, they had barely held on. But what of the next? The commander of Cloud Hidden would not grant them respite. New orders had already been issued, and more Cloud Hidden ninjas began forming hand seals, conjuring even stronger jutsu. The thunderclouds continued to loom ominously above the End Ninja Village. End of Chapter 25, Chapter 26. Untitled draft. The brief stalemate was shattered by a more savage onslaught. The Cloud Hidden ninjas, enraged by the bizarre deaths of their comrades and Ming Xiao's frenzied assault, sent more Chunin and even Jiaonin into battle. The light of lightning release illuminated the sky once more, pouring down like a torrential rain upon the End Ninja Village's makeshift defenses. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. The remaining ninjas of the End Ninja Village exerted every ounce of their strength to cast defensive jutsu, but against the absolute disparity in power, they were easily torn apart like paper. The sounds of explosions, anguished cries, and collapsing buildings filled the air. Taiju, covered in blood, swung a massive beam he had scavenged like a mad tiger, smashing a charging Cloud Hidden ninja away, only to be grazed by a lightning spear, leaving him charred and staggering backward, where he was dragged back by two villagers who fought to the death. Kenji led the elderly, women, and children, using stones, sharpened sticks, and even their teeth to block any enemy attempting to breach the gap, suffering heavy casualties as their defense teetered on the brink of collapse. Knight had nearly exhausted his chakra, relying solely on taijutsu and shuriken to fend off adversaries, perilously close to defeat. He attempted to reignite the dark gold kunai, only to find that his chakra was insufficient to unleash the violent energy. Ming Qiao became the most unstable element on the battlefield. He charged through the ranks of Cloud Hidden ninjas like a feral beast, the dark red energy and wind blades devastating all in their path, temporarily restraining a significant number of enemies. Yet with each attack, the ceiling light upon him dimmed, and the madness and pain in his eyes intensified, clearly nearing the brink of complete loss of control. Concentrate fire. Eliminate that monster first. The Cloud Hidden commander discerned the danger and instability posed by Ming Qiao, issuing the command with urgency. Several skilled Cloud Shinobi, adept in lightning release and sealing techniques, immediately abandoned their other targets and began forming hand seals simultaneously. Lightning release, thunder binding coffin. Lightning release, 16 pillars binding technique. A massive cage of lightning and countless chains of electricity descended from the heavens, enveloping Naruto in an instant. The speed was astonishing, and the breadth was so extensive that evasion was impossible. Naruto emitted a furious roar, dark red energy surging upward in a desperate attempt to break free, yet he was ensnared like a moth caught in a spider's web. Firmly bound by the overwhelming sealing technique of lightning release, his movements growing sluggish. Now was the moment. Lightning release, thunder torment level Chio dance. A Cloud Shinobi leaped high, his entire being transforming into a colossal blade of lightning, aimed at cleaving Naruto in half. This was a lethal strike. Naruto, Knight's eyes widened in desperation, yearning to assist but entangled by other foes, utterly unable to extricate himself. Everyone believed Naruto was doomed. At that critical juncture, a piercing cry erupted from the depths of Naruto's throat, a sound so sorrowful it seemed to tear at the very fabric of the soul. It was not the howl of a human, but the final lament of a desperate falcon burning its life away. The seal on his chest, already on the brink of destruction, exploded violently. A surge of crimson chakra, far greater than any before, erupted forth, instantly shattering the lightning cage and chains. The horrific shockwave sent several Cloud Shinobi reeling, spitting blood. At the epicenter of this energy, Naruto began undergoing a peculiar transformation. Dark red feather-like patterns emerged upon his skin. His nails sharpened into claws, and his eyes ignited into a blazing crimson. He lost all rationality, consumed by the most primal and violent instincts of destruction. What a monster! Even the battle-hardened Cloud Shinobi felt a tremor of fear. Naruto, now completely rampaging, became a crimson whirlwind, charging towards the nearest Cloud Shinobi. His speed, strength, and destructive power surged several-fold. With his bare hands, he could tear through the flesh of his enemies, and anything touched by his scarlet chakra swiftly withered and disintegrated. He indiscriminately attacked all living beings within his sight. The Cloud Shinobi bore the brunt of his fury, suffering heavy casualties and causing their formation to crumble. Yet, some unsuspecting villagers from the End village were also caught in the chaos, meeting a gruesome fate. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Avoid him. The Cloud Commander, both alarmed and furious, hastily issued orders. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. The pressure on the End village's defenses lightened, yet no one bore a look of relief. Only endless dread. The Naruto before them was even more terrifying than the Cloud Shinobi. He must be stopped. Night watched Naruto, who was madly slaughtering foes while continuously dragging villagers into the fray, his heart aching. If this continued, even if they repelled the cloud, the village would be utterly destroyed by Naruto. But what could he do to stop a rampaging bloodline monster? In this overwhelming chaos, several root ninja, who had lingered on the periphery of the battlefield, suddenly sprang into action. Their target was unmistakably the rampaging Naruto. Sealing team, capture the target. The rest, eliminate any remaining resistance. The lead root ninja commanded coldly. They seemed to have anticipated and awaited Naruto's rampage. Numerous root ninja, armed with special sealing scrolls and devices, lunged at Naruto like hounds, their movements precise and efficient, clearly prepared for this moment. Their objective, from the very beginning, was not merely to annihilate the End village but to subdue Naruto, or rather, to contain the uncontrollable bloodline of the falcon within him. The Cloud Shinobi had become mere pawns in their scheme to provoke and force Naruto's rampage, while the End village was merely an obstacle to be cleared away. You bastards! Night instantly comprehended everything, an overwhelming rage surging to his head. They had all been used. The rampaging Naruto instinctively sensed the threat from the root, unleashing an even more ferocious roar as the crimson chakra swirled toward the root ninja. However, the root ninja did not confront him head-on like the Cloud Shinobi. Instead, they scattered like phantoms, shooting forth countless chains inscribed with sealing runes and dark rods, attempting to bind and weaken Naruto. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic three-way clash: the Cloud, the Root, and the rampaging Naruto, alongside the beleaguered End village. The villagers of the End village beheld this hellish scene, watching as the towering great shinobi villages toyed with their fates, despair and anger reaching a boiling point. Night clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He observed the frenzied battle of Naruto, the cold indifference of the Root, the panic of the Cloud, and the heavy toll on the villagers. It could not continue like this. Something had to be done, even if it meant sacrificing everything. His gaze fell once more to the depths of the village, to the secret mine that harbored their last hope and despair. The untamed power of the dark gold stone. Perhaps only with a more reckless force could this madness be brought to an end. He issued a final command to the few remaining core members behind him, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Buy me just a little time. Without looking back, he dashed toward the mine behind the village. The final gamble had begun. Chapter 26 complete. Chapter 27. The gamble deep within the mine. Knight's figure shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the chaotic battlefield, disregarding the cries and roars behind him, plunging into the strictly sealed mine at the back of the village. The deeper he went, the darker it became. The air thick with the familiar scent of earth mixed with strange energy. On the rock walls, sporadic dark gold patterns glimmered faintly in the darkness, like the eyes of a demon whispering secrets. He raced to the mine's deepest core, the very area where he had secretly excavated and researched. Scattered across the ground were mining tools and several unprocessed raw ores rich with dark gold patterns. This was it. Knight hesitated not for a moment, slamming both hands onto the largest piece of dark gold ore. He closed his eyes, pouring every last vestige of chakra within him, along with all his mental will, into it without reservation. This time, he sought not delicate control nor stable output. What he desired was the most primal, the most ferocious, and the most explosive detonation. Come on. If madness was to be embraced, let it be complete. Night roared within, his consciousness plunging into the vast energy that had lain dormant for countless years within the dark gold stone. Buzz. The entire mine trembled violently. Centered around Knight's hands, a blindingly brilliant dark gold light erupted, akin to a miniature sun igniting deep within the mine. A torrent of wild energy surged through Knight's meridians, mercilessly obliterating everything in its path, bringing excruciating pain. Aya! Knight howled in agony, blood seeping from his orifices, his body adorned with countless spiderweb-like golden cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet he gritted his teeth, summoning his indomitable will to forcefully guide this nearly annihilating energy torrent along his arms, surging upward. Outside the mine, All present on the battlefield felt the sudden, jarring wave of energy. The earth trembled slightly, an indescribable sense of oppression emanating from the direction of the mind, as if an ancient beast was stirring from slumber. The rampaging Naruto momentarily froze, his crimson eyes fixating on the mind, instinctively sensing a thread of threat and resonance. The root ninja besieging Naruto and the cloud shinobi reorganizing their assault also paused, their expressions shifting with uncertainty. What is happening? That chakra is emanating from behind the village. Such ferocious energy, just as everyone was engulfed in confusion. A dark golden pillar of light, exceeding a meter in diameter, surged skyward from the entrance of the mine, piercing the clouds. Within this luminous column, the silhouette of Yi could be faintly discerned, suspended in midair, his eyes radiating a tangible golden brilliance, his hair standing on end, and his body enveloped in a tempest of crackling energy, resembling a deity or demon descending upon the earth. He slowly raised a hand, pointing towards the chaotic battlefield. His voice, echoing like thunder, filled with boundless anguish and determination, reverberated across the combat zone. Those who covet this place, those who covet our meager existence, shall be utterly obliterated here. As he uttered these words, the immense dark golden pillar twisted violently, morphing into countless frenzied bolts of golden lightning and torrents of energy, unleashing a divine judgment upon the hidden cloud ninjas and the root ninjas on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were incessant, far more terrifying than any known ninjutsu. Wherever the dark, golden energy swept through, be it earth-style walls, water-style barriers, or the defensive tools of the ninjas, they were instantaneously vaporized and obliterated. Those ninjas struck directly by the energy could not even utter a scream before turning to ash. The heavens and earth dimmed, leaving only the ravaging golden radiance of destruction. Defend. Quick, defend. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Retreat. Retreat at once. The commander of the hidden cloud ninjas, gripped by terror, could no longer afford to consider the mission or his pride, issuing frantic orders for withdrawal. This was beyond the realm of their combat capabilities. The energy was replete with ominousness and annihilation, utterly incomprehensible. The root ninjas also turned pale, attempting to resist with their peculiar ninjutsu and sealing techniques. But the ferocity of the dark golden energy far exceeded their expectations, their efforts yielding negligible results. In an instant, 2 of their number were consumed by the golden lightning, leaving not a trace behind. The leading root ninja made a swift decision, unhesitatingly abandoning his subordinates, transforming into a shadow and fleeing at great speed. The rampaging Naruto was also struck by several bolts of golden energy. His violent crimson chakra was forcibly suppressed, causing him to emit a painful howl. His movements becoming even more frenzied, no longer discerning targets, merely instinctively battling against the omnipresent energy of destruction. The villagers of the N Ninja village had long since been rendered dumbstruck by the cataclysmic spectacle, staring blankly as those once invincible invaders cried out, fled, and turned to ash amidst the golden tempest. They gazed up at the figure within the pillar, a being that resembled a deity or demon, their eyes filled with awe, fear, and perhaps a glimmer of frantic hope. However, the cost of this power was monumental. Within the pillar, Ye's body was riddled with cracks, blood gushing forth like a fountain, his consciousness beginning to blur. He felt as though he were a water balloon on the verge of bursting, each passing second leading him closer to complete collapse. The energy of the dark golden stone was beyond the control of mere mortals. He strained to grasp the last remnants of his consciousness, struggling to manage the storm of energy, attempting to divert it away from the village and the surviving villagers. Yet, his control was rapidly waning. Not enough, he must completely eradicate this threat. His gaze locked onto the fleeing hidden cloud ninjas and the remnants of the root faction, as well as the still rampaging Naruto. A more reckless, mutually destructive thought emerged within his fading consciousness. Perhaps he could unleash all remaining energy in one final act. Just as he was about to make his ultimate decision, a figure burst through the energy's residual waves like lightning, lunging towards Yi within the pillar. It was Yuan. Wounded yet resolute, his eyes unwavering, he held a special kunai inscribed with sealing runes. Yi, enough. Yuan's voice pierced through the cacophony of energy, live. The village needs you. Without waiting for Yi to respond, Yuan thrust the sealing kunai into the vicinity of Ye's heart, not to inflict harm, but to seal. A meticulously crafted reverse sealing technique activated instantaneously, forcibly severing Ye's connection to the dark golden energy and redirecting a portion of the remaining, most volatile energy outward. Boom. The final surge of energy erupted forth like a flood breaching a dam, creating a more terrifying circular shockwave that violently pushed everything away. Yuan bore the brunt, blood spewing forth as he was hurled backward. The pillar of light abruptly vanished. Yi, like a marionette with severed strings, plummeted heavily to the ground, falling into a deep unconsciousness, his fate uncertain. The horrific dark golden energy shockwave swept outward in all directions, gradually dissipating. The battlefield fell into an immediate silence. Only the smoldering flames, the swirling dust, and the charred craters and debris bore witness to the terrifying spectacle that had just unfolded. The invaders were either dead or fled. The ninja village had held firm, in a manner akin to self-destruction. The surviving villagers, supporting one another, emerged dazed from the ruins and cover, gazing at their once hallowed home, now resembling a hellscape, at the unconscious Yi and the unresponsive Yuan, at Narakusa in the distance still howling in mindless rage. No cheers, no victorious exultation, only a numbing sense of survival and the weight of endless sorrow. They had won, yet at an unimaginable cost. Chapter 27 End. Chapter 28. The glimmer amidst the ruined silence enveloped the ninja village. The acrid scent of smoke mingled with blood, and charred remains permeated every inch of the air. What had once barely constituted a home was now largely reduced to charred remnants and shattered walls. Corpses littered the ground, both of the invading hidden cloud and root ninjas. But more tragically, familiar faces, villagers who had labored and trained together just yesterday. The survivors stood numbly amid the ruins, their faces smeared with ash and tears, their eyes vacant, as if still reeling from the cataclysmic disaster that had just transpired. Victory? Survival? They felt no joy, only a searing pain and a dazed sense of having narrowly escaped death. Lord Yi, Yuan. Xiao Ying's desperate cries shattered the silence. She stumbled to the side of the unconscious Yi and the unresponsive Yuan, her hands trembling as she released a faint healing chakra, tears streaming uncontrollably. Ye's condition was dire. His meridians were severed, his organs severely damaged, his vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, sustained only by a fierce will and the remnants of dark golden energy within him. Yuan was in slightly better shape, yet still afflicted by the aftershock of the final energy surge, lying unconscious. Quick, help carry them. Be careful. Jinjia, forcing himself despite his injuries, hoarsely commanded those who could still move. Taiju struggled to rise, joining a few lightly injured villagers to carefully lift Yi and Yuan towards the makeshift medical shelter. Inside the medical shelter, it was already overcrowded, filled with lamentations. Xiao Ying and the remaining members of the medical team were frantically attending to the injured, chakra depleted, relying solely on basic medical techniques and scant remaining supplies. Water. I need water. A wounded villager moaned weakly. The child responsible for fetching water hurriedly went to look, only to find that the village well was half blocked by fallen stones and bodies, the water drawn up murky and tainted with blood. Hunger, thirst, pain, and the harsh reality of death surged like a cold tide, swiftly engulfing the villagers who had just emerged from battle. Despair began to spread once more. It's over. It's all over, an elder murmured, staring at the destroyed home, his eyes devoid of all light. Will Lord Yi wake again? Someone whispered, fear lacing their voice. Yi was their last bastion of hope. Taiju slammed his fist against a nearby shattered wall, blood oozing from his split knuckles, yet he remained oblivious. His eyes burning red. What are you crying for? It's not over. Get moving. Clear the rubble. Find anything usable. Care for the injured. We cannot simply collapse like this. His roar had a slight effect. Some villagers began to mechanically spring into action, clearing the roads, searching for potential survivors buried beneath the rubble and gathering scattered supplies. Their movements were slow and numbed, but it was preferable to sitting idly by. Kenji, dragging his injured leg, organized a makeshift patrol to vigilantly monitor the outskirts of the village, guarding against the possibility of a returning enemy. Although Yanin and the Roots had retreated, no one dared to guarantee that they would not return. The entire village, steeped in sorrow and despair, began to struggle towards self-repair, driven by the instinct for survival. However, the greatest variable remained Ming Chao, the rampage within him, triggered by the impact of dark gold energy and the last seal of the kite, seemed to have been forcibly interrupted, yet it had not fully subsided. He lay fainted amidst the ruins, emanating unstable, dangerous crimson chakra fluctuations, akin to a bomb poised to explode again. No one dared approach him. Fear and estrangement once more severed the connection between him and the village that had briefly sheltered him. Xiaoying would occasionally glance at Ming Qiao from a distance during her busyness, her expression complex. She recalled the terror of his loss of control and the madness with which he had charged into the enemy ranks. It was he who had, to some extent, turned the tide of battle, yet he had also caused collateral damage. How should she treat him? Save him? Or, as night fell and the temperature plummeted, the survivors, lacking sufficient shelter, could only huddle together in the remaining corners, relying on each other's warmth and the burning debris for heat. The sounds of groans and sobs echoed mournfully in the cold wind. The breath of night remained faint but seemed to stabilize slightly. Xiaoying applied the last precious herbs to his wounds, her eyes filled with concern. Just then, a timid boy, one of the children previously trained by Yi, ran to find Xiaoying. Sister Xiaoying, that brother Ming Qiao seems to have a fever and is burning up, talking nonsense. Xiaoying's heart tensed. Ming Qiao's injuries were already severe, and after experiencing a bloodline rampage and energy shock, his condition was likely no better than Yi's. To save or not to save? She glanced at the unconscious Yi, then at the lonely figure lying in the cold ruins, shunned and feared by everyone. Finally, she gritted her teeth, picked up the nearly depleted medical kit, and said to the boy, "Take me to see." The compassion of a healer and the trust in the choices Yi might make outweighed her fear of the unknown danger. She approached Ming Qiao's side. He was indeed burning with fever, his face flushed, his body twitching intermittently, and he unconsciously muttered words like father, mother, and run, occasionally shifting to the hateful cries of Yanin's death. Xiaoying carefully examined his injuries, attempting to soothe him with her meager medical chakra. When she touched Ming Qiao, she could distinctly sense the chaotic conflict of two powers within him, the violent bloodline of the falcon and the lingering dark gold energy infused with Ye's essence. Strangely, these two energies, which should have repelled each other, seemed to form a fragile balance on some level, barely sustaining Ming Qiao's life and suppressing the complete rampage of the bloodline. Xiaoying seemed to comprehend something. She attempted to guide the faint dark gold energy to neutralize some of the excessively violent bloodline chakra. The process was slow and perilous, yet it appeared to alleviate Ming Qiao's convulsions slightly and lower his temperature. Effective. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiaoying's eyes. Perhaps the power that Yi had wagered his life for was not solely meant for destruction, but indeed contained the possibility of rebirth. She remained sleepless through the night, vigilantly maintaining the vitality of both Ming Qiao and Yi. The cold night was long and agonizing. Yet, when the first rays of dawn illuminated the ravaged land once more, the survivors struggled to rise. Amidst the ruins, although the faint light was weak, it had not been extinguished. Hope, in the mire of despair, had managed to sprout a tender shoot. Chapter 28 and Chapter 29. New shoots and heavy awakening amidst the ruins. Dawn broke again, illuminating not the familiar village but a harrowing landscape of scorched earth and debris. The survivors crawled out from the cold ruins and makeshift shelters, confronting the devastation, their silence replaced by an almost instinctual will to survive. Tai Zhu, dragging his injured body, shouted commands to the able-bodied to clear the roads, unearth possibly buried supplies, and even scavenge useful items from the enemy's corpses. No one complained. Hunger and cold were more effective motivators than any command. Women and the elderly meticulously searched through the ruins for anything salvageable: half a bag of moldy rice, a few crushed rations, a tattered but warm piece of clothing. Every find was like a treasure. Kenji, holding firm to his post, appeared much older, yet his gaze had sharpened. The lesson of blood had taught him that complacency meant destruction. Even if the village lay in ruins, watchtowers must be erected again, even if only makeshift wooden frames. Xiaoying became the busiest of all. The medical tent was crowded with the injured, the air filled with cries and groans. The medicinal supplies had long been exhausted. She could only rely on the most basic cleaning, suturing, and the scant medical chakra she had left to barely maintain life. Ye's condition remained critical. His breath so faint it was almost imperceptible, yet his life force was remarkably resilient, hanging by a thread. Ming Qiao's high fever had slightly subsided under the delicate balance of dark gold energy, but he remained in a coma, the conflict of powers within him unresolved, merely at a standstill. Hope was dim, yet no one gave up. That afternoon, while clearing the ruins of their collapsed homes, a few children unexpectedly discovered that the cellar was mostly intact, hiding several bags of grains and dried meat that the elderly had stored for winter. Though not abundant, it was enough to sustain all the survivors with thin gruel for a few days. This news was like a long-awaited rain, instantly igniting a flicker of light in the villagers' eyes. They began to dig with renewed vigor, uncovering more cellars and hidden storage spots, although most were in ruins. They could always find a little food, salt, or tools. Hope was gradually pried from the soil and debris. On the third day, Ye's fingers twitched. Xiaoying, who had been by his side, almost thought she was imagining it. She held her breath, her gaze fixed. Another twitch. Ye's eyelids trembled violently, and with great effort, he began to open them. Those eyes, once glimmering with wisdom and resolve, now held only boundless fatigue and confusion. Gradually focusing to see the weary Xiaoying in the tattered ceiling of the medical tent. Still alive, he rasped, managing to utter a few words. His voice so faint it resembled a sigh. Tears instantly filled Xiaoying's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Yes. Alive. We are all still alive. The village has held. A glimmer of light flickered in Ye's eyes as he seemed to attempt movement, but was met with a violent cough and excruciating pain throughout his body. Xiaoying quickly pressed him down. Don't move. Your injuries are too severe. Ye struggled to turn his gaze, surveying the horrific scene around him and the pained expressions of the injured, eventually resting his eyes on Xiaoying's exhausted yet joyful face. You've worked hard, he said with great difficulty, each word demanding immense effort. Xiaoying shook her head, wiping her tears. It's good that you're awake. Everyone needs you. Ye's awakening acted as a silent stimulant, rapidly spreading through the survivors. The numb expressions began to show signs of life, and the despairing gazes reignited with a glimmer of hope. The leader was still alive, which meant the cornerstone remained. 2 days later, Ming Chao also awakened. His awakening was far from as tranquil as Ye's. Suddenly awakening, his amber eyes ignited with vigilance and ferocity. His body instinctively attempted to spring up, but due to his injuries and weakness, he collapsed heavily back down, emitting a low, pained growl filled with anger. Stay still. Your injuries have yet to heal. Xiaoying quickly interjected, her voice tinged with anxiety. Ming Chao glared at her with a fierce intensity, akin to a cornered beast, the dangerous aura surrounding him beginning to fluctuate once more. However, he soon recognized the abnormality of his surroundings and the overwhelming weakness of his own condition, feeling the peculiar dark golden energy within him that counterbalanced his own bloodline. Fragments of memory surged into his mind: wild slaughter, uncontrollable power, golden lightning storms, and endless agony. What has transpired? His voice was hoarse and dry, laden with weariness and confusion. Xiaoying succinctly recounted the events that followed: the eruption of the night, the retreat of the enemies, the devastation of the village, and how they had been rescued. Ming Chao listened in silence, his gaze shifting unpredictably. He glanced at the villagers around him, who still regarded him with fear and detachment, and sensed the foreign energy within him that both suppressed and sustained his life. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the still unconscious figure of Yi not far away. A complex array of emotions intertwined in his eyes: hatred, confusion, a barely perceptible gratitude, and a deeper pain. He offered no words of thanks, nor did he display further aggression. He merely reclined once more, closing his eyes as if to drift back into slumber, though the tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling eyelids betrayed the turmoil within him. The consecutive awakenings of these two pivotal figures provided a flicker of cohesion to the remnants of power in Rin village. Though Yi remained immobile, his mind had begun to function. He lay on a rudimentary bed, listening as Jianjia, Taizhu, and Xiaoying took turns reporting the situation, issuing brief yet clear commands. Prioritize water sources. Maintain vigilance. Classify the injured. Collect all metals and dark stones. Each order struck at the heart of the matter. Under his distant command, the restoration efforts of the village began to take on a more structured form. A new well was selected for excavation. The perimeter of vigilance was redefined and reinforced, and the injured were more effectively accommodated according to the severity of their wounds. All metals available were gathered in preparation for weaponry forge, while all information regarding the dark gold stone was reclassified as top secret, with all mining and research temporarily halted and securely sealed away. In Rin village, a land recently ravaged by catastrophe, new sprouts struggled to break through the scorched earth. Yet these sprouts were feeble, their roots still buried in unfathomable darkness and unknown threats. Awakening brought not only hope, but also a heavy burden of responsibility and the unrelenting reality. Chapter 30. The ashes of new life and the approaching tide upon awakening. Yi remained too weak to move, yet his will had transformed into a cold, focused steel. He lay within a makeshift command center, a tent that was still relatively intact, remotely orchestrating the battered body of Rin village through Jianjia, Taizhu, and Xiaoying, as if he were a single, collective mind. The rebuilding efforts, though steeped in despair, bore a certain ruthless determination. The villagers excavated every inch of scorched earth, scavenging for any usable resources. The bodies of enemies were collected and incinerated, while the remains of comrades were carefully gathered and laid to rest in the back mountains. There was no time for grand funerals. Life itself was the only tribute. The new well finally yielded murky yet drinkable water, temporarily alleviating the crisis of thirst. Collected food was strictly rationed, prioritizing the basic needs of the injured and laborers. Hunting parties were dispatched once more, their targets no longer large game, but anything that could fill a belly: rats, snakes, even insects. Ye's commands were clear and ruthless. All found metals were to be melted down into weapons and tools. The black oil stone mines were completely sealed off. Any unauthorized intruders would face death. Having experienced betrayal and destruction, he no longer harbored any naive trust. Discipline and practicality were elevated to paramount importance. The existence of the dark gold stone was strictly confined within the inner circle, all related traces meticulously erased. The cataclysmic eruption had been both disaster and deterrent. Yi believed that Yun and the Roots would hesitate to launch a large-scale offensive again in the short term. Yet their lingering, watchful eyes would never cease. He instructed Yuan, who returned to duty as soon as his injuries allowed, to dispatch the most elite reconnaissance team, not outwardly, but inwardly, to closely monitor everything unusual within dozens of miles surrounding the village, particularly any fluctuations in chakra. He needed to ensure that any prying eyes attempting to approach would be detected at the earliest opportunity. Internal cleansing was placed on the agenda as well. Jianjia was tasked with this matter, employing even more iron-fisted methods than before. Anyone spreading panic, exhibiting sloth, or engaging in any suspicious behavior would face severe punishment. In these extraordinary times, strict measures were necessary. A stifling yet efficient order gradually took shape amidst the ruins. Ming Chao's situation was precarious. He remained shunned and feared by most villagers, confined to a quarantine zone under Xiao Ying's personal surveillance. Yet he no longer displayed aggression. Often sitting silently as he observed the busy villagers, his expression complex. Xiao Ying attempted to engage him in conversation, mentioning his instinctive protective actions during the battle, and Yi's sacrifices to save him and the balancing energy within him. Ming Chao remained silent, yet occasionally accepted food and water from Xiao Ying. Even when she became overwhelmed, he would use his rough yet effective methods to assist a howling injured person, performing bone setting or bleeding control with swift and precise motions, often accompanied by the patient's screams, yet yielding surprisingly positive results. A fragile understanding, born of shared pain and survival needs, began to blossom silently. One day, Yi was finally able to sit up with difficulty, leaning against a cushion as he listened to Yuan's detailed report. Yun had retreated hastily, leaving behind numerous bodies and equipment. The Roots had been thoroughly cleaned up, leaving almost nothing of value. Judging by the traces at the scene, they had retreated in two different directions. Yuan's voice remained calm, as ever. Additionally, while we were clearing the battlefield, we discovered something. He handed over a charred fragment, seemingly from some sort of communicator, bearing a faint, swirling mark. This was found near the remains of the Yun squad leader you eliminated. It does not belong to Yun's standard equipment. Yi's gaze sharpened abruptly. The swirling mark reminded him of an organization more mysterious and terrifying than the Roots, lurking in the shadows of the ninja world's history. Was it possible that there were entities beyond just Yun and the Roots? A deeper chill rose from the depths of his heart. How many secrets lay hidden in this seemingly barren land of Mo Rin village, attracting hungry wolves? Continue the investigation, Yi commanded, his voice hoarse yet frigid. At all costs, uncover the origins of this mark. Simultaneously, strengthen internal surveillance. I suspect there may be more than one pair of eyes within the village. Yuan nodded silently and vanished from sight. Yi sat alone in the tent, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the edge of the bed. The enemy was far more complex and formidable than he had anticipated. The survival path of Mo Rin village felt akin to walking a tightrope over an abyss. Yet he did not waver. Despair had long since been tempered into resilience. He called for Xiao Ying and issued a new directive. Starting tomorrow, select a group of the most loyal and promising children and youth for you and me to personally instruct. The curriculum will include the fundamentals of sealing techniques, chakra nature perception, and counter techniques against lightning release and various sealing arts. He sought to prepare for the more peculiar battles that may arise in the future. Xiao Ying paused momentarily, then nodded earnestly. I understand. Mo Rin village breathed slowly amidst the ruins and ashes, licking its wounds and gathering strength. Every survivor is acutely aware that peace is but an illusion, and the next storm may be imminent. Yet this time, they are no longer the lambs led to slaughter. They have a leader who has returned from the depths of hell, a perilous yet potentially lethal double-edged sword, and an unwavering resolve forged in the crucible of despair. Tender new shoots emerge from the ashes. Though fragile, they possess a tenacious vitality. Meanwhile, dark tides are gathering in the distance once more. In the isolation zone, Naruto sits cross-legged, surrounded by a flickering gold and crimson chakra that ebbs and flows like breath. Xiaoying stands anxiously by his side, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Just moments ago, as Naruto attempted to further consolidate his nascent power, the point of fusion between two forces within him seemed to touch something deeper, connected to the essence of his bloodline. An indescribable tremor erupted from deep within his dantian, stirring that peculiar energy fluctuation. Though he forcefully suppressed it, a trace still escaped. That single trace of fluctuation acted like a beacon in the night, instantly illuminating the direction for Konoha's Umbu. Stop them! The hoarse roar of Yi coincided with the commanding shout of the Umbu captain. Over there! The village's defenses were breached in an instant. Iron Pillar roared as he swung his heavy hammer at the foremost Umbu, only to be deftly evaded. And a retaliatory blade sent forth a spray of crimson. Kenji led the villagers in a desperate attempt to obstruct the intruders, but before the well-trained Umbu, they were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, swiftly falling to several blows. Do not engage directly. Use traps and obstacles to delay them. Yi, being dragged back by his guards, commanded with bloodshot eyes. He never anticipated that the bait plan would fail so swiftly, nor that Naruto would falter at this crucial moment. The Umbu captain, with the speed of lightning, disregarded the surrounding chaos, his target clear as he headed straight for the source of the energy fluctuation. Behind him, several Umbu members coordinated seamlessly to provide cover against pursuers. Just as the isolation zone loomed closer, a sudden, deep rumble, far more thunderous than any before, erupted from beneath. As if emanating from the very depths of the earth, the entire ninja village shook violently, reminiscent of a powerful earthquake. Countless fragments of stone and dust cascaded from the crumbling structures. Everyone was momentarily paralyzed by this unforeseen upheaval, their movements stilled. Then, a tremendous, indescribable pressure, vast as the starry sea and ancient as the primordial chaos, mingled with an energy fluctuation so pure, yet filled with a sense of devastation, erupted like a tsunami from a central point within the village. A soundless resonance stirred deep within the soul, akin to a colossal beast awakening from an age-old slumber, releasing a groan of stretching limbs. Beneath the surface lay the sealed dragon vein fossil. It had been stirred by that fleeting trace of Naruto's peculiar energy fluctuation. Although merely a minuscule resonance, the impact was cataclysmic. The first to bear the brunt was Naruto within the isolation zone. He violently coughed up blood, his gold and crimson chakra spiraling into chaos as the newborn power clashed violently with the dragon vein's force beneath him, nearly causing him to curl up in agony. Xiaoying was also struck by this overwhelming pressure, her face paling as she nearly fainted. The Umbu captain, having rushed into the isolation zone, staggered back as if struck, a muffled groan escaping him, his masked eyes filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. This power far exceeded his comprehension. It was surely not something an ordinary bloodline limit or mineral could provoke. The intelligence was flawed. No, it had grossly underestimated the danger and value of this place. His accompanying Umbu members swayed unsteadily, their breaths disordered, shaken by this sudden surge of earthly might. The entire ninja village, both villagers and ninjas alike, was paralyzed by this calamity, their souls scattered in fear. Ye's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. The very worst he had dreaded had come to pass. The underground secret had been prematurely exposed in the most disastrous manner. Steady. Do not panic. Yi bellowed hoarsely, suppressing the tremors within his soul. It's an earthquake. Everyone find cover. He needed to mislead them. He absolutely could not allow anyone to connect it to the underground. However, the Umbu captain, being a seasoned elite, quickly shook off his initial shock, realizing this was no ordinary tremor. The pure and ancient energy fluctuation, though fleeting, caused his chakra to boil and tremble in response. His gaze shifted toward the core of the energy explosion, no longer focused on the isolation zone, but rather the deeper heart of the village. His eyes gleamed with fervent greed and unprecedented gravity. The value of this place had far surpassed any mission description. He needed to relay this intelligence back to Konoha immediately. No, they couldn't even fully return to Konoha. In an instant, he made a decision, disregarding the isolation zone and the foes before him, and executed a highly discreet hand sign. Several Umbu members, seeing this, abandoned their opponents and swiftly gathered around him. "Withdraw," Captain Bao whispered sharply, turning without hesitation and leading his team like phantoms into the night, moving even faster than their arrival. They no longer entangled themselves in combat. Their objective had shifted to delivering this monumental revelation and summoning even greater forces. The villagers of In Ninja Village watched in bewilderment as the Konoha Umbu suddenly retreated, believing they had successfully repelled the enemy. Only Yi and a few core members understood that the true disaster had only just begun, though the dragon's roar had ceased. The aftershocks lingered. This ancient resonance from beneath was destined to awaken countless formidable entities hidden in the shadows of the ninja world. The small whirlpool that was In Ninja Village was about to face an even more tempestuous storm. On the scorched earth, order was painstakingly being re-established under an iron will. Ye's commands were executed without exception. The forge reignited amidst the ruins, the clanging of metal replacing the cries of despair. As shattered weapons and collected metal were reforged into rudimentary, yet practical kunai and swords. Patrols appeared in every corner of the village, vigilant and fierce, bearing the ferocity of those who had survived calamity. The rationing system was strict to the point of severity, yet no one complained. For every morsel of food represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Children were gathered, no longer subjected to mere physical training, as he could not demonstrate personally. Xiao Ying and the literate Kenji took up the mantle of teaching. The lessons became exceedingly pragmatic. How to identify toxic plants, how to locate water sources in the wild, how to set up warning traps with the simplest of tools, and even how to find cover during lightning attacks. These hard-won experiences were forcibly imparted to the next generation. Within the isolation zone, Narukusa's condition remained unstable. The dark golden energy clashed intermittently with the bloodline of the Hayabusa, causing him to oscillate between slumber and painful, low growls. Xiaoying tirelessly monitored him day and night, attempting to harmonize his condition with medical ninjutsu and minute fragments of dark golden energy. The process was perilous, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. However, surprisingly, Narukusa did not resist. He even began to subconsciously cooperate with Xiao Ying's guidance, striving to understand and adapt to the two conflicting forces within him. The instinct for survival, along with a profound hatred for Yunin and the roots of it, overpowered the desire for chaos. Occasionally, in his moments of clarity, he would silently observe Xiao Ying as she busied herself, tending to him despite her own exhaustion. Within her amber-hued gaze, the ferocity reminiscent of a beast would momentarily soften, revealing a fleeting glimpse of an intricate emotional tapestry. On this particular day, Yuan presented the preliminary findings regarding the swirling mark on the charred fragment. The traces were scant, nearly impossible to trace. Yuan's tone remained flat, yet a rare gravity tinged her voice. The style and concealment methods of this mark did not belong to any known major ninja villages or underground trading organizations. It resembled symbols employed by ancient secret societies or extremist factions. Secret societies? Extremist factions? Yi furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. The roots and major ninja villages at least operated under a certain logic and vested interests, whereas these hidden entities, shrouded in the shadows of history, often proved to be more incomprehensible and perilous. Continue the investigation, Yi contemplated for a moment, instructing a focused search of ancient texts, especially those pertaining to the clandestine records from the Second or even the First Great Ninja War. Additionally, he emphasized the need for stringent internal scrutiny, particularly of individuals who had recently arrived in the village. None were to be overlooked. A warning bell rang in his mind. The land of the In Ninja Village seemed to be more bustling than he had imagined. Just as Yuan was about to depart after receiving her orders, Yi abruptly called out to her, "Wait. The village's children are to be selected for a new initiative, those who exhibit unwavering loyalty and resilience. Starting tomorrow, you will personally oversee their infiltration, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance training. I will dictate the curriculum to you." Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in understanding. She grasped his intention. Future threats could arise from any direction, necessitating more eyes, ears, and even ruthless daggers. The new training regimen commenced immediately. The chosen children were unaware of the implications, merely recognizing it as Lord Ye's command, a means to contribute to the village's welfare. The training was exceedingly rigorous, far beyond their age's endurance, yet none withdrew. The ruins and hardships had long since tempered their spirits. Days passed amidst heightened tension and ceaseless activity. Around the village's periphery, the surveillance network established by Yuan repeatedly detected suspicious signs of observation. Yet the observers were cunning, striking swiftly and retreating without entanglement, as if merely confirming the existence and state of the ninja village. This sensation of being watched by a venomous serpent kept Ye's nerves taut. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. Xiao Ying, in her ongoing treatment and study of Ming Xiao, made a remarkable discovery. She found that when Ming Xiao's emotions were relatively stable and he attempted to actively channel the two energies within him, the hidden injuries caused by the conflict between his bloodline and sealing techniques, injuries that conventional medical ninjutsu could not heal, would heal at an accelerated rate. Moreover, the trace amounts of dark gold energy she had implanted for monitoring and guidance would, to some extent, be absorbed and transformed, fortifying his body rather than causing destruction. This revelation filled her with exhilaration, and she promptly reported the situation to Yi. After listening, Yi remained silent for a long time, a bold hypothesis forming in his mind. The energy of the dark gold stone was not merely a force of chaotic destruction. It resembled an extremely active catalyst and purifier. It amplified and manifested everything, whether chakra, emotions, or even the latent potential and traumas buried deep within one's bloodline. Ming Xiao's Hayabusa bloodline was powerful yet highly unstable, akin to a vessel riddled with cracks. The sealing technique of Yuan Yin merely obstructed those cracks, whereas the energy of the dark gold stone might be capable of repairing or even reshaping this vessel to some extent. If this hypothesis held true, then Ming Xiao was not merely a dangerous bomb. He could potentially become an unprecedented case, a complete Hayabusa ninja who had mastered his own bloodline limit. The significance of this was profound. Continue the observation and proceed with cautious experimentation, Yi urged, suppressing the tumult within himself and advising Xiao Ying that everything must prioritize his stability and safety. I require precise data and a probability assessment. Understood. Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled with the excitement of a researcher. A spark of hope flickered once more amid the ashes of despair, though faint. It pointed towards an entirely different direction. However, just as Yi and Xiao Ying focused on the subtle transformations within Ming Xiao, a villager responsible for clearing the deepest ruins approached Kenji in a panic. While excavating a collapsed cellar, he had unearthed a long-buried corpse. The remains were decomposed. Yet the tattered clothing fragments were clearly not from anyone associated with the ninja village. On the arm bone of the corpse was a blurred yet discernible swirling mark. The news was immediately sealed and swiftly reported to Yi. His expression darkened significantly. This mark had existed beneath the village all along. What secrets lay buried within the past of the ninja village? The origins of the turmoil surrounding the village might be far deeper and darker than he had envisaged. Beneath the dark currents, a greater whirlpool was slowly emerging. Chapter 32, Shadows Beneath and Preparing for the Future. That corpse, buried deep underground and marked with the swirling insignia, like a cold specter, abruptly plunged the ninja village from the arduous reality of reconstruction into an even more profound and eerie fog. Yi promptly ordered the complete lockdown of the area where the remains had been discovered, with Yuan personally overseeing the operation, forbidding anyone from approaching. All villagers involved in the excavation were strictly isolated and scrutinized to ensure no information leaked. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was so tense it felt almost palpable. Leaning against a rudimentary cot, Ye's pallor deepened due to his injuries and the shock he experienced. Kenji, Taizhu, Xiao Ying, Yuan, and other core members gathered, their faces etched with disbelief and unease. The mark resembles that of the fragment found with the Yuan Yin team. Kenji's voice was dry, laced with incredulity. How could it be buried beneath our village? And so deeply? This implied that before the establishment of the ninja village, or during its earliest days, this mysterious organization bearing the swirling mark had already been active in this locale, perhaps even engaging in battles or other activities. Can the age of the remains be determined? Yi inquired, directing his gaze towards Yuan. Yuan shook her head. Completely decayed, we can only ascertain that it dates back a considerable time, far exceeding the recorded history of the village. For specifics, we would require more specialized forensic examination, but we lack the means. A mysterious organization from a distant past had its members buried beneath the ninja village. The implications hidden behind this revelation were chilling. Could there be something concealed beneath our village? Taiju speculated in a low voice, instinctively glancing at the ground. This conjecture sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yi fell silent, his mind racing, connecting the dots from the previous mysterious merchant's interest in black oil stones and the accompanying dark gold stones, the dealings between the roots and Yunin, and the sudden emergence of this ancient mark. All clues seemed to converge towards a singular direction, the land of the ninja village itself, or rather, what lay hidden beneath it, might be the true reason for attracting a pack of wolves. Black oil stones, dark gold stones, or something even more astonishing. Uncle Kenji. Ye's voice was hoarse yet unnaturally calm. Immediately halt all underground excavation activities, particularly in the direction of the mine. Increase personnel to guard it. No digging shall proceed without my orders. Understood. Kenji nodded emphatically. Yuan, adjust the reconnaissance focus. Temporarily reduce external surveillance and concentrate efforts on thoroughly investigating the village's interior and the surrounding underground. Utilize every means. Earth techniques, sensing ninjutsu. I need to know what lies beneath this land. But exercise utmost caution. Do not trigger anything unknown. Yes, Yuan acknowledged the order. Xiaoing, what is the situation with Ming Chao? Yi turned to her. Relatively stable. He seems to have made a faint improvement in his energy control. Yet he remains far from complete mastery. Xiaoing reported, should we intensify the experiments? No, Yi immediately countered. Let's maintain the current state and focus on observation. Until we uncover the mysteries of what lies beneath, any in-depth exploration of the unknown energy could pose unforeseen dangers. He now harbored serious doubts that the energy characteristics of the dark gold stone might also be linked to the secrets hidden underground. But we cannot remain passive forever. Can we? Taiju expressed impatience. What if there truly is something below? Of course we cannot wait, Yi interrupted sharply, his gaze becoming piercing. We must prepare for the worst. Starting today, the reconstruction plan will include the excavation of escape passages. Escape passages? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Not just one. Ye's eyes swept over the ruins outside the tent, envisioning multiple routes leading to concealed locations in various directions away from the village. It must remain absolutely confidential. Handled only by those you trust the most, he instructed Jian Jie and Taiju. This is a preparation for the most extreme circumstances. If there is indeed something buried underground that could bring about catastrophic disaster, or if the enemy proves too formidable to resist, preserving the ember of retreat and survival is the wisest choice. With the order given, while the village of Mo Ren was busy rebuilding their home, a massive and secretive project quietly commenced. Only the most loyal and reliable villagers were selected, working discreetly at night, carefully managing the excavated soil to leave no trace. The entire village resembled a vast anthill, its surface healing wounds while below, another form of excavation was taking place, one that sought truth while also preparing an escape route. The pressure was immense and resources were scarce, yet no one complained. The ancient corpse loomed over everyone like the sword of Damocles, instilling a profound understanding that every ounce of effort put forth now could determine their future survival. Ming Chao seemed to sense the subtle shift in the village's atmosphere. He grew more taciturn, yet his initiative in treatment and energy guidance increased. The intense tug-of-war between the two forces within him continued, but with Xiao Ying's assistance. He began to attempt a more nuanced perception rather than outright resistance. Occasionally, he would gather not a violent crimson energy sphere in his palm, but a relatively stable, faintly golden-red chakra orb, a fleeting yet encouraging sign. On this day, Yuan brought preliminary results from the underground exploration. Approximately 30 meters below the village, there existed a large-scale, unnatural structure. Yuan's voice bore an almost imperceptible tremor. It is not a layer of rock, but rather a complex amalgamation of some metal and special stone. My earth release cannot penetrate it, and my perception is severely hindered. The area is vast, possibly encompassing the entirety of the village underground. Indeed, there is something. Ye's heart sank. Can you determine what it is? A building? A seal? He inquired urgently. I cannot ascertain. However, the material and structure are unlike anything I have ever encountered. Yuan shook his head. Furthermore, at the periphery, we discovered 2 additional decayed corpses bearing similar vortex markings, seemingly having died slightly later than the first. A colossal, unknown ancient structure lay buried beneath the village, surrounded by the corpses of mysterious organization members. The complexity and severity of the situation had far surpassed a mere conflict among ninja villages. Rin village sat atop a powder keg capable of shaking the entire ninja world. Yi felt a wave of dizziness and forced himself to regain composure. Continue monitoring, but do not attempt to approach that structure any further. He inhaled deeply. Additionally, find a way to investigate the village's ancient records discreetly, or consult the oldest villagers about legends and anomalies that predate the village's establishment. Although hope may seem faint, we might uncover a thread of insight. Shadows of uncertainty spread from the underground, filling Rin village's future with even more unpredictability. Yet, regardless of what lay buried below, survival remained the foremost priority. Ye's gaze returned to the busy figures outside the tent. They must grow stronger swiftly to face any impending storm. Chapter 32 ends. Chapter 33. Echoes of antiquity and fractures deep beneath the earth. The immense metallic structure loomed like a slumbering ancient beast, casting an oppressive silence that was both suffocating and palpable. All attempts to probe its depths had proven futile. The bizarre material seemed to absorb and distort chakra, rendering any probing ninjutsu clouded and even backfiring upon its user. Ye's orders were strictly enforced. All in-depth investigations must cease, and secrecy must be maintained. However, fear and suspicion spread among the core members like an invisible plague. The unknown often instills a greater terror than the known dangers. Reconstruction efforts continued, yet the atmosphere had grown palpably heavier. Although the villagers were unaware of the specifics, they could sense the grave expressions and heightened internal control among the leaders. The excavation of escape passages accelerated under absolute confidentiality, akin to industrious ants preparing for an impending apocalypse. Ming Chao's recovery became one of the few sources of glimmering hope amidst the gloom. Through Xiaoying's relentless efforts and the delicate balance of dark gold stone energy, the violent bloodline within him began to find a precarious equilibrium with the foreign energy. Though mastery remained distant, his moments of clarity grew longer, and his emotions stabilized considerably. He even began to attempt simple exchanges with Xiaoying, though he often remained silent or spoke with his usual sarcasm and wariness. At least he was no longer entirely closed off and hostile. "What is it that you truly seek from me?" Ming Chao suddenly asked after a treatment session, his amber eyes scrutinizing Xiaoying. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiaoying pondered seriously before responding, "To survive." "Just as you wish to survive." Ming Chao scoffed, seemingly dismissing the answer, yet his gaze flickered slightly. He glanced at the busy and weary villagers outside the tent, then at his own hands, which were gradually regaining strength, yet still bore a faint crimson glow. "What exactly is that golden stone?" He shifted the question. "We call it dark gold stone. It is perilous, yet it saved you, and it saved the village," Xiaoying disclosed without reservation, albeit stopping short of elaborating further. Ming Chao fell silent, as he sensed within himself the strange energy that balanced with his bloodline, cold and pure, yet harboring unimaginable power. This sensation was peculiar, both foreign and subtly familiar. Amidst these oppressive days, where gloom and faint light coexisted, Yuan's investigation into ancient records yielded a surprising breakthrough. The informant was the village's oldest resident, a man who rarely ventured outside and whose memory often faltered. After considerable effort, they pieced together some useful information from his disjointed narratives intertwined with legends. The elder repeatedly referred to a term, Dragon's Lair. He recounted that long ago, before the village was established, this land was known as the Dragon's Lair, an accursed place frequently struck by celestial thunder, leaving charred craters and stones that glowed with ghostly fire. Subsequently, strange individuals dressed in unusual garments came to excavate and manipulate the stones, leading to a horrific battle that collapsed the land and claimed many lives, after which it remained silent for a long time, until the village was founded. Circles? Yi immediately seized upon this keyword. Are they vortex patterns? Jian Jie strained to recall the elder's vague gestures. They resembled whirlpools in water, or perhaps windmills. Vortex markings. The timeline aligns perfectly, lightning from beyond the heavens. Stones glowing with ghostly flames, likely black oil stones or dark gold stones. Individuals clad in peculiar garments, members of the Vortex Mark organization, excavating and engaging in battle. The earth trembles as fragments of a forgotten ancient history gradually resurface. The land upon which the village of Endure stands may have once been a site rich with rare minerals, particularly dark gold stones, which attracted that enigmatic organization for exploration or extraction, potentially igniting a fierce conflict that led to the ground's collapse, burying all beneath. That colossal metallic structure could very well be a remnant of the organization's base or extraction facility. This secret appears to have been entombed by time until the establishment of the village of Endure, until they themselves began to quarry, and until the energy of the dark gold stones was inadvertently awakened, attracting unwelcome attention anew. It is likely that Cloud Hidden and Root learned of part of the truth through undisclosed channels, prompting their intense interest in this locale. The truth seems to unveil but a corner, yet it invites a plethora of questions. What precisely is this mysterious organization? Where do they hail from? What is their ultimate goal? Who were the adversaries in that ancient battle? What truly lies concealed within the subterranean structures? Why does Cloud Hidden and Root covet it so desperately? Each question weighs heavily, suffocatingly. This information must remain confidential. Knight emphasizes, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement and fear, particularly regarding the name Dragon's Nest and its associated legends, which are strictly forbidden to be divulged. He harbors a strong premonition that the name Dragon's Nest may hold greater significance and peril than the vortex mark itself. However, there is no wall so thick that it cannot be penetrated. Among the core members, not all can withstand the mounting pressure and dread. Days later, a villager tasked with excavating an escape route, overwhelmed by fatigue and mental strain, drunkenly divulges to his family the existence of a colossal monster and an ancient curse buried beneath. Though vague, the panic spreads like wildfire within a limited circle. Although Kinsuke swiftly contained the informant and his family, a rift had already formed. The conservative remnants, long dissatisfied with Knight's oppressive policies and enigmatic actions, sensed an opportunity. Led by an elder named Mifune, a friend of Kinsuke who had previously opposed Knight, several already apprehensive Chunin began to conspire in secrecy. They believe that Knight's policies are plunging the village into deeper danger, shrouding the truth, acting unilaterally, and potentially provoking unimaginable horrors. They yearn to return to the past, a time that, while difficult, was at least secure, a time of allegiance to a powerful nation, or at the very least, they believe the village should be led by more prudent individuals. A current of discontent begins to surge quietly within the village of Endure. Knight, through the watchful eyes of the kite, swiftly perceives this undercurrent. He refrains from immediate action, opting instead to enhance surveillance. His body remains frail, yet his gaze grows increasingly cold. External threats remain unresolved, while internal strife arises. The echoes of the past have not yet subsided, and new fissures have already appeared. The village of Endure, like a fragile vessel adrift in tumultuous seas, seems on the verge of disintegration from within. Chapter 33 and Chapter 34. The sudden internal strife and the Falcon's choice. Ultimately, the undercurrents within the village of Endure broke through the dam of repression. The spark was an unexpected release of energy. During an attempt to guide Naruto in more refined energy control, a brief surge of uncontrolled dark gold energy mixed with bloodline chakra escaped. Although it was promptly suppressed, the fleeting wave of heart-stopping energy was nonetheless detected by some of the more perceptive villagers. Mifune and his conspirators seized this opportunity. "See, I told you they were conducting dangerous experiments," Mifune exclaimed at a clandestine gathering point, addressing dozens of villagers and Chunin stirred by panic and dissatisfaction. "The power they wield is beyond our control. They have provoked the underground curse, inviting attacks from Cloud Hidden and Root. And now they aim to unleash even more terrifying entities. They seek to bring about our demise. Indeed, ever since Night awakened, he has become increasingly autocratic, concealing everything from us. And that monster, if it were not for him, would Cloud Hidden have come? What lies beneath? Why can't we be informed?" Panic and discontent rapidly festered, compounded by fear of the unknown and dissatisfaction with the current state, coalescing into a surge of resentment. Seizing the moment, Mifune finally revealed his true intentions. "We must take a stand. For the safety of the village, all dangerous experiments must cease immediately. That monster must be surrendered. And we must express our stance to the outside world, seeking negotiations with the great nations. We might even consider relocating, leaving this cursed place. Yes, let us depart from here. Negotiate. We must survive." The agitated crowd, under Mifune's leadership, surged directly toward Knight's command post and Naruto's isolation zone. "Knight, come out and give us an explanation. Surrender that monster. Halt the experiments." The clamor and shouts shattered the village's superficial calm, igniting the already tense atmosphere in an instant. Kinsuke and Tetsuzu immediately led a group to obstruct them, resulting in a tense standoff at the command post. pushing and shouting as the situation reached a boiling point. "Do you seek rebellion?" Tetsuza bellowed, his anger aflame, standing defiantly before the tent. "We merely wish to survive." "Stand aside." Mifune refused to yield. Inside the tent, Knight struggled to rise, but was firmly held down by Xiaoying. "You must not move with your injuries." The outside commotion intensified. Even the sounds of weapons being drawn could be heard. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sharp wind blades descended without warning, precisely severing the weapons from the hands of the foremost troublemakers, embedding deep into the earth beneath their feet. Everyone stood stunned by this sudden attack, falling into an immediate silence. The curtain of the isolation zone was abruptly flung open, and Naruto emerged step by step. His complexion remained pale, yet he emanated a chilling and dangerous aura. His amber eyes no longer reflected madness or confusion, but an intensely suppressed, chilling calm. His gaze swept over the agitated crowd, ultimately locking onto Mifune's face. "A monster?" He spoke, his voice hoarse yet clear, laced with a hint of mocking coldness. "You wish to hand me over in exchange for your survival?" Mifune felt a shiver run down his spine under Naruto's scrutinizing gaze, and he forced himself to remain composed. "You never belonged here. You brought this calamity upon us." "Calamity?" Naruto scoffed, raising a hand to point at the surrounding ruins and scorched earth. "It is Cloud, Hidden, and Root that have obliterated my homeland. It is they who pursued me relentlessly to my death, and now it is they who wish to destroy you. Yet you wish to grovel before your executioners, even willing to deliver me, the victim, into their hands?" His words struck like icy daggers, piercing through the deliberate ignorance of many. As for what lies beneath, Naruto's gaze sharpened further. "The entities that invite scrutiny, did I bring them forth? Were they not your ancestors who dwelled here for generations, oblivious until disaster struck, only to awaken in fear?" His words elicited expressions of shame and hesitation among several troublemakers. "Do you think that by surrendering me and halting these so-called experiments, they will spare you?" Naruto's voice rose sharply, tinged with an irrepressible fury. "Foolishness. What Cloud, Hidden, and Root desire is absolute control and destruction. They will not allow any who know the truth to survive. Your only path to survival is resistance. Just as we in the Falcon clan, even if we bleed our last drop, will never kneel." The final words were shouted, resonating with the profound pain of the demise of the Falcon village and a deep-seated hatred, causing everyone's eardrums to thrum. A suffocating silence enveloped the scene. Sambune and others were left speechless, their faces fluctuating between pallor and flush. Many of the incited villagers bowed their heads, their eyes filled with turmoil. Mingqiao took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within him, and cast a cold gaze towards the direction of Ye's tent, stating, "My life was salvaged by you. I shall not leave until vengeance is exacted. However, should you choose to submit," he did not finish the thought, yet the resolute, murderous intent he exuded spoke volumes. He would leave without hesitation, possibly eliminating these traitors beforehand. The pressure swiftly shifted to the instigators. Just then, Ye's voice emerged from the tent, though weak. It carried an undeniable authority. "Elder Sambune, lead your people back to their posts immediately. I shall consider today's events a momentary impulse and will not pursue it further." He paused, his tone turning icier. "But should there be a next time, it shall be treated as treason against the village, with no mercy. Giantsuk, Taiju, maintain order. Yuan, monitor all exits." These simple yet potent words were imbued with a chilling aura of bloodshed. Coupled with Mingqiao's earlier declarations and demonstrated strength, the atmosphere was instantly subdued. Sambune's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivered, and ultimately, he dared not utter another word, retreating with his followers in disgrace. A bout of internal strife was temporarily quelled, yet the fissures had formed, and trust had been irrevocably damaged. Inside the tent, Yi wearily closed his eyes, aware that authoritarian control could only suppress discord momentarily and not resolve the underlying issues. The villagers needed hope, a tangible future. His gaze shifted once more towards Xiaoying and Mingqiao. Perhaps the true turning point lay within them. The pace must be quickened. The aftermath of the internal conflict loomed like a shadow over Murin village, though subdued by the combined efforts of Yi and Mingqiao. The seeds of suspicion and fear had been sown and silently took root in the hearts of Sambune and others. The atmosphere in the village grew increasingly delicate, with an invisible barrier emerging among the villagers. Yi understood that oppressive rule could only yield temporary results. To genuinely unite hearts and eliminate internal strife, he must present tangible hope, allowing all to glimpse a clear path forward. His focus returned to the research of Mingqiao and Xiaoying. Following the tumult, Ming Xiao seemed to awaken significantly. He no longer wallowed entirely in his suffering and resentment, but began to actively collaborate with Xiaoying, even proposing bold ideas based on his personal experiences. His perception and guidance of the two powers within him had entered a new phase. Xiaoying, completely engrossed in her research, frantically combined the energy properties of the dark gold stone, Ming Xiao's bloodline fluctuations, and her limited medical and sealing knowledge. The failures far outnumbered the successes, yet she remained undeterred, her eyes ignited with the fervor of discovering truth. The breakthrough occurred one fateful night when Xiaoying attempted an exceedingly perilous method. She ceased her attempts to forcibly harmonize or suppress, and instead guided Ming Xiao to inject a minute amount of energy from the dark gold stone, akin to acupuncture, into several crucial chakra nodes at the root of his bloodline limit. This process was fraught with danger, causing Ming Xiao excruciating pain, nearly rendering him unconscious, as his meridians felt as if they were pierced by glowing iron. Yet, at the moment of energy injection, a transformation transpired. Those chakra meridians, twisted and obstructed from years of reckless use and sealing, began to reshape and regenerate in a slow, agonizing manner under the dual stimulation of the dark gold stone's life-giving and destructive energies. It was akin to a withered tree finding spring again, or iron being forged in a furnace. Ming Xiao let out a horrific wail, his body convulsing violently, as clearer golden red patterns emerged on his skin. This time, however, the patterns coalesced into an ancient and arcane design rather than remaining chaotic and violent. Xiaoying anxiously monitored each of his vital signs, her heart racing almost out of her chest. Gradually, Ming Xiao's screams subsided, transforming into a deep, painful yet remarkably smooth breathing. The energy fluctuations surrounding him began to stabilize. The crimson violet chakra and the pure energy of the dark gold stone no longer repelling each other, but instead slowly and laboriously merging. A brand new, more profound, and restrained golden red chakra, imbued with indescribable strength, began to form within him, akin to the rising sun, emerging from his chrysalis. When Ming Xiao reopened his eyes, his pupils were no longer merely amber or crimson. They transformed into a profound hue resembling molten gold, glimmering with the light of reason and power. He slowly raised his hand, a flicker of thought igniting a stable and warm golden red chakra that burned in his palm like a flame, devoid of any signs of rampancy, and instead exuding a comforting aura. Is it successful? Xiaoying's voice trembled with excitement. Ming Xiao gazed at the flame in his palm, feeling within him a newfound, commanding power and a long-lost sense of control over his own bloodline, leaving him momentarily speechless. Finally, he exhaled, as if releasing a tremendous burden, uttering a single word, yes. The news was immediately relayed to Yi, who listened to Xiaoying's fervent, disjointed report in silence. Even he was astonished by this remarkable success. The energy of the dark gold stone could indeed repair and even elevate the bloodline limit. What did this mean? It signified that Murin village might possess a force capable of altering the landscape of the ninja world, a power that could drive countless bloodline clans to madness. Yet, with this revelation came heightened vigilance. Should this information leak, the repercussions would not merely involve the Cloud Village and the Root, but would invite the covetous eyes of the entire ninja realm, leading to potential destruction. Immediately, all news must be sealed, all related data classified as top secret. Everyone involved in the experiment must sign a sealing contract. Yi's response was swift and ruthless, ensuring that Ming Xiao's situation remained strictly confidential, prohibiting him from leaving the isolation area for further observation and consolidation. The greater the hope, the greater the risk. Meanwhile, Yuan made groundbreaking progress in exploring the underground structure. He ventured with great risk, employing an ancient, nearly forgotten earth escape technique, combined with the peculiar conductivity of the dark gold stone fragments to chakra, managing to barely penetrate a minuscule gap in the mysterious metallic structure. Perceiving a glimpse of the interior, the information he returned with astonished Yi once more. The internal structure was not filled with traps or bases as imagined, but rather an enormous, empty space. At the center of this space lay not an artificial construct, but a colossal dragon-shaped skeleton exuding unfathomable energy waves, seemingly composed of pure light, or perhaps a fossil formed from the condensation of dragon veins. Surrounding the skeleton were numerous ancient and intricate sealing techniques, their sophistication and strength surpassing any known modern sealing system. The swirling marks were the core components of these sealing techniques. The entire underground structure resembled a massive altar or a place of sealing. What was its purpose? To seal that dragon vein fossil? Or to utilize it? Yuan also mentioned that around the dragon vein fossil lay numerous corpses clad in ancient attire, some bearing swirling marks, while others donned distinctly different garments adorned with celestial patterns, suggesting they had engaged in an immensely fierce battle, mutually perishing here. The dragon's nest, the thunder from beyond, the fossil of the dragon vein, the vortex mark, the celestial attire, and the ancient war, all these fragments of clues seem to be weaving together a grander, more terrifying ancient secret. The village of Endurance is astonishingly built upon an ancient battlefield that seals an unknown dragon vein. Could the energy properties of the dark gold stone emanate from this sealed dragon vein? What exactly did the Vortex Mark organization aspire to accomplish? Who were the enemies clad in the celestial attire? Knight felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The impact of this information surpassed even the previous series of fierce battles. He realized that the vortex involving the village of Endurance had depths and terrors far beyond his initial imagination. This was no longer merely a struggle for the survival of a village, nor just a conflict of interests among ninja villages. What lay behind it could very well be a horrifying truth from ancient times, capable of overturning the entire understanding of the ninja world. Just as Knight was processing this astonishing revelation, hurried footsteps and clamorous voices suddenly erupted outside the tent. A ninja responsible for guarding the village's external traps rushed in, panic-stricken. His face ashen. "Lord Knight. It's terrible. A group of people has arrived outside the village. They bear the flag of Konoha. They claim to be acting on the orders of the Hokage to investigate the invasion of the Cloud Village and demand that we immediately surrender any dangerous elements and illegal gains." Konoha has finally arrived, and the timing is all too coincidental, right at the moment when internal breakthroughs had just begun to surface. Knight's heart sank heavily. With wolves in front and tigers behind, and standing upon ancient secrets potent enough to explode everything, the fate of the village of Endurance was once again thrust into the spotlight. Chapter 35 and Chapter 36. The Konoha envoys clash with undercurrents. The flag of Konoha stood out starkly against the charred ruins of the village of Endurance. A small team of about 10 ninjas stood solemnly outside the broken fence at the village entrance, all clad in dark attire, their faces obscured by animal masks, exuding a sharp and cold aura that starkly contrasted with the surrounding desolation. The leader, tall and imposing, bore a faint scar on his forehead, clearly marking him as the captain. He did not display hostility, yet the seasoned presence that represented one of the 5 great ninja villages created an immense pressure. The atmosphere in the village instantly tightened to its breaking point. The villagers, having just endured internal turmoil and a monumental discovery, were akin to startled birds, hastily arming themselves, eyes wide with fear and vigilance directed towards the outside. Kenji and Taiju rushed to the village entrance, confronting the Konoha ninjas, palms slick with cold sweat. Konoha. How could they come at such a critical juncture? Inside the tent, Knight listened to the report, his pupils constricting sharply. Konoha? Acting on the Hokage's orders? Investigating the Cloud Village's invasion? Surrendering dangerous elements and illegal gains? Behind the seemingly grandiose rationale lay an unspoken strangeness and chill. Just as the roots had barely retreated, Konoha's regular umbu followed closely behind. Was this mere coincidence? Or had Shimura Danzo's hand become so audaciously embedded within the Hokage's direct umbu? Or perhaps Konoha's upper echelons had indeed developed an interest in the happenings here, yet their intentions were far from a simple investigation? Illegal gains? What were they referring to? The dark gold stone? Or the underground secrets? Countless thoughts whirled in Knight's mind, his injured body protesting with waves of weakness, but he forcibly suppressed it. His brain racing to regain composure. Stay calm. Absolutely do not lose your composure. Xiaoying, guard Naruto. Without my signal, he must not reveal himself. Nor should anyone approach the quarantine zone. Yuan, infiltrate the shadows and monitor every movement of the Konoha ninjas, especially their subtle chakra fluctuations and coded exchanges. Uncle Kenji, Taiju. Hold your ground. Without my command, do not allow anyone to act, but do not let them step 1 foot into the village. Commands were swiftly relayed through trusted aides. Knight took a deep breath, painfully assisted by 2 guards, and emerged from the tent, making his way toward the village entrance. His face was pale, his steps unsteady, each movement exacerbating his injuries, sharp pain piercing through him. Yet, he straightened his back, his gaze calm as the water, facing the squad of Konoha umbu. Upon seeing Knight's appearance, the Konoha umbu captain's eyes, visible through his mask, flickered with surprise, seemingly taken aback by the youth of the village of Endurance's leader, and the severity of his injuries. I am the captain of Konoha's 3rd Umbu Division, codenamed Leopard. The Umbu captain's voice came through the mask, flat and indifferent, carrying a bureaucratic coldness. By the orders of the 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade, we are here to investigate the recent invasion incident of the Cloud Village into the border settlements of the Land of Fire. We request your village's cooperation in the investigation and the immediate surrender of the dangerous elements involved in this incident, as well as the items claimed by the Cloud Village to be illegally possessed by your village. His words appeared courteous, yet they were undeniably aggressive, directly placing the blame for the incident upon them, positioning themselves as both the arbitrator and enforcer. Knight's heart harbored a cold laugh, yet his face displayed a perfectly timed weakness and indignation. So it is the esteemed lords of Konoha. He coughed violently a few times, even letting out a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, enhancing his frail appearance. The Cloud Village brazenly invaded, slaughtering my villagers and destroying my homeland. We fought desperately to resist, narrowly achieving a tragic victory. Now, our village lies in ruins, suffering heavy casualties, and we know not where to seek justice. I never expected that we would await the arrival of Konoha's investigation, truly. His words were choked, vividly portraying the sorrow and grievance of a small village leader who had endured oppression and survived disaster, utterly neglecting to mention dangerous elements and illegal gains, instead opting to lament and seek justice, seizing the moral high ground. The Umbu captain fell silent for a moment, seemingly unprepared for such a reaction, but soon hardened his tone. Konoha expresses regret for your village's plight. However, the Cloud Village has submitted evidence accusing your village of harboring their defector, a dangerous bloodline ninja, and of stealing significant resources belonging to the Cloud Village, prompting their necessary actions. We request that your village immediately surrender the relevant personnel and items to Konoha for examination, and we will ensure justice for your village. Relentlessly pressing, they had pinpointed the accusations of bloodline ninjas and significant resources. Knight's internal alarms blared. The accuracy of the opponent's information indicated an insider or highly skilled espionage, most likely provided by the Roots. Bloodline ninja? Significant resources? Knight displayed a bewildered yet furious expression. Esteemed lord, please see clearly. The village of Endurance is small and weak. How could we possibly harbor a Cloud Village defector? As for the significant resources, the Cloud Village harbors ulterior motives, clearly coveting a common black oil stone found in our nearby mountains. That stone has no use beyond producing smoke when burned. How could it be considered vital to the Cloud Village? Are you truly going to believe the one-sided words of an aggressor to pressure us, the victims? He vehemently denied, shifting all blame onto the greed of the Cloud Village, cleverly redefining the dark gold stone as merely black oil stone, clouding their perception. The Umbu captain fell silent once more, the gaze beneath his mask sharpening slightly. He clearly would not easily take Knight's words at face value. Whether it is true or not will be known after an investigation. Please allow my team to enter the village to conduct a search and summon all villagers for questioning. Konoha will ensure the investigation is fair. He stepped forward, his tone carrying an undeniable pressure. The Umbu members behind him also leaned slightly forward, their chakras subtly flowing, exerting pressure. The atmosphere at the village entrance grew tense. Taiju and Kenji tightened their muscles, gripping their weapons. The villagers showed faces of terror. If they were allowed to enter the village, Naruto would undoubtedly be exposed, and the underground mines and the tunnels being excavated could very well be discovered. The consequences were unthinkable. Knight's heartbeat quickened, yet his face revealed an even deeper expression of indignation and disbelief. Esteemed lord, my village has just endured a fierce battle, with the dead unburied and the wounded strewn across the ground, leaving the hearts of the people filled with dread. At this moment, Konoha is forcefully entering the village to conduct searches, which is no different from the second invasion by Kumogakure. Is this the justice promised by the Hokage? If so, we would rather shatter than accept such humiliation. His words struck with conviction, imbued with a tone of resoluteness, as he discreetly signaled behind him. The villagers, though terrified, pushed to the brink, erupted in furious shouts. We will not accept this. Get out. Konoha and Kumogakure are in league. The crowd was incensed, ready to fight to the death at the slightest provocation. The Umbu captain paused, clearly taken aback by their intense reaction. Although his mission was of great significance, if he truly forced this small village, which had just repelled Kumogakure, into a corner, it could lead to large-scale conflict and casualties, resulting in a tremendous blow to Konoha's reputation, making it difficult to justify to the Hokage. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The air seemed to thicken, filled only with the heavy breaths of the villagers and the flames of their anger. At that moment, a whisper from Yin quietly reached Ye's ears. Captain. There are two individuals in their ranks with unusual chakra fluctuations, secretly communicating through an extremely discreet code, seemingly confirming something in the southwest direction of the village. Near the old mine. The southwest? The old mine. That is where the dark gold ore was first discovered. It is also one of the locations where the underground structure is closest to the surface. Ye's heart trembled greatly. They had indeed come prepared. Their target was exceedingly clear. There could be no further delay. A risk must be taken. A glint of determination flashed across Ye's face as he suddenly began to cough violently, his body swaying as if it might collapse at any moment. Lord Yi, quickly, support him. Jinjia and Tai Zhu rushed forward to assist him. Using their support, Yi discreetly traced several words in Jinjia's palm. Southwest, mine, bait. Jinjia's body stiffened suddenly, instantly comprehending Ye's meaning, his eyes flashing with shock and reluctance. But then shifting to resolve, he imperceptibly nodded. Yi seemed to catch his breath, weakly addressing the Umbu captain. Since Konoha insists on searching, well then, my village's wounded require rest and cannot be disturbed. May I request that you gentlemen temporarily step outside the village to await our arrangements before entering to investigate? This was a tactical retreat, an attempt to buy time while offering a seemingly conciliatory proposal. The Umbu captain's brow furrowed beneath his mask, weighing his options. Ultimately, he nodded. Very well. I will grant you 1 hour. After 1 hour, if there is no cooperation, I will regard your village's resistance to the investigation as defiance and will take necessary measures. With that, he waved his hand, retreating a distance, yet still firmly sealing off the village's main thoroughfare. Time was of the essence. Yi was immediately carried back to the command tent. Upon entering, he seized Jinjia's hand. His voice urgent and low. Quickly, dispatch someone towards the southwestern mine to create the appearance of hurried excavation, as if something is being buried. Leave behind some fragments of ordinary black oil stone to make it look like it was hastily dealt with. Then withdraw immediately and erase all traces of our presence. He aimed to fabricate a false scene of illicit gains as bait to divert the Umbu's attention. The gamble rested on the urgency and uncertainty of their target. Jinjia's voice trembled. There was no time to consider further. The secrets of Narakusa and what lay beneath must be preserved. Go, Yi shouted, his eyes bloodshot. This was a high-stakes gamble. The fate of the entire village was on the line. Gritting his teeth, Jinjia turned and bolted out of the tent. Orders were swiftly executed. A group of utterly loyal villagers, risking everything, quickly created chaotic excavation signs near the southwestern mine, carefully scattering a few ordinary black oil stone fragments, then swiftly retreated, erasing all traces of their presence. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Umbu captain arrived punctually. Yi forced himself to appear once more, his complexion even paler, as if he had made a monumental and arduous decision. My lord, we indeed found some special ore that was left behind by Kumobikure during our resistance, buried near the old southwestern mine. And we are willing to hand it over to Konoha, hoping for justice from you. He performed his role convincingly, portraying a small leader compelled to surrender contraband for self-preservation with remarkable depth. The Umbu captain's gaze flickered, clearly intrigued by the special ore. He immediately dispatched half of his personnel to rush to the southwestern mine. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the direction of the village's isolation zone, an incredibly faint yet extraordinarily pure and peculiar energy fluctuation suddenly surged without warning. The wave flashed and vanished, as if it were merely an illusion. Yet both Yi and the Umbu captain's expressions changed dramatically. Yi feared that something had gone awry with Narakusa. The Umbu captain's eyes gleamed with intensity. This energy fluctuation was no ordinary ore. The intelligence had proven accurate. No, wait. Over there. The Umbu captain suddenly pointed toward the isolation zone, his voice laced with urgency for the first time. Everyone, follow me. He no longer paid heed to the bait at the southwestern mine, instead forcing his remaining subordinates toward the inner village's isolation zone. The conspiracy was instantly unveiled. The true target had been exposed. Block them. Ye's eyes widened in fury as he roared. The final line of defense was breached in an instant. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 36 End. Chapter 38. The aftermath and precautionary measures. Konoha's Umbu vanished as swiftly as a receding tide into the charred woodland's end, leaving the remnants of the enduring ninja village in a state of silence and confusion. The rumbling and pressure that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth had dissipated. Yet the shock and terror it wrought were deeply engraved in the hearts of every survivor. After a brief silence, A greater panic and chaos ensued. The earth dragon has turned over. It is a curse. The curse from beneath has awakened. The villagers cried out in terror, witnessing more houses collapsing due to the tremors. And despair spread once again. Be quiet. It was not an earthquake. It was Konoha's trickery. They used ninjutsu unknown to us. Yi forced himself to stand atop a height. His voice hoarse, yet commanding, forcibly redirecting the source of panic toward Konoha. He had to conceal the truth, at least for the time being. Calm down. Assess casualties. Reinforce houses, and double the watch. Under his relentless scolding and orders, the chaos was temporarily subdued, yet a deeper unease spread like a plague. The villagers cast fearful and suspicious glances toward the ground. Ye's heart sank to the depths. He understood that the underground secret would likely not remain hidden for long. The Umbu of Konoha, especially that captain, had certainly sensed the anomaly. Their hasty retreat was not an act of surrender, but a call for a more formidable force. Time had become more urgent than ever. He immediately summoned all core members. Each face was grim. Even Naruto, who had just experienced a backlash of power and appeared pale, was supported by shouting to the meeting. How much time do we have left? Jinja asked, his voice dry. Not much longer, Yi replied coldly. Konoha's forces are returning at full speed. At most, they will arrive within 5 days. It could be a stronger Umbu, or perhaps a direct unit from the Hokage. And we cannot exclude the main force of Root joining the fray. At the mention of Root, all breaths hitched. What shall we do? Escape? Taiju urged. The secret passage is not fully excavated. Escape? Where can we flee? Yi shook his head. None of the 5 great nations will allow a force wielding such power to roam free. Once we leave the village's defenses, we become lambs to the slaughter. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting upon Ming Qiao. Our only path to survival lies in acquiring the power to make them hesitate before they come again, or to ensure that should they act, they pay a grievous price. Yet, as we looked upon the ravaged village, Xiao Ying's tone was steeped in despair. But we still have it. He pointed to the ground, then glanced at Ming Qiao and himself. Ming Qiao lifted his eyes, a flicker of complex emotion glimmering within his molten gold pupils. The resonance of that power from below, though agonizing, had invigorated the nascent strength within him, making it more attuned to that overwhelming pressure, almost as if they were born of the same essence. Ming Qiao, Yi fixed his gaze upon him. Can you replicate that feeling from earlier? Even if it's just a faint echo? Ming Qiao fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. It's difficult. It feels like an instinctive counterattack, uncontrollable. However, I can attempt to guide it rather than merely trigger it passively. Not enough, Ye's tone turned grave. We need a more proactive control, even to the extent of manipulation. He turned to Xiaoying, combine the data from earlier, analyze the characteristics of that fluctuation at the fastest possible speed, and attempt to simulate it. We require a method to actively induce a slight resonance from the underground energy. It doesn't need to be powerful. Even if we can only achieve 1/10, no, 1/100th of that effect, it must be controllable. As a final deterrent, Xiaoying gasped. The idea was too reckless. A slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire village. Meanwhile, Ye's gaze sharpened. We must prepare for the worst. Uncle Jinjia, accelerate the excavation of the secret passage, prioritizing the completion of a main route as quickly as possible. Taiju, gather every explosive tag and black oil canister you can find in the village, concentrating them at key nodes and the mine's entrance. The crowd turned pale. This was a desperate gamble. If things become untenable, if the enemy is too strong for us to resist. Ye's voice was as cold as ice. Then we must obliterate everything. We cannot allow them to seize any of the treasures from below. And then, let as many escape as possible. Burn the boats. Shatter the jade. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere thick with oppression and determination. Each individual understood that there was no retreat left. In the following days, the Endure village operated like a well-oiled war machine, akin to a condemned prisoner on the brink of execution, unleashing its final reserves of strength amidst despair. Ming Qiao and Xiaoying toiled tirelessly, immersed in perilous energy experiments, repeatedly attempting to guide and simulate that strand of dragon vein power, facing failures and injuries before trying again. The excavation of the secret passage continued day and night, the earth being silently removed and processed. Taiju and his team frantically set up explosives, transforming the village into a colossal bomb. Yuan expanded her reconnaissance range to its limits, closely monitoring every movement within a 100-mile radius. Yi, stationed at the center, managed all affairs, his injuries healing unusually slowly under immense pressure, yet his eyes grew ever brighter and colder, resembling two icy stars. On the fourth day, in the dead of night, Xiao Ying and Ming Qiao finally delivered groundbreaking news. They had succeeded once. With Ming Qiao's precise guidance and Xiao Ying's special techniques, they had painstakingly induced a fleeting, barely perceptible resonance from the underground dragon vein. Although it merely caused a ripple in a cup on the table for less than a second, it was indeed a success, and it was controllable. Though they were far from practical application, this proved that their path was viable. They possessed a terrifying trump card capable of mutual destruction in theory. On the same day, Yuan brought the worst news. A massive chakra response was rapidly approaching from both the northeast and southwest. The numbers were overwhelming. The speed was astonishing. Expected to arrive by dawn at the latest. Which faction? Yi asked gravely. It cannot be fully determined, but the chakra from the northeast resembles that of Yuan. The southwest is a mix of Konoha and another more sinister chakra, likely a combined force from Konoha and Root. Yuan returns. The forces of Konoha and Root are at our doorstep. The final moment has arrived. He stood atop the ruins, gazing at the pitch-black skyline, slowly clenching his fists. Behind him were weary yet resolute companions in a desolate village, buried in ancient secrets and riddled with explosives. When dawn arrives, it will be the moment that decides the fate of the Endure village. Will it be rebirthed through fire, or will it be reduced to mere dust in history? Chapter 38 complete. Chapter 39. The dark tide before dawn. The darkness before dawn was suffocatingly heavy. The Endure village lay silent, resembling a vast grave. All lights had been extinguished, save for a few stone-like figures on the crumbling watchtower, blending into the night as they vigilantly scanned the distance. Within the village, not a single soul could be seen. The surviving villagers had followed the contingency plan, concealing themselves in fortified cellars, the depths of half-collapsed houses, or near the recently unearthed escape passage, which still reeked of earth. Fear was etched on every face, their mouths tightly covered, breathing cautiously to avoid attracting disaster. The village's critical nodes, including seemingly ordinary ruins, were already laden with black oil canisters and explosive tags. Taiju stood resolutely beside several key detonation points with the most loyal of his comrades, his gaze unwavering, though his palms were slick with sweat from anxiety. This was a gamble with no way back. The command center had shifted to a relatively sturdy shelter near the mine entrance underground. Ye's face was as pale as paper. Leaning against the wall, coughing violently, each fit seeming to shatter his insides. Xiao Ying nervously tended to him, while continually adjusting several rudimentary devices connected with complex wiring and shards of dark gold stone. These were her attempts to activate the resonance of the underground dragon vein, based on Ming Xiao's energy fluctuations. Ming Xiao sat cross-legged nearby, his eyes closed, his molten gold pupils subtly shifting beneath his eyelids. He was exerting all his effort to maintain the nascent power within him, which resonated faintly with the dragon vein. In its optimal state, he was the most crucial yet unstable element of the plan. Yuan's figure flickered into the shelter like a ghost. Bringing the latest intelligence, the Yuan forces, about 80 in number, have reached the forest 5 miles northeast and are taking a short rest. Expected to launch an attack in half an hour. Leading them are the Samui squad and several elite jonin, a formidable lineup. The mixed forces of Konoha and Root are even more numerous, exceeding 100, and have reached the river valley 3 miles southwest. Their actions are peculiar. They are not rushing to attack, seemingly waiting for something. Leading them is the former Umbu captain, Leopard. But there is a leader from Root emitting an extremely cold and powerful chakra that we've never encountered before. The pressure intensified. They were being attacked from both sides, and the enemy was evidently more prepared and stronger. They were waiting for Yuan to make the first move. Yi instantly discerned the intent of the Root forces, aiming for Yuan to test their vulnerabilities, even triggering their last resort, so they could reap the benefits. What a devious scheme. Are our welcoming preparations ready? Yi looked towards Jinjia. Jinjia nodded firmly, a hint of ruthlessness in his expression. The traps in the northeast have been activated. They should be enough to keep Yuan occupied. In the southwest, as you instructed, we've prepared a surprise. Yi nodded, his gaze returning to Xiao Ying and Ming Qiao. We have only one opportunity. His voice was hoarse and heavy. We must strike at the moment when Yun's assault is at its peak, and the Root forces are most focused. It must be swift, it must be fierce, and we must make them all believe that we can take them down with us at any moment. Xiao Ying swallowed nervously, her fingers trembling slightly. Ming Qiao slowly opened his eyes. Within his molten golden pupils lay a tranquil yet tempestuous storm. Time trickled by painfully, each second in agony. At last, from the northeast, the distinctive battle horn of the cloud-hidden village echoed, rumbling like thunderclouds. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of explosions, the roar of ninjutsu, and the cries of the wounded, shattering the dawn's silence. The cloud-hidden had commenced their assault. Clearly, they had learned from their previous missteps. Instead of rushing blindly into battle, they attempted to carve a path with ninjutsu, only to crash headlong into the meticulously arranged death traps fortified with the last of the resources by the ninja village. The battle escalated to a fever pitch from the very outset. Simultaneously, from the southwest, the mixed forces of the Leaf Village began their slow advance, resembling a poised viper, coldly observing the fierce conflict in the northeast while awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Inside the cover, the atmosphere was taut with tension. The sounds of battle and explosions outside seemed almost palpable. Now was the moment. Yi suddenly turned to Xiaoying and Mingqiao, gritting her teeth. Xiaoying pressed her hands firmly onto the resonator, infusing her chakra along with the energy of the dark golden stone within the device. Mingqiao simultaneously let out a low growl, his body erupting with golden-red chakra, his molten gaze shining blindingly bright as he formed a peculiar hand seal, channeling all his mental energy and newfound power deep into the earth. Buzz, a vibration, far clearer than before yet still faint, surged from the depths of the ground. This time, it was not an uncontrollable explosion but a continuous low-frequency hum, imbued with a clear warning. The hum was not violent, nor did it cause destruction, but it was precisely transmitted to the feet of every ninja surrounding the village. Especially for the mixed forces of the Leaf Village advancing slowly from the southwest, the sensation was most profound. The chakra within each of them momentarily faltered, as an instinctive awe and fear of the unknown ancient power seized them. Their advance halted abruptly. Captain Leopard's expression changed drastically beneath his mask as he raised his hand to stop the troops. Halt. Beside him, the root leader, radiating a chilling chakra. His gaze sharpened beneath his dark robe, fixated intensely on the ground. They felt it. They sensed it. And they were wary. At that moment, Ye's voice, harsh and resolute, resonated through a makeshift loudspeaker, overpowering even the sounds of battle in the northeast. Leaf. Cloud hidden. Do you feel it? This is the power of what you desire. It lies here, beneath our feet, but it belongs to neither of you. Whoever dares to seize it, I will detonate it, taking everyone down with it. Feel free to test me. A mad proclamation, a threat of mutual destruction. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield, even the fierce conflict in the northeast momentarily abating. The commander of the Cloud Hidden appeared uncertain. Meanwhile, Captain Leopard and the root leader exchanged a quick glance. A bluff? Captain Leopard whispered. It doesn't seem so. The nature of that power is exceedingly high, yet its fluctuations are faint. It appears quite unstable, indeed capable of detonation. The root leader's voice was dry and cold. The cost is too great. We cannot afford to gamble. They dared not take the risk. The ability of the ninja village to resonate with the unknown terrors beneath the earth, even threatening to detonate, exceeded their expectations and risk tolerance. In that moment of stalemate, as both sides were shaken by Ye's frantic threat, an anomaly emerged. No one noticed a subtle spatial rift opened silently within the high clouds. An eerie eye seemingly composed of countless paper fragments scanned the battlefield below, pausing briefly at the humming depths of the earth before closing again, as if it had never existed. Further away, a figure cloaked in a broad mantle, bearing a peculiar gourd, stood quietly atop a cliff. Its crimson eyes peering through the mask, apathetically observing it all, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of its mouth. The small whirlpool of the ninja village attracted attention far more profound and terrifying than the visible enemies. The stalemate on the battlefield persisted. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his clothes. The recent proclamation and maintaining the resonance had nearly drained his last reserves of strength. He understood that the threat was merely temporary. Once the enemy regained their composure or resolved to pay any price, the ninja village would still face calamity. Time was of the essence. He glanced at Jinjia, summoning his last ounce of strength to issue the command, execute the Ember Plan. The hoarse order echoed within the oppressive shelter like the final toll of a bell. Jinjia trembled violently, his eyes flashing with tremendous sorrow and reluctance. But it quickly morphed into determination. He nodded firmly, turning sharply to dash from the shelter. The Ember Plan was the ultimate contingency for the worst-case scenario. It entailed abandoning the majority of personnel and supplies that could not be taken, allowing the core members to lead a select group of the most promising children and young ninjas through a secret passage for a quiet evacuation, preserving the last vestiges of the Ninja Village's bloodline and hope. Those left behind would serve as bait and a barrier, sacrificing their lives to buy time for the retreat, ultimately detonating everything at the last moment. This was a path paved with countless sacrifices, brutal and despairing. The order was swiftly disseminated through prearranged channels. There was no commotion, no cries, only a deathly silence and muffled sobs. The chosen embers were thrust into the dark passage under the farewell gazes of their families. Their faces bore confusion, fear, and a weightiness unbefitting their years. Taiju remained behind, along with those willing to stay, guarding each detonation point, their eyes blood-red, like statues. Xiaoying wished to stay, but was halted by Ye's cold gaze. Your knowledge and his power, Yi glanced at the exhausted Mingqiao, are the keys for the embers to survive. Go. Tears streamed down Xiaoying's face as she took one last look at Yi and the blood-soaked land, gritting her teeth, supporting the weakened Mingqiao, and merging into the retreating ranks. Disappearing into the depths of the passage, Yuan's figure quietly appeared beside Yi. Most of the embers have entered the passage. The leaf and cloud appear to be momentarily daunted. Still observing, but not for long. Yi nodded, coughing violently, blood seeping through his fingers. His task was half complete. Now, he needed to finish the other half. He pushed away the guard supporting him, struggling to step out of the shelter and toward the center of the village. In the dim light of dawn, his figure appeared frail, yet resolute. Outside, an eerie silence continued to reign over the battlefield. The cloud-hidden and leaf forces were both intimidated by the underground hum and Ye's threat of mutual destruction, hesitant to act, yet the encirclement showed no signs of loosening. They were all waiting for the other side to lose their composure or for the Ninja Village to falter first. Yi stood firm, taking a deep breath, summoning his remaining strength to project his voice across the battlefield. Leaf. Cloud hidden. Do you not seek the secrets here? Very well. I shall reveal them to you. He abruptly formed a hand seal, not a high-level ninjutsu, but a simple signal to channel chakra. Boom, boom, boom. At the edge of the village, several preset detonation points erupted violently. Flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed forth. However, this explosion was not aimed at attacking the enemy, but rather to create further chaos and panic. He has gone mad. He is truly going to detonate it. Fall back. Quickly retreat. The troops of Yunin and Konoha stirred in confusion, instinctively withdrawing. Yet, as anticipated, the cataclysmic underground explosion did not occur. Only the low hum from below grew more urgent and unstable, as if it could spiral out of control at any moment. This illusory scene deepened the enemy's doubts and fears. They were completely in the dark about the hidden cards of the last ninja village, and dared not risk their elite forces against the unknown, terrifying consequences. In the midst of this chaos and hesitation, deep within the last ninja village, the entrance to the secret passage leading outside was completely collapsed and sealed from within after the last ember had entered. This cut off the possibility of pursuit and extinguished the last hope for those remaining behind. Knight, listening to the muffled sounds of explosions behind him, understood that the plan had succeeded to a large extent. The embers had been scattered. Whether they could survive in the perilous ninja world now rested upon their fate. His mission was nearing completion. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, a weary smile of relief gracing his face. However, just as he was about to issue the final command to detonate everything and perish alongside the enemy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A golden flash, moving at an unimaginable speed, appeared above the battlefield without warning. The next moment, a figure clad in a white Hokage cloak, plump and with golden hair styled into twin tails, descended like a deity, crashing heavily onto the ground between Knight and the root forces. Boom! The ground was struck, creating a shallow pit, with dust swirling around. The newcomer stood upright, delivering a powerful fist to the ground, causing the earth to tremble with her immense strength. She lifted her head, her emerald eyes ablaze with fury, surveying all the Konoha ninjas present, especially the root members, her voice resonating like thunder. Stop it at once. Who authorized you to mobilize troops and threaten the subordinate ninja village of the Land of Fire? That old dog Shimura Danzo has gone too far. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, she has come in person. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Every Konoha ninja, including Captain Leopard and the root leader, turned pale. Instinctively kneeling on one knee, Hokage-sama, The Union troops also stirred in surprise, clearly unprepared for the sudden appearance of the Hokage. Tsunade's unexpected arrival shattered the balance and disrupted the situation. Knight was momentarily stunned, staring at the legendary Sannin, now the fifth Hokage. As countless thoughts raced through his mind. Is she friend or foe? Is she here to stop Danzo? Or for the secrets beneath? Tsunade's gaze swept over the ravaged last ninja village, taking in the terrified and resolute faces of the villagers. Finally resting upon the frail, yet upright figure of the young leader in the center, a flicker of complex admiration and seriousness flashing in her eyes. Kid, she addressed Knight. Her voice still resounding but tempered with scrutiny. Are you the leader here? Tell me, what on earth has happened? An opportunity. Knight's heart raced. Tsunade's appearance was a significant variable, potentially a chance for survival. He must seize this moment to secure a glimmer of hope for those embers who had already retreated. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult within and prepared to speak when a subtle sound, akin to a blade piercing flesh, resonated. Knight's body froze in disbelief as he looked down. A bloodied black blade protruded from his chest. His strength drained instantly, and his vision began to blur. He struggled to turn his head, only to see a face concealed beneath the Konoha forehead protector, bearing the characteristic cold expression of Root. It was one of the guards who had been tasked with ensuring his safety. A Root infiltrator had long since embedded themselves by his side. Target eliminated. The secret must be controlled by Root. The chilling whisper echoed in his ear. Darkness surged like a tide. As Knight's consciousness sank into an endless abyss of cold and darkness, the last image he beheld was Tsunade's face, a mix of shock and fury, and the distant horizon where the true dawn light was quietly rising. Chapter 40 End. Chapter 41. Blood of Dawn and the scattering of embers. The icy blade pierced his chest. The agony and swift drain of life rendered Knight's consciousness hazy. The final sight that lingered in his mind was Tsunade's shocked and furious visage, alongside the emotionless cold gaze of the Root ninja. Bold. Tsunade's roar echoed like thunder. She could hardly believe that Root had the audacity to kill in front of her. Almost instantaneously, as the Root ninja withdrew with their blade, Tsunade's figure shot forth like a cannonball. Pure strength erupted without embellishment, causing the air to crackle. The Root ninja had no time to react before being obliterated into a mist of blood by her terrifying power. But it was too late. Knight's body slumped forward, blood quickly staining the scorched earth. Medical team. Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury as she caught Knight's collapsing form, her emerald eyes aflame with healing chakra, desperately attempting to staunch the fatal wound. Yet the blade was clearly coated with potent poison and had damaged vital organs, life slipping away rapidly. This sudden turn of events plunged the battlefield into silence once more. The Konoha Umbu exchanged glances, at a loss. The remaining members of Root quietly retreated into the shadows, attempting to escape. The Union forces were also momentarily stunned by this internal strife, forgetting their next move. Danzo, very well. Tsunade raised her head, her gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over those Root ninjas attempting to flee, along with the pallid Captain Leopard. None of you will leave today. Umbu, listen up. Capture all Root members. Kill any who resist. The Hokage's direct Umbu did not hesitate, immediately pouncing on their former comrades. An internal conflict erupted within Konoha. Seeing this, Union Commander Sammy's eyes flickered as he swiftly commanded, charge. Seize the objective while we can. The Union ninjas howled as they charged into battle. The scene spiraled into chaos, a three-way melee igniting. Yet, amidst Knight's fall, Tsunade's desperate rescue, and the ensuing turmoil, no one noticed a shadow gliding across the ground like a specter, silently retrieving the special scroll that had fallen beside Knight, one that had never left his side, containing fragments of the dark golden stone data and underground schematics, vanishing into the chaos at the battlefield's edge. It was Yuen. He had been waiting for the opportunity. Meanwhile, deep within the village, the final, muffled explosion echoed, the signal that the main mineshaft entrance had been completely sealed, leaving behind the iron pillars. They gazed at the oncoming Union ninjas, a fierce and resolute smile spreading across their faces as they fiercely pulled the last detonation fuse. Lord Knight has gone ahead. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from all corners of the village, more intense than any prior. The blazing flames illuminated the dawn, black smoke mingling with dirt and debris soaring into the air. The iron pillars and those who willingly remained fulfilled their final loyalty with their lives, burying countless secrets and enemies they could not take with them in the sea of flames. A violent explosion and ensuing chaos momentarily halted the offensive of the Cloud Village and disrupted the internal conflict within the Hidden Leaf. Retreat. All units, retreat. Tsunade commanded through gritted teeth, cradling the nearly lifeless body of Yoru, her gaze fixed on the village engulfed in flames and the tumultuous battlefield. Realizing that the situation was beyond salvage, the Leaf's Umbu immediately provided cover for her, retreating while engaging in combat. Meanwhile, the Cloud forces were thrown into disarray by the reckless, self-destructive explosion, suffering significant losses and struggling to mount an effective pursuit. Amidst the turmoil, no one noticed the small group carrying the last flicker of hope for the hidden village of the end had long since slipped away through secret passages, vanishing into the vast mountain forests. Led by Kensuke, the team included the resolute Koyuki and the weak yet determined Narukusa, who brought up the rear. The children's faces, smeared with tears and dirt, bore the weight of their burdens as they trudged silently behind, their hearts heavy with sorrow, fear, and an unexpected resilience born of brutality. They understood that from this moment onward, they were no longer ordinary children. They were the last embers of the hidden village of the end, carrying with them blood vendettas and secrets as they struggled for survival. The road ahead was long and fraught with danger. Yet, as long as the embers flickered, hope remained. The burning village gradually faded from sight, and the cries of battle grew distant. The dawn's light finally broke free from the horizon, casting a golden-red glow upon the earth, but it could not dispel the pervasive crimson and smoke. The tale of the hidden village of the end seemed to reach a temporary pause in the wake of this brutal explosion and tragic retreat. However, the true journey was perhaps only just beginning. In the depths of the distant mountains, a pair of crimson eyes adorned with a Magatama pattern slowly opened within the shadow of a great tree, coldly observing the vanishing direction of the Ember team, a faint, amused smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Beyond that, in the unknown depths of darkness, ancient secrets regarding the dragon's nest and the vortex markings awaited the next soul daring enough to unveil their mysteries. Chapter 41 complete. Volume 1, Scorched Earth and Budding Life. Chapter 42, Departures and Thorny Paths far from the smoldering ruins of the hidden village of the end. A weary and silent group struggled through the treacherous mountain forests. The air felt thick and oppressive, the only accompaniment being the stifled sobs and heavy breaths. The children's faces were a mixture of sweat, tears, and mud, their eyes vacant and fearful, as if they had yet to awaken from the cataclysmic destruction and flight of the previous night. They mechanically followed the person in front, their small bodies burdened by a weight far beyond their years. Kensuke led the way, his white hair disheveled, each step a painful reminder of his unhealed wounds. Yet, he maintained an upright posture, his murky eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings, the kunai in his grasp never loosening. He was the visible leader of this group, the only source of reliance for the children in this moment of despair. Koyuki and Narukusa brought up the rear. Koyuki's pallor indicated her chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Yet she summoned her strength to support the faltering children, whispering words of encouragement. Her gaze often drifted towards the center of the group, where Yoru lay unconscious on a makeshift stretcher, his breath faint. Narukusa appeared in a slightly better state, the newborn golden-red chakra seemingly granting him greater resilience and stamina. Silently, he walked at the back, his molten gold eyes sharply scanning the rear and flanks, resembling a watchful alpha wolf. The power within him resonated subtly with the underground dragon veins, simmering like a dormant flame, ready to ignite at any moment. His presence provided a sense of security, yet also an unspoken tension. They were the last embers of the hidden village of the end, a total of 27 individuals, mostly teenagers aged 10 to 15, alongside Koki, Narukusa, and the gravely injured Yoru. Iron Pillar and those who volunteered to remain had sacrificed their lives to secure this meager chance of survival. Kensuke, where are we going? A slightly older girl finally broke the silence, her voice tinged with tears. Kensuke paused, his heart tightening painfully. Where were they going? He didn't know. The plan had merely been to retreat, with no destination in mind. The vastness of the ninja world seemed devoid of a place for them to take refuge. We'll keep moving forward, seeking a safe place to rest. Kensuke's voice was hoarse, striving to sound composed. We must survive. There will be a way. Surviving was their sole objective now. The mountain paths were rugged and laden with thorns, slowing their pace considerably. Hunger, fatigue, and pain gnawed at each individual's will. The meager rations remaining were strictly apportioned, barely enough to sustain them each day. The following day, an unanticipated cold rain only compounded their woes. The children shivered uncontrollably, several developing fevers and coughs. Koyuki, frantic with worry, could not find sufficient herbs, relying solely on her dwindling medical chakra to manage, her complexion growing increasingly worse. Naruto silently shed his relatively thick outer garment, draping it over a small girl whose lips had turned purple from the cold. The girl looked at him timidly, fear still lingering in her eyes but overshadowed by gratitude. Naruto turned away, saying nothing. On the third day, they encountered a small pack of starving wolves. Under normal circumstances, these beasts would pose little threat, but the team was exhausted and their fighting capability severely diminished. Protect the children and Yoru, Kensuke bellowed, charging forward with two slightly older ninja. Naruto's gaze sharpened, and just as he was about to act, Koyuki pulled him back. Your strength is unstable. Don't use it recklessly. As Kensuke and the others found themselves in dire straits, Naruto suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a series of precise wind blades that sliced through the wolves' forepaws, inflicting pain without killing them, forcing them to retreat. This was a fundamental technique from his village. Executed flawlessly, the wolves howled as they retreated into the woods. Kensuke and the others exhaled in relief, their expressions toward Naruto now laced with complexity. Thank you, Koyuki murmured softly. Naruto merely acknowledged her with a slight nod, returning to the rear of the group. The minor crisis had been averted, yet a greater shadow loomed over each heart. Their movements were not entirely concealed, their food and medicine dwindling, and Yoru's condition continued to worsen. By evening, they stumbled upon a narrow cave where they sought refuge. Koyuki examined Yoru's wounds, her brow furrowed in concern. The injury was too severe. Although Tsunade's medical chakra had temporarily subdued the poison, it had not eradicated it, and the damage to his heart was irreparable. Yoru's vitality flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. He needs better treatment. Koyuki's voice was filled with despair. Silence enveloped the group, the only sounds being the crackling of the fire and the children's stifled breaths. Suddenly, Yoru, who had remained unconscious, ever so slightly moved his fingers. Koyuki held her breath, fixated. Yoru's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes, which had been blurred for so long before gradually focusing on the concerned, weary faces gathered around him. Not yet. He managed to utter in a barely audible whisper, attempting to conjure a comforting smile, which instead caused him to cough violently, blood spilling from his lips once more. Don't speak. Conserve your strength, Koyuki urged, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yoru's gaze swept across every person in the cave, seeing that they were all still alive. A flicker of faint solace crossed his eyes. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Kensuke's face, and with every ounce of strength he could muster, he formed a few words with great slowness. Kensuke leaned in to discern the meaning, and his expression instantly turned grave. Knight spoke of caution towards the land of the northern demons, and upon uttering those words, he seemed to exhaust all his energy, his eyes gently closing once more, his breath becoming faint, yet this time, it appeared to stabilize slightly. The land of the demons? That neutral nation famed for its priestesses and sealing techniques? Why venture there? And what of Akatsuki? What could that mean? New enigmas and directions weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts as Knight fell into unconsciousness once again. The path ahead remained fraught with thorns, yet at least a faint, unmistakable light had emerged. The embers had not extinguished. The journey continued. Chapter 43. Seeking survival in the north, shadows and Toe Knight's guidance stood as the sole beacon amidst the darkness. Despite the uncertainty of the past and the unpredictability of the future, the weary and despairing group finally possessed a clear direction, northward, towards the land of the demons. This small nation, maintaining neutrality amidst the 5 great countries, was renowned for its veneration of priestesses and unique sealing arts. Seldom involving itself in the conflicts of the ninja world, it might serve as a temporary sanctuary, allowing them to evade the relentless pursuit of the Cloud and Leaf villages, as well as that mysterious organization, Akatsuki. They gathered their belongings and prepared to embark at dawn. Kensuke suppressed the weighty doubts in his heart and decisively issued orders. Now was not the time for questions. Trusting Knight's judgment was their only option. The journey that followed proved even more arduous. To evade potential pursuers and spies, they dared not tread the main roads, instead traversing through desolate mountains and wild terrains. Food was completely depleted. They could only rely on foraging wild fruits, digging up roots, and even capturing insects and small animals to sustain themselves. Water was a constant scarcity, and a mere drizzle felt like a treasured boon. Naruto emerged as the team's most vital hunter and protector. His enhanced perceptive abilities and survival skills passed down from the Falcon village consistently led him to sources of sustenance, allowing them to avoid formidable beasts or suspicious trails. However, the more he exerted his strength, the paler he became, as the conflict between his nascent power and old wounds, along with toxins, intensified, occasionally plunging him into bouts of excruciating pain and chakra disarray. Xiaoying devoted most of her energy to caring for Knight and Narikes. Her mastery of the Dark Goldstone's energy grew increasingly refined. Although it could not cure their ailments, it consistently preserved their lives in the direst moments. She discovered that the energy of the Dark Goldstone seemed to have a subtly soothing effect on Knight's injuries. While it could not mend his shattered heart, it curiously slowed the spread of that peculiar toxin. This revelation offered her a glimmer of hope amidst despair. The children were maturing at an astonishing rate. Hunger, fear, and the anguish of losing their home had not crushed them. Rather, they sharpened their resolve. The older children willingly took on tasks, caring for the younger ones, learning to set traps, and taking turns keeping watch. Though fear still lingered in their eyes, it was overshadowed by a tenacious spirit of perseverance. On the 7th day, they stumbled upon a secluded valley, where a slender stream and a small grove of wild fruit trees awaited them. For a group on the brink of despair, this was undoubtedly a divine blessing. The children cheered as they rushed forward, eagerly drinking the sweet stream water and plucking the tangy fruits that could sate their hunger. Even Kinsuk and Xiaoying wore expressions of long-lost relief. However, Narikes furrowed his brow, his molten gold pupils scanning the cliff sides of the valley with caution. Something was amiss. He whispered to Kinsuk and Xiaoying that it was too quiet. There were neither birdsong nor the chirping of insects in the vicinity. Having faced countless life and death crises, Kinsuk immediately sensed danger, signaling for silence. The children huddled together, tensed with anxiety. Just then, dozens of figures emerged like phantoms from behind the rocks and trees of the valley. They wore ragtag clothing, wielding an array of weapons. Their faces twisted with greed and cruelty, encircling the group. A band of rogue ninjas. Moreover, their numbers were overwhelming, at least 30 strong. Boss, it seems like the fat sheep has delivered itself to us. A scarred face grinned at a one-eyed brute leading the pack. The one-eyed giant licked his lips, his gaze lecherously sweeping over Xiaoying and the slightly older girls before settling on the ragged, yet still valuable bundles the children carried. TCH. We got women and children. Just what my brothers have been craving. Leave the supplies and the women. Kill the men and children. Despair once more gripped every throat. Just as they glimpsed a sliver of hope, they fell into a more perilous trap. Form a formation. Protect the children. Kinsuk roared, positioning himself and 2 other young ninjas at the forefront, but the disparity in numbers and strength was insurmountable. Narike's eyes flashed with determination. Golden red chakra surged within him. He was ready to fight to the death. Don't be rash. Xiaoying quickly pulled him back, lowering her voice. Your injuries can't handle any more strain, and making too much noise will attract even more troublesome foes. She swiftly retrieved the last remnants of dark goldstone powder from her medical kit, mixing it with several strongly aromatic herbs, before throwing it forcefully to the ground. With a loud pop, a pungent, swirling smoke erupted, infused with peculiar energy fluctuations, enveloping the entire valley. Cough. What the hell is this? My eyes. The rogue ninjas were caught off guard by the sudden cloud, choking and tearing up, their formation thrown into disarray. Go. Quickly. Xiaoying shouted, and alongside Kinsuk, they led the children towards another exit of the valley, sprinting fervently. Narikes lingered behind, deftly unleashing wind blades that accurately targeted the pursuing enemies, slowing their advance. Chase them. Don't let them escape. The one-eyed brute bellowed furiously, dispersing the smoke as he and his men relentlessly pursued. A frantic chase ensued through the forest, the children expending every ounce of energy to run, their cries and gasps mingling with the shouts of their pursuers and the sounds of ninjutsu slicing through the air. Children fell, only to be pulled back up by their companions. A boy at the back was struck in the calf by a shuriken, collapsing to the ground with a scream. Xiaoyu. Another girl cried out as she rushed to help him. Don't worry about me. Run. The boy gritted his teeth against the agony, pushing the girl away and hurling a few shurikens at their pursuers. In an instant, the pursuers overwhelmed him. The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream, yet she was forcibly dragged away, continuing to flee. Despair and sorrow washed over everyone like frigid river waters. Narike's eyes burned with fury. He contemplated turning back to fight, but was stopped by Kinsuk's urgent shout. Protect those who are alive. Hurry. Just as they were about to be caught, the terrain ahead suddenly opened up, revealing an ancient, rutted dirt road. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose into the sky. It was a small town, or rather, a large settlement. At that moment, the taunts of their pursuers abruptly turned into terrified shrieks. The group turned in astonishment to see that the closest rogue ninjas had been ensnared by countless shadowy arms, seemingly extending from the darkness, dragging them into the dense forest beside the road. Only a few short cries pierced the air before silence fell once more. The remaining rogue ninjas, terrified beyond measure, fled as if they had seen a ghost, scattering in all directions. Were they saved? Who had intervened? Everyone exchanged anxious glances towards the shadowy forest that had consumed the rogue ninjas, where silence reigned, as if nothing had transpired. Only Naruto, with his keen perception, noticed the subtle shift, his pupils narrowing slightly. He had just sensed a fleeting, chillingly powerful chakra, one that evoked a sense of dread. Unlike any force he had encountered before, it was neither a friend nor an enemy, but rather the demeanor of a detached observer, casually eliminating any nuisances in its path. We must hurry. Let us move towards the town. Kenji suppressed his astonishment and, unwilling to linger, led his shaken companions toward the distant wisp of smoke. Regardless of who had just made a move, this human settlement was their only hope for resupplying and finding a moment of respite. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly ordinary border town may also harbor unknown dangers. The path northward was fraught with both vitality and peril, and the watchful gaze lurking in the shadows seemed never to waver. Chapter 44. The Maw of Fangs and rumors of the black market. The settlement ahead was not a vibrant town, but rather a chaotic market formed along a vital thoroughfare. A veritable melting pot of humanity. Ramshackle earthen houses huddled together in disarray, the streets were muddy, and the air was thick with the stench of livestock waste, cheap alcohol, and a faint metallic tang of blood. A motley assortment of individuals traversed the area, weary merchants, fierce-eyed rogue ninjas, scantily clad women, and even some dubious-looking noble attendants. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with the tranquility of the village of the last shinobi, even that of its pre-war calm, saturated as it was with raw desire and danger. A crooked wooden sign hung at the entrance, inscribed in rough script, Maw of Fangs. The name was apt, as this place resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, voraciously consuming all that entered while exhaling its own perils. The Fire Seed team halted at the edge of the surrounding woods, hesitant to plunge into the fray. The children huddled together, instinctively fearful of the suspicious figures around them. Even Kenji and Koyuki furrowed their brows. The chaos and danger exceeded their expectations. We must enter. Kenji rasped. We need food, medicine, especially nightshade. We cannot delay any longer. We also need to inquire about the route to the land of demons and any news regarding Akatsuki. But who will go? How will we proceed? Their group was too conspicuous, especially with the children and the unconscious knight. I will go with Narakusa, Koyuki stated firmly. I know some herbs and can feign a procurement mission. Narakusa can protect me and sense danger. She glanced at Narakusa, her eyes seeking his agreement. He silently nodded. His power stabilized somewhat after the previous skirmish, ensuring his self-defense was manageable. No, it's too dangerous. Kenji immediately objected. Both of you. This is our best option. Koyuki interrupted, her tone resolute. The children need your protection. We are fewer in number, making us less of a target. We will be discreet and return quickly once we procure the supplies. Kenji regarded Koyuki's determined gaze and then looked at the barely conscious knight and the terrified children. With a heavy sigh, he finally nodded. Be exceedingly cautious. If anything goes awry, signal for immediate retreat. He handed Koyuki a small, inconspicuous whistle, their previously agreed-upon signal tool. Koyuki and Narakusa adjusted their appearances, attempting to appear less like refugees, and cautiously approached the entrance of the Maw of Fangs, partially concealing their faces with tattered cloth. Upon entering the market, they were immediately engulfed by a cacophony of noise and a melange of scents. The sounds of hawkers, haggling, drunken ramblings, flirtatious laughter, and the occasional squabble or fight filled the air. The gazes of passers-by swept over them, appraising and calculating, making them feel profoundly uneasy. Koyuki felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety as she kept close to Narakusa, whose expression remained icy, his molten gold eyes scanning the surroundings, cataloging every potential threat. His heightened senses spread out like radar, capturing every unusual chakra fluctuation and malice. They first located a relatively respectable grocery store. Using the last remnants of coins scrounged from enemy corpses to purchase some basic provisions, dried food, salt, and clean water. The prices were exorbitant, clearly taking advantage of their predicament. Subsequently, Koyuki entered a shop adorned with a sign for herbs. The shopkeeper was a shrewd, gaunt old man. "What do you need?" he asked, his eyelids drooping, voice lacking energy. Koyuki named several common herbs for hemostasis, inflammation, and replenishing vitality, then hesitated before lowering her voice. "Do you have anything stronger? Perhaps for treating special toxins or severe internal injuries?" The old man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Koyuki and the cold presence of Narakusa behind her. He chuckled darkly. "Stronger remedies? Yes, we have those, but the price is steep. And judging by your appearance, you don't seem the type to afford it." Koyuki's heart sank. She sensed he had seen through their facade. "The price is negotiable, as long as the medicine is effective," she insisted. The old man squinted, rubbing his fingers together. "I'm not underestimating you, young lady. The items you seek aren't found in ordinary places. You'll have to venture deeper." "Deeper?" Koyuki asked, puzzled. "The black market." The old man whispered, gesturing toward the innermost part of the market. "Pass through that foul alley, and you'll find a weasel tavern. There, you might find what you seek, but also encounter those you would prefer to avoid. I advise you, if you're unfamiliar, stay vigilant. Otherwise, you might not survive to tell the tale." The black market. Koyuki and Narakusa exchanged a glance, a sinking feeling in their chests. Yet, for the sake of the medicine for night, they seemed to have no choice. After thanking, or being warned by, the old man, they clutched their meager supplies and hesitantly approached the dark alley he had indicated. At the alley's end, they indeed found a dilapidated tavern, its sign depicting a blurred weasel. A grimy curtain hung at the entrance, from which a cacophony of noise and the pungent aroma of strong spirits emanated. Just as they braced themselves to enter, the tavern's curtain was suddenly flung open, and two drunken rogues staggered out, arm in arm, loudly exclaiming, "Damn it! Those Akatsuki monsters have been increasingly active lately. I heard even that one from Sunagakure has fallen." "Hush! Do you want to die? Those guys in black cloaks with red clouds can't be talked about so freely. What is there to fear? This is the Maw of Fangs. But rumor has it they're looking for something. Apparently, the bounty is terrifyingly high." Akatsuki, the black cloaks with red clouds. Koyuki and Narakusa froze, their hearts racing in their chests. The very culprits who had slain Night, the destroyers of their village, were rumored to be here, and they seemed to be searching for something? A bounty? A surge of fear and hatred gripped both of them. Narakusa's hand tightened around his kunai, golden red chakra surging almost uncontrollably. Koyuki grasped his arm tightly, shaking her head vigorously, signaling him to remain calm. At that moment, another figure emerged from the tavern. Clad in a nondescript gray cloak, their features obscured, this individual exuded an unsettlingly cold and viscous chakra that made both Koyuki and Narakusa profoundly uncomfortable. The figure seemed to notice the two frozen at the entrance, particularly the unusually tense Narakusa, pausing momentarily. A chilling, scrutinizing chakra swept over them silently. Narakusa's body trembled violently, as if a venomous snake had locked onto him, on the verge of striking. Koyuki felt a wave of panic wash over her. She forcefully pulled Narakusa down, feigning fear as she quickly turned away and merged into the crowd, not daring to look back as they made their way toward the market's exit. As they ventured further away, the unsettling sensation of being watched gradually dissipated. Upon returning to their concealed refuge in the woods, both individuals bore pale faces, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They were also in search of Xiao Ying, whose voice trembled as she relayed the fragmented whispers about Xiao to Jianjia. A profound sense of despair enveloped them all. With pursuers ahead and predators behind, even the seemingly neutral black market brimmed with Zhao's ominous presence. Was the land of the dead truly a haven of safety? And who was that figure in the gray cloak? In this perilous den of fangs, could they truly procure supplies and escape unscathed? Chapter 44 End. Chapter 45. The unyielding spirits and the price of choice. The atmosphere in the woods grew as tense as ice. The news of the Xiao organization's emergence struck each heart like a shard of cold ice, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited upon reaching the human gathering point. "Are they searching for us?" A child's voice quivered, devoid of color. "Not necessarily," Jianjia replied, suppressing the tumult within, striving to maintain composure. "Their objective may be grander, but we must not reveal ourselves." Xiaoying distributed the scant ordinary herbs she had procured to the children, tending to superficial wounds and mild ailments. However, as she gazed at Yi on the stretcher, his breath growing increasingly faint, her heart felt as if it were being seared. Ordinary herbs were futile, Yi required potent antidotes and effective treatments for his internal injuries, which could only be found in the black market. Yet, the black market was rife with Zhao's spies. She had to go. Xiaoying raised her head, her gaze resolute. Ming Chao and I will go once more, avoiding that tavern and seeking alternative routes. It's too risky. Jian Jie immediately objected. That figure in the gray cloak has surely taken note of you. We can alter our appearance and act separately, Ming Chao interjected, his voice somber. I will draw any potential attention, and Xiaoying can search for the medicine. A glint of cold light flickered in his molten gold pupils. Rather than passively await danger, it would be wiser to incite chaos and seize an opportunity. No, Xiaoying and Jian Jie protested almost in unison. Allowing Ming Chao to be the bait was fraught with peril. His strength was unstable, and should he lose control or attract a formidable foe, the consequences would be dire. This is the fastest method, Ming Chao asserted, his tone unyielding. My senses are sharper than yours, enabling me to detect and evade any pursuers more readily. If we act swiftly, we can complete the transaction before they react. The debate was futile, Ye's condition worsened, and time was of the essence. Eventually, the plan was set. Ming Chao donned an old hooded cloak pilfered from the body of a wandering ninja, subtly altering his gait as he ventured once more into the den of fangs. His task was not a genuine transaction, but rather to deliberately reveal fluctuations of chakra within the marketplace, creating a stir to attract potential observers. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaoying dirted her face with soil, wrapped her hair, and disguised herself as an ordinary villager, basket in hand. Lowering her head to blend into the market, she recalled the old herbalist's warning to avoid the Weasel Tavern. Scouring the outer regions of the marketplace for other potential underground trading points, the marketplace remained a cacophony of chaos. Ming Chao moved like a specter among the crowd, occasionally allowing a hint of the sharp chakra unique to the Falcon clan to slip through, only to retract it swiftly and vanish into the throng. His keen perception spread like a web, and soon he sensed several discreet gazes upon him. One was chilling and viscous. Indeed, the very sensation of the gray cloak. The bait was taken. Ming Chao smirked inwardly, deliberately veering in the opposite direction of the Weasel Tavern, heading toward the more chaotic and easily escapable areas of the marketplace. Meanwhile, Xiaoying anxiously meandered among the stalls, quietly inquiring about potent medicines, but received nothing but disdainful glances or useless herbs. Just as despair began to engulf her, an inconspicuous old woman selling subpar tobacco in a corner suddenly beckoned her in a hushed tone. Young lady, the medicine you seek is quite expensive and troublesome to procure. The woman's murky eyes seemed to pierce through to her soul. Xiaoying, intrigued, crouched down and whispered urgently, Do you have a connection? The price is negotiable. I desperately need to save someone. The old woman leisurely rolled a cigarette, her cloudy gaze sweeping over Xiaoying's anxious visage. Who are you trying to save? What poison has afflicted them? How severe are the injuries? Xiaoying hesitated briefly before cautiously detailing Ye's symptoms, omitting the specifics of his heart injury and chakra-related details, merely stating that he had been harmed by a rare poison blade, leading to internal failure. The old woman pondered for a moment, then extended 3 frail fingers. 3 items. First, this sum, she stated, quoting a staggering figure. Second, tell me who inflicted the injury or describe the blade. Third, you must assist me with something in the future. Xiaoying gasped in horror. They could scarcely gather the money. The information was tied to Yi's secrets and enemies. Disclosure was absolutely out of the question. The third condition was akin to a contract of servitude. This price is exorbitant. Then forget it, the old woman replied, lowering her head to continue tending to her tobacco. No longer glancing at Xiaoying. What you seek is forbidden medicine, complicated to prepare and fraught with risk. Without money or information, you might as well await the collection of corpses. Xiaoying bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm. What to do? Accept? But the cost was beyond their means. Refuse? Just then, a commotion erupted deep within the marketplace, accompanied by the unmistakable vibrations of colliding chakra. It was Ming Chao's side. Xiaoying's expression shifted abruptly, and she sprang to her feet. The old woman also lifted her gaze, a flicker of intrigue igniting in her murky eyes. Suddenly, she swiftly thrust a small paper packet into Xiaoying's hand, whispering, Take this. It can sustain life for 3 days. Remember my conditions. For the subsequent antidote and treatment, go to the rocky slope outside the forest of death and ignite this firework. Someone will find you. With that, she hastily packed up her stall. disappearing into the chaotic crowd like a shadow merging with the ground. Clutching the small packet, which could very well determine Ye's fate, Xiao Ying's heart raced. Without a moment to lose, she carefully concealed the packet and hurried toward the source of the commotion. In a corner of the marketplace, chaos erupted as the crowd dispersed in panic. Ming Chao darted across the rooftops, pursued closely by two figures clad in ordinary attire, yet exhibiting extraordinary speed. One of them unleashed several jet-black shuriken, seemingly capable of absorbing light. They were not the gray cloak, but evidently associates. Ming Chao was exposed. Ming Chao did not linger to fight, evading through the terrain, attempting to lure his pursuers toward the outskirts of the marketplace. His plan succeeded. Yet he found himself in peril. Xiao Ying was frantic, but she dared not act recklessly and expose her position. Just then, a massive wall of explosive tags suddenly descended from the sky, violently separating Ming Chao from his pursuers. The thunderous explosion resonated deafeningly, smoke billowing everywhere. Amidst the chaos, a cold hand suddenly gripped Xiao Ying's wrist, yanking her into a narrow, dark alley. Startled, she was about to resist when she heard a familiar, hushed voice. "Don't make a sound. Follow me." It was the old herbalist. His sharp gaze and swift movements belied his age as he pulled Xiao Ying through the labyrinthine alleys, quickly leaving the turmoil behind. "You've gotten yourselves into quite a predicament." The old man halted in a corner filled with refuse, releasing Xiao Ying as he gasped for breath, his gaze towards her laden with complexity. Word had spread from the Weasel Tavern, searching for two unfamiliar faces, one female with medical knowledge, and a male with a peculiar aura. "Was it you? Had that young man been providing you cover?" Xiao Ying's heart raced as she eyed the old man warily, remaining silent. He sighed, "Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill will towards you. I merely despise the rabble from Weasel and their new master, those lunatics clad in black robes adorned with red clouds." He paused before hastily continuing, "Take the medicine and leave quickly. Get as far away from this lair of fangs as possible. Never return. And do not trust that old woman selling tobacco. She is more sinister than Weasel." Without waiting for Xiao Ying's response, he thrust a small pouch of ordinary bandages and a bag of provisions into her hands, gesturing towards the opposite end of the alley. "Exit through there. A straight path will lead you to the market. Hurry." The old man swiftly vanished into the shadows, clutching the two starkly different remedies. Xiao Ying's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind. She dared not linger, following the old man's guidance as she dashed out of the alley, soon spotting the woods beyond the market. Glancing back, she noted that the commotion in the depths of the market seemed to have subsided. She wondered about Ming Chao's fate. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the urge to return and sped back into the hiding woods. "Sister Xiao Ying, you're back. Where's brother Ming Chao?" The children gathered around, only to find that Xiao Ying had returned alone, her face etched with distress. Jianjia's heart sank. "What happened? Where is Ming Chao?" Xiao Ying hurriedly recounted her experience, revealing the two remedies she had acquired, particularly the mysterious old woman's paper pouch that promised to sustain life for 3 days. All eyes fixed upon the diminutive paper package, a delicate balance between hope and peril. To use it or not to use it. With Ming Chao's fate uncertain and formidable adversaries lurking, the path ahead was shrouded in ambiguity. The weight of this critical decision pressed heavily upon their fragile band of survivors. Chapter 46. The 3-day deadline and the Falcon S returned. The small paper pouch lay in Xiao Ying's palm, seemingly imbued with an unbearable weight. It could prolong life for 3 days, yet it might also be a deadly poison, representing the unfathomable conditions set forth by the enigmatic old woman. "We cannot use it," Jianjia declared resolutely, his complexion ashen. "Its origins are unknown, the cost uncertain. It is far too dangerous." But Knight, the child, gazed at the increasingly pallid face, his voice tinged with tears. Xiao Ying bit her lip, torn within. As a healer, she understood that Knight's condition was precariously close to the brink. He might not even last a day. This pouch of medicine was their only glimmer of hope, even if it was enshrouded in potential danger. Just then, a faint rustling sound echoed from outside the woods. Instantly, silence enveloped them as they strained to see. A somewhat unsteady figure parted the underbrush, stepping forth. It was Ming Chao. His hood had fallen, hair disheveled, breath rapid, with a charred mark upon his arm, yet he appeared mostly unharmed. "Brother Ming Chao, are you all right?" The children sighed in relief, rushing to him. Ming Chao shook his head, his molten gold eyes scanning the group before settling on the conspicuous paper pouch in Xiao Ying's grasp. "What transpired?" Xiao Ying quickly recounted the events from the market. including the warnings from the mysterious old woman and the elderly herbalist. Ming Chao, upon hearing, approached Knight's stretcher in silence, attentively sensing the flickering life force within him. Then glanced at the pouch. "Use it," he uttered, his tone devoid of inflection. "Ming Chao, this is too risky," Jian Jie protested urgently. "He cannot endure until we find another solution." Ming Chao's voice was cold and pragmatic. "I can discern some of the poison." He gestured to the burn on his arm, explaining that during their earlier confrontation, the adversary's chakra bore a toxic nature akin to that within Knight, yet more sinister. "This medicine feels different." Could he truly differentiate the properties of the toxin through his acute perception of chakra and energy? Xiaoying, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer. She cautiously opened the pouch, revealing a small amount of pale golden powder that exuded an unusual scent, a blend of herbal fragrance and metallic tang. She took a pinch and tasted it herself, meticulously discerning its effects. Moments later, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. The properties were potent and complex, primarily aimed at awakening latent life potential and neutralizing a specific frigid toxin. Indeed, it seemed to be a fitting remedy, though she could not fully analyze it. Her intuition as a medical ninja and her prior experience led her to conclude that the powder should be harmless in the short term. Without further hesitation, she mixed a small quantity of the powder with water and cautiously administered it to Knight. All eyes were fixed, breath held in anticipation. Moments after the liquid entered his mouth, Knight's body twitched slightly, his face flushing with an abnormal crimson hue, and he emitted involuntary sounds that suggested immense agony. "Lord Knight, what is happening?" The children cried out in alarm. Xiao Ying's expression shifted as she hurried to check him, but soon the convulsions ceased, the flush faded, and that once barely perceptible breath grew a tad stronger. Although still feeble, it no longer bore the imminent threat of cessation. Most notably, the pallor of toxin that had shrouded his visage seemed to have lightened a fraction. It truly worked. A collective sigh of relief swept through them, soon followed by a wave of immense joy and hope. Yet, with only 3 days remaining, Xiaoying gazed at the scant remaining powder, her heart weighed down. Within this time frame, they must decide whether to accept the old woman's harsh terms or seek alternative means of detoxification. 3 days is sufficient, Ming Chao suddenly declared, his gaze fixed northward, his molten gold eyes glinting with icy determination. "The poison from that gray cloak is of the same origin as that which afflicts Knight. He left behind a trace when he pursued me." He opened his palm, revealing a minuscule fragment of nearly invisible black fabric, faintly tinged with chilling chakra. "I can track him." His tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. Finding him would lead them to the antidote or compel him to divulge its whereabouts. To actively pursue that fearsome figure in the gray cloak? This was far more perilous than making a deal on the black market. Yet, the resolve in Ming Chao's eyes conveyed that this was their only path forward. "I will accompany you," Xiaoying declared immediately. "Absolutely not," Ming Chao rejected firmly. "You must stay to care for him and the children. I can move faster and more discreetly on my own." His decision was unassailable. Having endured the trials of their previous skirmish and escape, Ming Chao's strength and survival capabilities had earned him the trust of the entire group. "Take this." Jian Jie passed the last few smoke bombs and a signal arrow to Ming Chao, cautioning him. Ming Chao accepted, nodding without uttering another word, and in an instant, he blended into the shadows like a stealthy leopard, vanishing silently into the northern forest. Time dragged painfully. Xiaoying and Jian Jie took turns guarding Knight and the children, ever vigilant for any signs of movement. Each rustle of leaves sent shivers down their spines. The first day passed in relative tranquility, Knight's breathing maintaining its fragile steadiness. On the afternoon of the second day, distant sounds of violent chakra clashes and explosions reached their ears. The direction was precisely where Ming Chao had departed, northward. The sounds were brief, soon extinguished, followed by an eerie silence. Their hearts raced, teetering on the brink of anxiety. Xiaoying gripped the signal whistle tightly, her knuckles whitening. As night fell, Ming Chao still had not returned. A sense of despair began to creep back into the atmosphere. On the third morning, just as the effects of the medicine were about to wane and the breath of night began to weaken, a figure stumbled back into the camp. It was Ming Chao. He was drenched in blood, with a deep wound on his left shoulder that exposed bone, emanating a sinister black aura, clearly the result of a potent poison. Yet, in his right hand, he clutched a small jade box radiating an icy chill. He uttered 2 words, "antidote," and tossed the jade box to Xiaoying before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, Xiaoying, horrified, caught the jade box and hurried to examine Ming Xiao's injuries. The poison he had succumbed to was extremely fierce, rapidly eroding his body. In a flurry, Xiaoying pulled out the packet of medicine given by the old woman, dividing the last bit of powder in half, one portion for Yi and the other for Mingqiao. However, the poison within Mingqiao seemed to be more insidious and dominant, rendering the effects of the powder negligible. At that moment, Yi suddenly inhaled deeply and opened his eyes wide. This time, his gaze was no longer vacant or weak, though still weary, it bore focus and clarity. He saw the scene before him and instantly grasped much of what had transpired. "My lord Yi, you've awakened," Xiaoying exclaimed, tears of joy filling her eyes as she hurriedly offered the jade box, the antidote Mingqiao had retrieved. Yi did not immediately reach for the antidote, but propped himself up. Casting a solemn glance at the unconscious Mingqiao, pain and gravity flashing in his eyes, he extended his hand, pressing it near Mingqiao's wound, allowing a faint, dark gold chakra to seep gently into the injury. Such a domineering poison, mingled with yin release and some corrosive natural energy, Yi mused, frowning, then instructed Xiaoying. "Open the jade box." Xiaoying promptly complied, revealing 3 pearl-sized white pills that radiated a crisp coldness and abundant life energy. "Cold bone pill?" Yi seemed to recognize the remedy, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his features. It appeared that Mingqiao had dealt a significant blow to his adversary's stronghold. "Dissolve 1/2 for internal use, and apply the other half externally on his wound." Quickly, Xiaoying obeyed. The liquid released by the dissolved pill exuded an astonishing vitality, and upon being administered both internally and externally, the sinister black aura surrounding Mingqiao's wound visibly receded, though he remained unconscious, his breathing stabilizing significantly. Yi consumed 1 pill himself, channeling the scant chakra he had left to activate its restorative properties. The overwhelming effects surged through his battered body, healing numerous wounds, alleviating the toxins and internal injuries, and restoring considerable strength, although it did not immediately mend the damage to his heart. He carefully stored the last pill for future emergencies. The immediate crisis had been averted. Observing the unconscious Mingqiao and the weary companions, Yi's gaze turned toward the north, deepening with contemplation. The Gray Cloak, the Akatsuki organization, and the mysterious pills. Mingqiao's perilous venture had yielded not only the antidote, but potentially greater troubles and clues. The 3-day deadline had passed. The falcon had returned to its nest. Yet, a new storm might be on the horizon. Chapter 47. The border of the ghost country and the shadow of the priestess. The effects of the cold bone pill were remarkable. After a night, although Yi remained frail, he could manage to move with difficulty, no longer requiring a stretcher. The intense poison within Mingqiao had been suppressed, and his wound began to heal. Yet excessive blood loss and chakra depletion kept him in a state of unconsciousness. The team had gained a brief respite, but the atmosphere remained tense. Mingqiao's solitary retrieval of the antidote meant he had forged a deadly enmity with the gray-cloaked figure and the forces behind him, who would not relent easily. Pursuers could arrive at any moment, following their trail. They had to leave immediately and enter the ghost country. Yi made a swift decision. Only by entering that small nation, known for its priestesses and sealing techniques, could they hope to evade their pursuers temporarily. After replenishing a modest supply of food and water, the team set out once more. This time, under Yi's guidance, though everyone remained fatigued, their direction was much clearer. Relying on fragments of geographical lore he had read in the past and his vague recollections of celestial phenomena, Yi painstakingly navigated the team toward the border of the ghost country. The journey remained arduous, but perhaps due to the lingering effects of the cold bone pill, or perhaps fueled by a clear objective, the pace of their advance quickened. The children appeared stronger than before, silently following along without complaints. 2 days later, they finally reached a distinctive landmark, a forest seemingly divided by an invisible force. On one side, the trees were dense yet ordinary, while on the other, they exhibited a peculiar dark purple hue, and the air was infused with a faint, aromatic scent reminiscent of sandalwood, mingled with some strange energy. Along the forest path, markers inscribed with intricate runes and wind chimes adorned with eye motifs began to appear. Yi arrived, the border of the ghost country. Yi sighed in relief, though a hint of fatigue seeped into his tone. Crossing that invisible boundary felt like entering an entirely different realm. The air here was more tranquil, with even the sounds of birds and beasts seeming gentler. Yet beneath this calm, there lurked an ineffable sense of solemnity and vigilance. They dared not venture deeper, instead finding a concealed hollow near the border to rest temporarily. Yi needed time to regain more strength, and Mingqiao needed to awaken from his unconscious state. They also had to ascertain the current situation in the ghost country. The scout, Jinjia, returned with some news. The nearby border villages appeared unaccustomed to strangers, but were on high alert, making it difficult to gather useful information. They had only vaguely heard that the ghost country seemed to be in turmoil. The patrols of the Priestess Guard had increased significantly, as if in anticipation of something. The Priestess Guard? Yi pondered. The highest authority in the ghost country was the Priestess, endowed with formidable powers of prophecy and sealing. Her guard was the most potent armed force in the nation. The increase in border patrols clearly indicated that something significant was afoot. On the evening of the third day, after a prolonged slumber, Ming Xiao finally awoke. He opened his eyes, his molten gold pupils momentarily clouded with confusion, but swiftly focused. He sprang upright, scanning the surroundings warily until he caught sight of Yi and Xiaoying among familiar faces, allowing himself to relax slightly. How do you feel? Xiaoying hurried over to check his injuries. I'm not dead, Ming Xiao replied in a raspy voice, moving his arm slightly, a frown creasing his brow. That gray cloak is formidable. His poison is insidious, capable of eroding chakra. I destroyed one of his strongholds and seized the medicine, but he escaped alive. He briefly recounted the events with a calm tone, though one could easily envision the peril of that confrontation. You did remarkably well. Yi regarded him earnestly. Thank you for saving me and everyone else. Ming Xiao turned his head, seemingly unaccustomed to such sentiments, awkwardly shifting the topic. Is this the ghost country? It feels strange. Yes. We are temporarily safe, Yi nodded, though caution remained paramount. The ghost country itself seemed far from tranquil. As they conversed, two children who had ventured out to forage for food suddenly dashed back into the hollow, panic-stricken. My lord Yi, Grandpa Jinjia, there are many people outside. They're wearing white clothes and carrying glowing staffs. The Priestess Guard. Instantly, everyone tensed, arming themselves, preparing for battle or retreat. However, only 3 individuals approached. Leading them was a young woman clad in pristine priestess robes, adorned with a comma-shaped gem on her forehead. Her expression was serene, her gaze clear yet imbued with an air of worldly wisdom. Flanking her were 2 attendants in traditional samurai armor, wielding silver staffs, exuding a steady and formidable presence. The small group exhibited no hostility, merely pausing outside the mountain hollow. The young priestess, seemingly of a higher rank rather than the priestess of the demon realm herself, cast a slow, sweeping gaze over the tense and vigilant crowd, ultimately resting her eyes on Yi and Ming Xiao, particularly lingering on Ming Xiao for a moment. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in her gaze. She inclined slightly, performing a gesture of respect customary in the demon realm. Her voice ethereal and serene. By the decree of Lady Ziyuan, I have come to welcome our distant guests. Lady Ziyuan foresaw your arrival and the variables you bring. Lady Ziyuan, the contemporary priestess of the demon realm, she foresaw our coming? Yi's heart trembled, yet his face remained impassive. Respected priestess, we are merely a group of refugees, with no intention to offend your nation. We seek only a temporary refuge, nothing more. The young priestess smiled gently. Lady Ziyuan is well aware of your predicaments. The demon realm has always maintained neutrality, refraining from intervening in external conflicts. However, it shall not turn away those who harbor goodwill and are entangled with the darkness of this world. Please follow me. Lady Ziyuan is awaiting you at the shrine. Entangled with the darkness of this world? Does it refer to the Akatsuki organization? Or the underground dragon veins? Or perhaps Ming Xiao's power? A multitude of thoughts raced through Ye's mind. The prophetic abilities of the priestess of the demon realm are renowned throughout the shinobi world. She seems to indeed know something. This presents an opportunity, yet it might also be a greater trap. To go or not to go? Observing that there were only 3 of them, and they appeared to harbor no ill intentions, coupled with his own team's exhaustion and pressing need for rest, Yi exchanged a glance with Kenji and Xiaoying, ultimately arriving at a decision. In that case, we shall impose upon you. Yi returned the gesture of respect. Under the guidance of the priestess's guards, the Fire Seed team, with hearts filled with trepidation, took their first genuine steps into the heart of the demon realm. Along the way, they encountered more individuals clad in priestess attire or guard uniforms, as well as uniquely styled shrines and sealing facilities. This nation imparted a sense of tranquility and mystery, as though entirely insulated from the tumult of the outside world. However, Yi keenly observed that both the guiding priestess and the guards they encountered along the way bore an almost imperceptible hint of worry and tension upon their brows. The demon realm, it seemed, was not as tranquil as it appeared. Why had Priestess Ziyuan specifically sent someone to welcome them? What lay hidden behind this so-called foresight and variable? Awaiting them was a true sanctuary, or perhaps the center of another vortex. Chapter 47 End. Chapter 48. The Priestess's Prophecy in the Shadow of the Wraith. The shrine of the demon realm nestled within the embrace of the mountains. Its architecture ancient and solemn, suffused with the rich scent of sandalwood and a calming energy that soothed the spirit. In stark contrast to the chaotic clamor of the outside world, this place felt like an entirely separate realm. Yet, the young priestess leading them, along with the guards they encountered, bore an almost imperceptible veil of concern that shrouded this serenity. Passing through layers of torii gates and corridors adorned with sealing runes, they were led to a side hall. The soft light within revealed a girl of noble and tranquil demeanor, dressed in resplendent priestess attire, with long lavender hair. Kneeling upon a tatama mat, as if she had awaited their arrival for some time. She appeared youthful, perhaps only 15 or 16 years of age. Yet her lavender eyes seemed to pierce through the vicissitudes of the world, imbued with a depth and compassion uncharacteristic of her years. She was none other than Ziyuan, the current priestess of the demon realm. Lady Ziyuan, the guests have arrived, announced the guiding young priestess with a bow. Ziyuan inclined her head slightly, her gaze gradually sweeping over Yi, Xiaoying, Qinji, and the still somewhat fragile Mingqiao, her eyes lingering on Mingqiao for a moment, a myriad of complex emotions, surprise, understanding, and an ineffable weight, flashing within her lavender irises. Welcome to the demon realm, survivors of the End Shinobi village. Ziyuan's voice resonated with an ethereal calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Please, take a seat. Servants presented them with tea and simple snacks. The children sat rigidly, too anxious to move, while only Yi, Qinji, and Xiaoying complied, as Mingqiao leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, still vigilant. Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Ziyuan, Yi began, his tone respectful yet assertive. We find ourselves in dire straits and hope for your understanding. Ziyuan gently shook her head. It is no imposition. The threads of fate have drawn you here for a purpose. I have witnessed your suffering, your struggles, and the variables you bring. Once again, the mention of variables stirred Ye's curiosity, prompting him to cautiously inquire, might I ask what you mean by variables? Ziyuan did not answer directly but instead turned her gaze back to Mingqiao. My dear, within you lies an ancient and ominous power, the source of your suffering. Yet it may also hold the key to confronting the darkness that approaches. Mingqiao's pupils narrowed slightly as she coldly retorted, what do you know? I have seen fragmented visions. Ziyuan's voice took on an ethereal quality, of an awakening army of darkness. Ancient resentment stirred, along with the roars from deep within the earth and the lamentations of the hawk. An army of darkness? Ancient resentments? Roars from deep within the earth? Lamentations of the hawk. Yi immediately connected these to the underground dragon veins and Mingqiao's bloodline. The prophetic ability of the priestess of the demon realm was indeed legendary. Are you suggesting that the underground entity will, alongside Mingqiao's power, invite disaster? Yi pressed eagerly. Not invite, but rather be drawn to, or awakened, Ziyuan corrected, her tone growing grave. An exceedingly malevolent and ancient force is stirring, yearning to devour all vitality. And the power you possess, closely linked to the earth, as well as the wild bloodline within this esteemed lady, holds a fatal allure for it. She paused, uttering the name considered taboo in the demon realm. That malignant force is known to us as the Wraith. Wraith. Qinji and Xiaoying's faces drained of color instantly. Even in the information-sparse End Shinobi village, they had heard whispers of this legendary name, an ancient creature with the power to annihilate the world. An eternal enemy of the priestesses of the demon realm. Isn't the Wraith sealed by the priestesses of generations past? Qinji exclaimed, aghast. The seal is weakening. Ziyuan's voice bore a hint of weariness. Recently, there have been frequent disturbances at the sealing site, and my dreams have been filled with ominous portents. Your arrival has accelerated this process. The hearts of the others sank into despair. They realized they were not merely refugees, unknowingly. They had brought a greater calamity upon this nation that had temporarily sheltered them. My apologies. Ye's voice was dry. We had no knowledge of this. There is no need for apologies, Ziyuan interrupted, her gaze sharpening. This is no one's fault, but the inevitability of fate. The awakening of the Wraith is a matter of time. Your arrival may be both a crisis and a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope? Xiaoying questioned, perplexed. The power of the Wraith derives from negative emotions and a desire for destruction, which conventional means cannot wholly eradicate. Only a potent positive life force and a certain special power, originating from the same source yet countering it, may hold the potential to seal it once more or even purify it, Ziyuan elucidated, her gaze once more resting on Mingqiao. The power within you, though rife with ferocity, is not inherently evil. Rather, it embodies a profoundly pure, almost primal life vitality, obscured by pain and hatred. The force you protect, that connection to the earth, signifies stability and support. She turned her attention to Yi. Perhaps your existence is the key variable in facing this catastrophe. Silence enveloped the side hall. The overwhelming influx of information has rendered it difficult for everyone to process. They have been abruptly thrust from a desperate escape between ninja villages into an ancient crisis concerning the very survival of the world. What must we do? Taking a deep breath, Yi forced himself to calm down. Since evasion was not an option, confrontation was the only path forward. First, you must quickly regain your strength. Ziyuan stated. The shrine will provide the necessary potions and a relatively safe environment. Before she could finish her sentence, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A guard hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee, his expression tense. Lady Ziyuan, urgent news from the border. A significant number of unidentified ninjas have been spotted near the perimeter of the sealed valley. They are suspected members of the Akatsuki organization. They have also taken villagers from nearby settlements hostage. The mere mention of the Akatsuki sent shockwaves through the group. They had followed them to the land of demons and taken hostages. The faces of those present paled once again. Ziyuan's delicate brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of anger igniting in her lavender eyes. While the malevolent spirits stir, the true monsters have yet to arrive, yet these petty thugs dare to interfere. Rising to her feet, a powerful, sanctified chakra radiated from her being. Immediately bolster the defenses of the shrine and the sealed valley. Dispatch a team to ascertain the Akatsuki's intentions and rescue the villagers whenever possible. With the orders given, the shrine instantly shifted into a state of readiness. Ziyuan turned to Yi and the others, her tone grave. It seems we have little time to restore our powers. The appearance of the Akatsuki at this juncture is no mere coincidence. It is likely connected to the disturbances caused by the malevolent spirits. My friends, the calamity of the land of demons may have arrived ahead of schedule. Her words hung in the air, their meaning unmistakable. The brief sanctuary could swiftly transform into a new battleground. The embers of the last ninja village had barely caught their breath before they were once again forced to confront formidable foes and an uncertain fate. Yi and Mingqiao exchanged glances, each recognizing the cold determination and a hint of helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. Surviving had never been an easy endeavor. Chapter 49. The emergence of shadows and the oath of choice. The atmosphere within the side hall seemed to freeze. The news of the Akatsuki's emergence was akin to a bucket of ice water, plunging the embers of hope back into the chilling reality. The threat of the malevolent spirits loomed overhead, yet the blade of slaughter was already poised at their throats. They had taken villagers hostage, likely to coerce us into revealing ourselves or to disrupt the sealing of the malevolent spirits. Yi quickly assessed the situation, his expression grave. The actions of the Akatsuki were ruthless and precise, always striking at the heart of the matter. Ziyuan's beautiful visage was shrouded in frost. The sealing of the malevolent spirits is the cornerstone of our world's protection and must not falter. Yet the lives of the villagers cannot be disregarded. She gazed at Yi and the others, her eyes filled with complexity. You are guests and should not be embroiled in our conflicts, yet at this moment. Her voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. The Akatsuki had come because of them. The land of demons was an innocent bystander in this turmoil. We will assist you. Without hesitation, Yi spoke decisively. He glanced at his companions, Jianjia, battered yet resolute, Xiaoying, pale but with clenched fists, and Mingqiao, leaning against the doorframe, expressionless. Yet his molten gold pupils shimmered with a chilling light. The Akatsuki were also our mortal enemies. For both personal and collective reasons, we had no grounds to retreat. Ye's voice was calm yet imbued with undeniable strength. Please, tell us what we must do. A flicker of appreciation and barely perceptible pity crossed Ziyuan's eyes. She understood the significance of this decision. These children, who had just escaped from hell, were now poised to step into another battlefield. I am deeply grateful. Ziyuan inclined her head slightly. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the exact location, number, and intentions of the Akatsuki. I will dispatch a team of elite guards to assist you, prioritizing reconnaissance and the rescue of villagers while avoiding direct confrontation. Pausing, she added, additionally, Lord Mingqiao, the unique power within you may aid in detecting the presence of Akatsuki members and the sinister aura of the malevolent spirits. Please exercise caution and make good use of it. Mingqiao responded with a low grunt, acknowledging her words. The plan was swiftly established. Led by a seasoned guard captain named Zusu, a team of 5 skilled warriors would accompany Yi, Mingqiao, and the slightly better-conditioned Jianjie for reconnaissance. Xiaoying and the remaining children would stay behind at the shrine to care for the severely injured and assist with basic defensive preparations. Before their departure, Ziyuan handed Yi a pure crystal amulet emitting a soft white light. This amulet has been imbued with the shrine's spiritual energy. It can somewhat shield against the corruption of the malevolent spirits and allows for short-distance communication in emergencies. Please handle it with care. Yi solemnly accepted the amulet, feeling the tranquility it contained, and nodded in gratitude. Without further delay, the reconnaissance team set off, stealthily departing the shrine under the cover of night, heading towards the sealed valley at the border. The night in the land of demons was tranquil yet enigmatic, the moonlight cascading upon the violet woods and ancient stone steps, as if draped in a delicate veil. Yet beneath this serenity lurked unsettling undercurrents. Captain Zusu, intimately familiar with the terrain, guided the team swiftly along concealed paths. His subordinates were taciturn and adept, evidently handpicked for their exceptional skills. Mingqiao led the way, his molten gold pupils faintly glowing in the darkness. His perceptive abilities heightened to their utmost. He scanned the surroundings like the most sensitive radar, detecting not only chakra fluctuations but even the minutest energy movements in the air, the abnormal wilting of vegetation, and the faint undercurrents of negative emotions emanating from the ground. Stop! Mingqiao suddenly raised his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. Everyone instantly crouched low, holding their breath. Mingqiao pointed toward a seemingly ordinary thicket to the left. There is a faint scent of blood and traces of spatial ninjutsu residue. Additionally, there is an unsettlingly cold chakra present, reminiscent of the Great Cloak, but more hollow. Captain Zusu's expression hardened as he signaled 2 guards to stealthily approach. Moments later, one of them returned, his face pale. Captain, we found a villager's corpse, drained of chakra and life force. The method appears quite sinister. Drained of chakra and life force? A chill gripped everyone's hearts. This was no ordinary tactic of the Akatsuki. Continue forward, but exercise double caution, Zusu instructed gravely. As they neared the sealed valley, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The malevolent energy in the air thickened, invoking an inexplicable sense of agitation and oppression. Occasionally, faint, inhuman howls could be heard in the distance, echoing as if from the depths of hell. It is the malevolent monsters. Zusu's expression turned grave. The seals had indeed weakened, and lower-level monsters were beginning to leak through. At that moment, Mingqiao abruptly raised his gaze towards a direction deep within the valley, his pupils constricting sharply. Over there are many faint life signals from villagers, and 5 powerful chakra signatures. One of them is extraordinarily terrifying. His voice bore a hint of barely detectable tremor, evidently overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by that particularly fearsome chakra. It must be a core member of the Akatsuki. Yi instantly deduced. Can you identify who it is? Mingqiao strained to sense, his brow furrowing. I cannot ascertain their exact identity. However, that chakra is cold, immense, and imbued with a sense of destruction and divinity, a most peculiar sensation. Divine indifference? The description sent shivers down everyone's spines. Zusu made a decisive call. We cannot approach any closer. Immediately relay this intelligence back to the shrine. However, just as they prepared to retreat, a sudden and terrifying column of bizarre purple-black light erupted from the depths of the valley, emanating a dreadful chakra. Within this radiant beam, countless distorted faces, twisted in agony, seemed to wail in despair. Simultaneously, an immense spiritual shockwave, filled with boundless resentment and a desire for destruction, surged forth like a tsunami. This is bad. It is a mental attack from the Wraith. Azusa exclaimed, Quick, guard your minds. But the assault came too swiftly and ferociously. Aside from Narakusa, who withstood it through her formidable mental strength and unique bloodline, Yoru, Kenji, and several guards were instantly overwhelmed with excruciating headaches. As if innumerable malevolent spirits were howling within their minds, they were nearly shattering. Even from a distance, commotion and cries seemed to emanate from the shrine. Ha! A frenzied and cold laughter echoed from the direction of the light, resonating throughout the valley. Can you feel it? Priestess, this is true power. Ceiling? Laughable. This world shall ultimately be purified by the true God. This voice was neither Pain nor Abido. Who could it be? The column of light persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating, yet the terrifying mental pressure lingered. Yoru and the others appeared pale, shaken by the mere leak of such power. How horrifying must the true Wraith be? We must report back immediately. Azusa grit her teeth, struggling to speak. However, when they turned back, they discovered that the path they had taken was now shrouded in a faint, writhing purple-black mist, as if it were alive. Within the mist, a nauseating sound of chewing and deep growls could be vaguely heard. They were surrounded, not only by the Akatsuki, but also by the monsters unleashed by the Wraith. Prepare for battle. Azusa drew her staff, her expression resolute. Yoru and Kinji also tightened their grips on their kunai, while Narukusa's golden red chakra began to flow steadily around her. The shadow of despair loomed once more. Chapter 50. A glimmer of hope and desperation, and the priestess's tears. The purple-black mist writhed as if it were alive, slowly yet inexorably consuming everything around it. The sounds of chewing and low growls emanating from the mist sent chills down their spines, as the cold, malevolent energy eroded their will and amplified their inner fears. Back to back, form a circular formation. Captain Azusa shouted hoarsely, her staff erupting with pure white light, barely dispersing some of the approaching mist, but more of it surged relentlessly onward. Yoru, Kinji, and several guards immediately obeyed, shielding their injured and weaker companions in the center. Narukusa stood at the forefront of the formation, her golden red chakra burning like flames, searing the encroaching mist with hissing sounds, temporarily clearing a small safe zone. Yet, it was evident that the monsters within the mist were far from finished. Swish, swish, swish. Several shadowy figures suddenly lunged out from the mist. Their forms were twisted, as if composed of shadows and negative emotions, their claws glimmering ominously as they charged towards the formation. Wind release, vacuum wave. Earth release, earth flow wall. The guards exerted themselves to unleash their ninjutsu, while Yoru and Kinji desperately wielded their kunai to defend. However, these monsters appeared remarkably resistant to ordinary physical attacks and ninjutsu. After being scattered, they quickly reformed within the mist, their onslaught unceasing. More terrifying was the insidious whisper of despair infiltrating their minds, disrupting the flow of their chakra, causing their movements to slow and their defenses to falter. A guard, caught off guard, was slashed on the arm by one of the monster's claws. The wound instantly turned black and rapidly spread upward. He screamed and collapsed, convulsing on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Be careful. Their attacks are poisonous. They can corrode the mind. Azusa's eyes widened with fury as the white light from her staff swept toward her companions, trying to dispel the toxins, but with minimal effect. The formation began to show signs of collapse. Despair washed over them like a frigid tide. This cannot continue. Yoru gritted his teeth, attempting to summon the remaining chakra within him, but the agonizing pain in his chest and prior injuries made it nearly impossible to gather his strength. Narukusa's gaze turned icy, her golden red chakra flaring intensely, even seemingly overpowering her own will, as the violent aura belonging to the Hayabusa clan began to rise. She prepared to unleash that indiscriminate, frenzied power once more, regardless of the consequences. At that moment of imminent peril, a gentle yet remarkably resilient white barrier suddenly expanded rapidly around them. Countless intricate sealing runes flowed along the surface of the barrier, emanating a pure and sacred aura, instantly repelling the surrounding purple-black mist and monsters. The creatures collided with the barrier, emitting piercing cries as they melted away like snow under the sun. The mental whispers were significantly weakened, and everyone felt a sudden clarity in their minds. Is this the protective barrier of the shrine? Azusa gazed in astonishment toward the rear. Not far away on the hillside stood the priestess Cheyenne, who had appeared there unbeknownst to them. She hovered in midair, her hands forming a complex seal, radiating a powerful white light that resonated with the shrine's strength. Clearly, she had remotely activated the formidable barrier technique, temporarily safeguarding them. However, her complexion was frightfully pale. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, maintaining such a vast and potent barrier was evidently a tremendous burden for her. Lady Cheyenne, Azusa exclaimed in surprise. Retreat back within the barrier. Cheyenne's voice came through the barrier, strained and labored. I can only hold it for a quarter of an hour. Hurry. An opportunity. Go. Yoru immediately commanded, assisting Kinji in lifting the injured as they desperately retreated toward Cheyenne under the cover of the barrier. Narukusa remained behind, her golden red chakra continuously incinerating the monsters attempting to breach the barrier, covering their retreat. However, from the depths of the valley, the direction of the Akatsuki member, that frenzied and cold voice echoed once more. Oh? Has the priestess finally decided to intervene? Alas, it is merely a desperate struggle. Before the words faded, an exquisitely condensed beam of purple-black energy, akin to a venomous serpent, shot forth from the depths of the mist, striking the white barrier with precision. Crack! The barrier shook violently, its brilliance dimming significantly. Cheyenne stifled a groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly suffering from the backlash. Lady Cheyenne. Azusa and the others cried out in alarm. Do not worry about me. Hurry and go. Cheyenne gritted her teeth, straining to maintain the faltering barrier. Yet, it was evident to all that she could not hold on for much longer. Someone must block that energy beam. A fierce glint flashed in Narukusa's eyes as she prepared to charge forward recklessly. Wait. Yoru suddenly grabbed her, his gaze fixed intently on the continually striking purple-black energy beam. A spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. This energy, though malevolent and cold, seemed to possess a subtle frequency similar to that of the dark goldstone energy. No, it felt more like a kindred yet opposing essence. He recalled Cheyenne's words regarding Narukusa's power and the earth's strength. Perhaps it could counter the wraith. Narukusa, use your power. But do not confront it head-on. Attempt to disrupt it. Use resonance or repulsion. Yoru urged urgently, uncertain if his conjecture was correct, but it might be their only chance. Narukusa paused for a moment, then immediately comprehended Yoru's intent. Without hesitation, she suppressed the surging desire within her, her molten gold eyes locking onto the purple-black energy beam, her hands thrusting forward with great force. This time, she did not unleash a wild surge of golden-red energy. Instead, she concentrated her power to transform it into countless, extremely fine, high-frequency vibrating energy threads, weaving toward the purple-black energy beam like a spider's web. ZZZZ. Two energies, vastly disparate yet seemingly intertwined by an innate connection, collided with fervor, not resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, but rather engaging in a dance of mutual erosion and distortion. The violet-black energy beams resembled ice cubes plunged into boiling oil, their leading edges rapidly destabilizing, veering off course, and losing potency. Effective, though complete cancellation was unattainable, they had significantly disrupted and weakened the force. The pressure of the barrier diminished sharply. Ziyuan took a breath, gazing in astonishment at Mingqiao, a flicker of disbelief flashing in her eyes. How intriguing. The voice from the depths of the valley resonated with surprise. Could it truly disrupt the power of Lord Wraith? It seems you are more valuable than I had anticipated. Then let us play a little longer. More violet-black energy beams began to coalesce, shooting in from various directions. Run. Mingqiao growled, veins bulging on his forehead, simultaneously countering multiple energy beams, a tremendous strain on his spirit and control. The team seized the opportunity to accelerate, finally reaching the slope where Ziyuan stood, entering the protective range of a stronger barrier. Ziyuan descended to the ground, swaying slightly, and was promptly supported by Zutsu. She observed the panting, nearly exhausted Mingqiao and the shaken crowd, her pale lavender eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Thank you for your assistance, she solemnly expressed to Mingqiao. He merely huffed, gesturing dismissively, saying nothing. For now, they were safe. Yet all understood that the crisis was far from over. The members of the Akatsuki had yet to truly reveal themselves, and the threat of Wraith still loomed overhead, while they had nearly exhausted all their strength. Ziyuan gazed into the swirling violet-black mist deep within the valley, a flicker of resolution and compassion crossing her features. The awakening speed of Wraith's power surpassed expectations. The seal needed reinforcement swiftly, or her voice trembled slightly. I require your assistance. Her gaze fell upon Yi and Mingqiao. Tell me what to do. There was no hesitation. Survival and destruction, guardianship and sacrifice. The fate of the land of the demons was irrevocably bound to this group of wandering sparks. Chapter 51. The pact of the underworld and Ziyuan's resolve in the still chamber deep within the shrine. The atmosphere weighed heavier than the night outside. The flickering light of the oil lamp illuminated the pale, yet resolute face of the priestess, Ziyuan. Reinforcing the seal, what is required? Yi directly inquired, shattering the suffocating silence. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for pleasantries. Ziyuan inhaled deeply, her gaze sweeping over Yi, Mingqiao, and the somewhat recuperated Kenji and Zutsu. The essence of Wraith is a conglomeration of countless grievances and negative energies, impervious to conventional means of eradication. It can only be sealed. Generations of priestesses have utilized their own souls and life force, in conjunction with the Earth's spiritual veins, to construct the sealing barrier. However, now that the seal has weakened, I alone can scarcely maintain it. She paused, a flicker of anguish crossing her eyes. A stronger anchor point is required. A more substantial pure energy, and a unique force capable of opposing Wraith's power as a wedge. Anchor point. Wedge. The others were puzzled. An anchor point serves as the core to bear and stabilize the seal. Previously, this burden fell solely upon the priestess. But now Ziyuan looked toward Yi and Ming Qiao, your innate earth power, referring to the residual dark gold stone energy and resonance with the dragon vein. Along with the fierce and vibrant strength within your bloodline, might together form a new, more formidable anchor point. As for the wedge, Ziyuan's voice grew solemn. This demands a deep venture into the sealing grounds, to the very core where Wraith's powers leak, establishing a powerful reverse barrier to forcefully repress the dissipating energy. This step is the most perilous. The executor will confront Wraith's mental erosion directly, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being consumed and assimilated, with no return. Delving into the demon lair, facing the demon god. Everyone's hearts tightened. I will go. Ming Qiao hardly hesitated, his molten gold pupils revealing no trace of fear. Only a chilling resolve. He possessed an almost obsessive confidence in his willpower and the nascent force capable of countering Wraith's might. No, it is not enough. Ziyuan shook her head. The wedge requires profound purifying and protective powers. Your strength leans towards attack and vitality. While it may disrupt, it cannot achieve purification and sealing. This step must be undertaken by me. She slowly rose, her petite form emanating an undeniable authority. I will personally enter the core of the seal, laying down the barrier of Yomi no Hirazaka, forcibly repressing Wraith. During this period, I need you, Lord Yi, and Lord Ming Qiao, to provide support from the periphery, becoming my anchor to stabilize my spirit and withstand Wraith's mental assault. Additionally, Captain Zutsu must lead the guards to eliminate the surrounding demons and any potential interference from the Akatsuki. The plan was clear yet brutal. Ziyuan placed herself in the most perilous position, while Yi and Ming Qiao would become her final line of defense against annihilation. It is too dangerous. Lady Ziyuan, let us go, Zutsu urged, kneeling on the ground. This is the duty of the priestess, a mission only she can fulfill. Ziyuan's tone remained calm yet resolute. Your roles are equally crucial. If the anchor point is unstable, the barrier I lay will collapse in an instant. If the perimeter falters amidst interference, I too shall undoubtedly perish. She turned to Yi and Ming Qiao. Are you willing to forge this pact of the underworld with me? This journey is fraught with peril. It is not too late to withdraw now. A pin drop could be heard in the still room. The oil lamp crackled, echoing like the beat of a heart. Yi slowly raised his head, meeting Ziyuan's gaze. The village of Minin has sheltered us. Debts of gratitude are clear-cut. Moreover, if Wraith emerges, there will be no sanctum left in this world. For both public and personal reasons, we have no path of retreat. I willingly forged this pact. Ming Qiao scoffed. My life was salvaged. My vendetta is not yet settled. I'm not dying so easily. Count me in. Kenji and Zutsu bowed deeply. We pledged to follow on to death. Good. A glimmer of moisture flickered in Ziyuan's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She extended her hands, grasping Yi's wrist with her left hand and Ming Qiao's wrist with her right. The pure energy of the priestess intertwined with the faint yet resilient earth-imbued chakra within Yi and the fervent, life-filled crimson chakra of Ming Qiao, attempting to connect for the first time through her body. Buzz. The moment the three disparate energies made contact, a marvelous resonance and slight repulsion emerged. Ziyuan's body trembled slightly, clearly struggling to harmonize these two formidable external forces. Yi felt a cool, yet colossal will attempting to guide his feeble chakra, while Ming Qiao emitted a muffled groan, instinctively resisting the external guidance, nearly unleashing his power. Relax, trust me, Ziyuan's voice resonated directly within their minds, ethereal and soothing. Yi focused entirely on relaxing his spirit, guiding the chakra that had resonated with the dark gold stone and dragon vein, striving to cooperate with Ziyuan's direction. Ming Qiao clenched his jaw, forcibly suppressing the violence within his bloodline, attempting to soften his power and merge into that unique cycle. Gradually, an unstable yet tangible energy trinity began to form. Though rudimentary, it contained an ineffable potential. The pact of the underworld is established. The time has come. Ziyuan released their wrists, her complexion paler, yet her gaze shone with extraordinary brilliance. Let us depart. There were no grandiloquent declarations, no indecision. The group, like martyrs marching toward death, silently and swiftly left the shrine, heading toward the valley depths where the increasingly potent malevolence of the seal lay. As they drew nearer to the valley of the seal, the environment grew ever more sinister. The earth cracked, vegetation withered into ash, and the air was thick with the nauseating sense of sulfur and decay. The violet-black mist nearly solidified, with shadows of demons swirling within, growing ever more numerous and distinct. The terrifying whispers of madness incessantly assailed the minds of all, with only the purifying light emanating from Ziyuan and the fragile connection of energy among the three providing a meager resistance. As Azuo led the guards in a desperate battle against the encroaching demons, they finally reached the deepest part of the valley. Before them loomed a colossal black hole, seemingly a gateway to the Earth's core, its entrance barely concealed by countless shattered seals flickering with faint white light. A palpable aura of malevolence surged forth, as if it were a tangible entity. This was indeed the entrance to the place of confinement. Surrounding the aperture lay several corpses clad in Akatsuki attire, their demise tragically gruesome, as if all their essence had been drained. Clearly, those members of Akatsuki who sought to peer into this realm paid a dreadful price. This was the moment. Ziyuan halted, inhaling deeply as though to draw the last breath of the world into her lungs. She turned to Yi and Mingqiao, her gaze clear and resolute. The anchor point, I entrust to you both. No matter what occurs or what you perceive, please remain steadfast. She then looked to Azuo and Jianjia. The perimeter is yours to defend. With that pronouncement, she hesitated no longer. A brilliant white radiance erupted around her as she, like a moth drawn to a flame, plunged headlong into the unfathomable abyss, exuding an aura of unending malevolence. Ziyuan. Azuo's cry was swept away by the fierce malevolence erupting from the cave. At the very moment Ziyuan entered, a thunderous roar echoed. The entire valley trembled violently, as if an ancient beast, long in slumber, had been roused in fury. An even greater, more terrifying aura of malevolence mingled with a tide of vengeful spirits, surging forth from the hole like a tsunami. Yi and Mingqiao both stifled groans, feeling as if countless icy hands of malevolence had seized their very souls, threatening to drag them into an endless abyss. The fragile connection of energy stretched to its limits, swaying wildly, on the brink of rupture. Steady yourselves, Yi bellowed hoarsely, channeling every ounce of the meager earth's power he held, anchoring himself firmly and sending a thread of feeble support to Ziyuan through the connection. Mingqiao's eyes glowed with a fierce golden hue. With a primal roar, his crimson chakra enveloped his form like boiling magma, forcibly resisting the insidious mental assault, converting the raging power into pure support, steadfastly holding the connection's other end. Within the black hole, the faint sound of Ziyuan chanting incantations intertwined with the furious roars and impacts of the malevolent spirits. Clearly, the battle within was fraught with peril. Outside, Azuo and Jianjia found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Bolstered by the malevolence emanating from the cave, more demons surged from all directions. Among them several elite demons whose auras were markedly more potent and whose forms were grotesquely distorted. The guards faced mounting casualties, their defense teetering on the brink of collapse. And worse yet, a chilling voice echoed, mocking and indifferent. What a touching scene, accompanied by the distortion of space. Several figures clad in black cloaks with red clouds emerged like specters atop a nearby cliff. Leading them was a figure shrouded in shadows, revealing only a single, ominously glowing Rinnegan, not Nagato, but perhaps another possessing the Rinnegan or an illusion, flanked by the gray-cloaked individual who had previously engaged Mingqiao, alongside several other Akatsuki members exuding peculiar auras. They had not departed after all. They had been biding their time for this opportunity. Now was the moment to seize the power of the malevolent spirits, or destroy it, commanded the figure with the Rinnegan, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Akatsuki had finally revealed their true fangs, choosing the most opportune moment to strike with deadly precision. With demons besieging from within and formidable foes surrounding from without, the anchor point was on the verge of collapse, and the defense was about to falter. The Covenant of the Underworld faced its most brutal trial. Chapter 52. The three-way clash and the light of anchoring a wave of destruction surged from three directions simultaneously. Inside, at the core of the seal, the roars of the malevolent spirits and their psychic assaults pierced through the souls of Yi and Mingqiao like countless steel needles, relentlessly battering Ziyuan, who ventured deeper into the demon's den through their fragile energy connection. The bond of the Covenant of the Underworld trembled violently, its light flickering uncertainly, as though it could shatter at any moment. Yi felt his consciousness flickering like a candle in a tempest, at risk of being extinguished, relying solely on sheer will and his promise to his comrades to endure. Mingqiao, akin to a rock amidst a storm, radiated golden red light, burning his power in a near-suicidal manner to withstand the onslaught. Yet the newly awakened force clashed violently with the malevolence of the roguish spirits, leaving him internally tumultuous. Blood seeping from his orifices. Outside, Azuo and Jinjia led the remaining guards in a brutal melee against the tide of demons. Blades clashed, ninjutsu roared, with each strike accompanied by the splatter of foul blood and the fall of comrades. The demons were relentless and increasingly powerful, their numbers compressing the defense, threatening imminent breach. And then, the greatest variable, the Akatsuki, finally made their move. The figure with the Rinnegan did not engage directly, but coldly surveyed the battlefield. Beside him, the gray cloak emitted a piercing shriek as he formed seals, causing the ground to erupt with numerous twisted arms of shadow and earth, reaching out towards the beleaguered Azuo and his companions. Simultaneously, other Akatsuki members unleashed a barrage of bizarre and powerful ninjutsu, like raindrops hammering against the defensive circle. While one broke away, heading straight for Yi and Ming Chao, intent on disrupting the ritual, seizing or destroying everything amidst the chaos. A dire situation. A true deadlock. Not on my watch. Azuo's eyes blazed with fury, disregarding his own safety. His staff erupted with the last purifying light, shattering the grasping shadowy arms, but was soon struck by a lightning-based ninjutsu from behind, leaving him scorched and collapsing to the ground. Captain, we will fight to the last. The guards, their eyes aflame, charged forth in a desperate attempt to block the Akatsuki's assaults, buying precious seconds for Yi and Ming Chao. Jinjia wielded his kunai, standing before Yi, valiantly repelling an attacking Akatsuki member, only to be cut across the abdomen by another's wind blade, his insides nearly spilling out. He stifled a groan, sealing the wound with chakra, yet he continued to fight fiercely. Old fool, get lost. One Akatsuki member sneered, coalescing a pitch-black chakra sphere in his hands, hurling it toward Jinjia's head. In that critical moment, Ming Chao, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, pouring all his strength into sustaining the anchor point, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His left eye remained a molten gold, while his right eye bore 3 slowly rotating black tomo. The Sharingan. No. The tomo bore a more ancient and eerie shape, merging subtly with his golden red chakra, exuding an aura of ferocity, as if it could pierce the very essence of souls. The fusion of the bloodline of Hayabusa and the Sharingan. Under this extreme pressure and at the precipice of life and death, the power hidden within him underwent an unforeseen transformation. Begone! Ming Chao unleashed a primal roar, the mutated 3-tomo right eye locking onto the Akatsuki member attacking Jinjia. With a sudden jolt, the Akatsuki member froze mid-action, his malevolent grin solidifying, as if he had glimpsed something extraordinarily horrific. He clutched his head and let out a piercing scream, chakra spiraling out of control, his body inflating like a balloon before erupting in a thunderous explosion. An eerie ocular technique. It directly detonated the opponent's psyche and chakra. All who witnessed this scene, be they Akatsuki or guards, felt an icy dread surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Even the figure with the Rinnegan atop the cliff expressed a slight gasp of surprise, seemingly taken aback. As the echo of the attack faded, Narakusa felt the price of his success weigh heavily upon him. The jewel in his right eye dimmed instantly, blood trickling from the corner, a clear testament to the immense strain this ocular technique imposed upon him. Yet, undeterred, his left eye flared with molten brilliance, locking onto the figure clad in gray, who was executing a large-scale shadow ninjutsu. Your poison shall be returned. With both hands pressed firmly against the ground, golden red chakra surged forth like a living entity, and in the next moment, an array of searing, purifying golden red spikes erupted violently from beneath the feet of the gray cloak. Caught off guard, the figure screamed and leapt into the air to evade, but several spikes grazed him, burning gaping holes into the cloak, revealing the pale, contorted skin beneath, causing the dark chakra to show signs of chaos. Narakusa's explosive attempt temporarily alleviated some pressure from the periphery, yet it also caused the anchor point's energy to fluctuate violently. Nearly snapping, Knight emitted a low groan, feeling as though his very soul was being torn apart, and quickly exerted all his strength to stabilize. Fool, maintain the connection. What lies within is of utmost importance, he rasped, knowing Narakusa was attempting to rescue Kenji, but if things fell apart on Shien's end, they would all perish. Gritting his teeth, Narakusa forcibly retracted some power to re-establish the anchor point. At that moment, deep within the core of the seal, Shien seemed to sense the fierce struggle outside and the support of the anchor point, leading her to make a final, resolute decision. A surge of incomparably pure and immense power, imbued with endless compassion and the will to sacrifice, erupted through the connection of the Yomi contract. Accompanying this was her final, fragmented thought, "Let my soul burn this body to seal." With a thunderous roar, the entrance to the black hole erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of white light. The radiance was so intense that it temporarily overshadowed the dark, malevolent energy. Countless ancient and intricate sealing runes sprang to life, rushing into the depths of the black hole. The malevolent spirit emitted a deafening howl of agony, as its vast dark energy and mental shock retreated like a receding tide. The pressure on the anchor point suddenly lightened. Did it succeed? Did Lord Shine succeed? A flicker of hope ignited in everyone's hearts. Now, on the cliff, the figure with the Rinnegan finally stirred. He raised his hand, palm facing the sealing entrance, which was slowly closing and shimmering with white light, as the Rinnegan in his eyes spun wildly. Universal pull. An irresistible, terrifying gravitational force erupted. The target was not a person, but rather the pure essence of the malevolent spirit that was about to be completely sealed within the cave. He intended to seize the moment, extracting a fragment of the malevolent spirit's power at the last moment of the sealing. Simultaneously, he coldly commanded, "Kill them, destroy the seal." The remaining Akatsuki members immediately unleashed their full power, attacking the already exhausted knight, Naruto, and the remaining guards. With the Rinnegan vying for power and interference with the seal from within, and the Akatsuki members mounting a full-scale assault from without, the glimmer of hope that had just emerged was swiftly swallowed by a deeper darkness. The opportunity gained through Shine's sacrifice was on the verge of being lost. Night. Observing the oncoming foes, the Rinnegan attempting to seize power, and the battered Kenji and the barely standing Naruto, felt an overwhelming surge of fury and unwillingness. This was intertwined with the faint yet resilient power of the earth within him, and the crystal talisman given by Shine, which was now gently warming in his grasp. Erupted forth. "We cannot fail. We must not let Shine's sacrifice be in vain." His eyes ignited with fervor, and he instinctively formed a seal he had never learned, yet felt instinctively familiar, invoking the earth's soul. Buzz. Centered on night, the ground beneath him seemed to awaken. A dense, vast, and ancient power was momentarily stirred, transforming into an invisible barrier that solidified fiercely upon the sealing point that was about to close. Simultaneously, it slightly shook the surrounding space, causing the gravitational pull of the universal pull to falter. In that very instant of hesitation, the seal finally closed completely. The white light diminished, and the entrance vanished, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like rock surface, as if nothing had ever existed. The fragment of the malevolent spirit's essence that was about to be extracted was entirely locked within the seal. The Rinnegan figure emitted a cold grunt of anger and surprise, seemingly taken aback that someone could disrupt his technique. Meanwhile, the attacks from the Akatsuki members lunging at night were also hindered by this sudden disturbance of the earth. Their movements slowed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Naruto used his last ounce of strength to hoist Night and the gravely injured Kenji, shouting, "Run!" Atsui struggled to rise, leading the last two guards as they hurled all remaining smoke bombs and explosive tags. The valley was immediately engulfed in a cacophony of explosions and thick smoke. In the ensuing chaos, no one cared for anyone else. When the smoke finally cleared, only the members of the Akatsuki and the scattered remnants of monsters and the bodies of guards remained in the valley. The Rinnegan figure slowly lowered his hand, his expression beneath the mask dark and foreboding. Chapter 53. Fleeing north in Cheyenne's legacy. Cold rain, mixed with melting snow, washed over the muddy forest. Night, Naruto, supporting the near-death Kenji, along with the last two battered guards, fled desperately through the darkness and rain like wounded beasts. Behind them, the disturbing, evil presence from the Valley of the Land of Ghosts had vanished, replaced by an unsettling silence that felt even more foreboding. Was the Akatsuki still in pursuit? Had the malevolent spirit truly been sealed away completely? No one dared to ponder that answer regarding Lord Cheyenne. Each breath pulled at the agony within, their chakra utterly depleted, sustained only by the primal instinct to survive. Naruto was in slightly better condition. Yet the consequences of forcibly using his mutated ocular technique and burning his power began to manifest. His right eye had completely lost its luster, now shrouded in dullness, while the molten gold of his left eye had dimmed considerably. Each step taken felt precarious. "Hold on, we're almost there," gasped a guard, pointing to a vaguely visible, dilapidated mountain shrine through the rain. It was their predetermined final rendezvous point in case of separation. stumbling into the crumbling shrine. They collapsed onto the floor, drained of energy. Only heavy breaths and the sting of wounds soaked by rainwater remained. Uncle Kenji. Xiaoying rushed out from the shadows of the shrine, having anxiously awaited with the other children. Upon seeing the dire state of the group, especially Kenji, who was gravely injured and barely breathing, her tears immediately welled up. Don't cry, I'm not dead yet. Kenji managed to force a weak smile. His voice barely audible. Xiaoying immediately rushed to him, her hands glowing with faint healing chakra, attempting to staunch the bleeding, but Kenji's injuries were too severe. His organs were damaged and multiple chakra pathways were severed, far beyond her current capabilities. Do we have any more cold marrow pills? Xiaoying anxiously looked towards Knight. Knight shook his head. The last cold marrow pill had been used earlier to suppress the toxin in Naruto. Struggling to sit up, he assessed his own condition, equally dire. The damage to his heart had seemingly worsened after earlier exertion, sustained solely by the gentle energy lingering from Cheyenne-S crystal talisman and a flicker of resilient earth power. First, treat the external wounds to conserve chakra, Knight rasped, scanning the Shrine's interior. Aside from Xiaoying and a few older children, the rest were huddled in the corners, trembling in fear, their faces etched with terror and confusion. They had departed as a hopeful team, yet returned with only a handful of survivors, each bearing wounds and teetering on the brink of despair. As a guard tended to his wounds, he could no longer contain his sorrow and began to weep softly. Captain Zusu and the others are all dead. Lord Ziyuan's suppressed grief and despair spread through the dilapidated temple like a plague. Silence. Ming Xiao suddenly barked, leaning against the wall. His face as pale as parchment, yet his remaining left eye remained sharp. We are not done yet. His harsh words fell like a bucket of cold water, momentarily dousing the uncontrolled emotions. Indeed, as long as they were alive, there remained hope. Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the heartbreak and physical agony within him. Forcing himself to think clearly, he turned to the two guards. We cannot remain in the land of demons any longer. The Akatsuki may still be searching for us. And with the priestess missing, chaos will inevitably ensue in the country. It is no longer safe here. But where can we go? The guards asked despairingly. The outside is filled with. North. Yi repeated the instructions he had received before losing consciousness, the only direction available to them. They would head to the land of snow or the more desolate northern wilderness. The environment there was harsh, sparsely populated, and more suitable for hiding. It was a reluctant choice, signifying a more arduous and uncertain journey, yet it was the sole route that could potentially lead them away from their pursuers. Pack your belongings. We depart at dawn when the rain ceases, Yi commanded, his tone brooking no argument. The group silently began to prepare, stifling their sorrow in readiness for the impending flight. Xiaoying applied the last of their herbs to Kenji and the gravely injured, then approached Yi and Ming Xiao, her eyes filled with concern. Your wounds won't be fatal. Ming Xiao closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to discuss it further. Yi, however, touched the crystal talisman in his possession, now showing signs of cracks, and suddenly inquired, Xiaoying, how much do you know about the priestess's sealing techniques and spiritual powers? Xiaoying paused, shaking her head. I only know a few superficial details. The sealing system in the land of demons is quite unique and differs from chakra. It leans more towards mental and natural energies. Yi handed the talisman to Xiaoying. Try to see if you can sense the power within or activate its residual effects. Even if it only provides a little tranquility to our minds, it would be beneficial. He recalled Ziyuan mentioning that the talisman could also facilitate short-distance communication. Although it might now be useless, it could still possess other functions. Xiaoying took the talisman, cautiously probing it with a thread of weak chakra. At first, there was no response, but as she attempted to replicate the pure, serene mental wave she had felt from Ziyuan, the talisman suddenly glimmered faintly, emitting a very weak, soothing white light that enveloped her and the nearby Yi and Ming Xiao. The trio instantly felt a surge of clarity as the distracting thoughts and negative emotions within them dissipated. Even the pain from their injuries seemed to lessen slightly. Effective, Xiaoying exclaimed in delight. However, amidst the white light, some extremely vague, fragmented images and sounds began to materialize. As if Ziyuan had left a message within the talisman that was now being revealed by Xiaoying's specific activation method. The images flickered erratically, barely revealing a snow-covered wasteland and the entrance to a colossal, ancient relic seemingly made of ice crystals. Deep within the relic, there appeared to be a pearl radiating a gentle white light, alongside a blurred figure clad in white hunting attire, whose silhouette bore a resemblance to Ziyuan. Simultaneously, A faint voice, as if emanating from a distant time and space, intermittently echoed in their minds. The Shrine of Northern Snow, a legacy of our ancestors, may provide temporary refuge. Beware of the Byakugan. The voice trailed off abruptly. The light from the talisman extinguished entirely, and the surface cracks deepened, indicating that its energy had been completely spent. The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The Shrine of Snow? The legacy of our ancestors? Temporary refuge? Beware of the Byakugan? Could this be the guidance Ziyuan foresaw for their escape? Did the Land of Snow truly harbor remnants of the priestess lineage? What could assist them there? And did the Byakugan refer to the Hyuga clan, or was it something else? The fragmented information undoubtedly ignited a new beacon of hope. Let us go there. Yi resolved immediately. Regardless of whether the path ahead held traps or hope, it was better than fleeing aimlessly. As dawn broke, the torrential rain ceased. The group, dragging their wounded bodies, set forth once again. This time, their target was clear, northward, towards the Land of Snow, in search of the mysterious Shrine of Snow. Behind them, the Land of Demons remained shrouded in mist and sorrow, while the northern expanse ahead was fraught with unending snowstorms and unknown perils. The embers of hope still flickered, yet the road to that hope would be paved with blood and frost. Chapter 53 and Chapter 54. The snowy journey and the glimmer of the ice shrine. The journey north felt akin to stepping from purgatory into an icebound hell. After leaving the borders of the Land of Demons, the temperature plummeted dramatically. The biting cold wind sliced through their skin like knives, and thick snow swiftly transformed the world into an expanse of desolate white. The snow beneath their feet reached knee-deep, making each step an arduous battle. The severity of the environment far exceeded their expectations. For this group, predominantly from temperate regions and battered by injuries, the extreme cold of the far north was a test of life and death. The children's faces turned purple from the cold, trembling uncontrollably. Despite wrapping themselves in every piece of clothing they could find, they could not fend off the relentless chill. The adults, whose wounds had yet to heal, fared even worse. Their injuries numbed in the low temperatures, yet every movement inflicted sharper, tearing pain. The recovery of chakra slowed significantly in the frigid air, and even breathing felt like inhaling shards of ice. Food once again emerged as a dire issue. In this icy realm, sourcing sustenance was akin to scaling a mountain. The meager rations they had left were strictly rationed, with each person receiving merely a morsel the size of a fingernail daily, utterly insufficient to replenish the energy they expended. Despair enveloped them like the swirling snow, cold and suffocating. Ming Xiao, drawing upon the robust physique bestowed by his Hayabusa lineage and his fervent chakra, managed to endure, taking on the roles of scout and seeker of shelter. However, with his right eye blinded and the strength of his left eye significantly diminished, his perceptive range had shrunk considerably, and he nearly led the group into ice crevices or avalanche zones multiple times. Ye's condition was the most dire. The damage to his heart worsened under the strain of cold and exhaustion, his chest feeling as though it were crushed beneath a block of ice. Each heartbeat accompanied by a piercing pain and suffocating sensation. He relied almost entirely on sheer willpower to hold himself together while directing the group. Yet his consciousness frequently blurred due to the agony and cold. Xiaoying remained by his side, futilely attempting to warm his icy body with the now ineffective crystal talisman and her dwindling medical chakra. Lord Yi, hold on. We are almost there, Xiaoying's voice, tinged with tears, repeated endlessly, unsure if she was comforting Yi or herself. Where exactly is the Shrine of Snow? Kinji, lying on a makeshift stretcher, weakly inquired. His injuries were too severe for him to walk, relying entirely on two lightly injured guards to carry him alternately. No one could answer. The message left by Ziyuan was far too vague. Searching for a legendary shrine in this vast snowy expanse was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. On the third day, a fierce blizzard struck, reducing visibility to nearly zero. The group lost all sense of direction and was forced to take refuge beneath an icy overhang. The howling wind echoed like wails of the damned, and the swirling snowflakes stung their faces painfully. The temperature plunged to the point that their breath crystallized in the air. One of the injured, unable to withstand the dual torment of cold and injury, quietly breathed his last. Before sorrow could spread, a greater crisis loomed. Ming Xiao, on guard duty, suddenly lifted his head, his remaining left eye keenly focused on the depths of the storm. Something is approaching. Many of them. They move swiftly, not human. As the words hung in the air, dozens of white shadows abruptly surged forth from the swirling snow. They resembled colossal wolves. Yet their entire forms were composed of ice and snow, with eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets. exuding a chilling and bloodthirsty aura. Snow wolves. Moreover, they were a pack of beast-level snow wolves. Protect the children. Knight struggled to rise, drawing forth a kunai, yet his arm trembled uncontrollably. The guards fought to form a defensive formation, but in this deep snow, their movements were slow and clumsy, and chakra was difficult to gather. The wolf pack let out a low growl, surging forth like a white wave of death. An encounter fraught with despair erupted instantaneously. The kunai struck the icy wolf, leaving only shallow white marks, and instead, jarred Knight's arm, causing it to tingle. The effectiveness of ninjutsu was significantly diminished as soon as fire release manifested. It was weakened by the frigid air, while wind release only stirred up more snow and mist, obscuring visibility. One by one, individuals were knocked down by the ice wolves. Dragged into the snow, their screams quickly swallowed by the howling wind and snow. Damn it! Naruto roared, golden red chakra erupting once more, shattering one ice wolf that lunged at the children. Yet more ice wolves encircled them, seeming to harbor both aversion and desire for that searing power. Knight gazed upon the scene before him, his heart racing with urgency, yet he felt utterly powerless. The extreme cold and his own weakness rendered him barely able to stand. Just as the defensive line threatened to collapse entirely, a faint yet extraordinarily clear hum suddenly resonated from Knight's bosom. It was the crystal talisman, now covered in cracks and thought to be completely inoperative. Remarkably, it emitted a feeble white light once more, growing hot to the touch. Even more astonishing was that, with the talisman's hum, a faint yet resonant wave seemed to emanate from a distant direction shrouded in wind and snow. Over there, a surge of intuition flooded Knight's mind, and with his last ounce of strength, he pointed toward that direction, following the talisman's guidance. Go! The instinct for survival compelled the remaining individuals to dash toward that direction with all their might. Naruto held the rear, his golden red chakra erupting wildly to temporarily fend off the wolf pack. Surprisingly, once the ice wolves reached a certain distance, they seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. Howling in agitation, yet daring not to advance further, eventually retreating unwillingly into the storm. For the moment, they were safe. The group collapsed onto the ground, their hearts still racing, realizing they had unwittingly entered a relatively calm area. The storm had diminished considerably, and in the distance, a silhouette of an ancient structure, built against the mountains and covered in snow and ice, began to emerge. The architectural style was archaic, vaguely reminiscent of the shrines in the land of demons. Constructed entirely of a certain white jade stone, still exuding a faint, tranquil, and sacred aura despite being cloaked in snow. Above the entrance, a plaque partially obscured by frost bore two ancient characters. Indeed, the script of the land of demons, Snow Shrine. They had found it. They had truly discovered the place guided by Zun. The light of hope once again illuminated their despairing hearts. Supporting one another, they struggled to reach the shrine's entrance. The doors were tightly shut, etched with intricate sealing runes, appearing long sealed. Naruto attempted to push, but the stone door did not budge. A specific method was required to open it. Xiaoying examined the runes on the door, trying to inject a faint, simulated priestess chakra into them. The runes glimmered momentarily but soon dimmed, clearly indicating her power was insufficient to activate them. Just then, the talisman in Knight's bosom erupted with a brilliant light once more, suddenly flying from his grasp and fitting perfectly into a recess at the center of the stone door. It fit seamlessly, with a series of resounding clicks. The heavy stone door slowly slid open, releasing a warm current infused with ancient dust and strange sandalwood that brushed against the cold faces of the group. Beyond the door was not the foreboding ancient tomb they had envisioned, but rather a brightly lit staircase of jade that descended. The walls flanking the staircase were adorned with exquisite murals depicting ancient legends, while the air was warm and dry, a stark contrast to the icy wilderness outside. The warm air revived the nearly frozen group. "Let us take a look inside," Knight signaled. Naruto was the first to step in, cautiously sensing the surroundings. Xiaoying and the guards assisted the injured, following closely behind. The staircase was not long, leading to a spacious circular stone hall. In the center of the hall stood a white jade altar, upon which rested a fist-sized pearl radiating a soft white light. Precisely the same pearl they had seen in the talisman's vision. The pearl's glow illuminated the entire hall, filling it with warm and vibrant energy that alleviated much of the pain and chill afflicting everyone. Beneath the altar sat a skeleton clad in white priestess robes, its bones glistening like jade, clearly indicating it had not been an ordinary person in life. Its hands were folded over its abdomen, cradling an ancient scroll. Is this the ancestor that Lord Ziyuan spoke of? Xiaoying gazed at the skeleton with reverence. Knight's attention was drawn to the scroll. He suppressed his discomfort and cautiously retrieved it. The scroll was made of a unique material, warm to the touch, inscribed with ancient characters from the land of demons. Titled Spirit Healing Secret Record, Earth Vein Chapter. He slowly unrolled the scroll, and the opening line sent a jolt through him, for the earth possesses spirit, nurturing all things and carrying all lives. Its power is immense, yet wild and unruly. We, as priestesses, are ordained to connect heaven and earth. However, human strength is finite, while the earth veins are boundless. Thus, I have devoted my life to studying the methods of guiding earth vein spiritual energy to heal the wounded and nourish oneself. Yet I have not attained my goal, leaving this for the fated ones. Proceed with caution, proceed with caution. Earth vein spiritual energy for healing. Knight's heart raced as a bold thought surged uncontrollably. The energy of the dark gold stone he had fused with originated from the mutated earth veins. Ziyuan had also mentioned that his power was connected to the earth. Did the scroll truly contain a method to resolve his bodily afflictions and even completely master that power? Hope, like the pearl on the altar, blossomed with warm and enticing light deep within this desolate icy expanse. Chapter 54 End. Chapter 55. The Earth Vein's Secret Record and the Rise After the Fall. The warm, vibrant energy filled the main hall of the Snow Shrine, akin to a mother's embrace, soothing the weary bodies and souls of the group. The children curled up on the warm jade ground, falling into a deep slumber, their faces finally adorned with a hint of tranquility. The lightly injured guards busily tended to the grievously wounded, and here, even the speed of wound healing seemed to accelerate slightly. Yet all eyes were inevitably drawn to the ancient scroll in Knight's hand and the softly glowing pearl upon the altar. Hope was within reach, yet it also carried the potential for unforeseen danger. Knight fought against the pangs of pain and dizziness originating from his heart, diligently studying the opening lines of the Spirit Healing Secret Record, Earth Vein Chapter. The text on the scroll was ancient and obscure, filled with numerous specialized sealing susu and energy operation diagrams, making it exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Yet the core idea gradually became clear. This unknown predecessor priestess believed that the spiritual energy flowing through the Earth's veins was the most primordial life force in the world, theoretically capable of healing all injuries and even enhancing the essence of life. However, the Earth Vein's spiritual energy was overwhelmingly potent and wild. Directly introducing it into the human body would be akin to playing with fire. She devoted her life to seeking a safe method to guide and transform Earth Vein's spiritual energy, yet ultimately seemed to have fallen short, leaving behind these unverified theories and conjectures. Among them, she particularly noted a hypothesis. If the human body contained a trace of energy that shared a source with the earth veins but was relatively gentle, it could serve as a conduit and container, supplemented by special sealing techniques for guidance and buffering, perhaps allowing for a limited absorption of earth veins spiritual energy for healing or cultivation. The breath of the night suddenly quickened. The energy of the dark gold stone stemmed from the mutations of the earth's veins, possessing a relatively gentle nature, at least more so than directly extracting the earth's spiritual energy, and had already begun to merge with his body. This was a perfect match for the conditions described in the scroll regarding the catalyst and the vessel. Moreover, the talisman bestowed upon him by Ziyuan, imbued with the power of a priestess and knowledge of sealing techniques, might just be the key to buffering and guiding this process. All clues seemed to intertwine at this moment, as if guided by fate itself. What do you think, Master Yi? Is there a way? Xiaoying asked anxiously, her eyes shimmering with hope. Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and unease within, and briefly outlined the contents of the scroll along with his deductions. Everyone's eyes lit up, but soon worry crept in. Isn't this too risky? A guard hesitantly remarked. The elder himself has not succeeded. Do we have any other options? Ming Chao leaned against the wall, speaking coldly. His remaining left eye swept over Ye's face, pale as paper, in his slightly trembling hands. If they delayed any longer, death was inevitable. It was better to take a gamble. His words were as direct and harsh as ever, yet they cut through the reality of the situation. Yi gazed at the intricate and exquisite energy pathways and sealing techniques depicted on the scroll, feeling the pure and gentle, compared to the direct earth veins, spiritual energy emanating from the altar's orb, and ultimately made up his mind. It was worth a try. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, but preparations were necessary, and he required their protective support. He pointed to several critical nodes in the scroll, Xiaoying, You are well-versed in medical ninjutsu and basic sealing techniques. You will monitor my vital signs and, at a crucial moment, use your chakra to assist in stabilizing the energy circulation within me. Ming Chao, your perception is the strongest. You will keep watch around us. If the energy runs amok or if an enemy approaches, interrupt me immediately. The rest of you, guard the temple doors. No one is to disturb us. Upon receiving the orders, everyone sprang into action. Yi sat cross-legged before the altar, facing the warm orb. He first carefully recalled the residual sealing techniques from Ziyuan's talisman, then, following the scroll's guidance, clumsily formed one complex hand seal after another, channeling the faint earth energy within him to construct a delicate, yet fragile internal sealing guide network around his meridians and heart. This process was incredibly taxing on his mind, demanding meticulous control over his chakra. Several times, he nearly faltered due to sharp heart pains or mental fatigue, cold sweat saturating his garments. Xiaoying anxiously stood by, her hands hovering over Ye's back, ready to inject medical chakra at a moment's notice. Ming Chao closed his eyes in concentration, extending his perception to its utmost limits, monitoring the subtle fluctuations of energy within the temple and remaining vigilant for any disturbances in the blizzard outside. The initial construction of the internal sealing network was complete. Yi took a deep breath, casting one last glance at the scroll's warning regarding the initial spiritual breath, proceeding with utmost caution. He extended his hand and gently pressed it against the warm orb on the altar. Simultaneously, he summoned the dark gold stone energy within him, using it as a fuse to cautiously connect with the relatively gentle earth spiritual energy contained within the orb. Buzz. At the moment of contact, Ye's body jolted violently. A warm yet immensely vast flow surged through his arm and into his body. This spiritual energy was far gentler than he had anticipated, evidently a result of the orb and the altar's long-term purification and taming process. However, even so, its purity and immense volume instantly overwhelmed the frail defenses he had set up. Ugh! Yi let out a muffled groan, his face flushing crimson, his entire meridians feeling as though they were inflating, bringing unbearable pain. Master Yi, Xiaoying exclaimed, immediately channeling her medical chakra in an attempt to assist him. Yet, her efforts were but a drop in the bucket against this torrent. Steady your mind. Guide it according to the scroll's pathway. Ming Chao's icy voice rang like a warning bell in Ye's mind, clenching his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. Yi relied on his indomitable will to desperately operate the guide network he had just constructed, which was on the verge of collapse. Attempting to direct the surging spiritual energy into the correct meridians and toward the damaged area of his heart. This was an agonizing and perilous process. Wherever the spiritual energy flowed, his meridians were forcefully expanded, resulting in a tearing agony, yet also bringing forth a burgeoning vitality. The heart, once on the brink of destruction, greedily absorbed the pure spiritual energy enveloping it, and to his astonishment, the damaged area began to visibly heal at a slow pace. Effective, truly effective. But the volume of spiritual energy was too great. It far exceeded what his body could currently endure. The excess energy rampaged within him, impacting his internal organs and even beginning to erode his mind. His skin began to ooze fine droplets of blood, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Xiaoying, interrupt him. Ming Chao barked, sensing that Yi was nearing his limit. No. If we interrupt now, the spiritual energy will backlash, and he will die instantly. Xiaoying cried out, desperately channeling medical chakra, but unable to halt the chaos of the spiritual energy. In this critical moment, the once dim crystal talisman fragment in Ye's embrace suddenly glimmered with a faint light. This time, it did not release energy, but resonated with Ye's chaotic spiritual energy and the altar's orb, as if serving as a precise coordinate. Simultaneously, the skeletal remains of the elder priestess seemed to move ever so slightly. Buzz. The light of the altar's orb transformed into a rhythmic pulse, flickering like a breath. The torrent of spiritual energy flooding into Ye's body seemed to be under some invisible control, immediately becoming much more docile, its flow slowing down to a level he could absorb and endure. The crisis suddenly alleviated. The pressure on Yi diminished significantly, and he could finally manage the spiritual energy within him, guiding and absorbing it according to the scroll's pathway. Xiaoying and Ming Chao both breathed sighs of relief, casting bewildered glances at the glowing orb and the seemingly stirred skeletal remains. Was it the elder's spirit manifesting, or a protective mechanism set by the altar itself? No one could say for certain. Time passed slowly. He found himself immersed in a peculiar state of intertwining pain and relief. His heart rapidly healed under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. The hidden injuries within him were gradually restored, and even the total amount and quality of his chakra were steadily increasing. The once feeble earth energy within him grew stronger and more docile under the nurturing influence of this shared spiritual energy. Uncertain how long had passed, when the last vestige of spiritual energy was thoroughly absorbed and refined, Yi slowly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance flickered within his gaze. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, his breathing was now steady and robust, and the lingering aura of death had completely vanished. The intense pain in his heart had dissipated, replaced by a vigorous and powerful pulsation. He had succeeded. Not only had he healed his injuries, but his strength seemed to have improved as well. Master Yi, how do you feel? Xiaoying asked, a mix of joy and apprehension in her voice. Yi gradually rose to his feet, moving his limbs and relishing the long-lost vitality and energy coursing through him, his face breaking into a genuine smile, albeit tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with immense satisfaction. I have never felt better. From the brink of despair to rebirth. However, before he could fully savor this newfound strength, Ming Xiao's cold voice once again broke through the moment, laced with an unprecedented gravity. Many people are coming from outside. A powerful chakra. One that feels very familiar and quite detestable. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick temple walls, peering into the snowstorm outside. It is from Konoha. The nauseating presence of Danzo's minions lingered in the air. The fleeting tranquility recently attained was shattered in an instant. A new crisis had undeniably descended upon them. In the warm confines of the snow shrine, where a flicker of joy had just begun to bloom due to Ye's recovery from his injuries. The news brought by Ming Xiao froze that moment. Konoha, Root. They had tracked them down to this desolate northern land, and with alarming swiftness. How many? What was their formation? Yi quickly regained his composure and asked in a low voice. The restoration of his strength not only endowed him with power, but also revived the long-lost clarity and decisiveness within him. Ming Xiao closed his eyes to sense the situation. His brow furrowed. Over 30 individuals, at least 5 of whom were of Jonin-level chakra, with the rest being elite Chunin. Leading them was the root commander previously encountered in the Valley of the Ghosts, accompanied by several figures clad in standard Konoha Anbu attire. Likely under the direct orders of the Hokage. He paused briefly, adding, it seems they are quarreling? Quarreling? A thought stirred within Yi. The simultaneous appearance of the Konoha Anbu and Root did not signify a united front. This could potentially be advantageous information. Prepare to confront them without initiating hostilities. Yi swiftly issued his orders. Xiaoying, escort the children and the severely injured to the back of the altar. Ming Xiao, guard the entrance. The rest of you, take advantageous positions, but do not engage unless I command it. He cast a glance at the orb on the altar that still radiated a warm white light. Alongside the remains of the elder priestess, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Before long, the clamor of footsteps and raised voices drew near. Arriving at the shrine's entrance, Lord Danzo's command is to prioritize the capture of the target, especially that boy with the extraordinary bloodline and the potential hidden treasure. Eliminate any who obstruct us. Came a cold, rasping voice, the root leader. Lady Tsunade's order is to prioritize reconnaissance, to gather intelligence if possible, and ensure the safety of the target, Yi. Unless met with resistance, lethal force must not be employed, countered a somewhat younger yet resolute voice. Likely the leader of the Konoha Anbu. Indeed, both factions had arrived simultaneously, yet discord prevailed. The mercy of a woman. That Yi should have perished long ago. Who knows what monstrosity he has become now. And that boy with the bloodline is extremely dangerous. He must be contained. The root leader hissed. Whether he is dangerous or how to deal with him should be decided by the Hokage, not by your root's unilateral execution. Amidst the quarrel, the shrine's door was violently thrust open, and dozens of figures surged inside, immediately occupying the entrance, their cold kunai and vigilant gazes sweeping over the hall. At the forefront stood the root commander, his aura chilling, flanked by several similarly attired root ninjas. Shortly after, a few masked Konoha Anbu entered. Their leader's mask marked with a claw scratch, watching the root members warily. Upon witnessing the scene within the shrine, they were momentarily taken aback. The warm air, the glowing orb, the battle-ready yet visibly battered remnants of the village, and there sat Yi, serene and poised, as if fully healed from his injuries. Why your injuries? The Konoha Anbu leader blurted out, disbelief evident in his tone. According to intelligence, Yi was supposed to be gravely wounded and on the brink of death. A flicker of surprise crossed the root leader's eyes, quickly replaced by deeper greed and malice. It seems there is indeed something peculiar here. Seize them. Search the entire shrine. Who dares? Yi slowly rose, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. He did not unleash his chakra, but regarded them calmly. And the composure gained from his recent recovery exuded an invisible pressure. His gaze swept over the Konoha Anbu. In the name of the fifth Hokage? Does Lady Tsunade intend to stab us in the back once more, or does she genuinely seek the truth? The Anbu leader hesitated, a hint of shame apparent. Yet he steeled himself. Lord Yi, please trust the Hokage. She is concerned about what transpired previously. Trust? Yi interjected, a note of derision in his voice. Trust is what leads you and these lurking root rats to summon us to this desolate place. Impudent. The root leader barked, anger mingling with fear. How dare you speak so defiantly at the brink of death? Attack. The root ninjas behind him immediately began forming seals. Yet, buzz. The orb on the altar suddenly radiated an intense white light. A gentle yet incredibly resilient barrier swiftly expanded from the orb, enveloping Yi, Ming Chao, and the core members within. The probing wind blades and fireballs launched by the root ninjas merely rippled against the barrier before vanishing without a trace. This sudden turn of events startled both sides. Yi himself was taken aback. He had merely attempted to communicate with the orb using the newly mastered power of the earth, not anticipating such a remarkable effect. The formation of the snow shrine seemed particularly attuned to his strength. A barrier? Mere tricks. Scoffed the root leader, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. A highly compressed vacuum projectile slammed into the barrier. The barrier quaked violently, its brilliance dimming noticeably. After all, this was an automated defense without a host, its power limited. Cover Lord Yi. The Konoha Anbu leader ordered without hesitation. The Anbu beside him sprang into action, accurately intercepting the root's subsequent attacks with shurikens and jutsu. Do you wish to rebel? The root leader exclaimed, both shocked and furious. We are merely executing the Hokage's orders. Protect the target. The Anbu leader firmly stated, refusing to yield. Until the situation is clear, no one shall engage. In an instant, a bizarre standoff formed within the shrine. The root sought a forceful attack. The Konoha Anbu intervened to obstruct, while Yi and his companions were temporarily shielded within the barrier. Yi observed this dramatic scene unfold, his mind racing. The Konoha Anbu's stance seemed to have shifted. Perhaps this was an opportunity. He suddenly spoke, his voice resonating through the barrier and filling the hall. What you seek is merely the secrets I possess and Ming Cao's bloodline, is it not? His sharp gaze swept over the root leader and the Konoha Anbu. I can reveal a portion of the truth to you, concerning the matters buried beneath our village. The objectives of the Akatsuki, and even the sordid dealings of certain high-ranking individuals within Konoha. These words detonated like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Nonsense. The root leader's eyes flickered with panic, vehemently denying the accusations. The Konoha Anbu leader hesitated, visibly shaken. What dealings? He let out a cold laugh. Continuing, why does the Cloud Village spare no expense to annihilate us? Why has Root repeatedly sought our destruction? Is it merely for a bloodline limit? Or to conceal the unsavory transactions some of you have made with the Cloud, and the fear of what lies beneath our village being revealed? He refrained from directly naming Danzo, yet his implication was unmistakably clear. What evidence do you possess? The Anbu leader inquired, his voice low, though he subtly raised his hand to restrain his increasingly restless subordinates. Evidence. I am the evidence, Yi declared, pointing at himself. The wounds I bear are from the treachery of Root. As for the dealings, you may investigate for yourselves. The secret pact made years ago between the Cloud and certain high-ranking individuals in Konoha regarding the treatment of the Hayabusa clan's bloodline limit and the redistribution of resources from the border villages. Discover who betrayed their comrades for profit. This information, gleaned from the bloodied Cloud scroll, though lacking in details, was sufficient to cause a stir. The expression of the Konoha Anbu leader visibly shifted. The accusations are astonishing, yet if true, the leader of the Root is utterly enraged. Nonsense. Slandering the higher-ups of Konoha. Such crimes deserve death. Everyone, obey my orders. Kill without mercy, including the obstructing Anbu. It is evident that he intends to silence them permanently. In an instant, battle erupts. The Root ninjas, no longer restrained, launch a frenzied assault on the barrier and the obstructing Anbu of Konoha. The Konoha Anbu are compelled to respond with all their might. The shrine is instantly engulfed in chaos. The clash of ninjutsu, the clatter of shuriken, and the incessant sounds of roars and screams fill the air. The barrier trembles precariously under the concentrated assault of the root ninjas. What do we do? Xiaoing anxiously inquires. Ye's gaze is icy as he observes the tumult outside, then glances at the jewel upon the altar and the skeletal remains of the elder. A more audacious plan begins to form in his mind. With a sudden burst of determination, he bites his fingertip, swiftly forms hand seals, and then presses his palm against the altar. A resonance with the earth's chakra. He attempts to use himself as a conduit, forcibly drawing upon the deeper layers of Earth's spiritual energy with the newly acquired power of the land, even striving to connect with the potential spiritual veins that may lie beneath the shrine of snow. The ground rumbles. The entire shrine shakes violently, stronger than ever before. The jewel on the altar emits an unprecedented brilliance, piercing through the roof of the shrine and soaring into the heavens. Beneath the earth, a deep rumble reverberates, as if some ancient being has been awakened. An overwhelming force, far beyond the previous energies, mingling with the icy chill of the earth, erupts from beneath the altar like a volcanic explosion. The first to be affected, the root ninjas and the Konoha Anbu, are thrown into disarray by this sudden manifestation of power, some losing consciousness from the sheer force. Even Yi, within the barrier, lets out a groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The burden of summoning this power is immense. Yet he has succeeded. The raging spiritual energy sweeps through the entire shrine, indiscriminately crashing against every individual. Simultaneously, it temporarily disrupts the enemy's formations and offensive. Now, Yi bellows. Ming Chao has long been poised for action, seizing the moment of chaos. As the energy flow disrupts perception, he darts out of the barrier like a specter. His target, the root leader, who is struggling to withstand the onslaught of energy. His right eye remains dim, but the molten gold brilliance of his left eye burns with intense fervor. The mutated Tomo reappears faintly. Die. A fist, infused with boundless rage and murderous intent, cleaves through the chaotic energy flow, striking fiercely at the root leader's skull. The root leader, horrified, hurriedly raises his arm to block. Crack. The sickening sound of shattering bone echoes. The root leader screams in agony, his arm grotesquely bent, and he is sent flying like a sack of potatoes, crashing heavily against the wall. Ming Chao does not hesitate, pursuing relentlessly, intent on utterly vanquishing this foe. However, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurs. From the surging earth's spiritual energy, a strand of exceptionally pure, yet bone-chilling, ice blue energy suddenly separates, as if alive, and violently wraps around Ming Chao. Simultaneously, the skeletal remains of the elder shaman on the altar, holding the scroll of the spiritual healing secret record, Earth Vein Volume, unfurls without wind, revealing a hidden warning written in blood-red ink. The Earth's veins possess both yin and yang. Beyond vitality, there lies the accumulation of years of death and malice. I perished here, not from exhaustion, but from the backlash of the Earth's malevolence. Future seekers, tread carefully. This is the true cause of the Elder's demise. The sudden influx of ice-blue malice surges into Ming Chao's body at an unimaginable speed. His pursuit is abruptly halted. His vibrant gold-red chakra extinguished as if doused by icy water, fading instantly. A layer of frost quickly covers his skin, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple. His eyes filled with unbearable pain and shock. Ming Chao, Yi, and Xiaoing exclaim in unison. The ice-blue malice relentlessly erodes Ming Chao's life force and chakra, proving more terrifying than any toxin he has encountered. Seizing the opportunity, the root leader clambers to his feet, casting a venomous glance at the incapacitated Ming Chao and the enraged Yi, and bellows, retreat. Quickly, the remaining root ninjas assist him, unhesitatingly turning and fleeing into the storm. The Konoha Anbu also suffer heavy losses, the Anbu captain glancing at the bizarre scene, gritting his teeth, and hastily retreating with his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the once tumultuous shrine is left with only Yi and his companions, along with the perilously afflicted Ming Chao, consumed by the malice of the Earth's veins. The power just gained has drawn forth a deeper calamity. The light of hope is once again shrouded by an icy silence. Chapter 56 End. Chapter 57. The icy calamity and a glimmer of hope silence envelopes the shrine, interrupted only by the faint humming of the residual energies that surged through the air and the chilling sound of Ming Chao's body freezing. The ice-blue malice, akin to a sentient poison, voraciously devours him. The frost on his skin thickens rapidly, his muscles stiffen, blood vessels freeze. And even the fierce new chakra within him seems to be immobilized, its flow painfully slow and obscure. His face takes on a terrifying shade of purple. his breath barely perceptible, and his remaining left eye's brilliance dims rapidly, filled with excruciating pain and immobilizing despair. Ming Chao! Xiaoying cries out, rushing to him. Her hands glowing with healing chakra as she presses them against his chest, but the moment the faint light touches the frost, it is immediately dispelled and frozen by the more chilling aura. It's useless. This malice of the earth, accumulated over countless years, is more fearsome than any poison. Ye's expression darkens immensely as he struggles against the tumultuous blood within him, hastening to Ming Chao's side. He attempts to channel the recently acquired power of the earth, hoping the relatively gentle energy could counter the malice, but instead, it only exacerbates the fury of the malice, causing Ming Chao's body to convulse violently. Blood mixed with ice crystals spilling from his mouth. No, my power is incompatible with it. Yi withdraws his hands, anxiety gnawing at him. What to do? Must he watch as Ming Chao freezes to death? His gaze darts to the fully unfurled spiritual healing secret record on the altar and the skeletal remains of the elder shaman. The warning echoes in his mind. Beware the backlash of the earth's malevolence. Did the elder leave behind a method or a hint to counter it? Yi rushes to the altar, disregarding everything else as he meticulously reads the last blood-red warning on the scroll, even reaching out to touch the script, seeking any hidden information. Only the most intense and radiant fire may incinerate the malice. Yet if the timing is off, all will be consumed. Where can I find such flames? Ordinary fire techniques are utterly useless. Ming Chao's chakra attribute is not even fire-based, and it has been thoroughly suppressed, just as despair threatens to engulf him. His gaze inadvertently falls upon Ming Chao's fist, still tightly clenched despite being covered in frost. In the earlier battle with the root leader, it seemed he had torn something from his opponent. Yi cautiously pries open Ming Chao's cold, stiff fingers. A small, inconspicuous metal piece, edged with traces of blood, drops to the ground. The metal piece bears a unique design, inscribed with a blurred, burning leaf pattern, an emblem of the Konoha Umbu's fire brigade. How could this be on the root leader? But there is no time for inquiries now. The gaze of the knight was drawn to a faint yet intensely searing remnant of chakra, tainted by the back of a metal shard. This chakra bore an explosive nature, infused with a destructive flame, yet its essence seemed to transcend mere chakra, resembling a form of natural energy fire confined by a unique sealing technique. Natural energy fire. An idea, wild and frenzied, surged through the mind of the knight. He abruptly turned to Xiaoying. Xiaoying, is there any mention in the scroll about guiding and utilizing foreign energy, particularly methods for safely introducing it into specific meridians? Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback, then began to recall. Yes, there is a section on guidance, discussing how to construct temporary energy channels using sealing techniques to direct certain foreign energies that are difficult to absorb directly. However, it is extremely perilous. A slight misstep could lead to... That's it. Knight interrupted her, his words tumbling out in a rapid rush. Help me find it. Quickly. Xiaoying did not dare to delay, hastily searching through the scrolls. Soon, she uncovered the intricately complex guidance section, filled with hazardous hypotheses and unverified diagrams for constructing energy channels. Knight devoured the information, his mind racing as he combined his newly acquired mastery of earth power with the knowledge of sealing techniques from Ziyuan, rapidly formulating a perilous plan. Listen, Xiaoying. He grasped her shoulders, his gaze sharp and penetrating. I will attempt to peel away the residual flame energy from the metal shard using earth power and sealing techniques, amplifying it while constructing an exceedingly fragile energy channel to directly introduce it near Ming Chao's heart meridian. What? Xiaoying's face paled in fear. Directly introducing it into the heart meridian? That's far too dangerous. Any miscalculation could cause the energy to spiral out of control or clash explosively with the deathly aura. And Ming Chao would. There is no time. Knight growled, urgency lacing his voice. This is the only method that might save him. The deathly aura is nearly eroding his heart meridian. Conventional methods cannot keep pace. What you need to do is, at the moment I introduce the energy, use all your medical chakra to shield his heart core, mitigating the impact of any explosion as much as possible. Do you understand? Xiaoying looked into Knight's unwavering determination, then glanced at the almost extinguished Ming Chao, finally nodding resolutely, tears streaming down her cheeks. I understand. The plan was set, and execution commenced immediately. Knight inhaled deeply, placing one hand on the metal shard and the other on Ming Chao's frozen chest. Earth power began to flow gently, cautiously enveloping and peeling away the faint flame energy, channeling it through a meticulously constructed, extraordinarily intricate micro-sealing passage. This process required exquisite precision, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Knight's mental focus was razor-sharp, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat poured down. Xiaoying held her breath, hands poised over Ming Chao's heart, ready to unleash her medical chakra. The amplified flame energy became exceedingly unstable, akin to a raging fire serpent, violently plunging through the frail energy channel into the vicinity of Ming Chao's heart meridian. Sizzle! It was as if a red-hot iron plunged into ice water. The extreme heat collided violently with the extreme cold within Ming Chao's body. Now, Knight roared. Xiaoying immediately channeled all her medical chakra into Ming Chao's heart meridian. Boom! A dull explosion resonated from within Ming Chao's body. He convulsed violently, the frost on his skin shattering and vaporizing, revealing the beneath a mottled purplish hue. A plume of white steam mixed with ice shards and blood erupted from his mouth and nose. Both Knight and Xiaoying were knocked back several steps by the shockwave. Had they succeeded? The two exchanged tense glances at Ming Chao. They saw the frost on Ming Chao's body rapidly melting, yet the purplish hue had not entirely faded. Instead, it intertwined with an abnormal flush. Inside him, the blazing flame energy and the deathly aura did not immediately establish dominance over one another. Rather, they formed a dangerously tenuous standoff, consuming each other in a precarious balance. Ming Chao's body became the battleground for these two extreme energies. The pain was unimaginable. He suddenly opened his eyes, the golden light in his left eye flickering wildly, while his right eye, once dull, began to glimmer faintly. A beastly howl of agony escaped his throat as his body convulsed uncontrollably. Hold him down. Knight lunged forward, pinning Ming Chao down, while shouting at the other stunned children and guards, "Come help. Don't let him hurt himself." Everyone rushed forward, barely managing to restrain the thrashing Ming Chao. Xiaoying continuously channeled her medical chakra into his heart meridian, sustaining his fragile life force. Time passed slowly. Ming Chao's struggles gradually weakened, not due to recovery, but exhaustion. The internal energy conflict remained fierce, yet it seemed to have reached a bizarre equilibrium. Neither could completely obliterate the other, only perpetually consuming and eroding one another. This equilibrium was precarious, liable to shatter at any moment, but at least it preserved his life for the time being. Uncertain how long it had been, Ming Chao finally ceased his struggles, falling unconscious. The colors on his body remained unsettling, his breathing faint yet steady, as if he had slipped into a profound slumber, reliant upon the conflicting extreme energies within him to cling to the last vestiges of life. He had survived, for now. Knight and Xiaoying collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly drained. Gazing at the slumbering Ming Chao, there was no trace of joy in their eyes, only a weighty concern. How long could this strange balance endure? What would happen once the flame energy was exhausted? Would the deathly aura resurge? Even if they could stabilize him, would Ming Chao suffer permanent damage? Would he even transform into something inhuman? A multitude of questions weighed heavily on their hearts. Outside the snow shrine, the wind and snow continued unabated. Inside, having just alleviated one crisis, they now faced a more intricate and prolonged trial. Hope flickered like the feeble flame within Ming Chao, struggling to shine amidst the endless chill. Chapter 57 End. Chapter 58. The dormancy of the ice shrine and ripples from afar within the snow shrine. Time seemed frozen by the extreme northern cold. The only sound was the relentless howling of the wind and snow outside and Ming Chao's exceedingly faint breath, as if it could cease at any moment. He lay beside the altar, surrounded by all the warmth sources he could find. The unsettling blue-purple and flushed colors on his surface had not faded. Instead, they appeared to have solidified, forming a disquieting balance. The extreme cold of deathly aura and the searing foreign fire created a fragile standoff within him, preserving a flicker of life while binding him at the precipice of life and death, akin to amber encased in ice. Xiaoying vigilantly kept watch by his side, almost sleepless, meticulously monitoring the feeble pulse of his heart with the dwindling medical chakra she had left, unwilling to let her guard down. Each involuntary spasm caused by the internal energy conflict sent her heart racing. Knight was in a slightly better state. The cleansing of the earth's spiritual energy not only healed his wounds, but also elevated his mastery over his own power. Most of the time, he sat in front of the altar, guarding the unconscious Ming Chao while eagerly studying the scroll titled Secret Records of Spirit Healing, Earth Vein Volume. The deeper he delved into it, the more he recognized the vast depth and danger of the scroll. The theories of the elder shaman were nothing short of genius. Many concepts regarding energy guidance, transformation, and utilizing Earth's spiritual energy to enhance oneself, as well as executing special sealing techniques and ninjutsu, were remarkably innovative. However, it was also riddled with unverified hypotheses and evident risks, particularly concerning the handling of the Earth's sinister energy, which remained almost entirely blank, save for the final blood-red warning. The blazing fire of night once again cast its gaze upon the slumbering Ming Qiao, furrowing its brow in contemplation. What could be the origin of that peculiar flame energy from the leader of the roots? Why does it possess such an explosive yet pure essence of natural energy? Could its ability to balance the deathly energy of the earth vein be mere chance, or is it a matter of inevitability? As questions proliferated, he understood that this was not the time for deep inquiry. Survival remained the foremost priority. He dispatched the lightly injured guards to take turns maintaining vigilance in concealed spots outside the shrine, attempting to set up rudimentary warning traps nearby. Although he recognized that these measures would be futile against true power, they at least offered some psychological comfort and precious time for warning. The children gradually recovered from their initial fright, and under Jinjia's guidance, his injuries slowly mending in the shrine's warm environment. Aided occasionally by the earth's power, they began to assist in organizing the shrine, collecting the snowmelt purified by the pearl's energy, and even attempting to excavate deeper frozen soil in search of potential frost-resistant plant roots. A strained yet resilient order began to take shape within the desolate ice shrine. However, tranquility is always fleeting. Days later, the guard responsible for vigilance returned with grim news. They had discovered tracks, obscured by snow and wind, that did not belong to them around the shrine's perimeter. The tracks were chaotic, indicating that multiple individuals had lingered nearby, only to depart hastily. Were these the people of Konoha returning, or spies from the roots? Or perhaps other forces drawn by the earlier earth vein eruption and the radiant pillar of the pearl? Anxiety surged once more among the group. They dared not enter recklessly. Yi deduced that the previous eruption and barrier had caused them considerable loss. And without a clear understanding of the shrine's secrets, they would not launch a rash assault. However, encirclement and probing were inevitable. Indeed, in the following days, the sensation of being watched grew more pronounced. Shadows cloaked in thick fur occasionally flickered in the distance amidst the snowstorm, vanishing like phantoms. Once, an arrow bound with a message tube struck the shrine's entrance, bearing a single line in universal script: surrender the secret treasure and the blood heir, or face death. The signature was a distorted serpentine symbol. It was neither Konoha nor the roots, but rather wandering ninjas or underground forces drawn by the news. The pressure mounted daily. Though the shrine provided shelter, it felt akin to a splendid prison, trapping them in the frigid wilderness. Food supplies were dwindling, Ming Xiao's condition remained uncertain, and the enemy's patience was evidently not infinite. He stood at the shrine's entrance, gazing into the endless storm, his eyes deep with resolve. He knew that change was imperative. To wait passively was to court disaster. Returning inside, his gaze swept over the weary and anxious faces of the others, ultimately resting on Xiao Ying and the unconscious Ming Qiao. We can no longer afford to wait. Ye's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable determination. They must actively seek a way to leave this place and find a solution for Ming Qiao. But where to search? How to search? Xiao Ying asked, bewildered. Yi approached the altar, placing his hand once more upon the warm pearl, gently closing his eyes. This time, he sought not to summon the violent earth vein energy, but instead channeled his own now gentle and pure earth power into it, like a trickling stream. Attempting to communicate and perceive more deeply, he recalled the message left by Ziyuan, the legacy of the ancestors of the North Snow Shrine. Was this forebear, who left behind the spirit-healing secret record, the one Ziyuan spoke of? Besides this scroll and the pearl, did her legacy hold more? Perhaps regarding how to leave or other secrets of the snowfield. His consciousness, intertwined with the earth power, gradually sank into the depths of the pearl, into the ancient network of earth veins connected to it. Fragmented images and bits of information began to flicker in his mind, endless glaciers concealing ancient passages beneath ice fissures. At the passage's end, a vast lake of ice reflecting like a mirror, with a vague altar upon an island at its center, seemingly holding a leaping golden flame, and a valley perpetually shrouded in blizzards, within which appeared massive skeletal remains and signs of human excavation. The information was disjointed, making it difficult to piece together a complete picture. Yet one certainty emerged. This seemingly silent ice expanse concealed more than one secret. And that golden flame made Ye's heart leap. Could it be the key to resolving the deathly energy within Ming Qiao? The source of the blazing fire? He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze intense. There were leads. He turned to Xiao Ying and Jinjia, stating, "We must act separately." He quickly issued commands. "Jinjia, You stay behind with 2 guards to protect the children and Mingqiao. Utilize the shrine's barrier and terrain to buy us time. Xiaoying, come with me. We shall seek what can save Mingqiao. Where shall we go? Xiaoying asked, her voice trembling. Yi pointed towards a direction obscured by the swirling snow. The approximate location indicated by the visions in his mind, deep within the glaciers. Time was of the essence. They had to depart swiftly. There was no time for hesitation or farewells. After a brief preparation, Yi and Xiaoying left most of the food for those remaining, taking only essential supplies and the spirit-healing secret record, boldly stepping into the tempest of ice and snow outside the shrine. Their figures quickly vanished into the vast white expanse. Inside the shrine, Jinjia watched them disappear into the distance, his aged face etched with worry. He glanced down at the unconscious Mingqiao, then at the children huddled together, their eyes filled with fear and dependence, and sighed heavily. Children, do not be afraid. He spoke hoarsely, striving to straighten his stooped back. As long as I draw breath. The storm intensified. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the outside world, news of the extraordinary treasures appearing in the far north, along with the remnants of the End village hiding there, began to ripple through various secret channels. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade scrutinized the detailed report brought back by the Umbu regarding the earth vein eruption at the snow shrine and the conflict between the roots and Umbu. Her expression darkening ominously. She slammed her fist onto the desk, causing the sturdy wooden surface to splinter instantly. Danzo, you old bastard. She seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. And I'll settle the score with the Cloud Village too. Yet, what troubled her more was the description at the report's conclusion regarding the deathly energy of the earth vein and the suspected natural energy fire. These matters transcended the ordinary conflicts of ninja villages, entangling them with deeper and far more perilous forces. Send the order down, she instructed Shizen behind her. Dispatch an additional team of Umbu, led by Kakashi, to remain on standby at the border of the Land of Snow. Under no circumstances are they to intervene without my direct command. Their sole responsibility is to monitor and report. Especially keep a watchful eye on the Akatsuki and any other unknown forces. Yes, Shizen acknowledged, hesitating momentarily before asking, what about Yi and that blood heir? Tsunade paused for a moment, massaging her temples, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. First, ensure intelligence. Provide limited shelter if necessary, provided they do not pose a threat to Konoha. Meanwhile, in the shadowy base of the roots, Danzo listened to his subordinate's report of a failed mission, heavy losses, and the target acquiring an unknown power that could potentially hold evidence against them, his single eye gleaming with cold light. Useless. He spat the words icily, striking his cane heavily against the ground. The reporting root ninja trembled in fear, unable to rise. After a prolonged silence, Danzo finally spoke. The legacy of the Snow Shrine's Earth Vein Priestess seems to hold more variables than anticipated. The boy known as Yi can no longer remain. He paused, his voice growing darker. Inform she, the experimental subject and new materials he desires, I can offer him the opportunity and necessary support. But at the cost of the items in the shrine and the lives of those 2 boys, which must be confirmed and dealt with by my people. Understood. The root ninjas, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, swiftly withdrew. Danzo stood alone in the shadows, gazing out into the darkness beyond the window, if Root had windows, murmuring to himself, the mutated Sharingan of the Uchiha boy, along with that peculiar power, may indeed hold some value for us. In the distant village of Amigakure, within a towering structure, the phantoms conjured by the phantom technique began to coalesce once more. The Leaf Village and Danzo's spies clashed upon the snowy plains, a truly unsightly spectacle. Daidara's voice dripped with sarcasm. It is said that intriguing energy reactions have emerged there. Scorpion added in a low tone. The sealing of the ghouls has been reinforced. Adjustments to the plan are necessary. Pain S. Devapath spoke indifferently. Yet the entities that have appeared in the Land of Snow may serve as new materials for weaponry. Ju, how goes the investigation? The plant-like Ju slowly emerged from the ground, both faces of Yin and Yang speaking simultaneously. The white Zetsu clones have reported a strong natural energy response, as well as an unpleasant sensation from the Dragon Cave. The black Zetsu confirmed that it is related to the priestess and the ley lines. It seems that the boy from the last hidden village has obtained something, scurrying about in the glaciers. Should we send someone to retrieve him? Pain paused for a moment. For now, we shall observe. Our primary objective remains the tailed beasts. Let Leaf and Danzo engage in their petty squabbles. We can stoke the flames if necessary. Understood. Ju cackled softly as he sank back into the earth. An invisible storm began to converge slowly, centered on that distant icy expanse. At this moment, Yi and Xiaoying remained blissfully unaware, trudging through the endless glaciers, in pursuit of a faint glimmer of hope. Ahead lay an even more biting cold, and the unknown perils concealed beneath the snowstorm. Chapter 58 End. Chapter 59. Tracing the glacier and the golden legend the moment they stepped out of the snow shrine. The biting cold wind pierced through their insufficiently warm clothing like countless icy blades, stinging their faces. Visibility was severely limited, with swirling snowflakes and an expanse of white as if the entire world had been frozen in this eternal winter. Yi and Xiaoying wrapped their bodies tightly, using chakra to barely fend off the cold as they trudged through the knee-deep snow. Every step was excruciating, with the fierce wind threatening to topple and bury them at any moment. Relying on a vague image of the ley line sensing map in his mind, Yi struggled to discern the direction. The sensation was erratic and intermittent, like a flickering candle in the wind, nearly impossible to grasp amidst such harsh weather. "This way," Yi shouted, his voice swiftly swallowed by the storm. He pointed towards a massive crevice in the glacier, covered in ice and snow. Xiaoying followed closely, her face turning blue from the cold, yet she gritted her teeth, offering no complaints. She understood that with each passing second, the hope for Ming Chao's survival diminished further. Descending along the crevice, the storm seemed to relent somewhat, though the light grew dimmer. Surrounding them were ancient, unmelting blue ice walls, emanating a chilling aura. Beneath their feet lay a smooth, hard ice surface. Any misstep could send them sliding into the unfathomable abyss below. Yi infused chakra into the soles of his feet to enhance his grip while reaching out to securely grasp Xiaoying's hand. The two moved slowly and steadily downward, akin to ants climbing an ice wall. Time passed without measure until the crevice finally opened up. Ahead lay a vast, ice-encircled valley, as the ley line sensing had indicated. At the center of the valley was a vast, flat ice lake, smooth as a mirror. The surface of the lake reflected the overcast sky and the surrounding jagged ice cliffs, creating an eerie yet tranquil beauty. In the heart of the lake, a small black dot could be discerned. That must be the island at the center of the lake indicated by the sensing. That's it. Ye's spirits lifted as he pointed towards the island. However, new problems swiftly arose. The lake's surface appeared flat, yet no one knew how thick the ice was or if it could support their weight. Moreover, the island was a considerable distance from the shore. In this frigid environment, a single misstep could lead to instant freezing and drowning. How do we cross? Xiaoying looked anxiously at the vast expanse of the lake. He concentrated, sensing the situation beneath the surface. He frowned slightly. The ice layer is thick, but it seems something is moving beneath. His earth power provided a vague perception of the currents and life forms below the ice. We cannot tread carelessly. Yi carefully observed the surroundings, his gaze finally landing on several massive ice blocks at the lake's edge, as if deliberately arranged. These blocks had regular shapes, and faint traces of chakra lingered upon them. There are signs of human intervention? Xiaoying noted the anomaly as well. Yi stepped forward, placing his hand upon one of the ice blocks, gradually channeling his earth power. The interior of the ice block seemed to possess some kind of energy-conducting structure, resonating subtly with the power he infused. Contemplating, he then attempted to channel chakra of a different nature and frequency into another block. When he tried to infuse a trace of pure life energy, derived from the purification of the orb, into a specifically shaped ice block, buzz. A section of the ice surface near the shore suddenly emitted a faint glow, and soon, a square-meter section of ice began to rise slowly, hovering half a foot above the surface. "Is this an ice ninjutsu mechanism?" Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. Yi understood. This was indeed a setup left by the elder priestess, requiring specific energy to activate. He replicated the process, quickly activating several other floating ice surfaces. These ice surfaces formed a series of precarious floating platforms, pointing toward the island at the lake's center, creating a rudimentary yet viable path. "Let us go? Be careful." Yi stepped onto one of the floating ice surfaces first. The surface dipped slightly but remained relatively stable. Xiaoying followed closely behind. The two cautiously leaped across these floating platforms, as if traversing a void on a surface of glass, with the bottom concealing unfathomable dark waters, causing immense psychological strain. The closer they approached the heart of the lake, the more the air temperature seemed to drop, yet a peculiar, warm energy wave gradually became clearer. This wave emanated from the island, carrying a reassuring life force while also harboring an indescribable intensity. At last, they reached the island. The island was small, and indeed, at its center stood a simple crystalline altar. The altar resembled that in the snow shrine, but was older and more rudimentary. Above the altar floated a fist-sized, pulsating golden flame. This flame was no ordinary fire. It emitted no smoke, nor did it radiate high temperatures. Instead, it bestowed a warm and pure sensation. It burned quietly, casting a gentle golden glow that illuminated the icy isle, dispelling much of the surrounding cold. At the center of the flame, a complex rune composed of light rotated slowly. This is it, the essence of purity and warmth. Yi gazed at the golden flame, his heart racing. This is the key that may resolve the crisis of Ming Chao. Xiaoying also felt the overwhelming vitality and warmth emanating from the flame, igniting hope in her eyes. The two cautiously approached the altar. The closer they drew, the more they could sense the flame's extraordinary nature. It seemed to possess its own life and awareness, perceiving their arrival, as the rhythm of the flame's flickering subtly shifted. As night extended its hand, it sought to connect with the flickering flame using a gentle touch of the earth's energy. A hum resonated as the flame swelled slightly, displaying a hint of caution, yet it did not exhibit aggression. The earth's energy merged effortlessly into the flame, like a clay cow sinking into the sea, assimilated without resistance. Night felt a flicker of reassurance. He recalled passages from the secret chronicles of spiritual healing regarding the guidance and fusion of energy. And with the characteristics of the flame before him, a preliminary plan began to take shape in his mind. He needed to capture this flame, or at the very least, a portion of its essence, to bring back to the shrine for the healing of Ming Chao. However, this flame was evidently no ordinary entity. Forcibly seizing it could lead to unforeseen consequences. He attempted again, this time not merely to probe, but to gently infuse the flame with his chakra. Now imbued with the earth's energy, rich in nurturing and life-affirming intent, as if offering a gift. The flame flickered joyfully, its radiance softening. It even released a slender thread of golden fire, curling around Knight's fingers, imparting a warm and comforting sensation. Success! It reveled in this vibrant energy. Elated, Knight continued to channel his gentle chakra. The golden flame, akin to a soothed pet, gradually relaxed its vigilance and even drew nearer. The moment was ripe. Knight exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoying, who promptly produced a box crafted from the remnants of white jade from the shrine. A makeshift container adept at partially isolating energy. Knight cautiously guided the golden thread entwined around his finger toward the jade box. The process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, as the thread seemed to gravitate toward him, obediently following his lead into the box. Just as the thread was on the verge of detaching from the flame's core, an abrupt upheaval occurred. Boom! The entire icy lake trembled violently. The ice layer cracked under the strain, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The icy waters surrounding the island erupted violently. Enormous tentacles, forged from ice, surged forth from the depths with a chilling malice and overwhelming icy chakra, striking toward the two on the island with ferocity. Simultaneously, a sharp, wrathful mental roar assaulted their minds. Intruders, coveting the sacred flame. Die! Beneath this icy lake lurked a creature of terrifying power. Knight and Xiaoying's expressions shifted dramatically. Their focus had been solely on the golden flame. Completely unprepared for such a fierce onslaught, the icy tentacles advanced with astonishing speed, threatening to freeze their very blood. In a moment of desperation, Knight shoved Xiaoying aside and summoned all his strength to activate the earth's energy, forming a crude earthen shield before him. Bang! The icy tentacle struck the shield with a ferocious force, shattering it instantly. Knight was hurled backward, blood spraying as he crashed against the altar's base. The jade box containing the golden thread flew from his grasp. Knight! Xiaoying cried out in horror, attempting to rush forward, but was forced back by another tentacle. Struggling to evade, more icy tentacles erupted from the lake, wreaking havoc upon everything on the island. Their primary target was unmistakably the jade box about to receive the flame thread and the golden flame itself. They seemed intent on preventing the flame from being taken. The golden flame, disturbed, erupted in a brilliant blaze, radiating intense heat that seared the approaching icy tentacles, causing them to hiss and emit plumes of steam. Yet, it appeared bound by some unseen force, unable to stray far from the altar. Knight struggled to rise, his insides ablaze with pain from the earlier blow. He watched the jade box tumbling under the tentacle's assault, and the golden flame flickering perilously, his heart racing with urgency. Something had to be done. He turned his gaze to the altar's base. Previously unnoticed, he now saw intricate seals etched into the stone, reminiscent of those in the snow shrine, yet older and more complex. Several seal nodes appeared damaged, leaking energy, likely due to age or the recent tremors. A wild idea surged forth. Ignoring his agony, he pressed his hands against the seal nodes, pouring his earth energy into them recklessly, not gently nurturing, but brutally, with the intent to repair and stabilize. He aimed to forcibly restore and activate the ancient altar seal. Perhaps it could temporarily imprison or repel those icy tentacles. Buzzing. The altar quaked violently as the runes illuminated in succession, casting a blinding radiance. An ancient and regal aura began to awaken. The creature beneath the lake sensed the threat. Emitting an even more furious and piercing roar, its attacks becoming frenzied. A massive tentacle seized the tumbling jade box, intent on dragging it into the icy depths. No! Xiaoying exclaimed in horror. At that critical juncture, the golden flame atop the altar seemed to be incensed by Knight's desperate actions. Or perhaps provoked by the tentacle's attempt to seize the box, erupting in unprecedented brilliance. A clear, ethereal cry, resonating as if it could penetrate the soul, burst forth from the flame. In an instant, the golden flame transformed. It swelled, stretching into a magnificent bird with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, entirely composed of radiant fire. With elongated tail feathers and piercing eyes, it radiated pure and intense flames, exuding a pressure akin to the sun. Was this a golden crow? Or a phoenix? Knight stared in astonishment at the fiery, avian manifestation. The golden firebird let out a resounding cry, flapping its wings with great force. Boom! A tempest of golden flames erupted forth. The colossal icy tentacles, upon contact with this fire, disintegrated as if meeting their nemesis, vaporizing instantly. The surface of the lake formed a massive depression, revealing the depths below. The creature beneath emitted a wretched, anguished howl, its essence wilting as the remaining tentacles retreated in panic to the lake's depths, no longer daring to surface. The power of that single strike was utterly terrifying. The golden firebird circled majestically above, its regal gaze sweeping over Night and Xiaoying, devoid of malice. It descended slowly, reverting to a flickering flame. Returning to the altar's center, albeit diminished in size and somewhat dimmer, clearly exhausted from its recent display. Had the crisis been averted? Night and Xiaoying, still shaken, gazed at the tranquil altar and flame, momentarily speechless. The jade box lay at the altar's edge, its lid ajar, the golden thread lying unscathed within, gently burning. Night struggled to approach, carefully closing the box's lid and clutching it tightly. They had finally succeeded. Though the process had been fraught with peril, the goal had been achieved. He looked at the golden flame, seemingly in a state of dormancy, filled with reverence and gratitude. Had it not been for the flame's spontaneous display of power, they might not have escaped this day unscathed. We must depart swiftly, Xiaoying urged, helping Night to his feet, wary of the beast beneath the lake awakening once more. Or that the earlier commotion might attract other adversaries. Night nodded slightly, casting a final glance at the golden flame and the ancient altar, firmly imprinting the coordinates of this place in his memory. The two swiftly retraced their steps, departing from the heart of the lake and climbing towards the glacier fissure above. The journey had been arduous. However, with a clear objective and newfound treasures, their steps felt markedly lighter. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the melodious call of the golden firebird that resonated through the glacier, along with the sun-like burst of radiance, had already pierced through the wind and snow, reaching distant lands. On a higher mountain summit, a figure clad in white fur and wearing an ice crystal mask slowly lowered his telescope. A hint of intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. The flame of the sun indeed exists. It appears the legends were not mere fabrications. Dispatch the word. The target has emerged. Prepare to engage. A new storm had quietly begun to brew due to their actions. Chapter 60. The hunt on the ice cliff and the fiery escape. A chilling intent to kill cascaded from above, instantaneously locking onto Night and Little Firefly, who had just scaled the glacier fissure. The wind and snow seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Night abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting. He beheld over a dozen silhouettes that had appeared on the ice cliffs flanking the fissure, clad in uniform white snow camouflage that seamlessly blended into the icy environment. Their faces were obscured by identical ice crystal masks, revealing only their cold, merciless eyes. Each held specially crafted shurikens or crossbows, their tips glinting with a ghostly blue hue in the dim light, evidently laced with potent poison. At the forefront stood a tall figure, his mask adorned with intricate patterns. Draped in a heavy white fur cloak, gazing down at them with an air of superiority. The command had evidently originated from him. He bore no weapon, yet his eyes, visible through the mask, were filled with a chilling scrutiny and avarice, fixated on the jade box tightly clutched by Night. Snow ninjas? Little Firefly gasped, her complexion paling instantly as she instinctively gripped her shuriken tighter, positioning herself protectively in front of the injured Night. In this frozen realm, there existed a highly exclusive and reclusive clan of ninjas known as the Snow Ninjas. rarely interacting with the outside world. They excelled in ice-based secret techniques and tactics that exploited extreme environments, making them exceedingly formidable. The attire and manner of their appearance before them matched the rumored descriptions of the snow ninjas perfectly. Knight's heart sank. These snow ninjas had evidently been drawn by the commotion caused by the golden firebird's eruption. Their objective was unmistakably the sun's flame in his possession. "Hand over what you hold, and perhaps we shall leave your corpses intact," the snow ninja leader intoned, his voice low and gravelly, exuding an undeniable authority and coldness. With a subtle wave of his hand, crack, 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 all the snow ninjas simultaneously raised their crossbows or prepared to hurl shurikens. A chilling intent to kill weaving a net around the two. They held the advantage of terrain, outnumbered them greatly, and the situation was dire. Knight quickly surveyed his surroundings. Behind them lay the unfathomable depths of the glacier fissure, while towering ice cliffs flanked them on either side. The only escape route was a slope directly ahead, now completely sealed by the snow ninjas. They felt like prey ensnared in a trap, with virtually no avenue for escape. Charging through was undoubtedly a path to death. Just moments ago, to activate the altar and fend off the icy tentacle attacks, he had expended most of his chakra and stamina, sustaining significant internal injuries. Little Firefly was in slightly better condition, but against such a multitude of elite snow ninjas, victory was utterly unattainable. What to do? Knight's mind raced, ultimately landing on the jade box in his hand. Within it, a slender strand of golden fire glimmered quietly, emanating a reassuring warmth. This substance could counter the ice techniques. A daring plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, suppressing the searing pain within, and whispered to Little Firefly, "Stay close. Charge straight ahead." Without a moment's hesitation, Little Firefly nodded gravely, her chakra beginning to flow quietly within her. "It seems you have made a grave error in judgment." The snow ninja leader sneered upon witnessing their charging stance. Fire. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of poisoned crossbow bolts and sharp shurikens, like a torrential rain of death, cascaded down from the ice cliffs on either side, engulfing all possible escape routes for the two. In that moment of peril, Knight suddenly flung open the lid of the jade box. He unleashed the remaining chakra within him, not for defense, but to fervently channel it into the strand of golden fire, drawing it forth. Buzz. The infused golden fire flared to life, erupting with a brilliance far surpassing its size. Radiating an intense heat, a faint yet profoundly potent aura of scorching warmth surged outward. Knight did not attempt to use this fire offensively. Instead, he maximized the emission of the sun's flame essence, creating a miniature golden halo that rapidly expanded outward from his center. The incoming ice bolts and shurikens, upon breaching the boundaries of this faint golden halo, found their icy chakra dissipating as if spring snow met a blazing sun. The ghostly blue poison on the tips vaporized instantly. As precision and chakra support faltered, most of the projectiles either lost their potency or veered off course, clattering harmlessly against the surrounding ice, causing no injury whatsoever. What? The snow ninja leader's pupils constricted, astonishment flickering across his masked face for the first time. How could he so easily negate their ice chakra? What flame could possibly do such a thing? Now, Knight bellowed, seizing Little Firefly's hand and, seizing the moment of their opponent's disarray, charged straight towards the slope ahead like an arrow released from its bow. Chakra exploded beneath his feet, splattering droplets of blood. "Block them!" The leader shouted angrily, realizing the situation and ordering his men. The four snow ninjas directly ahead immediately discarded their crossbows, drawing their blades, their cold gleams intertwining to form a deadly web of steel. Simultaneously, the snow ninjas on either side reloaded their crossbows, seeking angles for their shots. Not a chance. Little Firefly shouted defiantly, her hands rapidly forming seals. Wind release. Whirlwind wave. A swirling torrent of wind erupted from her mouth, though not overwhelmingly powerful. It perfectly whipped up the snow and ice debris on the ground, instantly creating a dense fog that obscured the vision of the snow ninjas ahead and disrupted the aim of the archers on either side. Seizing the opportunity, Knight and Little Firefly plunged into the snow fog. Die? Although the snow ninja ahead had their vision obstructed, their instincts and training kicked in, and they swung their blades towards the source of the wind sounds. A fierce glint flashed in Knight's eyes as he fearlessly met the attack. He did not attempt to block the blades, but instead crouched low, narrowly evading two slashing strikes, while thrusting the jade box, still emanating a faint golden glow, forward. The searing warmth radiating from the box felt akin to a red-hot iron pressed against the skin for the snow ninjas. who had long trained in ice techniques and possessed cold physiques. The two snow ninjas in front felt a wave of scorching pain wash over them, momentarily halting the flow of their ice chakra, their movements freezing involuntarily. In that fleeting pause, Knight's other hand had already tightened around a shuriken, seizing the opportunity like a striking serpent. Thud, thud. Two dull thuds echoed as the shuriken precisely sliced through their arms and shoulders, though not fatal, successfully forcing them back and creating a gap. Go. Without hesitation, Knight and Little Firefly surged through the opening. Useless. The leader bellowed in fury from behind, immediately pursuing them. His speed was astonishing, gliding across the snow like a specter, swiftly closing the distance with a few agile leaps. Ice release. Ice thorn spike. The leader formed seals with his hands and slammed them onto the snow. Crack, crack. Several sharp, massive ice spikes erupted from the ground before Yi and Xiaoying, rising fiercely like fangs, blocking their path. Simultaneously, he flicked his sleeve, sending a number of shurikens, exuding an aura of extreme cold, silently shooting toward the vulnerable backs of the two. With obstacles ahead and pursuers behind, crisis loomed once more. Yi gritted his teeth, ready to summon the golden fire thread to resist. But at that moment, an object in his arms suddenly radiated warmth. It was the precious orb obtained from the Shrine of Snow, harboring a fragment of pure ice power. Yi, sensing a stroke of fortune, unhesitatingly infused his chakra into the orb and hurled it behind him. Xiaoying duck. In the instant the orb was released, a surge of pure, absolute freezing energy erupted, colliding violently with the shurikens launched by the snow ninja leader. Clang, clang. There was no explosion. Instead, the shurikens were swiftly enveloped by the orb's power, frozen in place, and fell to the ground, devoid of all momentum. The chilling aura released by the orb even formed a fleeting mist of ice, momentarily hindering the leader's pursuit. This sudden surge of the same elemental power, yet more refined, startled the snow ninja leader, causing his movements to falter. Seizing this precious moment of respite, Yi and Xiaoying scrambled past the row of ice spikes and dashed toward the more complex glacial terrain without looking back. Pursue. They cannot run far. They cannot sustain the power of the flames. The leader, dispelling the cold aura before him, observed as the two disappeared around a bend of the ice cliff. Issuing a cold command, he discerned that Ye's use of the golden fire thread was quite strained and taxing. Over a dozen snow ninjas, like white phantoms, silently glided down the ice cliff, relentlessly trailing the path left by the duo. The wind and snow howled once more, yet could not conceal the impending threat. Yi and Xiaoying ran desperately, their chests heaving as if they were bellows, the frigid air slicing at their throats. Ye's injuries worsened due to the strenuous exertion, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though they had momentarily broken free, the crisis was far from over. In this vast expanse of ice, they felt like lambs led to slaughter. How could they escape the snow ninjas who thrived in this familiar environment? The golden fire thread in hand was their only hope, yet it seemed to shine like a beacon, constantly drawing the hunter's gaze. Their journey of escape had only just begun. Chapter 60 completed. Chapter 61. A glimmer of hope and desperation, and an encounter in the ice cave. The biting cold wind sliced across exposed skin, bringing excruciating pain. Yi and Xiaoying fled for their lives through the labyrinthine glacial terrain, pursued by over a dozen relentless snow ninjas. Coughing violently, Yi spat out blood mixed with ice shards, the agonizing pain in his organs, and the excessive depletion of chakra causing his vision to blur and his steps to falter. The jade box in his hand felt like a branding iron, the thread of golden fire within it dispersing some of the chill, yet continuously draining the little strength he had left. Yi, hold on. Xiaoying, anxious, supported him, her chakra also severely depleted, her breath rapid, her face pale as snow. She constantly glanced back, the white figures appearing and disappearing in the storm, like specters of death, their distance closing in gradually. They are too familiar with the terrain. We must find a way to shake them off or locate a place they dare not enter, Yi said with difficulty, his voice hoarse. The snow ninjas glided through the snow far faster than they could run, and it was evident that the enemy possessed an intimate knowledge of the glacier, always finding the most convenient paths. Continuing like this, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Suddenly, a glimmer of an idea flashed through Ye's mind. Recalling the geological sensing map he had seen earlier, although the image was hazy, it seemed to mark several anomalous energy points, including the island at the lake's center and perhaps one or two others. Just then, Xiaoying pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous cave entrance, half concealed by thick ice layers, and exclaimed, "Over there, an ice cave." The entrance was narrow and deep, a chilling aura seeping from within, as if it led to the depths of the underworld. It appeared anything but welcoming, yet it might be their only chance at survival. Yi decisively commanded. Entering such a complex underground ice cave might allow them to temporarily evade their pursuers, at least avoiding being surrounded. With their last reserves of strength, they dashed toward the entrance. Yi threw the last few shurikens toward the pursuing snow ninjas, attempting to slightly impede their advance, though the effect was negligible. Just as the snow ninjas were about to reach them, they dove into the narrow cave entrance, one after the other. Splash! Splash! The cave entrance was deeper than they anticipated, and they tumbled into the darkness. The bone-chilling cold enveloped them instantly, far more severe than the surface, surrounded by absolute darkness. The only light came from the flickering glow of the golden fire thread in Ye's hand, barely illuminating a few steps ahead. They seemed to be in a narrow ice crevice, with eternal blue ice surrounding them, smooth and unyielding. The passage twisted downward, with no indication of where it led. Outside the cave, the snow ninja leader's enraged roar echoed. Damn it! They entered the ice tomb. Seal the entrance. Send a team inside to search. The others spread out and guard all possible exits. Ice tomb. Xiaoying shivered at the sound of the name. It certainly did not sound like a good place. Better than being surrounded outside. He leaned against the cold wall, gasping heavily, clutching every moment to regain his strength. The glow from the jade box illuminated his pallid face. They seemed hesitant to enter, perhaps out of caution. This provided them with a brief respite. Your injuries. Xiaoying examined Ye's condition in the dim light, her brows furrowing deeply. Internal injuries combined with chakra depletion had left him in dire straits. I'm not dead yet, Yi forced a smile. Rummaging through his ninja tool pouch to retrieve some food pills and swallowing them with great difficulty. He then produced a healing ointment and handed it to Xiaoying. Help me tend to the wound on my back. The injury had reopened when they fell. Xiaoying carefully took the medicine and began to treat his wound. The frigid environment caused the blood to coagulate quickly, but it also brought immense pain. After a simple bandaging, the two dared not linger. The snow ninjas outside could enter at any moment to search, and they needed to delve deeper to find another exit. Yi held the jade box for illumination in one hand, with Xiaoying supporting him with the other, as they cautiously navigated the narrow, icy passage deeper into the cave. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes narrow enough for only one to pass, other times opening into vast, natural ice caverns adorned with icicles. The chilling temperature was terrifying, their breath crystallizing in the air. Even the flow of chakra seemed to become sluggish. Were it not for the faint warmth radiating from the golden fire thread, they would have likely succumbed to the cold. It was impossible to tell how long they had been walking when the terrain began to level out, and peculiar phenomena started to appear on the ice walls. Some bluish, firefly-like lights began to sporadically emerge from within the ice layers, gently floating and illuminating the ice cavern with an otherworldly glow. Is this the ice spirit light? Xiaoying marveled at the glowing points. Said to exist only in the most frigid places, where spiritual energy gathers in ancient ice layers. The deeper they ventured, the more of these bluish lights appeared, even allowing them to see without the aid of Ye's jade box. A pure yet exceedingly frigid breath pervaded the air. Suddenly, Yi halted, attuning his senses. What is wrong? Xiaoying inquired anxiously. Is there a sound ahead? It doesn't resemble the hum of energy flow. Yi closed his eyes, focusing intently. It was immense and ancient, akin to a branch of the Earth's veins. He recalled the subtle tributary depicted in the Earth vein sensing diagram, which indeed seemed to flow towards this area. The two continued cautiously, and as they turned a bend, the sight before them left them breathless. No longer was there an endless ice path, but rather a colossal underground ice dome beyond imagination. Beneath the dome lay a tranquil, undisturbed underground lake, exuding an extreme chill, its hue a deep, ethereal blue reminiscent of the purest sapphire. Merely approaching it made one feel as though their very soul might freeze. Surrounding the lake and atop the dome, countless ice spirits glimmered, illuminating the space with a dreamlike blue starry sky, breathtakingly beautiful yet despairingly cold. However, what astonished the two most was not this marvelous spectacle, but the sight at the center of the lake. In the heart of the lake stood not an empty void, but a platform entirely formed of translucent, crystalline ice, resembling a lotus pedestal. Upon this platform sat a figure in a peculiar and ancient ninja attire, long cloaked in frost, their features obscured, entirely encased in a thick layer of crystalline ice, as if they had slumbered here for countless centuries. With their head bowed, Their hands formed an intricate and archaic seal never before seen. Even from a distance, and after millennia of entombment in ice, one could still sense the faint yet overwhelming remnants of a colossal energy emanating from that form, along with an air of ancient desolation. Who is this? Xiao Ying's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Ye's gaze fixated intensely on the item's position beneath the figure's sealed hands on the platform. There lay a shattered but still frigid deep blue shuriken, an open scroll composed of a unique material resistant to decay through the ages, adorned with intricate celestial patterns. Most striking of all was a pearl, roughly the size of an egg, perfectly round, within which innumerable ice crystal stars seemed to swirl gently. The energy emanating from this pearl surpassed that of the one Yi had acquired from the Shrine of Snow, being far purer, more immense, and ancient. The ultimate power of ice ninjutsu, Yi murmured, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him. The person entombed beneath the frigid dome was no ordinary ninja. The items they safeguarded, particularly that celestial ice crystal pearl, undoubtedly harbored earth-shattering secrets and powers. Could this be the resting place of an ancient ice ninjutsu master? Had the elder priestess of the Shrine of Snow ever visited this place? Just as the two were overwhelmed by the astonishing scene before them, faint footsteps and voices echoed from the distant passage behind them. Hurry! The elder commands that we must locate those two intruders and reclaim the sacred artifact. Be cautious. This is a forbidden area, rumored to harbor remnants of ancient snow ninjas, who have already entered. Faced with the mysterious and eerie ancient ice relic ahead and elite pursuers behind, they found themselves once again in a dire predicament. Ye's gaze swiftly scanned the vast ice dome, ultimately resting upon a seemingly impassable recess veiled by dense ice spikes and ethereal lights on the upper side. Up there, quickly, he whispered, pointing towards the recess. It is defensible and appears to evade most of the sight below. With gritted teeth, the two summoned the last remnants of their chakra, adhering it to their hands and feet, laboriously climbing the slick, treacherous ice wall. At last, as they concealed themselves entirely within the shadows and ice spikes of the recess, a team of 5 snow ninjas emerged at the entrance of the ice lake below. The leading ninja paused upon witnessing the scene on the lake's platform, a flicker of awe and fear crossing his eyes, even offering a slight bow. Then, his gaze sharpened as he began to scrutinize the entire icy cavern. Search. They must have hidden here. Examine every corner meticulously. The snow ninjas dispersed, cautiously scouring the edges of the ice lake. Yi and Xiaoying held their breath, pressing tightly against the frigid ice wall, their hearts racing. Though their position was concealed, it was by no means foolproof. Should their adversaries search thoroughly above, they would be discovered. Ye's gaze involuntarily drifted back to the figure encased in ice at the lake's heart and the celestial ice crystal pearl. An audacious and reckless thought surged uncontrollably within his mind. Chapter 61. Ice-covered legacy and desperate counterattack. A chilling intent to kill permeated beneath the vast ice dome. The 5 snow ninjas, spread along the ethereal blue lake's edge, meticulously searched every crevice and shadow for potential hiding spots. Their movements were cautious and professional, their eyes sharp, clearly holding reverence for this forbidden place known as the Ice Tomb, yet bound by orders that could not be defied. The recess where Yi and Xiaoying concealed themselves was far from absolute safety. One snow ninja had already begun to scan upwards, casting suspicion upon that area. We can wait no longer. Ye's heart raced as he fixed his gaze upon the celestial ice crystal pearl on the lake's platform. That reckless notion became increasingly lucid. The only way to turn the tide in this dire situation was to harness the power of that ancient relic. But how could he retrieve the pearl from such a distance? And how could he ensure that the pearl's power would not turn against them? Just as the snow ninja below was about to glance towards their hiding spot, Yi made his decision. He abruptly thrust the jade box into Xiao Ying's hands, commanding, "Hold this. Illuminate below." Simultaneously, he pressed his hands firmly against the ice surface beneath him, recklessly channeling every last vestige of his earth energy, mingled with a faint, searing warmth from a strand of golden fire, into the ancient ice below in a wildly reckless, almost self-destructive manner. He was not attacking, nor was he defending. He sought resonance. He gambled that the core of the power belonging to the entombed ancient master was intertwined with the earth and ice. He wagered that his unique earth energy could trigger some mechanism left behind in this place, just as it had activated the Shrine of Snow and the lake's hard altar. Act. The violent withdrawal of energy and the throbbing pain in his veins forced Yi to stifle a groan, blood once again trickling from his lips. Xiaoying, though perplexed, obeyed without hesitation, raising the jade box high, directing the golden fire's glow downward to attract the attention of the snow ninjas below. Over there? Indeed. The snow ninja below was immediately drawn to the light, barking an order. The other 4 snow ninjas were instantly alerted, raising their shuriken and crossbows towards the source of the glow above. But in that critical moment, Ye's desperate infusion was bearing fruit. Buzz! The immense ice dome resonated with a deep, reverberating hum. The ethereal lights deep within the ice walls suddenly flared brilliantly, flickering wildly. The ancient body, entombed for who knows how many ages, seemed to tremble slightly. The ancient seal formed by the figure's hands burst forth with a blinding, ethereal blue radiance. Crack! Crack! The incredibly hard, ethereal blue ice layers surrounding the platform suddenly erupted in a cacophony of shattering sounds. In the next instant, countless sharp ice spears, entwined with an intense chill, erupted from the surface of the lake and the surrounding ice walls, even piercing down from the apex of the ice dome. Akin to a violent thicket of thorns, this was not an assault directed at Yi, but rather a consequence of the power he had infused, inadvertently activating the ancient defensive barrier left behind in this icy expanse. Alarm bells rang. It was the ancient ice thorn killing formation. The leading snow ninja let out a terrified scream, attempting to evade or block the onslaught. However, everything transpired far too swiftly and unexpectedly. Screams pierced the air as 2 snow ninjas, caught off guard, were impaled by the ice spears that erupted beneath them, their blood freezing instantly into ice sculptures. Another snow ninja barely managed to deflect an incoming ice spear with a kunai, only to be pierced through the shoulder by an ice thorn emerging from the side, shrieking as he was pinned to the ice wall. The leader and another ninja reacted the fastest, wielding their weapons to shatter several encroaching ice spears. Leaping backward in a panic, landing near the entrance, now marked with several bloodstains and a face etched with horror. The interior of the ice dome transformed into a death trap, brimming with menacing ice thorns. Meanwhile, the depression where Yi and Xiaoying found themselves was one of the few untouched safe spots amidst this lethal thicket of ice. Sharp ice thorns grazed their bodies, narrowly missing them. The 2, having survived the calamity, felt a chilling dread creep down their spines, cold sweat soaking their garments. Before they could catch their breath, something even more astonishing occurred. Perhaps it was the power within Yi, a fusion of the earth and the feeble flame of the sun, that provoked this reaction. Or perhaps it was the immense energy flow generated by the activation of the defensive barrier. The egg-sized star ice crystal on the lake's platform suddenly detached from its surface, slowly rising into the air. Within it, countless ice crystals spun and flowed at an unprecedented speed, emitting a soft yet colossal azure glow, reminiscent of a miniature star. With a swish, the crystal transformed into a streak of light, not directed at Yi, but rather drawn inexplicably toward the jade box in Xiaoying's grasp, which contained strands of golden fire. Xiaoying had no time to react. The light surged into the box. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosion or clash. The box trembled violently, a frenzy of golden and azure light flickering wildly, as a clash of extreme cold and mild warmth intertwined, and before their incredulous eyes began an extraordinary fusion. The box emitted strained cracking sounds, fissures appearing on its surface, as if it could not bear the weight of these 2 seemingly opposing yet inherently linked forces. Ultimately, the light abruptly retracted. The box shattered completely, disintegrating into fine powder. In its stead, a brand new crystal floated above Xiaoying's palm. This crystal, approximately the size of a pigeoness egg, took on an irregular form, revealing a profound dark golden hue, as if it contained the cosmos within. Inside, a tiny golden flame entwined with countless ice blue starry points, flowing together to achieve a delicate yet stable equilibrium. The aura it emitted was neither purely scorching nor frigid, but rather an ancient primal power, closer to the chaos of creation, where yin and yang intertwined. Though this account may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The 2 surviving snow ninjas below were left dumbfounded by the series of bizarre occurrences, but upon witnessing the newly formed dark golden crystal radiating an extraordinary power, greed swiftly eclipsed their fear. A treasure. Seize it. The leading snow ninja's eyes gleamed with fervor, disregarding his injuries. As he swiftly formed hand seals, ice release, ice wolf fang, several massive, sharp-tipped ice pillars coalesced, hurtling toward the depression where Yi and Xiaoying sought refuge. Accompanied by a piercing howl, Simultaneously, the other snow ninja unleashed a barrage of shurikens in a sweeping attack. They were determined to obliterate that section of ice wall to force the two out and seize the treasure. The onslaught arrived in an instant. Yi, severely injured and exhausted, and Xiaoying, nearly depleted of chakra, had nowhere to evade. Xiaoying gazed at the dark golden crystal that had formed spontaneously in her hand. Feeling the immense power within it, familiar yet foreign, a sense of divine providence swelling within her. Without time to ponder, she instinctively tightened her grip on the crystal, pouring in her last reserves of chakra along with her unwavering will to protect. Then she resolutely faced the impending assault. Please protect us. Buzz. The dark golden crystal flared with light. Neither golden nor azure, but a chaotic, nebulous gray-white radiance, reminiscent of the very first light at the dawn of creation. As the light spread, time seemed to momentarily freeze. The oncoming massive ice pillars and the dense shurikens, upon contact with the gray-white glow, vanished without a trace. As if the ice and snow had been cast into searing flames, or like lines drawn in sand erased without a sound. What? The two snow ninjas were left utterly petrified, their minds reeling, for this surpassed their comprehension. The gray-white light did not cease after obliterating all attacks. Instead, it continued to spread downward, like quicksilver, swiftly enveloping the two snow ninjas' forms. Their expressions of horror froze, their bodies crumbling like weathered sand sculptures, quietly disintegrating without leaving a trace. The gray-white light persisted for about 3 seconds before slowly dissipating. The vast ice dome fell silent once more, leaving only the menacing ice thorns and towering spears, along with the ancient body still silently encased in ice at the lake's heart, as if recounting the miraculous events that had just transpired. Thud! Xiaoying, drained of strength, collapsed onto the ice, the dark golden crystal's glow dimming, reverting to its profound dark golden form, gently settling back into her palm, cool to the touch, devoid of any anomalies. She gasped for breath, her eyes filled with disbelief and lingering fear. Yi struggled to crawl over, glancing at the crystal, then at the now empty shore of the ice lake. His throat dry as he swallowed hard. We have survived. A miraculous counterattack. Through the unexpected fusion of this unknown artifact, they had instantaneously vanquished two formidable mid-level snow ninjas. Yet, Yi felt no joy, only a heavy sense of shock and unease. The power of this crystal was too strange and potent, entirely uncontrollable, with its cost and origin shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the snow ninja leader outside had undoubtedly heard the commotion. Quickly, we must leave, Yi urged, forcing himself to stand. They needed to find an exit swiftly. They would be coming soon. He cast one last glance at the frozen figure in the lake's heart, filled with questions, yet aware that this was not the moment for exploration. Carefully, Xiaoying stowed away the dark golden crystal, supporting Yi as they cautiously navigated the edge of the ice dome, avoiding the ice thorns, delving deeper into the encroaching darkness. Their escape had entered an even more uncertain phase, and the fate of the newly formed crystal remained to be seen. Chapter 62 End. Chapter 63. The Ice Essence Forge and the perilous return. The stillness deep within the ice dome did not last long. From the direction of the distant passageway, faint yet increasingly raucous sounds and shouts emerged, clearly indicating that the snow ninja leader outside had sensed something amiss and was attempting to forcefully breach the thorn-laden entrance or dispatch more reinforcements within. They had to leave immediately. Night and Little Fire dared not linger for a moment, stumbling along a narrow natural ice crevice at the edge of the icy dome, rushing deeper into the darkness, away from the entrance. This icy fissure twisted downward, the temperature plummeting further, causing even their exhaled breaths to nearly freeze instantaneously. Knight's injuries worsened with the biting cold and relentless movement. His consciousness began to blur, and he could only rely on sheer survival instinct and Little Fire's support to keep moving. Knight, hold on. There seems to be a path ahead. Little Fire's voice trembled with tears, sensing Knight's body growing heavier and his temperature dropping. The dark gold crystal in her hand emitted a cool aura, barely dispelling some of the chill, yet it could not heal Knight's internal wounds. Just as Knight was on the verge of losing consciousness, a sudden warmth emanated from an object in his arms, the ice and snow orb obtained from the Shrine of Snow, previously used to fend off the snow ninja leader. This orb seemed to resonate with the extreme cold of the environment, emitting a purer frost energy that, instead of harming Knight, flowed into his veins and wounds like a guiding force. Simultaneously, the dark gold stone samples from Blackstone Town in his other pocket began to vibrate faintly, releasing a trickle of weak earth energy. The dark gold stone, the ice and snow orb, and the dark gold crystal in Little Fire's hand, three peculiar objects from different regions, with contrasting properties yet subtly interconnected, interacted unexpectedly at Knight's critical state, where his body was completely unguarded. A hum resonated as the dark gold crystal seemed attracted to the other two items, emitting a chaotic light that shifted from a harsh gray-white to a soft, harmonious glow that enveloped Knight. The ice and snow orb became scalding hot, and the pure ice attribute energy surged into his body like a spring, freezing the nearly ruptured veins and damaged organs, temporarily stabilizing and halting further deterioration. Meanwhile, the dark goldstone samples radiated the warm power of the earth, nurturing his parched veins and bodily foundation slowly yet steadfastly, providing a minuscule yet vital spark of life. Ice marrow forged veins, earth energy nurtured the body. Under the unexpected influence of these three forces, Knight's injuries were forcibly stabilized, and even the chaotic chakra within him found a semblance of order and balance. Although he was far from recovery, at least he had escaped the immediate peril of death and regained a flicker of clarity and strength. Knight was astonished by the changes within him. "Knight, are you feeling better?" Little Fire also noticed his transformation, a mixture of joy and surprise. "I'm not dead yet," Knight replied, his voice still hoarse but with a bit more strength. "Let us move quickly. This sensation is extraordinary, but I'm uncertain how long it will last." He sensed that the balance of these three powers was exceedingly fragile, should they leave this unique environment or if the energy of any one item were to deplete. His injuries could worsen or even reoccur. The pair dared not delay and continued deeper into the crevice. It seemed endless, yet fortunately, there were no signs of pursuing snow ninjas. Perhaps the menacing ice thorns and unknown dangers deterred them. After an indeterminate time, a peculiar light finally appeared ahead. Not a ghostly blue, but a natural gray-white. Moreover, the sound of wind was upon them. An exit. Their spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. The light grew nearer, and the sound of wind became clearer. They finally emerged from the ice crevice into a narrow valley blanketed in snow and ice. Although the sky remained overcast and snowflakes danced in the air, it was a welcome reprieve from the absolute darkness and extreme cold below. They had indeed emerged from the belly of the mountain. "We did it. We're out," Little Fire exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Knight exhaled deeply but quickly became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The valley was silent, only the sound of the wind and snow. And there were no immediate signs of snow ninjas. "We cannot let our guard down. They are likely laying in wait near the exit," Knight whispered, straining his body as he and Little Fire cautiously moved along the valley's edge in search of a concealed path. Based on the sun's position, though obscured by clouds, and the terrain, they needed to head southeast to circle back toward the Shrine of Snow. The journey home was fraught with danger. The snow ninjas would not easily relent, especially after suffering losses. Indeed, just as they struggled over an ice ridge in search of a path down the mountain, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh! Several crossbow bolts flew precisely toward where they had landed. "Scatter!" Knight bellowed, and he and Little Fire dove to the sides. Thud! The bolts embedded deeply into the ice. From behind the snow slopes, 6 white figures suddenly emerged, led by the snow ninja chief, cloaked in fur. His eyes, cold and terrifying beneath the mask, fixed intensely on Knight and Little Fire, particularly lingering on the ninja tool pouch tightly held by Little Fire, which contained the dark gold crystal. "So it was you who disturbed the icy tomb. Where are my men?" His voice seethed with suppressed fury. Knight and Little Fire's heart sank. The enemy had anticipated their escape route, or rather, had blocked every possible path down the mountain, lying in wait for them. "Kill us, and you will never uncover what transpired below, nor obtain anything," Knight replied coldly, attempting to buy time while his mind raced for a strategy. His condition remained dire, and Little Fire's chakra was nearly depleted. A direct confrontation would lead only to death. Capturing you is trivial. I have plenty of ways to make you talk." The chief, clearly losing his patience and wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, suddenly waved his hand. "Take them down, no matter what." The 6 snow ninjas launched their assault simultaneously. This time, their attack was even more ferocious and coordinated, with shuriken, ice needles, and low-level ice release techniques converging from different angles, sealing off all avenues of escape. There was no way to evade. A resolute glint flashed in Little Fire's eyes as she prepared to draw the dark gold crystal once more. But Knight grasped her hand firmly, shaking his head. The crystal's power was too enigmatic. It seemed to consume life force or soul energy. After using it last time, Little Fire had been weakened for a long period. The consequences of another use were unimaginable. What do we do? Just as despair loomed a high-pitched, piercing cry, reminiscent of the golden firebird's call they had heard at the Ice Lake altar, suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Yet this sound was even more tangible, imbued with an oppressive force. All the snow ninjas paused, uncertain, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. In the distance, through the swirling snow, a colossal shadow surged toward them at breakneck speed. As it drew closer, they could discern that it was a gigantic bird, entirely cloaked in deep brown feathers, with an impressive wingspan and sharp eyes like an eagle. And upon the back of this great bird stood an indistinct figure. The snow ninja chief's face paled beneath his mask, seemingly recognizing the visitor, his voice filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. Impossible. How could they be here? The giant bird's speed was beyond imagination, arriving above the valley in mere breaths, casting a vast shadow below. A powerful aura, blending wildness and majesty, enveloped the snow ninjas, causing them to feel a wave of trepidation. The figure atop the giant bird became clearer. She was a tall and voluptuous woman, adorned in unique fur garments that revealed her toned, sun-kissed skin and athletic arms. Her face was obscured by goggles designed to shield against the biting snow, yet the sharp contours of her features remained discernible. A colossal bone bow, nearly as tall as she was slung across her back, accompanied by a quiver at her waist. The most striking aspect was the vivid red facial markings beneath her right eye, reminiscent of bird talon scratches, which added an element of wild allure to her presence. She gazed down upon the confrontation in the valley below, her eyes sweeping over the snow ninjas before settling on the beleaguered figures of Yi and Xiao Ying, lingering momentarily on Yi as if sensing something. Then she spoke, her voice clear and imbued with undeniable authority, slicing through the howling winds. Hyenas of the snow, you have crossed the line. I shall protect these two from my falcon. The response from the leader of the snow ninjas was laced with palpable apprehension and a hint of barely concealed fury. His eyes were fixed on the lithe figure of the woman, marked by talon-like scars, his fists clenched tight, the knuckles cracking audibly. Thousand Feathers Black Feather, do you intend to interfere in our affairs? He demanded. These two have stolen our sacred relics and slain my subordinates. They deserve death. His attempts to assert his position faltered, his tone lacking the earlier conviction. The woman named Thousand Feathers Black Feather let out a derisive laugh, her voice cutting through the storm. Sacred relics? Huh. Snow Old Six, your words hold no weight. When did the peak of the north become your sole dominion? I see only a throng of men hunting two battered children. Her gaze swept over the visibly exhausted Yi and Xiao Ying, particularly lingering on Yi, who emanated a peculiar blend of earth, faint warmth, and a chilling essence that was both familiar and strange to her. As for crossing boundaries, Black Feather patted the neck of the great bird beneath her, which responded with an impatient rumble, its piercing gaze locking onto the snow ninjas, radiating the oppressive aura of a predator. The windswept mountains had always been a realm of flight. Where were the boundaries? But you, chasing my guests into this desolate valley. Do you wish to test the edge of my newly forged bone arrows? As her words hung in the air, the massive bow on her back seemed to hum ominously, an invisible aura of menace mingling with the bird's formidable presence, enveloping the snow ninjas like a tangible force. The leader's expression darkened considerably. Although the numbers of the Falcon clan were fewer than those of the snow ninjas, they had long been companions of the fierce raptors. Excelling in aerial combat and long-range strikes, their individual prowess formidable, fiercely protective, and vengeful. Engaging with the Falcon clan in the treacherous terrain of the snow mountains was far from prudent, especially with the notorious Black Feather present. He glared at Xiao Ying's ninja tool pouch, knowing its contents were vital to him and the Snow Clan. Yet the current circumstances were overwhelmingly unfavorable. Thousand Feathers Black Feather, are you truly willing to oppose the Snow Clan for these two unknown children? Snow Old Six made one last desperate attempt, his voice dark. Black Feather yawned languidly. Let's talk. Either leave, or stay and become a snack for my gale. The great bird beneath her instinctively opened its massive beak, revealing sharp teeth, emitting a threatening growl. The leader's face twisted in frustration, and with great reluctance, he stomped his foot in anger. Fine. We shall remember this debt, Falcon Clan. He shot a venomous glare at Yi and Xiao Ying, as if to engrave their faces in his memory. We are leaving. He turned abruptly, leading the remaining 5 reluctant snow ninjas who dared not defy his command, swiftly vanishing into the storm as silently as they had arrived. With the formidable foes retreating, the pressure dissipated instantly. Yi, who had been tense with anxiety, could no longer withstand the strain and stumbled forward. Yi, Xiaoying gasped, rushing to support him. At that moment, a figure descended gracefully from above, landing before them. It was Thousand Feathers Black Feather. She removed her goggles, revealing sharp, amber eyes that scrutinized the nearly unconscious Yi and the on-guard Xiaoying. Ah, heavily injured indeed. You must have a strong constitution to still be alive. She crouched down, indifferent to the biting cold of the snow, and examined Ye's condition, her brow raising in surprise. This injury is being temporarily stabilized by some strange force? How intriguing. Her gaze shifted to the ninja tool pouch Xiaoying was tightly clutching, her nose twitching slightly. Even more interesting is this little one. What did you bring from the ice tomb? It managed to provoke that old monster's barrier and has made Snow Old 6 hyena so ravenous. Xiaoying bit her lip, remaining silent but increasingly vigilant. Although the woman had driven away the snow ninjas, her true intentions remained unclear. Noticing Xiaoying's wariness, Black Feather merely smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. You're quite cautious. Rest assured, I have no interest in killing or thievery, at least not at this moment. I merely sensed a familiar yet vexing presence. Well, not entirely vexing, and came to see what was afoot. She stood up, brushing off the snow from her hands. However, if you were to freeze to death here or be ambushed by the snow ninjas, that would be rather dull. Hey kid, she said, lightly kicking the dazed Yi. Are you headed towards that nearly ruined village in the southeast? With great effort, Yi lifted his eyelids, vaguely focusing on her. It seems so. Black Feather nodded to herself. Consider yourselves fortunate. Gale happens to be hunting that way. I'll give you a lift. Before Xiaoying could respond, she whistled sharply. The enormous bird, Gale, swooped down, stirring a powerful gust. Black Feather effortlessly lifted Yi and Xiaoying, leaping onto Gale's broad back. Hold on tight. If you fall, it's not my concern, she called out. With a mighty flap of its wings, Gale soared into the sky, leaving the frigid valley far below. The biting cold winds at high altitude were starkly contrasted to the dire situation they had just escaped, feeling almost heavenly. Xiaoying clung to Gale's feathers with one hand, the other protecting Yi, her heart still brimming with anxiety and uncertainty. This woman, Thousand Feathers Black Feather, exhibited peculiar behavior and ambiguous motives. Was her assistance truly as casual as she claimed? What did she mean by the familiar presence? Was it referring to the dark golden crystal or the residual power of the ice snow pearl on Yi? After approximately 15 minutes of flight, the outline of the valley housing the snow shrine became discernible below. Gale began to descend. This is as far as we go, Black Feather announced. Ahead lies the domain of that old witch. Gale dislikes the aura there. The great bird landed on a relatively flat snow slope. Black Feather set the two down, standing on the bird's back, looking down at them with a hint of amusement and depth in her gaze. Kid, your scent is quite a mixture. Earth, faint fire, and the extreme cold from that old monster in the ice tomb. Stay alive, perhaps we shall meet again. She cast a final glance at Xiaoying's ninja tool pouch. Keep that hidden. The hyenas of the snow have keen noses and won't easily give up. With that, without waiting for thanks or questions, she patted Gale. Let's go? The giant bird let out a long cry, soaring into the sky, carrying that wild figure until it vanished into the eastern horizon, as if it had never existed. Left standing in the snow, Yi and Xiaoying exchanged bewildered glances, as if caught in a dream. From the brink of peril to the arrival of an unexpected ally, and then to safety, everything transpired too swiftly, too unreal. Yet the pain in their bodies and the biting cold served as reminders that everything was indeed real. Who was she? Why was she helping us? Xiaoying murmured. Yi shook his head, suppressing the weighty doubts in his heart. I do not know, but at least we are safe for now. Hurry, back to the shrine. Ming Chao can't wait. Thinking of the precarious state of Ming Chao, the two dared not delay any further. Supporting each other, they exerted their last ounces of strength and trudged toward the shrine of snow. The vast snowfield behind them seemed temporarily devoid of danger. But the appearance of Qian Yuhei Ling and her words rippled through Yi's heart like a stone cast into a lake, creating layers of unease. This snowy domain harbored far more secrets than he had imagined. At this moment, the most pressing concern was to save a life. Chapter 65. The flame of hope and the tide of darkness when the familiar dilapidated eaves of the Shrine of Snow finally came into view. Yi and Xiaoying had nearly exhausted their final reserves of strength. Every step felt like dragging a weight of 1,000 pounds, as the frigid wind threatened to strip away their last remnants of warmth. Hold on, Yi. We're almost there. Xiao Ying's voice trembled, her own stability wavering. Yet she clung resolutely to Yi, who was almost entirely leaning on her. The door of the shrine was flung open with a gust of snow and wind. The elderly woman inside, pacing anxiously, turned abruptly to see the two, resembling snowmen in their disheveled state. Especially Yi, whose face was ashen and breath shallow, nearly caused her wooden staff to slip from her grasp. Good heavens! What happened to you both? The old woman rushed forward to assist, helping Xiaoying support Yi to the warmth of the hearth. Hurry, Granny Ming Chao. Yi weakly raised his hand, pointing to Ming Chao, who lay in the corner, her breath faint and nearly imperceptible. With his other hand, he struggled to retrieve something from his ninja tool pouch. Xiaoying comprehended at once, carefully extracting the dark gold crystal wrapped in layers of tattered cloth from her own pouch. As the crystal was revealed, the golden blue light swirling within and its peculiar essence caused the well-versed old woman to pale with astonishment. What a magnificent and harmonious power! She gazed at the crystal in disbelief, then glanced at the gravely injured Yi and the frail Xiaoying, struggling to fathom what they had endured to obtain such a relic. Quick, try to save her. After uttering those words, darkness enveloped Yi, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi, Xiaoying gasped. Don't worry about him. He has fainted from exhaustion. Although gravely injured, he is stable for now, and his life is not in immediate danger. The old woman, being experienced, quickly assessed Ye's condition and made a swift decision. First, save Ming Chao. This power may be her only hope. Taking a deep breath, the old woman's aged face grew solemn. Trembling yet resolute, she accepted the dark gold crystal and held it before Ming Chao. Closing her eyes, she began to recite an ancient and obscure incantation, a secret method passed down from the Shrine of Snow, meant to commune with natural energies. As she chanted, the dark gold crystal seemed to respond, vibrating gently. A thin filament of golden fire ignited within, exuding pure and warm vitality. Simultaneously, the ice-blue starlight began to swirl, emanating a stabilizing and profound chill. The two extreme forces achieved perfect balance within the crystal and, guided by the old woman, transformed into wisps of chaotic essence that slowly flowed into Ming Chao's frigid body. The body of Ming Chao began to emit a faint glow. The deep blue cold poison beneath her skin reacted violently, churning and resisting, clashing fiercely with the harmonizing force being infused. The unconscious Ming Chao emitted a pained groan, her body convulsing violently, ice crystals forming even more densely on her surface. This is not good. The cold poison is fighting back. The old woman's expression shifted, intensifying her incantation, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Xiao Ying's heart raced, her hands clenched tightly against her chest. Just at this stalemate, the dark gold crystal underwent another transformation, perhaps sensing the pure yet extreme iceborne bloodline limit within Ming Chao. The starry ice crystal power from ancient frozen warriors suddenly took the lead. The blue glow surged, but this time, it was not a dispersal of cold air, but a deeper, more profound force embodying absolute tranquility and the essence of eternal freezing. This power did not seek to destroy Ming Chao. Rather, it sought to protect. In a manner that was both dominating and precise, it swiftly enveloped Ming Chao, temporarily sealing away all the rampaging cold poison along with her almost extinguished life force. Ming Chao's convulsions ceased, her icy surface becoming even thicker and more crystalline, as if she had transformed into a perfect ice sculpture. The last vestige of her weak breath fading away. No, Xiaoying screamed, believing failure was imminent. Do not panic. The old woman interjected, her eyes sparkling with realization. What a marvelous power. It has not destroyed, but rather protected. It has encapsulated both the cold poison and the life force, plunging them into absolute stasis. This buys us time. Indeed, beneath the crystalline frost, a faint golden light flickered in the vicinity of Ming Chao's heart, signaling that a spark of life. The residual power of the sun's flame from the dark gold crystal remained perfectly preserved in the extreme cold, maintaining the barest thread of life. It was akin to a seed buried in the frigid polar depths, awaiting the arrival of spring. The old woman exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Weary yet content, we have stabilized her for now. The power of this crystal exceeds imagination. It has afforded her precious time in a manner we cannot fully comprehend. However, to completely eradicate the cold poison and awaken her, We will require a more thorough method. Her gaze shifted once more to the now dimmed dark gold crystal. Xiaoying also sank to the ground, exhausted, watching one temporarily frozen and the other unconscious, her heart a tumult of emotions. They had exerted every effort to bring back hope, yet this hope was still accompanied by the unknown and the arduous journey ahead. She carefully stowed away the considerably depleted dark gold crystal. At that moment, the unconscious Yi furrowed his brow involuntarily. Within the depths of his spirit, dulled by excessive exhaustion and injury, he faintly detected distant sounds. They were not real sounds, but rather a faint yet malicious vibration emanating from the earth. It was the snow ninja. They had not strayed far. At least 3 small teams, familiar with the terrain, were converging silently from different directions. Like the most patient of hunters, stealthily encroaching upon the shrine of snow. The vengeful gaze of Shui Lao Lu seemed to loom before him. They had never given up. Their previous retreat might have merely been a ploy out of caution for Qian Yuhei Ling, or perhaps they were biding their time for a better opportunity. Or rallying more reinforcements. The crisis had not been averted. It had merely transformed from overt pursuit to a more insidious encirclement and lurking. The Shrine of Snow. This dilapidated sanctuary suspended amidst the snow-capped mountains now resembled a fragile vessel on the verge of capsizing in a tempest, poised to be entirely engulfed by the cold tide of darkness. Yi murmured uneasily in his unconscious state, unable to awaken and sound the alarm. Xiaoying and the old woman remained enveloped in their temporary tranquility, unaware of the chilling threat stealthily encroaching upon them from the snow ninja. Though the flame of hope had been ignited, the tide of darkness was already upon them. Chapter 66. The Frozen Shrine and the Silent Gambit. The night was as dark as ink, with a biting wind whipping up snowflakes that relentlessly battered the dilapidated doors and windows of the Shrine of Snow, producing a mournful sound that drowned out all subtle movements across the snow-covered expanse. Inside the shrine, the flames in the fire pit flickered unpredictably, illuminating 3 weary and anxious faces: the unconscious Yi, the temporarily frozen Ming Chao, and the vigilant Xiaoying, along with the old woman. Ye's unconsciousness was not mere slumber. His brow was tightly furrowed, and his body occasionally convulsed as if he were still grappling with some unseen foe in his dreams. His unique connection to the earth remained active even in this state, sending out ripples of awareness akin to stones cast upon a lake, capturing signals of danger from the outside world. Xiaoying sat by the fire pit, hugging her knees tightly, clutching the dark golden crystal in her hand. The temperature of the crystal felt slightly lower than before, and the glow emanating from within had dimmed considerably. Clearly, the effort to save Ming Chao had drained much of its energy. Her other hand rested unconsciously on her ninja gear bag, which contained the ice and snow treasures and dark gold stone samples that had reacted peculiarly with the crystal in the ice cave. The old woman sat near the entrance, her eyes closed in meditation, yet her wrinkled hand remained pressed lightly against the floor, her parched lips moving slightly, as if sensing something. As the guardian of this place for many years, she shared an intricate and profound connection with the shrine and the land that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. Suddenly, the old woman's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of clarity flashing through her murky gaze. "They have come," she rasped, her voice laden with an unprecedented gravity. Almost simultaneously, Yi emitted a muffled groan from his unconscious state, his body shaking violently, as if struck by an invisible force. Xiaoying tensed instantly. "Grandmother? Shoo!" The old woman gestured for silence, straining to listen to the sounds of the wind. Her fingers traced gentle patterns on the floor. There are many outside, proceeding with caution, preparing for something. While she lacked Ye's acute perception of the earth, her years of experience and attunement to the environment enabled her to sense the chilling intent and faint chakra fluctuations permeating the snowstorm. The adversaries were not launching an immediate assault. Rather, they were encircling and laying a trap, akin to a spider weaving its web, waiting for the prey to exhaust its last ounce of strength or reveal a weakness. A wave of despair washed over Xiaoying. The worst had come to pass. The snow ninjas had returned, evidently well prepared. She glanced between the unconscious Yi and the frozen Ming Chao, then at the dark golden crystal in her hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. How could she and the elderly woman contend against those elite ninjas, skilled in ice techniques and adept in snowy combat? "Do not panic, child." The old woman seemed to perceive her fear. Her voice, though aged, carried a peculiar soothing power. "Though the shrine is worn, it is a place of blessings. They will not dare to attack recklessly. They must have their reservations." She paused, her cloudy gaze sweeping over the ancient murals and shattered ruins within the shrine. They are testing us, waiting for our resolve to falter or for an internal crisis to erupt. Her gaze settled on Yi and Mingqiao. In an instant, Xiaoying understood. Yi was gravely injured. His condition could deteriorate at any moment. Mingqiao was merely temporarily frozen, and her situation had not fundamentally improved. They could not afford to wait. This was a silent gambit, more perilous than the previous clashes of swords. Then we must. Xiaoying tightened her grip on the crystal. Wait, the old woman said slowly, closing her eyes again, pressing her palm firmly against the ground to still the chaos. Regain your strength, especially you. Child, you are our only fighting force now. Hurry and restore your chakra. Taking a deep breath, she began to hum a soothing ancient melody in a low voice. The song resonating with the very essence of the shrine, a faint, purifying power slowly emanating from her, dispelling the oppressive cold in the air. Calming Xiaoying's anxious heart. Xiaoying recognized the wisdom in the old woman's words. She forced herself to relax, sitting cross-legged, placing the dark golden crystal before her, attempting to enter a meditative state to restore her depleted chakra. The faint harmonizing aura radiating from the crystal seemed to aid her chakra recovery. Time slipped away in the suffocating silence. The sounds of the wind and snow became the sole backdrop, but beneath this soundscape, her sensitive perception could detect the faintest rustles. Akin to a serpent slithering across the snow, it was the snow ninjas moving, setting their defenses, applying psychological pressure. Occasionally, a few probing arrows, imbued with ice chakra, would silently strike the shrine's outer walls or roof, producing a soft thud before shattering, sending a slight chill through the air, intended to disturb and intimidate. The old woman remained in her meditative state, unperturbed by the external probing. Xiaoying's chakra was gradually recovering, yet the mental strain was mounting. Just then, a faint but distinct crack of ice echoed from Mingqiao's direction. Xiaoying's eyes flew open in terror. She saw a slender crack materializing on the thick layer of ice, encasing Mingqiao. Within the fissure, a faint, chilling aura of dark blue poison was attempting to seep through. The freezing effect of the dark golden crystal seemed to be weakening, perhaps due to energy depletion, or perhaps Mingqiao's bloodline limit instinctively resisting the encasement. Grandmother, Xiaoying whispered urgently. The old woman opened her eyes, her expression grave. This is troubling. The internal crisis has indeed manifested sooner than anticipated. And this subtle disturbance appeared to have been instantly detected by the patient hunters lurking outside. Amidst the howling wind and snow, a faint yet menacing chuckle echoed. Suddenly, a powerful and frigid chakra surged explosively from the shrine's entrance. Ice release, ice coffin, boom. The already dilapidated wooden door of the shrine, along with portions of the surrounding walls, was instantly shattered by a violent force of ice generated from the outside. Countless sharp ice shards, mixed with splintered wood, shot inward like a torrential rain. Simultaneously, the windows and roof of the shrine cracked, and several white figures, like phantoms, surged in. The snow ninjas launched their full assault. Having waited for the moment, an internal weakness appeared. Be careful. The old woman slammed her staff down, a faint aura expanding to barely deflect most of the incoming ice shards, but she coughed up blood and staggered back. Xiaoying swiftly grabbed the dark golden crystal and her kunai, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi and Mingqiao. Her eyes filled with determination as she gazed at the menacing snow ninjas flooding through the breach. Despair had once again descended upon them. Most of the snow ninjas' attacks were thwarted by the earthen wall, yet cracks rapidly spread across its surface, indicating its imminent collapse under the next assault. A mere trick. The leader of the snow ninja squad scoffed, forming hand signs to unleash ice release. Ice Fong. Several sharp ice spikes materialized out of thin air, circumventing the earthen barrier and angling towards both Xiaoying and the elderly woman behind her. The old woman, gritting her teeth against her injuries, brandished her wooden staff to block the incoming attack. The staff collided with the ice spikes, producing a crisp sound. However, her age and weakened state, compounded by the backlash from the previous barrier, rendered her movements noticeably slower. One ice spike grazed her arm, drawing forth a streak of crimson. Grandma, Xiaoying cried out, momentarily distracted, just as another snow ninja silently appeared at her flank, sword raised for a downward strike. In a split second, Xiaoying instinctively raised the dark gold crystal in her hand to defend herself. Clang! The snow ninja's blade struck the crystal, emitting a metallic chime. Contrary to expectations of the crystal shattering, the snow ninja felt an odd backlash from the blade, as a chaotic energy coursed up the weapon, momentarily stalling his ice-release chakra and slowing his movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiaoying ducked and rolled away while throwing a few shuriken to fend off her assailant. Yet, more snow ninjas had already surrounded them. Their intentions were clear. 2 of them engaged Xiaoying and the elderly woman, while the other 3 directed their assault on the crumbling earthen wall, attempting to force their way through to seize their targets. The earthen barrier shattered under the relentless onslaught. A glint of greed flashed in one snow ninja's eyes as he reached for the ice-encased Ming Chao, while another lunged at the unconscious Yi. Realizing she could not aid both sides simultaneously, Xiaoying felt her vision darken with despair. In her anguish, she was on the verge of recklessly activating the uncontrollable power of the dark gold crystal once more. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The originally minor cracks in the ice sculpture of Ming Chao began to tremble, as the perfectly sealed golden ember within seemed to sense the intense malice and danger from the outside, stirring restlessly. Simultaneously, the snow ninja reaching for Ming Chao felt his pure ice release chakra act as a tantalizing bait, awakening the dormant, violent bloodline within Ming Chao. The ice prison shattered in an explosive eruption. It was not a slow melting, but rather a violent explosion. Crack! Boom! The thick layer of ice encasing Ming Chao burst apart, as if a colossal force from within had ruptured it, sending countless shards of ice laced with lethal frost shooting in all directions. The nearest snow ninja was caught off guard, unable to react in time, instantly pierced by the myriad of icy fragments. A greedy expression remained on his face even as his body froze solid, torn apart, dead beyond any hope of revival. Another snow ninja, who had aimed at Yi, was struck in the back by several of the explosive ice shards, collapsing forward in a scream. Although he had not been fatally injured, the dreadful frostbite swiftly invaded his body, encasing half of him in ice and rendering him combat ineffective. The shockwave from the explosion and the barrage of ice shards forced the 3 snow ninjas attacking Xiaoying and the old woman to retreat, scrambling to defend themselves as their assault was abruptly halted. The temperature within the shrine plummeted, and a visible, eerie blue mist of frosty poison permeated the air. At the center of the icy fog, Ming Chao staggered to his feet. His eyes remained closed, seemingly unaware, while his skin exhibited an unnatural bluish hue. Sharp ice spikes forming and dissolving on his surface. The immense yet uncontrollable force of extreme cold surged wildly within him, making him appear as a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of an icy abyss. He instinctively let out a chilling, pained roar. This cry transcended human sound, resembling the mournful wail of an ancient ice beast. The overwhelming energy fluctuations from the explosive outburst of the ice-release bloodline swept through the vicinity like a tempest. The first to be affected was the unfortunate Yi, who lay unconscious between the rampaging Ming Chao and the snow ninjas. The unconscious Yi was violently shaken by the cataclysmic energy, her body convulsing. A layer of frost rapidly enveloping her face, worsening her already critical injuries. Yi, Xiaoying shouted in horror, desperate to rush forward. Yet the suffocating mist of frost forced her back. The 3 snow ninjas stood momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval, gazing at the uncontrollable, rampaging Ming Chao and their severely injured comrade, uncertain of how to proceed. Damn it, the bloodline limit is out of control. The snow ninja leader felt a surge of both fear and greed, his eyes glinting. Capture him. Subdue him now. This is a rare specimen. They adjusted their strategy, attempting to form hand signs to employ binding ice release techniques to restrain Ming Chao. However, in his uncontrolled state, Ming Chao's power far surpassed his usual limits. Instinctively, he swung his arms, unleashing a torrent of ice spikes that rained down indiscriminately around him. Their power exceeded that of the previous snow ninja's ice release by several folds. The snow ninjas were forced to retreat once more, hastily dodging and blocking as the shrine descended into chaos. Seizing the moment, Xiaoying and the elderly woman retreated together, their hearts sinking at the sight of this chaotic and perilous situation. With formidable foes still pressing forward and the uncontrollable bloodline monster now unleashed. Meanwhile, Yi lay vulnerable between the rampaging Ming Chao and the snow ninjas, teetering on the brink of disaster. Xiaoying glanced at the dark gold crystal in her hand. Its glow dimmed slightly from the recent block. Then she looked at Yi, who was struggling in the icy poison, and a reckless thought surged within her. Could this crystal harmonize with the extreme power? Could it absorb even a fraction of Ming Chao's uncontrollable energy? But the risk was immense. Should she fail, the crystal could be destroyed entirely, or worse, trigger a catastrophic energy explosion. Yet, did she have any other options? As the snow ninjas attempted to close in once more, as Ming Chao conjured even mightier ice spears, and as Ye's life force dwindled in the icy poison, Xiaoying bit her lip, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. She grasped the dark gold crystal tightly and dashed toward the heart of the energy storm. Chapter 67 End. Chapter 68. Chaotic Harmonization and the Prelude to Rupture Xiaoying. No. The old woman's cry was drowned out by the whistling ice spears and Ming Chao's frenzied roar. Without hesitation, Xiaoying plunged into the center of the swirling storm of eerie blue destruction. The biting cold pierced through her clothing like countless ice needles, embedding into her skin, seeking to freeze her blood along with her very being. The chakra barrier, under such extreme cold, felt as fragile as paper. Yet, her focus remained solely on Yi. Lying in the frost, breath rapidly fading, and the rampaging Ming Chao, who was annihilating everything in his path. The dark gold crystal in her grasp seemed to sense the immense and chaotic cold energy from outside, beginning to tremble violently, its surface flashing with erratic brilliance. The dual streams of golden and blue light within swirling, colliding, and becoming increasingly unstable at an unprecedented speed. Absorb it, just like before. Xiaoying fervently cried out in her heart, pouring all her will and hope into it, her hands gripping the crystal tightly as she pressed it against Ming Chao, who was unconsciously unleashing a torrent of terrifying cold. At the instant the crystal was about to make contact with Ming Chao's body, a resounding hum erupted. An indescribable and immense force of attraction surged forth from the dark gold crystal. It was not a gentle guidance, but rather a ravenous, frenzied absorption. The uncontrollable, explosive energy of Ming Chao's ice-release bloodline seemed to find its outlet, rushing toward the dark gold crystal like a raging flood. In a state of unconsciousness, Ming Chao's body convulsed violently, releasing a more agonizing howl. The ethereal blue hue of her form diminished at a visible pace, and the indiscriminate assault of the ice spire storm suddenly weakened considerably. Meanwhile, the dark golden crystal acted like an insatiable abyss, ravenously consuming the oncoming terrifying energy. Its surface no longer flickered erratically. Instead, it transformed into a highly unstable, blinding gray-white chaotic luminescence, emanating a nauseating hum and tearing sounds from within, as if it were on the verge of collapsing and exploding. Xiaoying was the first to bear the brunt of this turmoil. Her hands, gripping the crystal, were instantaneously frozen and torn apart, blood flowing forth only to be immediately encased in ice. The dreadful energy turbulence surged directly into her veins, inflicting unbearable pain that nearly sent her into immediate unconsciousness. Miraculously, the lethal cold current flooding into Ye's body diminished significantly due to Ming Chao's energy being furiously siphoned away, granting him a fleeting moment of respite. On the other side, the three snow ninjas, who had attempted to seize Ming Chao, were momentarily stunned by this sudden shift in energy. They gazed at the crystal, radiating a terrifying gravitational force and unstable energy, along with Ming Chao, whose energy was being rapidly siphoned and temporarily waning. Their eyes filled with horror and deeper greed. What on earth is that? How can it absorb the power of a bloodline limit? The snow ninja captain exclaimed in disbelief. Stop her. Quickly seize that crystal. Another snow ninja snapped back to reality, commanding fiercely. Such a rare treasure must not fall into their hands. The trio promptly abandoned their suppression of Ming Chao and lunged towards the wavering Xiaoying and the increasingly unstable dark golden crystal. The elderly woman, despite her injuries, brandished her staff in an attempt to obstruct them. Not a chance. Yet, being aged and weakened, beset by cold poison, how could she withstand the full-force assault of three elite snow ninjas? In a mere instant, one of the snow ninjas struck her heavily in the abdomen with the hilt of a blade, causing her to groan and collapse to the ground, struggling to rise. As the snow ninja's claws were about to grasp Xiaoying and the crystal, in that fleeting moment, the dark golden crystal appeared to reach a critical threshold. It ceased to absorb energy and abruptly contracted inward. All light and sound vanished in an instant, as if transformed into an insignificant black dot. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next instant, an unfathomable surge of terrifying energy exploded outward from that black point, akin to a supernova's eruption. This was not an explosion, but a pure, chaotic release of energy, coexisting with harmony and destruction. The gray-white chaotic halo swept through the entire shrine and beyond in an instant. The three snow ninjas, who had been charging towards Xiaoying, felt their greed morph into sheer terror. They could not even let out a scream before their bodies disintegrated silently upon contact with the halo. Erased like chalk from a blackboard, along with their weapons and tools, leaving no trace behind. The shrine's walls and ceiling did not collapse after the halo passed. Instead, they exhibited a bizarre state. Some parts crumbled like ancient dust, while others seemed to be imbued with new life, forming brilliant ice crystals or sprouting delicate green shoots. Destruction and rebirth unfolded simultaneously under this chaotic power. Xiao Ying and Ming Xiao, caught in the tempest of energy, were hurled against the far wall, losing consciousness upon impact. The dark golden crystal slipped from Xiao Ying's grasp, rolling into a corner, its radiance thoroughly dimmed, its surface riddled with cracks, as if it were on the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, the edge of the chaotic halo brushed against Yi, propelling his body outward. Yet, during his flight, the ice and snow gem in his arms, along with the dark golden stone sample, rekindled warmth, interacting subtly with the sweeping chaotic energy one last time. A pure, extreme cold force mingled with a hint of earthly vitality, guided by the gem and the dark golden stone, forcibly surged into his nearly shattered veins and organs, conducting a brutal restoration akin to rebirth through destruction. As he expelled blood in midair, it froze into crystalline shards while part transformed into a life-infused mist. He landed heavily, completely losing consciousness, yet within him, the originally fatal injuries were inexplicably reversed, held in a precarious balance, slipping into a deeper state of suspended animation. The shrine fell into an immediate silence, enveloped in swirling dust, ice crystals, and the occasional flicker of peculiar energy remnants. The snow ninjas were annihilated. Xiaoying, Ming Xiaoyi, and the elderly woman all lay unconscious. The dark golden crystal that had instigated all of this, now cracked, lay quietly in the corner, like a dormant volcano. Outside the shrine, amidst the distant wind and snow, the snow ninja leader, Shui Lao Lu, who had been remotely sensing the situation within the shrine through secret techniques, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face displaying an expression of shock and disbelief for the first time. He could sense no chakra from any of his subordinates inside. They had all vanished. In their place lingered an incomprehensible, chilling residue of chaotic energy, alongside an eerie silence. "How is this possible? What on earth is that?" he exclaimed, instinctively taking a step back, his eyes filled with suspicion and deep trepidation. He dared not send anyone else to investigate. After a moment of silence, a fierce unwillingness and resentment flickered in his eyes, and he made a decision. Notify the inner circle to dispatch the icebound squad. Bring that over. Seal off the area. Not a single snow hair is to escape. I want to see how long you can hide. He resolved to abandon any risky assaults and instead opted for a thorough approach to completely encase this region, along with the bizarre individuals and objects within. In an icy prison, the true crisis had not dissipated. Rather, it evolved into something far more dreadful. Chapter 68 and Chapter 69. The silent ice coffin and the flickering heartbeat. The chaotic energy's residual waves gradually subsided, leaving the shrine of snow in disarray. The walls and floor displayed an eerie state, with parts reduced to powder, while others were adorned with newly formed ice crystals or fragile green moss, as if they had simultaneously experienced an apocalypse and rebirth. Silence. A profound silence enveloped everything. Xiaoying, Ming Xiaoyi, and the elderly woman lay unconscious in different corners of the shrine, resembling abandoned dolls. The dark golden crystal, rolling in the corner, appeared to have deepened its cracks, its glow entirely withdrawn, dim and inconspicuous, as if it had exhausted all its power and succumbed to slumber. Outside the shrine, the wind and snow continued, yet the intangible, icy sense of being watched had not faded. Instead, it grew heavier and more oppressive. Shui Lao Lu's orders were being executed with precision. More snow ninjas converging from all directions, like white phantoms, silently laying down cold barriers and traps, isolating this area into a massive frozen prison. Time flowed in the quietude, each second stretching into an eternity. After an indeterminate duration, in the corner, Ye's fingers twitched involuntarily. His consciousness sank into an abyss of boundless darkness and cold. The excruciating pain had become numb, leaving only a sense of emptiness, as if his soul were about to be frozen and stripped away. But amidst this utter silence and profound darkness, a faint, warm glimmer stubbornly flickered. What could it be? Was it the memory of his mother's warm embrace? Or the essence of afternoon sunlight from the world before his journey began? Is it the faint yet eternal flame of life ignited by that strand of golden fire? No, it is not merely that. Within that radiance lies the profound weight of the earth, the pristine purity of snow, the distant allure of stars, and an ancient essence that harmonizes all things, reminiscent of the primordial chaos. Is it a trace of the original breath that lingered within him after the eruption of that dark golden crystal? This breath, along with the remnants of the extreme cold from the snow jewel and the earth's power from the dark golden stone, alongside his unique earth-perceiving chakra, is engaging in an arduous fusion and restoration in an exceedingly slow and subtle manner. It is akin to an extraordinary seed, imbued with boundless vitality, buried beneath frozen soil, striving against the harshness to sprout. Inside him, a silent battle rages on. The shattered meridians are temporarily sealed by the extreme cold, while the earth's force gently nourishes them. That trace of chaotic primordial breath acts like the most skilled craftsman, blending ice and earth, guiding them toward a reconstruction after destruction. This process, though slow and painful, is undeniably occurring. Knight's eyelids flutter slightly, causing the frost that covered them to fall away. He struggles to pry open a slit of vision. As his blurred sight gradually sharpens, he sees the gaping hole at the top of the shrine and the gray, snow-laden sky beyond. He is still alive. Attempting to move, he finds himself nearly frozen, every muscle and bone emitting agonized groans, rendering him utterly immobile. Only the faintest breath and an almost imperceptible heartbeat attest to his existence. Struggling, he turns his eyes to his surroundings. Xiaoying lies not far from him. Her face pale as snow, breath weak, hands covered in frozen blood scabs, yet her chest still rises and falls. Ming Chao lies further away, no longer exuding the eerie blue poison, his skin restored to normal color, yet he remains in a deep slumber, his breath steady to the point of being eerie. The previous frenzy vanished without a trace, the uncontrolled bloodlines seemingly subdued once more. The old woman lies motionless near the entrance, her condition uncertain. Outside the shrine, an unsettling silence prevails. Amidst the sounds of wind and snow, an icy barrier, as impenetrable as iron walls, seems to have formed, completely trapping them here. Naida's heart sinks. The snow ninjas have not departed. Instead, they have chosen a more thorough method of encirclement. They are waiting for the bitter cold and their injuries to claim their lives, or for a more formidable power to arrive for the final harvest. Despair spreads like ice water. Yet at that moment, the strand of chaotic primordial breath circulating within him seems to sense his intense will to survive, stirring slightly. Simultaneously, the snow jewel in his arms, now devoid of energy, along with the dark golden stone samples, appear to resonate faintly in response to this primordial breath. This resonance is exceedingly subtle, akin to a stone cast into an ancient well, rippling through the earth toward a distant place. On the other side of the howling snow-capped mountains, in the dwelling of the hawks, Qin Yu Hailing, who was polishing her bone bow from a high vantage point, suddenly paused. She slightly tilted her head, her amber, sharp eyes gazing towards the direction of the snow shrine, her brow furrowed. That sensation has resurfaced? Weaker than before, yet more fundamental? She murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the vivid red claw marked beneath her right eye. And it carries a hint of a plea for help? After pondering for a moment, she glanced back toward a certain direction deep within the village, where something seemed to be enshrined. Finally, she smirked, revealing a hint of wild amusement. TSK, troublesome, but far more interesting than staying at home. She let out a crisp whistle. A massive shadow swooped down from the sky, the fierce wind folding its wings as it landed beside her, affectionately nudging her with its head. Hailing leaped onto the bird's back, patting its neck. Off we go. My big fellow, let us see if those intriguing little ones are still alive, and perhaps pay a visit to the shady hyenas of the Snow Clan. The great bird emitted a loud call, flapping its wings and soaring into the snow-laden sky once more. Meanwhile, outside the snow shrine, Shui Lao Lu suddenly lifted his gaze toward the southeastern sky, his face beneath the mask turning grim. That foul woman from the Hawk clan is still haunting us. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he made a resolute decision. We can no longer afford to wait. How long until the ice sealing team arrives? Report to the chief. It will take at least half an hour at the fastest. Too slow. Shui Lao Lu paced anxiously, ordering, prepare the simple ice coffin technique. Seal off this wretched shrine completely. Not even a bug must escape. He intends to freeze everything thoroughly before Hailing intervenes again. burying all secrets and possibilities within this eternal ice coffin. Inside the shrine, Knight sensed a sudden surge of energy fluctuations and a chilling intent from outside. The snow ninjas are about to unleash their final, lethal strike. He desperately tried to summon the faint power within him, attempting to awaken his companions, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the lethal cold, like a tide, surged from all directions, threatening to transform the shattered shrine, along with all life and hope within it, into a silent ice tomb. The icy despair constricted his throat. Chapter 69 End. Chapter 70. The arrival of the ice coffin and the hawk's cry in the sky. The cold intent to kill seeped into the shrine through every crack and breach, saturating the air with a visible pale blue ice mist, imbued with an unnatural chilling aura intended to render all things utterly stagnant. The temperature within the shrine plummeted at an alarming rate. The newly formed fragile ice crystals and green moss on the walls and floor quickly withered, froze, and were then covered with thicker, harder layers of ice. Even the air seemed on the verge of freezing, making breathing exceedingly difficult. Each inhalation akin to drawing in countless icy needles that pierced the lungs. Knight lay on the ground, helplessly observing the unfolding chaos, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness threatening to engulf him. He desperately urged the faint chaotic breath and the remnants of his strength within, striving to break free from his bodily confinement, even if it meant moving a single finger or making a sound. But his injuries were too severe. That nascent power was far too weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, barely sustaining the flame of his life, utterly incapable of mobilizing his nearly shattered body. He could distinctly feel that outside the shrine, at least 10 snow ninjas had gathered around, forming a unified complex seal. Their chakras intertwined through a special formation, creating a cohesive whole that drew upon the overwhelming ice and snow energy in the surroundings, brewing a terrifying ninjutsu capable of freezing everything entirely. The simple ice coffin technique is a taboo art employed by the Snow Clan to seal formidable foes or handle extremely dangerous matters. Although not as powerful as the complete version, it is more than sufficient to deal with a few gravely injured individuals confined to a corner, not far away. Xiaoying unconsciously groaned in the extreme cold, curling up, her face turning blue, her life force waning further. Ming Chao and the old woman remained silent, as if transformed into ice sculptures. We can no longer wait. Night roared within, extracting every ounce of will, every shred of unwillingness, every desire for survival, and fervently channeling it into that strand of chaotic breath within. Move, move, I implore you. Perhaps it was the oppressive limits that ignited latent potential. Or perhaps his will finally stirred something in the unseen realm. In that fleeting moment, a chaotic aura blazed forth with brilliance, not from within him, but resonating with the nearly forsaken ice and snow orb and the dark gold stone sample cradled in his arms, producing a final and most powerful resonance. A hum, a faint yet exceedingly pure ancient chill emanated, mingled with a dense, grounded energy, radiating from his body as if a stone cast into a tranquil lake, swiftly spreading outward. This wave was neither an attack nor a defense, but rather a proclamation, a testament of identity, an unveiling of the primal powers of ice and earth, rooted in antiquity. Outside the shrine, the snow ninjas, striving to maintain their technique, shuddered simultaneously, their hand seals momentarily frozen. What is this sensation? The expression behind the mask of Snow Old Six changed dramatically, uncertainty flooding his gaze as he looked toward the interior of the shrine. Such pure ice energy. And the power of the earth? Impossible. What on earth transpired within? The wave he sensed, the purity of its ice attribute, surpassed even the secret ice techniques he had mastered, exuding an ancient majesty seemingly derived from the very essence of the world's icy core. This instinctively instilled a sense of hesitation and awe within him, and it was in this moment of hesitation that a piercing cry echoed through the heavens. A furious and commanding eagle's screech that shattered the air like torn fabric. A colossal shadow, with the force of a thunderbolt, tore through the raging snow, plummeting down like a falling star. Its target was the snow ninjas outside the shrine, who had hesitated for but a moment, causing a disturbance in their formation. An enemy attack. Snow Old Six was the first to react, his face a mask of horror as he bellowed, abandoning the ice coffin technique, tumbling backward in a desperate attempt to evade. The other snow ninjas scattered in panic. Boom! The immense body of the giant bird crashed heavily onto the snow, sending plumes of snow cascading into the air. The tremendous impact hurled two snow ninjas, caught unprepared, backward, leaving them spitting blood. Chinyu Blackfeather stood atop the bird's back, her massive bone bow drawn taut, an ancient, spirally arrow aimed squarely at the just stabilized Snow Old Six. Her amber eyes glinting with cold malice. Snow Old Six, have you taken my words lightly? Her voice was chillingly cold, laced with unabashed murderous intent. It seemed she was determined to take a few lives today so that you snow folk might understand the meaning of rules. No sooner had she spoken than she released her grip. Whoosh! The bone arrow was unleashed, emitting a shrill whistle that tore through the air, parting the wind and snow to create a vacuum channel, shooting straight for Snow Old Six's heart. The speed was unimaginable. Snow Old Six, sensing his mortality, frantically channeled chakra, conjuring three thick ice shields before him in an instant. Crack! 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 However, the power contained within that bone arrow was terrifyingly immense. The three ice shields shattered like mere paper, pierced through one after another. The arrow's velocity waned slightly, but its momentum remained relentless. Snow Old Six's pupils contracted, exerting all his strength to evade. Thud! The bone arrow ultimately grazed his side, tearing through flesh and drawing forth a torrent of blood, revealing his stark, white ribs. He screamed, propelled by the overwhelming force, crashing into the snow, momentarily unable to rise. The might of Blackfeather's strike was fearsome indeed. She cast not a glance at the wounded Snow Old Six, her sharp gaze sweeping over the other panicked snow ninjas, her voice ringing out with authority. Leave. Those who live die. The remaining snow ninjas, utterly intimidated by her presence, looked at their severely injured leader, devoid of any will to fight, hastily lifting their fallen comrades and fleeing into the storm like dogs without a home, scarcely able to withdraw their formations completely. Blackfeather snorted coldly, then leaped down from the giant bird, striding towards the dilapidated shrine. Upon entering, the astonishing chill and the bizarre scene within caused her brow to furrow deeply. When she beheld the four unconscious figures on the ground, especially sensing the chaotic yet strangely vital state within Yi, as well as the cracked dark gold crystal in the corner that made the skin beneath her right eye tingle slightly, her expression turned gravely serious. These snowfield mongrels nearly committed a grave mistake. She muttered, swiftly assessing the condition of the four individuals. They still breathed, truly fortunate. Her gaze lingered on Yi, curiosity intensifying. This lad harbored many secrets. Without hesitation, she retrieved a pouch from her waist, extracting several fragrant herbal pills, which she placed into the mouths of the four. Then, she procured some medicinal powder and swiftly treated their most grievous injuries. After completing her tasks, she stood, observing the increasingly violent wind and snow outside, along with the lurking presence of the snow ninjas not yet fully withdrawn, realizing the urgency of their situation. Lin Feng, come in. She whistled. The giant bird folded its wings, struggling to fit its massive form into the crumbling shrine. Blackfeather painstakingly moved Yi, Xiaoying, Ming Chao, and the old woman one by one onto Lin Feng's broad back, securing them with ropes. Finally, her gaze settled upon the dark gold crystal in the corner. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully picked it up with a specially crafted pouch, cradling it close. The crystal felt icy to the touch, the chaotic aura causing her heart to flutter slightly. Let us depart, everyone. She leaped onto the bird's back, patting Lin Feng. Lin Feng emitted a low call, bearing a weight far exceeding its usual burden, straining as it stepped forward, bursting out of the shrine, then flapping its wings with all its might, soaring into the storm towards the southeastern direction of Falcon Village. The vast wings swept across the desolate snowfields, casting a rapidly moving shadow on the ground. The storm persisted, but the icy threat was momentarily left behind. Yet, all knew that the retribution of the snow village would not cease here. A new tempest was perhaps just beginning to brew. Chapter 70 completed. Chapter 71. Temporary refuge in the eagle's nest and the underlying currents surge. Lin Feng carried 5 individuals, flying through the biting cold wind and the swirling snowflakes. Its flight was steadier than usual, yet somewhat labored, each flap of its broad wings accompanied by a heavy sound. Chinyu Blackfeather stood at the bird's neck, her keen gaze scanning the vast snowfields below and the horizon behind, vigilant for any potential pursuers. Only upon confirming that the snow ninjas had indeed retreated for the time being, did she relax her taut nerves slightly. After flying for about half an hour, the terrain below began to shift. No longer the flat expanse of snow, steep and jagged ice cliffs and unfathomable crevices began to emerge. The fierce wind howled through these natural formations, reminiscent of wailing ghosts. Lin Feng began to lower its altitude, deftly navigating between the colossal ice pillars and cliffs, ultimately diving toward one of the steepest, almost vertical ice walls. Just as it seemed about to collide with the solid ice, Lin Feng let out a high-pitched call, its wings flapping mightily, executing a near 90-degree turn in midair, precisely slipping into a narrow crack obscured by massive ice shards, exceedingly concealed. The crack was initially quite narrow, barely accommodating the bird's body, but after traversing several dozen meters, it opened up magnificently. Before them lay a vast, hollow cavern within the mountain. The interior of the cave was not shrouded in darkness. Instead, the ice walls were embedded with numerous peculiar luminescent minerals and mosses, providing soft and ample light. The air was warm and dry, a stark contrast to the frigid conditions outside. Within the cave, numerous natural or artificially carved stone chambers of varying sizes are interconnected by suspended wooden walkways and rope ladders. Enormous avian nests are constructed on the high platforms of the cave, where slightly smaller, yet equally majestic hawks and falcons reside, curiously observing the return of the gale and its unfamiliar passenger. This is the dwelling place of the Falcon clan, known as the Eagle's Nest. The return of the gale caused a stir. A few ninjas from the Falcon clan, dressed similarly to those adorned in black feathers, but with simpler decorations, leapt from different stone chambers and landed on the central platform. Sister Blackfeather, you have returned. A youthful-looking ninja, freckled and brimming with enthusiasm, greeted her, only to be taken aback at the sight of the four battered and unconscious figures on Gale's back. What happened? Who are they? Trouble we wrested from the jaws of those hyenas in the Snow clan, Black Feather answered briskly, jumping down from the bird's back. Get moving. Help carry them to the healing chamber. Be gentle, they are gravely injured. Though puzzled, the Falcon clan ninjas exhibited unwavering trust in Black Feather, promptly approaching to carefully assist in lowering Yi, Xiaoying, Ming Chao, and the old woman, transporting them to a stone chamber deep within the cave, suffused with the scent of herbs. A middle-aged woman clad in simple linen garb, exuding a calm and gentle aura, awaited them. She was Yunji, the healer of the Falcon clan. Upon assessing the four individuals' injuries, particularly the chaotic and peculiar energy within Yi and the remnants of extreme cold bloodline traces on Ming Chao, her brow furrowed slightly. Yet, her hands remained deftly engaged in examination and initial treatment. Black Feather succinctly recounted the situation, omitting specific details regarding the dark golden crystal, merely stating that they were rescued from the Snow clan's forbidden ground, likely entangled in some secrets of theirs. Upon hearing the name of the Snow clan, Yunji's expression turned grave. Black Feather, you've stirred quite a hornet's nest. Old Six of the Snow clan has suffered a significant setback. They will not let this go lightly. Fear them. Black Feather scoffed, seemingly unfazed. Am I to stand by idly while these youngsters are turned into ice sculptures? Besides, she paused, glancing at the unconscious Yi. That lad is somewhat special. I believe he is worth the trouble. Yunji shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further as she focused on treating the injuries. She first administered a higher-grade recuperative elixir to the four, then applied a unique herbal ointment to their external wounds, and used pure yang chakra to clear their blocked meridians. When it came to Yi, her expression grew most serious. His condition was a veritable chaos. Various energies intertwined yet bizarrely maintained a fragile balance, slowly engaging in self-repair. His body resembled a home being rebuilt amidst ruins, fraught with peril yet harboring a hint of strange vitality. I can do little, Yunji remarked in awe. Excessive intervention may disrupt this balance. All I can do is provide supportive nurturing. Whether he fully recovers depends on his remarkable will to survive and his fate. As for Ming Chao, the extreme cold bloodline within him seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber due to the previous explosion and the absorption of the dark golden crystal, temporarily eliminating the risk of losing control, though he remained extremely weak. Xiaoying and the old woman suffered primarily from exhaustion and external injuries, but after treatment, their breathing gradually stabilized. Once the four were arranged, Black Feather exited the healing chamber and arrived at a vast platform in the cave center. The view here was expansive, allowing a glimpse of the entrance's crevice and the snow-laden sky beyond. Several upper ninjas of the Falcon clan and an elderly man with white hair, yet sharp eyes like an eagle, awaited her. This elder was none other than the current leader of the Falcon clan and Black Feather's grandfather, Qianyu Leizhao. You're back? Leader Leizhao's voice was deep and authoritative. What transpired? What warranted your use of the Gale arrow to grievously injure Old Six of the Snow Clan? Black Feather, shedding her usual nonchalance, respectfully detailed the events, this time not concealing the existence of the dark golden crystal, presenting it to her grandfather. Leader Lei Zhao accepted the cracked crystal, its energy subdued, his aged fingers gently brushing its surface. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, he suddenly opened his eyes, shock flickering within. Chaotic origin? And intertwined with such pure solar flame energy and the essence of ancient ice. His knowledge far surpassed that of Black Feather, instantly discerning more. This object originates from the depths of the frozen tomb? Is it related to the legendary Ice Sovereign? Black Feather nodded. It should be. Old Six of the Snow Clan is acting so recklessly, likely not merely to pursue invaders, but with a more significant objective concerning this. Leader Lei Zhao paced solemnly on the platform, contemplating for a long while. The Snow Clan had been ambitious in recent years, continuously expanding, seeking to engulf nearby clans and dominate the Wind-Howl Snow Mountain. This crystal might be the key to their ambitions. He looked at Black Feather, the individuals you rescued. Especially that boy who can manipulate the power of this crystal, are likely entangled in a considerable vortex. Then what should we do? Black Feather frowned. Since we have rescued them, it would be illogical to abandon them midway. Leader Lei Zhao decisively stated, the Falcon Clan is not afraid of the Snow Clan. However, these individuals' identities are unclear, and their involvement is vast. We must proceed with caution. Until they awaken and we ascertain the situation, all information must be strictly contained. And vigilance at the Eagle's Nest must be heightened to guard against retaliation from the Snow Clan. Understood. The surrounding upper ninjas replied in unison. Leader Lei Zhao returned the dark golden crystal to Black Feather. This item will be entrusted to you for the time being. Exercise utmost care. Its power is exceedingly unstable. And do not provoke it lightly. Black Feather solemnly accepted the crystal, placing it in her close-fitting pouch. Just then, a vigilant ninja rushed in with a report. Leader, signs of snow ninja activity have been detected in the southeast direction, and there are quite a few of them. They seem to be constructing a forward camp. The expressions of everyone darkened. They're coming swiftly. Leader Lei Zhao's eyes glinted sharply. It seems the Snow Clan is resolutely intent on reclaiming their lost honor and possessions. He gazed towards the distant snowstorm, his voice steady yet imbued with resolve. Send word down. The Eagle's Nest is to enter a state of readiness. Activate the outer mist barrier. Let the hyenas of the Snow Clan know who truly reigns supreme atop the Wind-Howl Snow Mountain. The tranquil Eagle's Nest was suddenly awash with a tense undercurrent. A conflict surrounding the gravely injured youth and the mysterious crystal appeared unavoidable. Chapter 71 End. Chapter 72. The return under the Eagle's wing and new buds of the ninja village. The atmosphere within the Eagle's Nest was tense and foreboding. The news of the Snow Ninja establishing a forward camp in the southeast loomed over everyone like a dark cloud. The Falcon Clan, while unafraid of battle, knew that once war commenced, casualties would be inevitable, a sight the free-spirited and soaring Falcon Clan wished to avoid. In the Healing Stone Chamber, under the proficient medical skills of Yunji and the nourishing herbs unique to the Falcon Clan, Yi was the first to awaken from his profound slumber. As he opened his eyes, he was no longer greeted by the dilapidated dome of the Snow Shrine, but rather an unfamiliar ceiling embedded with luminous stones. The air was imbued with a faint aroma of herbs and the scent of avian feathers. You're awake? A gentle voice inquired. Yi struggled to turn his head and saw Yunji, the healer, smiling down at him. How do you feel? Your injuries are severe, yet your recovery ability is remarkable. Yi attempted to move his fingers. Despite the lingering pain and weakness throughout his body, the once chaotic energies within him seemed to have calmed considerably. A gentle medicinal force was steadily mending his meridians. More importantly, he felt a faint connection to the earth becoming clearer and more resilient. It was as if the tumultuous energy he had endured at the brink of death had inadvertently enhanced his perception. Thank you. Where's this? Ye's voice emerged hoarse and dry. This is the Falcon Clan, the Eagle's Nest. It was Black Feather who rescued you from the clutches of the Snow Ninja. Yunji offered a bowl of warm water, reassuringly stating that your companion was merely in a state of unconsciousness and required time to recover. Knight's heart eased slightly as he recalled the last vivid images before losing consciousness. The chaotic figure of Ming Chao, the resolute silhouette of Xiao Ying, and the cataclysmic brilliance of destruction and rebirth. How long have we been unconscious? He inquired. A day and a night, Yunji replied. The situation outside is somewhat tense. Xueran has not departed. Just then, Qian Yu and the leader, Lei Zhua, entered. Kid, You've got quite the resilience, Black Feather remarked, arms crossed, maintaining her usual poised demeanor. Do you feel capable of moving? We have little time. The leader Lejua's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Knight. Young man, from where do you hail? Why have you trespassed into the forbidden lands of Shueji, drawing such peril upon yourselves? What is the nature of the power within you? And that crystal? Knight paused for a moment. Sensing their goodwill and the gravity of the situation, he chose to respond candidly. He briefly explained that he hailed from a remote ninja village, and in a desperate attempt to cure his comrade Ming Chao, pointing to the still unconscious figure. Afflicted by an extreme bloodline ailment, he had ventured into the forbidden domain seeking the legendary object of extreme yang, inadvertently acquiring the peculiar crystal, omitting the specific fusion process, merely stating it was obtained from the forbidden land. Understanding that his intent was to save a life, Lejua's demeanor softened somewhat. The people of the Falcon Village were generally straightforward and value loyalty, and Knight's reasons earned him a modicum of goodwill. That crystal you possess is extraordinarily unique and unstable. Its presence may herald both fortune and misfortune. The target of Shueji largely revolves around it, Lejua stated solemnly. Remaining here will only invite war upon you. Knight's heart sank at this revelation. The old man's intent is not to expel you, Black Feather interjected. Rather, you must leave swiftly and return to your ninja village. The attention of Shueji is currently fixed on the eagle's nest. This is your best opportunity. She paused, turning her gaze to Knight. What do you plan to do with that crystal? It may save your companion, yet it could also bring greater calamity. Taking a deep breath, Knight declared resolutely. I require it to save my companion. As for the potential disaster, we shall bear that ourselves. Please allow us to depart. This kindness shall be remembered by Mo Rin Village. He expressed the name of his village. Mo Rin Village. Lejua pondered for a moment, seeming unfamiliar with the name. Very well. Black Feather, make the arrangements. Use the fierce wind to escort them, evading the patrol routes of Shui Run, and take them as far as possible. Understood. Black Feather nodded. As for this, Lejua said, taking the dark golden crystal from Black Feather, glancing at it before returning it to Knight, it belongs to you. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, be prudent. Just remember, power is meant to protect, not to destroy. Knight solemnly received the crystal, sensing the deep, yet stabilizing power within it, nodding earnestly. Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember it. Time was of the essence, and once Xiao Ying and the old woman awakened. Stabilizing after their ordeal, Ming Chao remained unconscious but with steady breaths. The four were swiftly arranged upon the back of the fierce wind. Yunji, the healer, prepared ample medical supplies and provisions for them. If we fly at full speed in this direction for a day, we should be able to completely exit the core influence of Shueji, Black Feather indicated towards the southwest, addressing Knight. The rest of the journey will depend on you. Miss Black Feather, Leader Lejua, and Healer Yunji, we cannot thank you enough. Knight clasped his hands in gratitude, with Xiao Ying and the old woman expressing their appreciation, though weakly. Let us go. No time to waste, Black Feather urged, giving a pat to the fierce wind. The giant bird emitted a low call, spreading its wings and soaring, carrying the four like a released arrow, bursting through the rift of the eagle's nest and swiftly disappearing into the clouds, racing towards the southwest. During their flight, Knight glanced back, faintly spotting the distant southeastern camp of Shui Ran, where wisps of smoke rose, and the enormous misty barrier with distorted light ascending from the direction of the eagle's nest. A conflict seemed to have been averted, at least for now. He turned his gaze forward, tightly clutching the dark golden crystal and the medicinal supplies gifted by the Falcon Village. The journey home had finally commenced. Days later, after navigating treacherous terrains and enduring numerous hardships, the four, weary but with steely determination in their eyes, finally beheld the familiar low walls of Mo Rin Village. The village chief, San Yizhou, had been anxiously awaiting their return at the village entrance. Upon seeing their battered state, especially with Ming Chao being carried back, the villagers were taken aback, hastily ushering them back into the village. Knight wasted no time resting, immediately delivering the dark golden crystal to the village's most knowledgeable healer, not a ninja, combining the records from the spirit healing secret record with the aid of the Falcon Village's medicines. As he began to guide the harmonized life force from the crystal to administer the final treatment for Ming Chao, the process was fraught with tension but ultimately successful. Under Knight's careful guidance and the support of the medicines, the chaotic and primal forces within the crystal successfully neutralized the deepest roots of the cold poison within Ming Chao and calmed the volatile bloodline powers, restoring balance. As the frost receded from Ming Chao and color returned to her face, accompanied by steady breaths, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. We did it. After enduring countless trials, they had finally brought back hope and saved their comrade. This adventure, though costly, yielded immense gains. They not only secured the key to saving Ming Chao, but also returned with invaluable combat experience, a budding alliance with a formidable power, the Falcon Village, and the dark golden crystal of unknown potential. Standing atop the village watchtower, Knight gazed down at the gradually revitalizing village, the hope radiating from the villagers, and his steadfast companions, Xiao Ying and the recovering Ming Chao, by his side. His resolve to strengthen Mo Rin village grew ever more resolute. The threat of Shuai had not dissipated, and the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns. Yet at this moment, the new shoots of hope had already broken through the earth. It was time to refocus on the village's growth and development. New plans were about to unfold. Chapter 73. The Mystery of the Dark Gold and the Reform of the Ninja Village. Ming Chao's successful recovery felt like a potent tonic for Mo Rin village. The villagers were exuberant, and their trust in Knight and Xiaoying reached unprecedented heights. Following the life and death trials in the Snowy Realm, Knight's prestige within the village was unparalleled, even silencing the previously conservative elder ninja, Jian Jie, who, upon witnessing Ming Chao's miraculous recovery, grew considerably more subdued and ceased to openly oppose Knight's reform proposals. After a brief celebration and period of rest, Knight did not indulge in the joy of their success, but immediately immersed himself in the village's development. He understood that the threat from Shuai loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead, and the goodwill from the Falcon Village required strength to maintain. Mo Rin village needed to grow swiftly. He first set to work on the greatest treasure yielded from their journey to the Snowy Realm, the dark golden crystal. In a specially designated underground stone chamber, equipped with a simple barrier, Knight, the village chief San Yizhou, and several middle ninjas well-versed in chakra metal and sealing techniques convened. The cracked dark golden crystal was carefully placed on the central stone platform. "Incredible!" exclaimed a middle-aged ninja named Tai Yin, skilled in forging and chakra metal identification. Adjusting his specially crafted glasses, he trembled slightly as he hovered his hands above the crystal, sensing the power within. It possessed both extreme yin release, ice, and yang release, fire, attributes, yet harmonized perfectly, emanating an almost omnipresent essence. This is definitely not a naturally formed chakra metal. Another ninja, Aoki, specializing in sealing techniques, furrowed his brow. The structure is extremely unstable, and the internal energy is at a critical point of dynamic balance. Slight external stimuli or internal energy imbalances may provoke unpredictable outcomes, ranging from catastrophic explosions to miraculous creations. He recalled the vivid imagery of destruction and rebirth within the ancestral hall, as described by Yi, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. Yi spoke in a low voice. It possesses the ability to harmonize extreme energies, even temporarily absorbing and transforming the powers of bloodline limits. I believe its value lies not solely in its intrinsic power, but also in its harmonizing properties. He proposed a bold hypothesis. If we could thoroughly study the principles behind this harmonizing characteristic, even superficially, could we apply it to the development of ninjutsu? For instance, could we achieve a more stable and efficient fusion of chakra with different attributes? Or could it be used to stabilize certain volatile bloodline limits or secret techniques? This notion sent a ripple of shock through everyone present. The transformation and fusion of chakra properties is a profound field, while stabilizing bloodline limits represents an unimaginable breakthrough. If the Ninja Village could master the related technologies, even at the most rudimentary level, its strategic significance would be incalculable. Village Chief Sanyaza breathed a bit more rapidly. "Yi, do you mean to establish a ninjutsu research department?" Yi replied resolutely, led by Uncle Taiyin and Uncle Qingmo. "We will mobilize all potential talents within the village to prioritize research on the harmonizing properties of this crystal and attempt practical applications. Simultaneously, we will integrate the black oil and dark gold stone resources we previously discovered to develop unique ninjutsu tools and tactical systems belonging to our Ninja Village." This proposal received unanimous approval from all present. A ninjutsu innovation plan centered around the harmonizing properties of dark gold crystals, combined with local resources, was officially launched in the Ninja Village. Though the path ahead is long, it undoubtedly points to a highly promising development trajectory for the village. Subsequently, Yi began to advance another crucial reform, the formalization of the ninja education system. Drawing inspiration from the 5 major ninja villages and certain experiences from Konoha, he established a tiered ninja school system tailored to the realities of the ninja village. 1. Preparatory class, ages 6 to 8, basic cultural courses, physical training, and chakra sensing initiation. 2. Lower ninja class, ages 9 to 12, systematic study of chakra extraction, control, body techniques, basic taijutsu, shuriken techniques, and an initial introduction to property change theory. 3. Intermediate ninja training class, ages 13 and above, or outstanding performers, in-depth study of advanced taijutsu, jinjutsu, various property changes and applications, team tactics, and practical tasks. The curriculum was crafted by Yi, utilizing memories from his previous life and knowledge from the secret record of spirit healing, combined with the experiences of existing ninjas in the village. He particularly emphasized the importance of chakra control, foundational medical ninjutsu, such as basic techniques for stopping bleeding and detoxification, and teamwork. He appointed the composed and patient Xiao Ying as vice principal and chief instructor, responsible for managing the educational affairs. The first batch of students included not only age-appropriate children, but also some young lower ninjas with weak foundations, all undergoing a complete overhaul. This initiative initially sparked resistance among some younger ninjas, but under the strong advocacy of Yi and Sanyazu, and as they witnessed tangible progress from systematic learning, dissenting voices quickly subsided. Meanwhile, the village's construction was progressing fervently, leveraging black oil resources. They established a rudimentary chemical workshop to attempt the purification of combustibles and create substitutes for explosive tags, though lacking the potency of the authentic ones. They organized personnel to conduct preliminary mining and screening of the dark gold stone deposits, with Tai-In responsible for studying its chakra conductivity and applications for strengthening ninja tools. The village's defensive fortifications were reinforced, and plans began to utilize the surrounding terrain to set up warning traps and defensive barriers. A capable reconnaissance team led by Yuan was dispatched to expand patrols and closely monitor surrounding movements, especially potential threats from the land of snow. The entire ninja village operated like a tightly wound machine, under Ye's planning and leadership, functioning with unprecedented efficiency and vitality. Hope and vigor filled everyone's eyes as they looked towards the future. However, Yi remained unclouded by the current smoothness. He was acutely aware that the ninja village was still fragile, lacking high-level combat power, with limited resources, and surrounded by external threats. That night, he sat alone in the newly constructed archive room, illuminated by the flickering light of an oil lamp, slowly sketching a rough map on a large piece of animal hide. It depicted a power map of the surrounding areas based on geological sensing, combined with reconnaissance intelligence. His finger paused over the point representing the ninja village before slowly moving towards several areas marked with question marks and small gathering point symbols. Resources, population, allies. He murmured, his gaze sharp. Internal reforms had commenced. Next, the focus must shift outward. The ninja village needed more resources, an increase in population, and to identify potential allies or obstacles in the complex surrounding environment. A new chapter was about to unfold. Chapter 74. The bud of expansion and the emergence of reefs while the internal reforms of the ninja village flourished. Ye's gaze had long since turned to the vast lands beyond the village, filled with opportunities and dangers. Resources, population, intelligence, potential allies, or enemies to be wary of. These are essential elements for the rise of any ninja village. After stabilizing the internal situation, Yi summoned village chief Sanyazu, Xiao Ying, and Ming Chao, who had recently recovered significantly, his ice-release bloodline having become more stable and potent due to the harmonization with dark gold crystals, along with Yuan, who was responsible for reconnaissance, for a secret meeting. Yi spread the power map of the surrounding areas on the table. The map was crude but roughly indicated the location of the ninja village, several known small rogue ninja encampments nearby, potential small resource points, such as smaller valleys, suspected mineral veins, and a few micro-ninja clans or small ninja villages, with populations under 100, that required special attention due to their ambiguous attitudes. For the village to develop, it cannot remain insular. Ye's finger traced the map. We need more resources, especially food, medicine, and minerals. We must absorb refugees and wandering ninjas to increase our population base. We also need to understand the movements of surrounding forces to avoid being passive. He proposed a cautious expansion plan. 1. Trade exploration. Organize a small trading caravan, disguised with several experienced chunin as escorts. Carrying some black oil, refined combustibles, and rough dark gold stones to the nearby, relatively neutral Hiwan town for trade, exchanging for urgently needed food, cloth, and ordinary ironware. While gathering intelligence. 2. Targeted recruitment. Send trustworthy, communication-skilled ninjas to secretly contact small, struggling groups of rogue ninjas or micro-ninja clans, attempting to attract them to join the ninja village by offering shelter, land, and relatively stable task sources. 3. Resource exploration. Dispatch a capable team to conduct on-site exploration of the suspected resource points marked on the map, confirming their value and risks. We must proceed with caution. Village Chief Sanyazu said solemnly. Our strength remains weak, and any action that exposes our intentions could provoke the vigilance or even aggression of surrounding forces, especially the hostile Numaji clan to the west and the Kusanagi group to the south. I am aware of this, he nodded. Thus, the initial phase will focus on probing and gathering intelligence, striving to avoid conflicts. The trading caravan should be small, and the value of goods should not be excessively high. Recruitment actions must be conducted secretly, with careful selection. Better to have fewer than to have many. The exploration team's primary mission will be stealth and reconnaissance. The tasks were quickly assigned. The trading caravan would be led by a seasoned chunin, with Xiaoying covertly following to provide support, as her calm demeanor and jinjutsu abilities could effectively handle unexpected situations. The recruitment mission was entrusted to Yuan and his reconnaissance team, who excel in stealth and intelligence analysis. Resource exploration was led by Ming Chao, whose ice techniques proved exceptionally effective in exploring unique environments such as caves and underwater settings. His enhanced abilities also necessitated practical training. Yi remained stationed in the village, overseeing the overall strategy, expediting internal development and ninjutsu research. Days passed amidst busy schedules and anticipation. Internal construction progressed smoothly, while the research department struggled with the enigmatic dark gold crystals. However, their faint harmonizing aura seemed to subtly benefit the ninja's chakra control training, leading to its experimental application in advanced meditation classes, showing initial promise. The educational system gradually found its footing, with noticeable advancements among the children and young ninjas. The first batch of black oil combustibles and rough dark gold stones was successfully produced. Although the craftsmanship was crude, it undoubtedly represented a significant breakthrough from nothing. Yet, reports from the dispatch teams began to return with less optimistic news. First came Ming Cao's exploration team, who discovered a suspected ore vein containing a rare accompanying metal. However, the reserves were scarce, located at the edge of a toxic marsh, making extraction perilous and fraught with risk. Complicating matters, during their withdrawal, they encountered a group of unidentified ninjas who demonstrated ruthless tactics, adept at using poisoned blow darts and traps. Ming Chao, relying on his enhanced ice techniques, managed to fend them off, but one team member was critically poisoned. Although saved, he temporarily lost combat capability. This was characteristic of the Namaki clan. Village Chief Sanyazu's expression darkened. That marsh lay at the periphery of their traditional hunting grounds. They had certainly detected our movements. Soon after, Yuan's reconnaissance team relayed their findings. They attempted to contact a small group of wandering ninjas, only to discover that the group had been suddenly attacked and nearly annihilated by a mysterious force the previous night. The evidence left behind was deliberately obscured, yet Yuan keenly identified fragments of shurikens commonly used by the Kusanagi clan and traces of fire techniques. Was someone eliminating potential threats or sending us a warning? Yuan's report carried a chilling undertone. The most concerning news came from the caravan led by Xiaoying. They had successfully reached Hiwan town, and the trading process began smoothly. However, shortly after departing, they were ambushed. The assailants disguised themselves as mountain bandits, but their tactical coordination was too refined, indicating they were well-trained ninjas. The leading jonin sacrificed himself to cover the retreat, and Xiaoying, using illusion techniques and her wits, managed to lead the remaining team members back to the village, albeit in disarray, with more than half of their supplies lost. The ambushers were formidable, at least two of them being elite jonin level. Xiaoying, still shaken, appeared pale. They were not ordinary wandering ninjas or minor factions. Their movements were swift and decisive, retreating immediately upon failure, as if they were deliberately warning us. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. The external expansion plan had just begun and was already facing setbacks, suffering losses in manpower and resources. More critically, they realized that the village of Mo Run had drawn the attention of surrounding forces. The Namaki clan, the Kusanagi, and perhaps even deeper hidden hands. Ye's fingers drummed on the table, his gaze sharp. They sensed our threat, or simply wished to extinguish this budding sprout before it could flourish. What should we do? Ming Qiao clenched his fists, an icy aura unconsciously emanating from him. Should we just cower in the village? No. Yi stood, approached the map, his expression turning cold and resolute. Retreat would only embolden them. They struck us, testing our limits and strength. He turned sharply to face the others, since gentle measures have proven ineffective. Let them witness our fangs. We require a victory, one substantial enough to deter the petty and grant us time for development. His finger decisively pointed at a treacherous gorge between Mo Rin village and Hewan town on the map, known as Duan Hoxia. This was likely the escape route of those who ambushed our caravan and lay at the edge of the Namaki clan's active territory. Yuan, intensify reconnaissance efforts in this area. I want to know if any significant targets pass through soon. Ming Qiao, expedite recovery, consolidate combat personnel, and conduct targeted tactical drills. Xiaoying, I appreciate your hard work. Summarize the ambushers' combat characteristics, identify their weaknesses and potential backing. If we strike, we must do so fiercely and accurately, inflicting pain upon them. We must ensure that all understand that Mo Rin village is not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Ye's orders were resolute, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the conference room. The facade of peaceful development shattered. Cold reality reminded them of the survival law in the ninja world, which has always been survival of the fittest. The path to Mo Rin village's rise was destined to be paved with iron and blood. Chapter 74 End. Chapter 75. The Hunt at Duan Ho and the Counterattack of the Toxic Marsh. Duan Hoxia lived up to its name. Steep, weathered cliffs flanked both sides, with only a narrow winding path for passage, serving as one of the essential routes connecting Hewan town and the western marshlands, making it an ideal ambush site. According to intelligence gathered by Yuan's reconnaissance team, who risked their lives to delve deep into the area, a small team from the Namaki clan was expected to pass through the gorge the following evening on their return to their settlement. This team was not large, comprising about 7 or 8 members, but their vigilance and the sealed containers they carried suggested they might have completed a significant transaction or delivery in Hewan town, with 1 or 2 higher-ranking individuals suspected among them. It had to be them. Ye's gaze was icy as he reviewed the intelligence. The Namaki clan's attack on the exploration team appeared to be linked to the ambush on the caravan, making them a reasonable target. The action plan was swiftly devised. Yi would lead the team personally, with Ming Qiao as the primary attacker, Xiaoying responsible for illusionary interference and control, and 5 of the most skilled chunin selected for the mission. The objective: annihilate the enemy forces, seize their supplies, and capture some alive for interrogation, prioritizing their own safety above all. As dusk approached the next day, the setting sun bled crimson, casting a ghastly red hue upon the cliffs of Duan Hoxia. The cold wind howled through the gorge, concealing all subtle sounds. The ambush team led by Yi had already concealed themselves perfectly among the crevices and shadows of the cliffs using camouflage techniques and the terrain, lying in wait like a coiled panther, patiently anticipating their prey's entry into the trap. Time passed slowly. Finally, faint footsteps and voices echoed at the gorge's entrance. A group of ninjas donned in deep brown attire, their faces smeared with paint, cautiously entered the gorge. Their movements exhibited the characteristic caution and slickness of marsh ninjas, their eyes scanning the rocky walls on either side. Among the team, 2 ninjas stood particularly vigilant, guarding a slender figure clutching a sealed metal box. Prepare. Yi issued instructions through subtle gestures. All ambush team members held their breath, chakra flowing silently. As the Namaki clan's team fully entered the narrowest segment of the ambush zone, act now. Ye's voice resonated clearly in each member's ear through chakra conduction. The first to strike was Xiaoying. She formed hand seals, her eyes flashing with light. Illusion technique, Narayana's gaze. An invisible wave of illusion instantly enveloped the team below. Although she could not control everyone at once, it was sufficient to ensnare 3 or 4 of the mentally weaker ninjas in a moment of confusion and fear, rendering them immobile. Ice style, 1,000 kill ice flight. Ming Qiao leaped down from above, his hands sweeping as countless sharp ice shards rained down like a torrential storm, precisely targeting those affected by the illusion. The sound of piercing cries erupted. 3 ninja from the Numajiri clan were instantly riddled with arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. An enemy assault. Defensive measures. The leading Numajiri Jonin reacted swiftly, forcefully tackling a fellow ninja clutching a box behind a massive boulder while simultaneously hurling several poison mist bombs. Bang! Bang! A thick, foul-smelling purple mist rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Knight had anticipated this. A Chunin adept in wind release immediately formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that, although unable to completely disperse the toxic fog, pushed it toward the canyon's far side, creating space for their assault. Seize that box. Knight commanded sharply, charging first into the thin veil of poison. Heading straight for the boulder. Naruto followed closely, her ice release chakra coalescing into a thin layer of icy armor, shielding her from any lingering toxins. 2 Numajiri Jonin erupted from behind the boulder. One thrust a poison short sword directly at Knight's heart, while the other unleashed a jet of dark green venom. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Knight was prepared, erecting an earthen barrier to block the venom while twisting his body in a perilous maneuver to evade the sword thrust, launching a kunai aimed at the assailant's throat. Meanwhile, Naruto faced another Jonin, where ice release clashed violently with the opponent's water release, creating a cacophony of hissing as cold air intertwined with toxic mist. Koyuki and the other Chunin swiftly dealt with the remaining Numajiri ninjas, still reeling from the surprise attack. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. The Numajiri were adept at utilizing poison and deceptive water and earth techniques. Yet under Knight's meticulously planned ambush and overwhelming strength, thanks in part to Naruto's enhanced ice release countering ordinary water release, they soon found themselves at a disadvantage. The small, gaunt ninja clutching the box sensed the impending doom and attempted to escape using earth release. Thinking of fleeing? Knight scoffed, having already locked onto him with his sensory abilities. Charging forward, he accelerated, weaving past the opponent's entanglements, and stomped heavily on the ground. A clever force of earth energy surged underground, instantly disrupting the assailant's earth release chakra. The petite ninja grunted as he was forced out of his escape midway, Knight's kunai already poised at his throat. On the other side, Naruto utilized her formidable ice release to completely encase the Numajiri Jonin in ice. The skirmish concluded rapidly. Aside from one Numajiri Jonin and the ninja with the box, who were intentionally spared, the rest of the enemies lay annihilated. As they cleared the battlefield, examined the bodies, and collected all ninja tools and samples of poison with great speed, Knight issued calm orders while hefting the sealed metal box, feeling its weight in his hands. However, just as one Chunin was inspecting a corpse, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The body, which should have been lifeless, suddenly convulsed, spewing forth a viscous, foul-smelling black venom directly at the Chunin's face. The proximity was too close to evade. "Watch out!" Naruto cried out, but it was too late to assist. In that critical moment, a wall of earth erupted beneath the Chunin's feet, perfectly blocking the path of the venomous spray. Hiss! The venom corroded the earthen wall with a terrifying sound, melting through much of it, yet ultimately failing to breach the barrier. It was Knight, maintaining acute focus while issuing commands, who detected the unusual chakra fluctuations from the corpse at the first opportunity. Ice prison technique. Naruto reacted with equal swiftness, completely encasing the feigning Numajiri ninja in ice. The Chunin, who had narrowly escaped, turned pale with fear, cold sweat trickling down his face. "Never let your guard down," Knight admonished sternly, casting a scrutinizing gaze over all team members, ensuring thorough checks were conducted. The team, shaken but vigilant, worked more diligently to secure the battlefield. After the scare, their actions became increasingly efficient. Soon, the area was cleared, and the 2 captives were heavily restrained. "Withdraw," Knight commanded decisively. The squad, laden with spoils and captives, swiftly vanished into the deepening night. The throat-slicing canyon returned to its eerie silence, leaving behind a few gradually cooling corpses and the remnants of battle, silently declaring the fierce retaliation of the last ninja village. Yet, unbeknownst to Knight, within the last ice-encased corpse lay a minuscule poison sac, wrapped in a special membrane, which silently ruptured due to the extreme cold. A colorless, odorless special essence slowly seeped into the ground, traversing through hidden networks deeper into the marshlands. In the core settlement of the Numajiri clan, amid caverns filled with poisonous pits and miasma, an elder, his face adorned with bizarre patterns reminiscent of venomous insects, abruptly opened his eyes. a glint of ferocity and cruelty flashing within his murky gaze. The throat-slicing canyon has been annihilated, and we've lost that, he rasped, his withered fingers crushing a bone cup. The last ninja village, very well. It seems it's time for you to taste the bitterness of 1,000 poisons. Behind him, several enormous toxic pits began to bubble ominously, as if something dreadful was about to awaken. The success of the counterattack may have simultaneously ignited the fuse to a greater storm. Chapter 75 completed. Chapter 76. The secret of the poison sac and the key within the box. The night was deep, and within the secret conference room of the core area of the last ninja village, the lights shone brightly. The confiscated sealed metal box and the special poison sac extracted from the feigning ninja were carefully placed on an isolation platform in the center of the room. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Despite their victory in the battle of the throat-slicing canyon, the sacrifice of a comrade and the final moments of peril served as a solemn reminder to all. The treachery and malice of the Numajiri clan far exceeded expectations. Let us begin, Knight intoned gravely. His gaze first fell upon the special poison sac. It was encased in an extremely thin, elastic biological membrane, containing a viscous liquid that shimmered with a ghostly green light, exuding a disquieting energy wave even after extraction. Yunji, in charge of medical research, donned specialized gloves and a mask, cautiously extracting a drop of the venom for analysis. After a brief moment, she gasped, her voice laced with disbelief. This is not merely poison. It contains an exceptionally pure release chakra and some form of biologically active spores. It resembles a living curse seal. A living curse seal? The others questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Yunji replied, her complexion paling. Should this venom infiltrate the body, it would not only inflict severe neurotoxic damage, but the spores would also feed on the victim's chakra and life force, proliferating wildly and ultimately transforming the afflicted into mindless creatures, driven solely by the urge to spread the toxic spores. Moreover, the caster seems capable of perceiving and even remotely controlling this process to some degree. The conference room fell into a stunned silence. This was an unprecedentedly wicked forbidden technique. The Numajiri clan had mastered something so horrifying. No wonder they operate with such secrecy and cruelty, murmured the village leader of Senyezu, his voice dry. This power must not be allowed to spread. Knight's gaze turned icy. It seems our conflict with the Numajiri clan has become a matter of life and death. We must find a means to counteract or even eradicate them before they can employ such nefarious methods on a large scale. He turned to Yunji. Can you analyze the weaknesses of the spores? Or develop an antidote? It's challenging and will require time, along with samples for experimentation. Yunji replied with difficulty. Furthermore, I suspect the origin of these spores is extraordinary, possibly linked to a certain ancestral secret technique or an evil entity venerated by the Numajiri clan. The clues pointed toward deeper darkness. Temporarily sealing the poison sac and classifying it as a high-level hazardous material, Knight ordered strict confidentiality before the collective gaze shifted to the sealed metal box. The box, crafted from a peculiar material, bore no locks on its surface, only intricate, seemingly naturally formed spiral patterns, subtly emanating faint chakra fluctuations. This was a seal combining bloodline and chakra inscriptions. Aoki, proficient in sealing techniques, meticulously examined it and concluded that any forced breach might trigger a self-destruction mechanism. It could only be opened with a specific chakra frequency, potentially requiring the bloodline of the Numajiri clan. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Had they risked their lives to retrieve something that remained inaccessible? Yi focused intently on the box's patterns, utilizing his unique earth perception to vaguely capture the flow of energy within them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the harmonizing properties of the dark gold crystal. Let me give it a try. He stepped forward, gently placing his hands on the box's intricate designs. Instead of attempting to replicate the Numajiri clan's chakra, he slowly drew forth a faint, primordial essence from the dark gold crystal, guiding it into the patterns. Remarkably, the once stubborn seals, which only responded to specific frequencies, reacted as if they had encountered a higher authority upon contact with this primordial essence, causing subtle shifts in the energy flow. The patterns glimmered momentarily before quickly dimming. With a soft click, the lid of the box opened slightly. They had succeeded. A mix of astonishment and joy filled the air as the onlookers regarded Yi with newfound respect. Cautiously, they opened the lid to reveal the contents within. Contrary to their expectations of gold, silver, or formidable ninja tools, The box contained only 2 items: a thick stack of peculiar animal hide paper, intricately inscribed with complex patterns and text in an ancient ink, resembling architectural blueprints yet imbued with an eerie biological essence, as if planning a living nest. In one corner, a conspicuous mark twisted like a worm. The other item was an irregularly shaped dark purple crystal, roughly the size of a palm. Within the crystal, a viscous liquid appeared to flow, radiating an energy that was 100-fold purer than the spores from the venom sac. Merely gazing at it provoked a sense of unease, as if countless whispers echoed in their ears. "What is this?" Xiaoling felt a wave of nausea. Aoki scrutinized the stack of blueprints, his expression growing increasingly grave. This appeared to be a design for a large altar or nest. Its function seemed to be gathering and amplifying a certain type of negative energy, nurturing something sinister. He pointed to some disturbing symbols on the blueprints, exclaiming, "This mark resembles one I've seen in ancient texts. It's one of the variant symbols of the cult of the evil god." The cult of the evil god. Village chief Sanyabozu turned pale, recognizing the sinister sect that worshipped madness and destruction, long eradicated by the allied nations. How could the Numajiri clan be entangled with them? Meanwhile, Mingqiao fixated on the dark purple crystal, feeling a strong repulsion and alertness from his ice-release bloodline. This stone was perilous. Its power was both alluring and consuming. Yi grasped the crystal, its surface cool and slick, the whispers within seeming to burrow into his mind. Yet, his formidable mental fortitude and the chaotic essence within him dispelled the discomfort. In that moment, he comprehended many things. The Numajiri clan was likely not merely an insular and combative ninja clan. They may have colluded with remnants of the revived cult of the evil god, secretly constructing a horrifying facility, and this crystal could very well be the key energy source or catalyst. The spores within the venom sac might merely be a derivative of this crystal's power. What they had intercepted was crucial evidence and items of an astonishing conspiracy. Immediately seal all information. Today's events must not be disclosed. He commanded, his tone more serious than ever. He realized that the ninja village had inadvertently been drawn into a colossal vortex far beyond its own scale. The crystal and the blueprints were both a hot potato and potentially a monumental opportunity. If they could unravel the secrets within, they might discover a method to counter the Numajiri clan or even the cult of the evil god, and gain unimaginable power or knowledge from it. But first, they must navigate through the immediate crisis. The Numajiri clan would not take the loss of such critical items lightly. Ye's gaze sharpened. They would likely retaliate with reckless abandon, even risking exposure of their ties to the cult of the evil god. Activate the highest state of combat readiness immediately. All defensive fortifications must be prepared for battle. Patrol ranges must be doubled. He turned his attention to the dark purple crystal and the blueprints. Yunji, Aoki, concentrate all resources on prioritizing the study of this crystal and the venom sac. I need to know their weaknesses. Taiyan, gather a team to analyze these blueprints. Identify any potential flaws in this structure. We must find a weapon for counterattack before they launch a full-scale assault. The ninja village, a fledgling ninja settlement, was forced to confront a potentially life-and-death storm far earlier than anticipated. In their hands lay the key to opening the tempest. Yet it might also serve as the fuse for their own demise. Chapter 76 complete. Chapter 77. Whispering Dark Crystal and the Iron Wall of the Ninja Village. The dark purple crystal was dubbed the Corrupted Heart Crystal, while the stack of blueprints was referred to as the Nest Design. They were relocated to the innermost depths of the village, housed in a subterranean sanctuary personally designed by Yi and fortified with multiple barriers, where a research team led by Yunji and Aoki worked tirelessly day and night to analyze them. However, progress was agonizingly slow and fraught with peril. The low temperatures and energy fluctuations emitted by the corrupted heart crystal posed a severe test to the researchers' mental fortitude. Even with barriers in place, prolonged exposure led to auditory hallucinations, anxiety, and inexplicable violent impulses. 2 young research assistants nearly came to blows in the laboratory and had to be forcibly isolated for rest. Through repeated experiments, Yunji managed to confirm that the energy of the corrupted heart crystal was indeed derived from the same source as the toxic spores. Yet its purity surpassed all expectations, almost qualifying it as the progenitor of all toxic spores. It appeared to absorb negative emotions and life energy, continuously enhancing itself, and exhibited an eerie affinity and contaminative properties towards water release, especially water imbued with life energy. It resembled a living, ravenous abyss. Yunji reported wearily, her eyes sunken, stating that conventional antidotes were completely ineffective. Perhaps only extreme yang release flames or equally extreme ice release capable of freezing energy itself might yield results. She cast a glance at Mingqiao. Mingqiao attempted to channel ice release chakra to make contact with the corrupted heart crystal. The surface of the crystal quickly developed a layer of frost, and the internal flow appeared to slow somewhat. Yet the whispers grew sharper and more piercing, seemingly agitated. Clearly, his ice release was insufficient to fully freeze it at present. Meanwhile, Aoki's investigation into the nest design was even more chilling. He discovered that it was not merely a simple architectural blueprint, but rather a design for a biological weapon cultivation chamber. The structure depicted in the blueprints could gather the Earth's negative veins and water sources, utilizing the power of the corrupted heart crystal to cultivate and enhance those terrifying toxic spores on a large scale, potentially even birthing some horrific spore creature. They were not constructing an altar, they were building a factory, a nest capable of continuously producing an army of poisonous beings. Aoki spoke with dread. We must stop them. The consequences of completion would be unthinkable. All this intelligence weighed heavily on the upper echelons of the ninja village. Externally, the village's combat readiness had reached its zenith. Every available ninja was mobilized, with round-the-clock patrols and expanded vigilance to the utmost limits, utilizing black oil and dark gold stones. Numerous rudimentary yet practical traps were strategically positioned along the vital paths surrounding the village. These included black oil traps, poisoned dark goldstone spikes, and enhanced triggering explosive talismans. The village walls were further reinforced, and several watchtowers were erected. Knight, drawing upon vague memories from his past life, guided the villagers in excavating simple underground shelters for emergencies. Inside, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. Knight's stature and previous victories fostered a sense of unity among the villagers, who, despite their fears, remained composed. The students of the Shinobi Academy spontaneously organized logistics teams to assist in transporting supplies and caring for the wounded. Knight himself worked tirelessly, stationed at the command center, his vast perception scanning the surroundings like a radar, while also keeping an eye on research advancements and the village's defenses. The intensity of his labor and the weight of pressure etched lines of fatigue across his brow, yet his gaze grew ever sharper. He understood that the swamp-dwelling clan, or rather the remnants of the malevolent cult behind them, would not wait. Retaliation could strike at any moment. Indeed, on the fifth night following the incident at the throat-cutting gorge, Knight's perceptive edge detected an unusually dense and malevolent chakra response surging quietly from the swamp, far exceeding any previous encounters. Among them were several exceptionally large and distorted presences. They have arrived. Knight sprang to his feet, his voice resonating throughout the command system, calling for the highest alert. Everyone, assume your positions as per the established plan. This is not a test, it is a full-scale assault. The piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the night sky. The recently revitalized shinobi village of Monin transformed into a tautly coiled steel porcupine, bearing its fangs. Villagers swiftly took refuge in the underground shelters. The ninjas took their places, weapons at the ready, chakra surging, their eyes fixed anxiously on the darkness beyond the village. From the distant shadows came a rustling sound, unnerving and reminiscent of countless insects scuttling. A faint, foul-smelling purple miasma began to permeate the air. The first wave of attack did not come from ninjas, but from countless swamp beasts infected by toxic spores, their eyes glowing red as they charged madly, including massive crocodiles, venomous snakes, and oversized swamp rats. They became the vanguard, fearlessly crashing into the trap-laden area outside the village. Boom, boom, sizzle. The black oil ignited, forming a wall of fire that engulfed the beasts. The poisoned dark goldstone spikes pierced their paws, spreading venom swiftly. The enhanced explosive talismans detonated in rapid succession, sending severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying. The battlefield was instantly cloaked in flames and the howls of the dying beasts. However, these creatures were merely an appetizer. Following closely were dozens of swamp ninjas, hiding behind the miasma and beasts, beginning to weave their seals. Water release, toxic mist fountain. Earth release, swamp quagmire. The noxious fog attempted to suppress the wall of fire and turn the ground outside the village into a muddy quagmire. Even more alarmingly, they began summoning massive swamp tentacles to strike directly at the village walls. Wind release, gale, disperse the toxic mist. Earth release, earth wall, reinforce the ground. Attack team, fire at will, prevent them from advancing. Knight's calm voice transmitted through chakra, precisely issuing commands. Naruto stood atop the walls, his hands sweeping, conjuring a barrage of ice spikes and arrows that, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ruthlessly harvested the swamp ninjas attempting to summon tentacles or unleash large-scale ninjutsu. The extreme cold effectively countering their water and poison techniques. Xiaoying darted about, using illusions to disrupt the enemy's coordination and tending to the injured comrades. The battle escalated to a fever pitch from the very start, with the advantage of terrain and Knight's precise leadership. Monin Village managed to hold off the relentless tide of attacks, albeit under immense pressure, with casualties beginning to mount. At that moment, those exceptionally large and distorted presences finally moved. 3 figures glided through the battlefield like phantoms, ignoring ordinary attacks, directly charging towards the village's main entrance. They were clad in thick, writhing spore armor, their eyes flashing with inhuman red light, exuding a nauseating aura akin to that of the corrupted heart crystal. They were enhanced poison warriors. They have come. Knight's gaze sharpened. Naruto, Xiaoying, follow me. Block them. The climax of the decisive battle had finally arrived. The speed of the 3 poison warriors was astonishing, gliding just above the ground, leaving behind a trail of eerie purple-black soil that reeked of decay. Ordinary ninja attacks against their spore armor proved futile, often absorbed or rebounding some of the damage. Get away, shouted a gate-guarding chunin from Monin, swinging his sword, only for it to be caught bare-handed by one of the warriors. The purple-black spores rapidly spread up his arm, and the chunin screamed in agony as his skin began to rot, perilously close to meeting the same fate as a previous victim. Ice release, icebound tomb. Naruto arrived just in time, slamming his palms onto the ground. An extreme cold ice layer swiftly spread across the ground, freezing the lower half of the poison warrior along with the infected chunin. Though unable to completely eliminate the foe, it temporarily halted the spread of the spores and their movement. Another poison warrior unleashed a torrent of viscous, living black venom aimed at the defensive structures on the walls. If contaminated, not only would the structures erode, but the ninjas atop them would be in grave danger. Earth release, multiple earth walls. Knight pressed his hands against the ground, raising 3 earthen barriers in succession. Yet the venom was highly corrosive. The first wall was instantly breached, and the second quickly thinned. Illusion mirage. Xiaoying's figure appeared on the flank, her illusion causing the poison warrior's trajectory to veer slightly, allowing the deadly venom to graze past the last earth wall, crashing into the ground behind, corroding a hissing pit. The third poison warrior was the most peculiar. Instead of directly attacking, he pressed his hands against the ground, the spores writhing, connecting with the earth. In an instant, the land around him rapidly turned to swamp, and numerous tentacles made of poisonous spores and sludge erupted from the ground, wildly striking at the surrounding ninjas while attempting to destroy the village's foundation. We must interrupt him. Knight's expression changed as he sensed the abnormal flow of chakra beneath the ground. Naruto, freeze the ground. Xiaoying, disrupt their casting. Everyone else, provide cover. The command was issued, and the team sprang into action. Naruto's ice release was fully unleashed, fiercely clashing with the enemy's swampification ability. The ice layers and muddy pits alternating, producing hissing sounds. Xiaoying's illusions acted like invisible needles, persistently interfering with the poison warrior's chakra control. Other ninjas desperately attacked the writhing poisonous mud tentacles. Yet, the strength of these 3 poison warriors far exceeded that of ordinary jonin, especially their near-immortal recovery and terrifying infection capabilities, making the battle exceedingly difficult for Monin Village. Despite Knight's precise command, the absolute disparity in power began to reveal itself, and vulnerabilities emerged in their defenses. One poison warrior withstood several shurikens, breaking through the blockade, his spore-covered claws lunging directly at Xiaoying's back, who was maintaining her illusion. Xiaoying. Naruto cried out, wanting to rush to her aid but was ensnared by another foe. Knight's eyes widened in desperation, wishing to rescue her but unable to reach in time. Just as the situation grew dire, a small figure barreled into the poison warrior from the side like a cannonball. It was the chunin who had been saved by Naruto's ice, a victim who had somehow broken free of the ice confinement. Half of his arm was still rotting. Yet with his other hand, he clutched the enemy fiercely, opening his mouth to reveal a resolute smile as he bit into the spore armor at the warrior's neck. Let us die together, you bastard. The residual chakra within him surged back violently, erupting. Boom. The intense explosion engulfed both the poison warrior and himself entirely. The flames and shockwaves temporarily drove back the surrounding foes. Ryotaro. Xiaoying gazed at the blazing inferno, her voice choked with grief. a fleeting respite bought at the cost of life. Yi suppressed his sorrow, his mind racing. Conventional attacks proved ineffective. They must identify their weaknesses. The corrupted heart crystal. Their power emanated from the corrupted heart crystal. Strike precisely at their chests. That is where the energy is most concentrated. Yi bellowed. This was the conclusion he had drawn. Without hesitation, Mingqiao abandoned her struggle with the enemy before her, forming hand seals as chakra surged wildly throughout her body. Ice release. Extreme ice piercing. A razor-sharp shard of ice, exuding an absolute chill, materialized in an instant, soaring towards the poison warrior's chest with astonishing speed. The poison warrior seemed to sense the impending threat as his spore armor writhed and thickened frantically. Splat! The extreme ice piercing indeed pierced through the defenses, embedding itself deeply in his chest. Although it did not completely penetrate, the terrifying chill instantly permeated, causing the spores on his body to slow their writhing. And the process of turning into sludge was forcibly interrupted. Effective. The morale of the team surged. However, the two remaining poisoned warriors, witnessing this, charged with renewed ferocity. One of them even recklessly dashed towards the village's interior, attempting to directly infect the ordinary villagers. The defensive line was once again in jeopardy. Yi looked at the dark golden crystal he had kept close, now depleted of energy due to previous research, its surface cracked. A wild thought surged within him. Harmonize. It could harmonize extreme energies. The energy of the corrupted heart crystal was undoubtedly an extreme negative force. He abruptly pulled out the dark golden crystal, heedless of everything, pouring what little chakra he had left into it. Respond to me, he roared. As if in response to his will, the dark golden crystal trembled violently. From the cracks on its surface erupted an unprecedented grayish-white light, neither dazzling nor scorching, yet imbued with a sense of chaotic inclusiveness. This light was not intense, but it seemed to carry the power of some underlying order, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The chakra within everyone momentarily stuttered. The three poison warriors reacted even more violently. Their spore armor twisted and contracted as if encountering a natural enemy, emitting sharp, unearthly shrieks. The dense, dark purple energy in their chests was continuously dispelled by the grayish-white light, akin to snow meeting the sun. Their movements became rigid and agonized, their strength drastically diminished. Now is the time. Attack with all your might. Yi seized this precious opportunity, issuing a loud command. Mingqiao, Xiaoying, and all the remaining ninjas immediately took action, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the suffering poison warriors. Kunai, ninjutsu, explosive tags, especially Mingqiao's ice release and Xiaoying's mental illusions, finally proved lethal under the weakening effects of the dark golden radiance. Amidst a series of explosions and the shattering of ice crystals, the three powerful poison warriors were finally vanquished, reduced to writhing remnants of spores gradually losing vitality. The glow of the dark golden crystal quickly dimmed, the cracks on its surface deepening, becoming as dull as ordinary stone. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. The remaining Numaji ninjas, witnessing the demise of their strongest poison warrior, succumbed to despair and began to retreat in panic. The ninja village had withstood the assault. Yet, no one bore the joy of victory. Only the exhaustion of survival and sorrow for lost comrades lingered on their faces. Yi knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, gazing at the nearly ruined dark golden crystal in his hand, then at the devastated village stained with blood, his expression profoundly complex. This victory had come at an exorbitant cost. He was acutely aware that the threat of the corrupted heart crystal and the evil god cult was far from over. What had arrived tonight was perhaps merely the tip of the iceberg. The path to the rise of the ninja village was destined to be fraught with thorns and sacrifice. Chapter 78 and Chapter 79, Marks of Sacrifice and the Distant Pipes of the Wind. The price of victory was suffocatingly heavy. As the sun rose, dispelling the chill of night, it could not erase the pervasive sorrow and bloodshed enveloping the ninja village. The villagers emerged from their underground shelters, surveying the ravaged village. The charred earth, congealed blood, and the familiar figures draped in white cloth, their sobs resonating in waves. The list of the fallen was swiftly compiled, including the Chunin Ryotaro, who had sacrificed himself to save Xiaoying. A total of 9 ninjas had perished, including 2 promising young genin. The number of seriously injured exceeded 20, with nearly everyone sustaining some form of injury. This was a grievous loss for the already small population of the ninja village. Ye's heavy footsteps traversed the makeshift mortuary. Each white cloth he lifted felt like a knife slicing through his heart. These faces, some young and innocent, others weathered by time, had placed their trust in him, followed him, and entrusted their lives to this village, only to now lie as cold corpses. He approached Ryotaro's remains, which could no longer be called remains, reduced to charred fragments and debris. Ye's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he felt nothing. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice hoarse and pained. Xiao Ying, with reddened eyes, silently stood beside him, gently placing a wildflower down. Ming Xiao also approached, fury and sorrow filling his ice-blue eyes, the cold aura emanating from him causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Village Chief Senyazu appeared to have aged significantly overnight, leaning on his cane, gazing at the grieving villagers and the ruined village, tears streaming down his face. After a simple morning ceremony, the survivors, suppressing their grief, began to clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and repair the damaged walls and homes. No one complained. Only a silent and resolute determination permeated their actions. The anguish of losing loved ones transformed into the strength to protect their remaining home. Ye's heart endured an unprecedented torment. The weight of leadership, the sting of sacrifice, and worries about the future nearly overwhelmed him. Yet, he understood he could not falter. He was the pillar of the village, the hope for all. He forced himself to regain composure, gathering all the remaining jonin and chunin. They assessed all losses, prioritizing the repair of defensive structures and medical facilities. The compensation for the fallen was to be implemented immediately, with standards raised to the highest level. Their families would be supported by the village until the end. The seriously injured would receive treatment at any cost. Yunji, if supplies are insufficient, compile a list. I will find a solution. Increase patrols and vigilance. Although the Numaji have retreated, they may very well return. A series of clear and calm directives were issued, stabilizing the anxious hearts of the people. After addressing the urgent matters, he found himself alone in the underground sanctuary. The dark golden crystal lay on the isolation platform at the center, its glow completely faded, cracks covering its surface, appearing as though it would shatter with the slightest touch. To withstand the power of the corrupted heart crystal and to trigger that crucial radiance, it had nearly exhausted its final strength. He gently caressed the rough surface of the crystal, filled with gratitude and guilt. It had turned the tide of battle at a critical moment, yet had now reached its end. Is there any possibility of recovery? He inquired of the weary Yunji and Aoki beside him. Yunji shook her head. Its structure is too severely damaged. The internal energy cycle has nearly collapsed completely. Conventional methods may not suffice. Aoki pondered. Perhaps there is not entirely no hope. Its essence embodies a harmonious entity of extraordinarily high energy. If one could find something that shares its origin or can provide vast, pure energy for nourishment, perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. For instance, the ultimate natural energies. Or perhaps the dragon veins. The mere thought of dragon veins stirred something within Yi, recalling the vague sensing of the Earth's energy he had encountered previously. Yet, that notion was too ethereal and fraught with peril. First, he must strive to nurture it, and seek methods to do so. Yi carefully stowed away the crystal. It had saved the village, and they could not forsake it. At that moment, Yuan, dragging her injured form, brought forth fragmented intelligence extracted from a captured ninja of the Numajiri clan, who had been interrogated regarding the box. The information confirmed previous conjectures. The Numajiri clan was indeed colluding with a remnant organization of an evil cult known as the Rebirth Sect. Both the corrupted heart crystal and the map to their lairs originated from this organization. Their aim was to construct multiple incubation nests in the southern region of the Windhelm Mountains to cultivate an army of poisonous spores. This attack on the End Ninja village was not only to reclaim the box, but also to test the combat capabilities of their poison warriors and eliminate this potentially troublesome neighbor. What was even more disconcerting was that, according to the faint conversations overheard by the captive, the small factions like the End Ninja village that had been subjected to testing or cleansing were not isolated incidents. The activities of the Rebirth sect could extend far beyond what was initially imagined. The crisis was far from over. The End Ninja village resembled a frail boat amidst a tumultuous storm, vulnerable to being engulfed by even greater waves at any moment. However, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, an unexpected turn of events arrived quietly, accompanied by the melodious sound of a bagpipe. Days later, a small merchant convoy appeared at the outskirts of the End Ninja village. They bore the banner of Riverbend Town, yet they were not ordinary traders. Leading them was a well-dressed, astute middle-aged man, flanked by several capable guards. They had been drawn by the commotion from the Battle of the Throat-Cutting Gorge and the previous night's conflict. As a neutral trading hub, Riverbend Town was well informed and had evidently learned that the ninja village not only withstood the pressure from the Numajiri clan, but had even counterattacked and obtained some form of spoils, or so it was speculated. The middle-aged man claimed to represent the Riverbend Town Merchant Association, expressing an intention for trade cooperation. He was not only willing to provide the ninja village with urgently needed food, medicine, and common ironware, but also hinted that if the village could offer some unique products, such as effective black oil combustibles or intelligence regarding the Numajiri clan, they would be willing to pay a higher price and offer additional assistance, such as information sharing and even introducing other small factions that shared concerns about the Numajiri clan and certain evil cults. Was this a timely assistance or an opportunistic plunder? Or was there another ulterior motive? Yi observed the seemingly sincere smile of the merchant leader, an alarm ringing in his heart. Yet he also perceived a flicker of potential to break the village's isolation. The distant wind had begun to blow, carrying the sweet scent of trade along with unknown risks. The ninja village stood at a new crossroads. Chapter 80. The Bridge of Trade. In the watchful eyes and the shadows, the arrival of the Riverbend Town merchant convoy stirred ripples within the ninja village, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters. Was it an opportunity or a trap? Heated debates ensued in the conference room. Do not trust them. The people of Riverbend Town are notoriously profit-driven. Who knows if they are merely taking advantage of our recent battle to plunder or to gather intelligence? Kenji slammed his hand on the table, his stance unwavering. Having endured sacrifices, he held a profound suspicion of any outsiders. But we are in dire need of medicine and food. The severely injured cannot wait. Furthermore, if we can trade with them for essential supplies and possibly establish a stable trade route, it could be crucial for the village's long-term development. Countered a middle-ranking ninja responsible for logistics. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the lengthy list of material shortages. They mentioned introducing other factions, Xiaoing calmly analyzed. This could be an opportunity to break our current isolation and perhaps find potential allies. Of course, risks are equally present. All eyes eventually turned to Yi, the final decision-maker. He remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping the table. He had sensed the merchant representative and his guards. Their strength was considerable. Yet there was no discernible malicious chakra fluctuation, merely the shrewdness and caution of merchants. As a neutral trading hub, Riverbend Town's credibility was its foundation. The likelihood of direct armed robbery was minimal, yet the chance of covert traps, price manipulation, and intelligence extraction was highly probable. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Yi finally spoke, his voice steady. To refuse would mean we remain stagnant, facing the Numajiri clan and the impending threat of the evil cult alone, with scarce resources and a bleak future. To accept might open new avenues, but it could also invite danger into our midst. He stood, sweeping his gaze across the assembly. The ninja village requires development. We cannot remain perpetually closed off. We may engage, but we must be fully prepared. He made his decision. 1. Agree to engage in limited trade. Initially exchanging a small quantity of black oil combustibles and some inconsequential publicly available intelligence about the swamp environment, after processing, for urgently needed medicine and food. 2. Designate a specific area outside the village for the trade, with Mingqiao leading an elite team to maintain covert vigilance. Should anything go awry, the transaction would be immediately severed. 3. Assign Xiaoying to primarily handle negotiations. Her keen mind and calm demeanor made her adept at maneuvering. Yi himself would not directly intervene, preserving an air of mystery and intimidation. 4. Tentatively inquire about other factions harboring concerns about the Numajiri clan and the evil cult, but refrain from actively seeking alliances. Focusing solely on intelligence gathering. With the strategy established, the group dispersed to execute their tasks. The negotiation process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Mr. Corey, the Merchant Association representative, proved to be a shrewd businessman. After evaluating the effects of the black oil combustibles, which were astonishingly effective against common bandits and beasts, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes, though he maintained a facade of indifference as he pressed for lower prices. Xiaoying argued persuasively, skillfully navigating the discussions, ultimately securing an exchange agreement that, while not optimal for the ninja village, alleviated their immediate crisis. During casual conversation, Mr. Corey inadvertently revealed that several small settlements located in the southern region of the Windhowl Mountains, near the marshlands, had recently suffered mysterious attacks, leaving the populace in a state of unrest. He even hinted at a small ninja clan named the Forest Shadows. which seemed to be investigating similar incidents and expressed dissatisfaction with the expansion of the Namajiri clan. In the shadows, Yi took note of this name as Xiaoying relayed the information. The first transaction was successfully completed. A cart laden with medicine and food entered the ninja village, greatly alleviating the village's plight and ushering in a breath of external vitality. However, Yi did not let his guard down. He ordered Yuan's team to discreetly follow Mr. Corey's convoy until they had completely exited the influence of the ninja village. The results of the surveillance were intriguing. After departing, Mr. Corey's convoy did not directly return to Riverbend Town, but instead briefly met with another group in a secluded valley en route. This group operated covertly, their attire and demeanor not typical of merchants, resembling more that of ninjas, yet lacking any obvious insignia of power. Whom were they meeting? Ye's brow furrowed in concern as he listened to the report. The waters of Riverbend Town appeared to run deeper than expected. Meanwhile, within the ninja village, the influx of supplies accelerated recovery and construction. The Ninja Technique Development Department, lacking direct assistance from dark gold crystals, began to delve into the refinement of black oil and its applications in explosives, as well as the foundational enchantments of dark gold stones and the enhancement of ninja tools. Achieving some practical progress, the educational system gradually resumed, with children, having experienced the ravages of war, dedicating themselves to their training with renewed fervor. One night, as he studied maps in the archives, attempting to ascertain the possible location of the forest shadows, a faint tapping sound suddenly echoed from outside the window. He instantly became alert, gripping a shuriken in hand. Outside the window, a fleeting silhouette darted past, and a small object was tossed inside, only for the figure to vanish like smoke, moving with astonishing speed. He carefully picked up the item, which turned out to be a talisman ingeniously folded from vibrant green leaves, inscribed with the faintest juice-forming two characters, caution and friendship. There was no signature, but a trace of life-giving chakra lingered faintly. As he gazed at this leaf talisman, he recalled Mr. Corey's mention of the hidden forest, and clarity washed over him. The warning likely came from the people of the hidden forest. They had learned of the interactions between the ninja village and River Bay Town and issued a caution. Did caution and friendship imply general caution in dealings, or specifically warn against the River Bay Town Merchant Guild? River Bay Town, the enigmatic contact, and the warning from the hidden forest. Ninja Village seemed to have unwittingly become the focal point of several undercurrents. Yi sensed an invisible net tightening around him, and he had to find a path to survival, even a path to ascendancy for the village amidst this intricate situation. He clenched the leaf talisman tightly, his gaze once again fixed on the map, his eyes becoming more profound and sharp. Chapter 81. The Invitation of the Forest and the Pact of Shadows. The talisman inscribed with caution and friendship rippled through Ye's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Was the enigmatic hidden forest clan friend or foe? Was their warning directed at River Bay Town or something else entirely? The ninja village was in dire need of external information and potential allies, yet every step had to be navigated with utmost caution. He intensified reconnaissance efforts, particularly monitoring the movements of the River Bay Town merchant convoy in the southern forest region. Simultaneously, he instructed Xiaoying to subtly express the village's concerns about stabilizing trade during the next transaction with River Bay Town, while indirectly inquiring about other minor factions in the south, keenly observing their reactions. Several days later, Yuan's team returned with significant news. While conducting reconnaissance at the southern forest's edge, they had inadvertently discovered an extremely concealed marking that resonated with the chakra essence from the leaf talisman. The mark pointed deep into the forest. This was an invitation, or perhaps a test, to go or not to go. The risks were evident. It could be a trap, a snare set by the hidden forest. Yet, the opportunity was equally enticing. It might be the sole chance to establish contact with a potential ally and gather invaluable intelligence about River Bay Town, the Marsh clan, and the cult of the malevolent deity. I must go. Yi made his decision. The ninja village could no longer afford to wait passively. This was an opportunity worth the risk. It's too dangerous. Village Chief Sanyabozu was the first to oppose. You are the pillar of the village. You cannot take such risks lightly. Because I am the leader, certain risks must be borne by me, Yi replied resolutely. I will prepare adequately. Ming Xiao, you will accompany me. Xiaoying, the village is temporarily in your and Uncle Jinjia's care. Raise the alert. He chose to have Ming Xiao accompany him, partly due to her enhanced strength. Her ice release could exert control in the forest environment. Moreover, her straightforward nature would, in certain instances, better avoid verbal traps than the more astute Xiaoying. Once thoroughly prepared, Yi and Ming Chao stealthily entered the vast southern forest, guided by the marking. The forest was dense with towering ancient trees, the light dim and filled with the scent of damp earth and myriad natural sounds, making it easy to lose one's way. Yet, the markings seemed to possess a unique natural energy, resonating faintly with Ye's earth sense, guiding them onward. After weaving through the forest for about half a day, a vast clearing opened before them. In the center stood several peculiar tree houses, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding trees and almost indistinguishable from the forest itself. This was the dwelling place of the hidden forest. Figures descended silently from the treetops, blocking their path, clad in garments woven from leaves and vines. Their faces concealed by wooden masks, they held wooden bows or staffs, their presence perfectly harmonizing with the forest. The leader, tall and imposing, stepped forward. The intricate patterns on his mask hinted at his status. His voice resonated with the echoes of the forest as he spoke, leader of the Ninja village. You possess greater courage than we anticipated. Yi sensed no immediate hostility from them and responded calmly, friends of the hidden forest, there must be deeper meaning behind this invitation. The leader of the hidden forest ninjas said no more and turned to lead them. Yi and Ming Chao followed him into the largest treehouse. Inside, the treehouse was spacious, exuding the fragrant scent of wood, with light filtering through cleverly designed openings, soft and bright. An elderly man sat upon a central wooden stump, unmasked. His kind face contrasted by deep, penetrating eyes that seemed to see through one's soul. His chakra was robust and vibrant, subtly connected to the entire forest. I am Elder Mushin, the acting elder of the hidden forest, he began slowly. Welcome to the hidden forest, leader Yi of the Ninja village. And the boy of ice release. Yi felt a chill in his heart. They were evidently well informed about them. Elder Mushin, I appreciate the prior warning. May I ask why you have summoned us? Elder Mushin gestured for them to sit, exhaling deeply. The wind-howling mountains are rife with undercurrents. The Marsh clan has colluded with malevolent forces, harboring ill intentions. As those who live in seclusion, we too cannot remain untouched. He candidly outlined the conspiracies of the Marsh clan and the remnants of the cult of the malevolent deity, detailing their horrific plans to construct hatching nests. The information he provided exceeded what the Ninja village had previously known. River Bay Town is not as simple as it appears, Elder Mushin continued. The guild leader, Corey, is a pure merchant, driven by profit. Yet, behind him lurks a distant force influencing events from the shadows, seeking to stir up chaos under the guise of trade for their own gain. Your interactions with them require utmost caution. In that instant, Yi comprehended the meaning behind caution and friendship. Why did the elder choose to contact us? Yi inquired. Because you have demonstrated strength and resilience, Elder Mushin's gaze sharpened. You repelled the Marsh clan's assault and even destroyed their significant possessions. You hold value as allies, and more importantly, you currently remain unbound by any party, sharing a common enemy. He proposed an alliance, to covertly unite, sharing intelligence regarding the Marsh clan, the cult, and River Bay Town, providing mutual support when necessary. However, the hidden forest would not publicly take sides, maintaining their reclusive stance. This was a proposal grounded in pragmatic interests, devoid of sentiment, clear and direct. Yi pondered for a moment. The intelligence network of the hidden forest and their strength within the woods were vital for the Ninja village. Conversely, the combat prowess and strategic location of the Ninja village were evidently valued by them. Agreed, Yi extended his hand. The Ninja village accepts this pact. We shall share information, lend mutual aid, and confront the threats posed by the Marsh clan and the cult together. Elder Mushin's aged hand clasped Yes, sealing a silent agreement. Just as Yi and Ming Chao prepared to take their leave, Elder Mushin casually added, Leader Yi, you seem to carry something quite intriguing. It is in pain and hunger. Care for it well, and it may become the key. Ye's heart jolted. He was referring to the nearly ruined dark gold crystal. Could the hidden forest sense its condition? It seemed this collaboration held deeper implications than he had imagined. With a secret pact and new enigmas in their possession, Yi and Ming Chao departed from the treehouse of the Forest of Concealment, embarking on their journey home. Meanwhile, after their departure, Elder Mushin sat quietly within the treehouse, contemplating for a long while before murmuring to himself, the earth, the extreme ice, and that thread of chaotic vitality. This Endure village may indeed carve a different path amidst the turmoil. The forest remained silent, as if concealing endless secrets. Chapter 82. The interweaving of intelligence and the dawn of forging bearing the secret agreement with the Forest of Concealment, Yi and Ming Chao returned safely to Endure village. The outcome of this meeting exceeded expectations. Not only did they confirm detailed intelligence on the enemy and acquire invaluable warnings, but more importantly, Endure Village was no longer a solitary warrior, despite this ally lurking in the shadows. Yi promptly summoned the core members to brief them on the encounter with the Forest of Concealment and the contents of the agreement. Details regarding the dark gold crystal were omitted. The news invigorated the assembly, yet the complexity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. Based on the intelligence provided by Elder Mushin and the continuous reconnaissance by the Yuanshi team, a clearer picture of the surrounding circumstances began to unfold. The Zhaoqi clan and the Church of Rebirth. It was confirmed that at least 3 incubation nests were under construction, situated in extremely concealed locations, deep within the poisonous marsh, an abandoned mine, and a cluster of caves near an underground river. Their activities were frequent, capturing wandering ninjas and nearby villagers as sustenance, with their influence expanding rapidly. Huiwan Town, the guild leader, Kori, indeed had contact with an external force. The Yuanshi team ventured deep into reconnaissance, capturing traces of the mysterious ninjas who interacted with Kori, noticing a faint mark reminiscent of a whirlwind upon their ninja tools. Upon comparing ancient texts, Qingmu preliminarily deduced that it likely pertained to a covert force from the small nation of Whirlwind Country, renowned for its commercial and intelligence networks in the north. Whirlwind Country has always maintained neutrality, yet its underground intelligence activities and clandestine influence should not be underestimated. Other minor factions, aside from the Forest of Concealment, several small ninja clans or settlements similar to Endure Village existed in the vicinity, most of which felt uneasy about the expansion of the Zhaoqi clan. However, they were either infiltrated or adopted a wait-and-see attitude, akin to scattered sand. The enemy was powerful and concealed, potential disruptors lurked in the shadows, and prospective allies harbored reservations. They could not passively await intelligence from the Forest of Concealment. They must take the initiative to strike, weaken the enemy, and bolster themselves. Thus, a tone was established. The primary objective was set on those 3 incubation nests. But a direct assault would be tantamount to striking stone with an egg. The final strategy was determined: harassment and sabotage. The Yuanshi reconnaissance team was tasked with precisely locating and monitoring the movements of the nests. Ming Xiao and Xiaoying would take turns leading elite squads to execute long-range harassment missions, utilizing black oil incendiaries and enhanced detonating talismans to damage the outer facilities and building materials of the nests from a distance. They would ambush small convoys of the Zhaoqi clan transporting sustenance and supplies, and cast specially crafted, potent purification powders devised by Yunji downstream of the water sources surrounding the nests. Though they could not eradicate the spores, they would cause significant interference and trouble. This hit-and-run tactic, while unable to destroy the nests, significantly delayed the enemy's construction progress, drained their manpower and resources, and continuously exerted psychological pressure, causing the Zhaoqi clan and the Church of Rebirth considerable vexation. Concurrently, internal development was elevated to unprecedented heights. Ye's sense of crisis propelled him to implement a series of more radical, yet effective measures. 1. Ninjutsu Forging Program. Inspired by the dark gold crystal, though the crystal was nearly obsolete, its principles endured. Yi required all ninjas of the Chunin rank and above to begin experimenting with the fusion of chakra nature transformations. Even the simplest attempts at fire release, a fusion of fire and wind, or further development of ice release, water and wind, with Ming Xiao as a benchmark, were encouraged, as well as theoretical studies on magnet release, earth and wind, in conjunction with the properties of dark gold stones. The aim was not immediate combat effectiveness, but to lay a foundation and broaden the potential of the ninjas. 2. Ninja Tool Innovation. Iron Rock's workshop operated at full capacity, utilizing the superior chakra conductivity of dark gold stones to begin small-scale production of enhanced kunai and shuriken, sharper, sturdier, and better able to carry the user's chakra. The refinement of black oil and the production techniques for explosives were continually improved, steadily enhancing power and stability. 3. Intelligence Decoding. Qingmu led a team dedicated to deciphering the nest map, attempting to identify key energy nodes and weaknesses, preparing for any potential decisive battle in the future. 4. Population Assimilation. Under the premise of ensuring safety, they cautiously and selectively began to absorb displaced individuals and small groups of wandering ninjas from surrounding areas affected by warfare and the threats posed by the Zhaoqi clan, rigorously vetting backgrounds to supplement the village's population and labor force. Endure Village resembled a high-speed furnace, undergoing comprehensive forging under external pressures. Every day brought new advancements, challenges, and and failures. The fusion of chakra proved particularly arduous, with slow progress accompanied by risks, yet no one faltered. Yi himself led by example, dedicating all his time to training and research, in addition to handling burdensome administrative duties. He endeavored to combine earth perception with the remnants of chaotic energy, enhancing his range of perception and insight into energy flows. He even began experimenting with extreme nature transformations of earth-type chakra, exploring the direction of lava release, earth and fire, accumulating invaluable experience despite repeated failures. Throughout this process, his synergy with Ming Xiao and Xiaoying grew increasingly harmonious. Ming Xiao's mastery of ice release sharpened through practical application and training, even beginning to grasp some area control techniques. Xiaoying devoted more energy to illusion and medical ninjutsu, while taking charge of the initial training and vetting of newly assimilated personnel. Time passed amidst this tense atmosphere. Endure Village quietly amassed strength in the dark, akin to a blade being forged through relentless hammering upon fire and anvil, awaiting the moment it would be drawn forth. However, the process of forging inevitably entailed pain and sacrifice. The ongoing harassment campaigns yielded results, yet some squads encountered formidable foes, resulting in casualties. Internal radical reforms sparked a degree of discontent and discomfort. Nevertheless, Ye's resolve remained unshaken. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect all that he wished to safeguard and secure a place for Endure Village to thrive amidst the ruthless ninja world. He also sensed, with a vague intuition, that the storm was gathering momentum. The Zhaoqi clan and the Church of Rebirth would not tolerate the existence of a persistent irritant. The shadow of a decisive battle was slowly rising on the horizon. Chapter 83. The first echo of lava release and signs of the rising wind. The forging of Endure Village under immense pressure finally reached a tangible breakthrough one fateful dusk. In the training grounds specially designated outside the village, Yi was drenched in sweat, his chakra nearly depleted, his hands trembling slightly from the repetitive hand seals and energy shocks. Before him lay a massive boulder, its surface marred by charred burn marks and glazed patches, yet it remained unmolten. The practice of lava release proved far more arduous than anticipated, transforming the stable, weighty earth-type chakra into the volatile, fiery nature of lava demanded exquisite control over chakra and a profound comprehension of its morphological changes. Each failure was accompanied by backlash from the chakra and mental fatigue. Nearby, Ming Xiao concluded his training in ice release, a chill lingering around him, forming a faint mist of ice. He observed Ye's failed attempt once more, frowning slightly but remaining silent. Xiaoying, on the other hand, quietly tended to several injured ninjas who had sustained minor injuries during training. Ye's failures did not dishearten the others. Instead, they served as a silent motivation. If the leader could exert such effort, what reason did they have to slacken? In the stillness of the night, he inhaled deeply, hesitating to attempt again. With his eyes closed, he recalled the harmonious chaos of the dark golden crystal, reminiscing about the immense and fervent power deep within the earth. No longer did he forcefully transform the earth element into fire. Instead, he endeavored to awaken the dormant fire that lay inherently within the soil. He attuned his senses to the ground beneath his feet, feeling the slow, searing energy flowing from the depths of the earth. He guided his earth chakra, not merging it with the fire chakra, but rather imitating, resonating with, and channeling the intense heat from the earth's core. His hands formed seals once more, moving with a deliberate and weighty slowness. This time, what emerged was not merely earth-style chakra, nor a chaotic amalgamation of energies, but a viscous flow of lava, shimmering with a dark red glow and radiating intense heat. The lava release, scorching whip, he shouted, his arm swinging, and the dark red lava stream lashed out like a living whip, striking fiercely against the massive rock. Hiss! There was no violent explosion, only the agonizing sounds of burning and erosion. The area of the rock struck by the lava whip softened and melted at a visible speed, transforming into crimson molten substance that dripped onto the ground, leaving behind a profound scar with edges resembling glazed glass. It was a success. Though small in scale, brief in duration, and costly in energy, it was undeniably the bloodline limit of lava release. The training ground fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes wide with astonishment at the slowly cooling traces of lava and the panting figure of Yi, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. After a moment of stillness, a fervent cheer erupted. Lord Yi has succeeded. It is lava release, the true bloodline limit. This marks the first bloodline limit born from the End Village. Its significance is profound. It not only validates the feasibility of chakra fusion training, greatly uplifting morale, but also signifies a qualitative leap in the high-end combat power of the End Village. Yi felt the searing pain in his nearly depleted chakra and meridians. Yet a joyous smile graced his face. This step was crucial. However, the joy of success did not last long. That very night, the team responsible for monitoring the movements of the Numajiri clan, the Kite Squad, paid a heavy price, returning with critically important urgent intelligence. Through prolonged observation and a daring reconnaissance, they discovered that among the 3 incubation nests, the one located in the abandoned mine had seen a sharp increase in energy fluctuations recently, and a substantial amount of nutrients was being funneled into it. Based on the progress of deciphering the nest map and energy models, Aoki deduced a chilling conclusion. That nest was likely on the verge of completing its first stage of cultivation, poised to hatch a terrifying matriarch or the first batch of mature spore monsters. Time could be as short as a few days. If such a being were to be hatched, its combat capabilities and infection spread would far surpass those of the previous poison warriors, delivering a devastating blow to the entire region. It must not be allowed to hatch. Yi slammed his fist on the table, his gaze sharp as a blade. It must be stopped. Before they complete their task, destroy that nest. Target locked, abandoned mine nest. But this time, it would not be mere harassment, but a full-on assault. They would confront the inevitable heavy defense in the enemy's core area, determined to obliterate an energy-rich nest. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly risky military operation, with a slim chance of success, even potentially leading to total annihilation. Damn it! Ming Xiao was the first to step forward, a cold glint in his eyes. My ice release is most suited to suppress their poison and water techniques. I will handle the illusion and medical support. Xiaoying followed closely, her tone resolute. Kite also indicated that the reconnaissance team could handle guidance and perimeter clearance. All the Jonin and Chunin aware of the intelligence showed no signs of retreat, their eyes shining with determination. They all understood the implications, but more importantly, they knew the consequences of allowing the nest to reach completion. Yi gazed upon the resolute faces, his heart swelling with fervor yet burdened with gravity. This would be a gamble for the fate of the village. All right, he finally resolved, immediately drafting a battle plan. Objective: abandon mine nest. Action time: midnight tomorrow. This battle concerns survival. Only victory is permitted, defeat is not an option. Orders were issued, and the war machine of the End Village revved into action once more, a tense and lethal atmosphere enveloping the air. Meanwhile, far away in Riverbend Town, the guild president, Corey, received an encrypted letter from afar. After reading its contents, he walked to the window, gazing in the direction of the End Village, a meaningful smile gracing his face. The pieces are in place, and the stage is set. Is the storm finally approaching? Truly, it is something to anticipate. The wind rises from the edge of the green rushes, already carrying the scent of an impending downpour. Chapter 83 ends. Chapter 84. Death struggle in the mine and the shadow of the matriarch at midnight, under a dark moon and high winds. The entrance to the abandoned mine gaped like the maw of a colossal beast, exuding a heavy stench and a chilling chakra disturbance. Twisted structures, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and ore, had spread from the depths of the mine to the entrance, appearing particularly menacing. Yi led his assault team, moving like phantoms to their designated position. The team consisted of Yi, Ming Xiao, Xiaoying, Kite, and 4 other elite Chunin skilled in assault and demolition. Each member held their breath, focusing intently as they checked their final gear, the air thick with the silence before battle. According to the map hastily drawn by the Kite Squad, the core of the nest lay deep within the mine, the sole entrance heavily guarded, riddled with spore traps and sensory barriers. As planned, Team A, Ming Xiao, Xiaoying, and 2 Chunin would infiltrate through the eastern abandoned ventilation shaft, creating chaos to draw the main force. Team B, Yi Kite, and 2 other Chunin would launch a direct assault through the main tunnel, targeting the core. The operation must be swift. They needed to destroy it before the matriarch could hatch. Yi confirmed the orders one last time, his gaze cold and resolute. Action. 2 shadows silently diverged. Team A successfully located the ventilation shaft, with Ming Xiao using precise ice release to freeze and dismantle the rusted grate, allowing the 4 to slip inside. The tunnel walls were slick with a foul blanket of fungi and pulsating spore sacs, inducing nausea. Xiaoying's illusions silently dealt with several patrolling low-level Numajiri ninjas. Soon, explosive blasts and booming sounds echoed from the depths of the mine. Ming Xiao's ice release, in conjunction with Xiao Ying's illusions, successfully created massive chaos, and the piercing alarm reverberated throughout the mine. Enemy attack. Eastern Tunnel. Hurry to provide support. A swarm of Numajiri ninjas and poison warriors were drawn to the commotion. Now's our chance. Team B, charge. Yi roared, his figure darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, leading the charge toward the main tunnel entrance. Earth release. Rock cannon. Two Chunin simultaneously formed seals, and a massive rock projectile smashed through the rudimentary defenses and the guarding ninjas. Yi surged ahead, with lava release chakra coalescing in his right hand, morphing into a dark red lava blade that effortlessly sliced through any enemies and spore traps that attempted to impede him, vaporizing them. The newly acquired power showcased its terrifying lethality in that moment. Kite, like a specter, wielded his poisoned dark golden kunai, precisely harvesting enemies on the flanks. Team B advanced deeper into the mine with astonishing speed. The further they ventured, the more grotesque the surroundings became. The rock walls were entirely covered with writhing, vein-like biological tissue, and the air was thick with a potent, mind-numbing spore dust. Some low-level poison warriors wandered about like soulless husks. Purification powder. Yi ordered. The team members promptly scattered the specially formulated powder from Yunji, managing to dispel the spores in a limited area. However, as they ventured deeper, the efficacy of the powder diminished significantly. Eventually, they breached the final line of defense, and before them lay a terrifying expanse, the deepest chamber of the mine, transformed into a colossal biological womb. At the heart of the chamber pulsated a massive sac, composed of flesh, ore, and twisted chakra, beating violently like a heart. The surface was veined and exuded suffocating energy waves accompanied by sinister whispers. This was the imminent maternal nest. Surrounding the sac stood 3 formidable guards, their presence far surpassing that of the previously encountered poisonous warriors. Their spore armor was now more robust, nearly fused with their flesh, and their eyes gleamed with pure, frenzied purple-black light. Additionally, over a dozen elite swamp ninjas were poised for battle. Above the sack hovered a figure clad in a dark crimson robe, wearing a twisted evil deity mask, hands forming peculiar seals as if guiding the final hatching process. The chakra emanating from this figure was chilling and immense, dwarfing everyone present. It was an official of the Rebirth sect. Foolish insects, daring to desecrate the sanctum. The masked figure rasped, become the first sacrifices for the birth of the mother. In an instant, battle erupted. The 3 enhanced poisonous warriors roared and charged forward. Their strength, speed, and regenerative abilities were even more terrifying. Yi confronted the strongest among them directly, clashing his molten escape against the opponent's toxic claws, producing a sizzling sound as searing heat battled with potent venom. Ming Xiao unleashed his ice techniques, freezing another poisonous warrior's legs, but the foe immediately shattered the ice and spewed corrosive venom. Xiao Ying's illusions had minimal effect on the poisonous warriors, so she focused on disrupting the elite swamp ninjas and healing her teammates. Yuan and 2 middle ninjas found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against numerous elite ninjas. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Team B was quickly at a disadvantage. Although Molten Escape was powerful, it consumed tremendous chakra, rendering Yi unable to resolve the enemy swiftly. Ming Xiao was also firmly ensnared. A middle ninja was inadvertently struck by venom, screaming as he transformed into a puddle of pus. The mother must be destroyed. Yi was frantic, yet escape was impossible. The hovering masked figure let out a triumphant laugh, hastening his seals, and the pulsations of the maternal sac grew increasingly frantic, cracks appearing on its surface as though something was about to break free. Just as despair loomed, a thunderous explosion erupted from the eastern corridor, followed by a hailstorm and the anguished cries of adversaries. Team A had miraculously broken through the encirclement and charged in. The ice clones and illusions left by Ming Xiao and Xiao Ying had successfully bought them time. Yi, we got this, Ming Xiao shouted, unleashing a tremendous chill that temporarily repelled the enemies before teaming up with Xiao Ying to take on Yi and Ming Xiao's original opponents. Go, Xiao Ying urged, her eyes filled with determination. Without hesitation, Yi broke free from the fray, dashing straight for the central maternal sac. Not so fast. The masked figure yelled furiously, unleashing a purple-black energy arrow at Yi. Your opponent is me. A voice, old yet vibrant with life, suddenly boomed from another corridor. Several massive wooden spears materialized, intercepting the energy arrow with precision. Elder Mushin. accompanied by several ninjas from the Forest of Shadows, had arrived just in time. Mushin, old ghost. Are you Forest of Shadows also getting involved? The masked figure exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. Evil beings must be eradicated. Elder Mushin retorted without hesitation, forming seals with his hands as colossal trees erupted from the rocky walls, ensnaring the hovering masked figure. The arrival of the Forest of Shadows instantly shifted the tide of battle. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, Yi poured all his chakra and willpower into his right hand. The dark red molten escape reached its zenith, even radiating a hint of chaotic energy. Molten escape, scorching rock fist. He roared, delivering a devastating blow to the violently pulsating maternal sac. With a resounding impact, the searing lava fist plunged deep into the sac. Terrifyingly intense energy erupted from within. The sac emitted a piercing, inhuman shriek. Cracks spread uncontrollably across its surface, with purple-black energy and viscous fluids splattering everywhere. The entire chamber trembled violently. No! The masked figure howled in despair. Boom! The enormous maternal sac exploded under the weight of Yi's concentrated strike. A powerful shockwave hurled everyone backward. The hatching was forcibly interrupted. Chapter 84 concluded. Chapter 85. Scars of victory and clouds on the horizon. The explosion of the maternal nest resembled the detonation of a small sun deep within the mine. A torrent of chaotic energy mingling with the remnants of unhatched monsters, purple-black venom, and viscous spore flesh, sweeping through the chamber like a wave of destruction. Yi, at the forefront, was violently slammed against the rock wall by the tremendous shockwave, spitting blood as his right arm, overexerted from the molten escape, turned an unnatural charred black, pain radiating through him. Yet, he fought through the dizziness, fixating on the center of the explosion. The suffocating energy waves belonging to the mother were rapidly diminishing, collapsing. We did it. Retreat. Everyone. Immediately retreat. Yi shouted with his last ounce of strength, his voice faint yet clear amidst the roaring aftermath. Elder Mushin reacted swiftly. Slapping the ground, would release, forest barrier. Countless sturdy trees burst forth from the rock, weaving together to form a massive wooden barrier that temporarily shielded them from the brunt of the explosion's impact and the deadly debris, granting them a precious moment to breathe. Go, Mingqiao urged, pulling the nearly exhausted Xiaoying along, creating a slippery path of ice on the ground. Yuan and the surviving middle ninjas helped their injured comrades. Elder Mushin glanced at the hovering figure, now weakened and howling in frustration due to the backlash of the ritual, and chose not to pursue. Instead, he decisively ordered, Forest of Shadows, cover our retreat. The ninjas from the Forest of Shadows swiftly scattered numerous seeds, which, upon touching the ground, grew wildly, forming a dense thicket of thorny bushes that obscured the view and further delayed any potential pursuit. The group hastily retraced their steps, sprinting towards the exit. Behind them, they could hear the enraged shouts of the swamp ninjas and the masked figure, along with the continuous sounds of collapse triggered by the explosion. As they stumbled out of the mine entrance, bathed in the cool moonlight, nearly everyone bore injuries and felt utterly drained. Looking back, they saw the entire entrance slowly caving in, smoke swirling, completely entombing that dreadful nest. There was no time to catch their breath. Guided by the ninjas from the Forest of Shadows, they quickly retreated to the designated safe location. Counting their numbers, the mood turned somber. 2 middle ninjas from Team B had perished in the assault, and 1 from Team A was severely injured, while the rest were wounded and depleted of chakra. The Forest of Shadows also sustained 2 significant injuries. The cost was grave, yet their mission had been accomplished. Thank you, Elder Mushin, for your timely assistance, Yi said, enduring the excruciating pain as he solemnly expressed his gratitude. Had the Forest of Shadows not arrived at the crucial moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Elder Mushin shook his head, his expression grave. No need for thanks. Combating evil is our duty. Though we have destroyed one of their nests and severely injured one of their priests, the foundation of the Rebirth sect remains intact. A more frenzied retaliation may be imminent. You all must prepare yourselves. He glanced at Yi's charred right arm and the lingering chaotic aura, hesitating before finally saying, take care of yourselves. Leading the ninjas of the hidden forest, they departed silently, merging seamlessly with the woods. Yi and his companions, burdened by fatigue and pain, struggled to return to the End Ninja village. Their return heralded tidings of victory, yet also brought the grim news of sacrifice. The village once again found itself enveloped in a bittersweet atmosphere. The names of the fallen were inscribed upon the memorial stone, their sacrifices having secured a fleeting respite for the village, a respite bought with blood. Ye's right arm bore severe wounds, with multiple meridians burned and severed. The healer, Yunji, exerted every effort to mend him, but candidly acknowledged that recovery might take a long duration, potentially affecting his future ability to perform hand seals and ninjutsu. However, this mission yielded significant gains. 1. Strategic victory. They successfully destroyed an incubating nest on the verge of completion, inflicting heavy damage upon a priest of the Rebirth sect, significantly delaying the enemy's plans and demonstrating that the ninja village possessed the capacity to threaten and disrupt their core operations, thus gaining invaluable strategic time. 2. Intelligence acquisition. Through direct confrontation with the priest and observation of the nest structure, they secured first-hand intelligence regarding the power structure of the Rebirth sect and the vulnerabilities of the nest. 3. Practical validation. The melting escape technique proved its formidable power in combat, albeit at a great cost. The ice escape of Ming Chao, the illusions and healing of Xiao Ying, as well as new ninja tools were all put to the test. 4. Strengthened alliances. The covenant with the hidden forest endured trials by blood and fire, emerging all the more robust. 5. Unexpected findings. While clearing the remains of the enhanced poison warrior slain by Yi, Taiyan unexpectedly discovered a small, exceptionally pure dark purple crystal fragment, roughly the size of a fingernail, embedded in its heart. This was a highly concentrated fragment of the corrupt heart crystal, its energy intensity far surpassing that of the previous larger piece, but it was exceedingly unstable. The discovery of this fragment was a treasure for Yunji and Qing Mu. It might aid them in swiftly finding methods to counteract the energy and poison spores of the corrupt heart crystal. During his recuperation, Yi did not remain idle. He endured the agonizing pain in his right arm while engaging in rehabilitation training and began to contemplate the next steps. The Rebirth sect's retaliation would inevitably come, and it would only be more ferocious. The ninja village needed to grow stronger, and he turned his gaze toward the fragment of the corrupt heart crystal and the nearly destroyed dark gold crystal. Qingmu, Yunji, concentrate all resources on prioritizing the study of this fragment. I must understand how to utilize it, or at least restrain it. Taiyan, expedite the mass production of dark gold stone ninja tools and the adaptive transformation of new ninjutsu. Yuan, expand the reconnaissance range. I need to know the next movements of the Rebirth sect and the Numajiri clan, especially the status of the other two nests. Xiao Ying, Ming Chao, intensify the training. We need to cultivate a greater core strength. The entire village resumed its rapid operation, bearing wounds yet infused with the determination and urgency of victory. Days later, a piece of secret intelligence from the hidden forest reached Ye's hands. The intel indicated that after a fit of rage, the Rebirth sect's activities seemed to have temporarily quieted. Yet the construction pace of the other two nests had visibly accelerated, with signs indicating that new, more powerful forces were infiltrating the Feng Shao mountain region from the outside. Simultaneously, Mr. Corey from Riverbend Town sent another caravan, this time offering a trading list that included some chakra metal and advanced medical supplies at unusually favorable prices. Was it warm goodwill, or poison cloaked in honey? He studied the intelligence and trade list, glancing at his still bandaged right arm, his gaze traversing the village toward the distant, undulating mountains. The wind had stilled, yet the clouds above thickened ominously, heralding a greater storm brewing. The ninja village had just endured a bloody battle, yet the path ahead appeared even more arduous and perilous. Chapter 87. The Triad Power Struggle and the Iron Curtain Trial. The ninja village entered a state of heightened combat readiness, the entire village resembling a tightly coiled fighting fortress. All non-essential production activities were halted, and manpower was entirely devoted to reinforcing defensive structures, setting traps, and rotating combat personnel for vigilance. The atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie silence before a storm, with every pair of eyes alertly watching the movements beyond the village. Ye's premonitions soon proved accurate. The first to strike was not the anticipated Rebirth sect or the Numajiri clan, but an external force. Three distinct factions tested the waters, converging on the ninja village's territory from three different directions almost simultaneously. From the northeast, a squad of ninjas clad in deep blue tight-fitting attire and wearing slightly varied mist-hidden rebel headbands silently infiltrated, employing water release and mist techniques to gauge the strength and weaknesses of the village's outer defenses. Their movements were professional and secretive, clearly adept in assassination and reconnaissance. From the southwest, a band of rugged, beast-skin-clad rogue ninjas wielding lightning and earth-release techniques opted for a more aggressive approach, engaging in a brief yet fierce skirmish with a patrol team from the Ninja village. After leaving behind 2 corpses, they rapidly retreated, evidently testing the village's response speed and combat capability. Most unexpectedly, from the southeast emerged a small team of uniformly clad, disciplined elite ninjas utilizing wind and fire release techniques in unison. Rather than initiating an attack, they retreated upon encountering the village's sentinels, leaving behind a letter. The letter was succinct and direct. They hailed from a small ninja organization known as the Cloud Hidden Alliance, not to be confused with the Cloud Hidden Village of the Land of Lightning. Expressing concern over the anomalies in the Fengshan Mountain region and the activities of the cult, hoping to exchange intelligence and explore potential cooperation with the leaders of the Ninja village, proposing a neutral location and time for the meeting. 3 factions. 3 starkly different styles. The infiltration of the mist-hidden faction, the forceful probing of the rogue group, and the seemingly formal contact invitation from the Cloud Hidden Alliance. Pressure bore down from all directions. The Cloud Hidden Alliance? Never heard of it. Village Chief San Yizhou furrowed his brow, questioning its credibility. Regardless of its trustworthiness, it signified that external forces had begun to formally intervene in the Fengshan Mountain region. Yi calmly analyzed the situation. The probing of the mist-hidden faction and the attacks of the rogue group were overt threats, while the Cloud Hidden Alliance could represent an opportunity or a deeper trap. He devised a response. 1. For the northeastern infiltration by the mist-hidden faction, enhance counter-reconnaissance and illusion traps, led by Yuan to conduct counter-tracking and expulsion, ensuring they could not easily acquire intelligence. 2. For the southwestern rogue group, adopt a strategy of staunch retaliation, led by Ming Chao. Organize a precise ambush to inflict significant damage, ensuring they would think twice before daring to encroach again. 3. For the southeastern Cloud Hidden Alliance, accept the invitation to meet, but relocate to a site closer to the Ninja village that facilitates monitoring and retreat. You would personally attend, with Xiaoing covertly assisting and Ming Chao leading perimeter vigilance. Orders dispatched, the war machine of the Ninja village once again began to operate with efficiency. Yuan's team engaged in silent confrontation with the rogue ninjas of the mist-hidden faction amidst the jungle and marshes, entangling in traps and counter-traps, assassinations and counter-assassinations. A perilous endeavor. Yet, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain and new detection talismans, they successfully repelled the enemy and captured a prisoner for urgent interrogation. Meanwhile, Ming Chao led an elite team to set an ambush along the possible retreat routes of the rogue group. The battle erupted fiercely yet briefly, with Ming Chao's enhanced ice release demonstrating terrifying crowd control capabilities, freezing multiple foes instantaneously. Combined with improved black oil explosive bombs and dark goldstone ninja tools, they nearly annihilated the invading force, with only a few escaping in disarray. This battle decisively showcased the might of the Ninja village, and for the time being, the Southwest experienced no further disturbances. The most crucial aspect was the meeting with the Cloud Hidden Alliance. On the appointed day, in a spacious valley, night arrived punctually. While Xiaoing concealed herself on a distant vantage point, and Ming Chao led a team to secure the valley's exit, only 2 individuals from the opposing side appeared. The leader, a tall and stern middle-aged man bearing a massive broad-bladed sword, exuded an aura of unwavering stability. The other was a young woman wearing glasses, resembling an aide. Leader of the Ninja village, Knight? I am Shurha, the storm captain of the Cloud Hidden Alliance. This is my aide, Aki, the middle-aged man stated plainly, his voice resonant. We have long been concerned about the rebirth cult, whose activities pose a significant threat to the surrounding regions. We are aware of your encounters with them and your success in destroying one of their nests. We seek the intelligence you possess, and in return, we are willing to provide support, including resources, ninjutsu, and even military assistance if necessary. His words were direct and powerful, imbued with a soldier's candor, yet he remained vigilant. What is the purpose of the Cloud Hidden Alliance? To eradicate the cult, or do you have ulterior motives? Knight calmly inquired. Shurha exchanged glances with Aki, who adjusted her glasses and interjected, stability. The power structure of the rebirth cult is highly contaminative and expansive. If it spirals out of control, the entire Windhowl mountain range and beyond could become a wasteland. This conflicts severely with our alliance's interests. Our aim is to eliminate the threat and restore regional stability. Afterward, we will respect the autonomy of local forces. The conditions they offered were exceedingly enticing, even providing some intelligence regarding the rebirth cult's activities in other areas as a gesture of goodwill. This information corroborated some details provided by the forest hidden, enhancing its credibility. However, Knight keenly noticed the subtle pauses and evasions in their tone when discussing resources and the distribution of future benefits. The negotiations lasted approximately an hour. Knight ultimately refrained from immediately agreeing to an alliance, but consented to establish a limited intelligence sharing mechanism. Willing to exchange some information regarding the activities and defensive strategies of the Jairi tribe for a portion of the generic ninjutsu scrolls and medical supplies offered by the Cloud Hidden Alliance. This marked a cautious, yet mutually beneficial beginning, neither wholly rejecting the olive branch extended nor hastily binding himself and the village. Shurha seemed unsurprised by the outcome, readily agreeing. A wise choice. Leader Knight, a storm is approaching, one cannot stand alone. I hope that when we meet again, we will be true allies. With that, he promptly took his leave. Watching their retreating figures, Knight furrowed his brow. The Cloud Hidden Alliance appeared nearly impeccable. Yet it was this very perfection that instilled a lingering doubt within him. Upon returning to the village, Knight immediately ordered an intensified investigation into the Cloud Hidden Alliance's background. Simultaneously, all resources and scrolls acquired from them must undergo triple verification before use. The chessboard of multifaceted negotiations had been laid out, with the Ninja Village positioned as a critical piece, maneuvering precariously in the crevices. Each interaction, each choice, could potentially influence their ultimate fate. The true Iron Curtain had yet to fall completely. The Rebirth cult was amassing power, and Hiwan Town was lurking in the shadows, with more forces eyeing them hungrily. The trial of the Ninja Village beneath the Iron Curtain had merely begun. Chapter 88. Dawn's Light and the Bud of Darkness. The encounter with the Cloud Hidden Alliance added further tension to the already taut bowstring. The Ninja Village struggled to maintain balance under the pressure, simultaneously assimilating external resources and technology while doubling their vigilance against all potential threats. Yet, it is often under immense pressure that opportunities for breakthroughs arise. Led by Aoki, the research team made significant strides after conducting cross-research on the corrupted heart crystal fragments and some generic sealing techniques and runes provided by the Cloud Hidden Alliance. They successfully developed the initial corrupted heart crystal energy detection talisman and a rudimentary interference device. The detection talisman, palm-sized, emitted a faint luminous reaction to strong corrupted heart crystal energy within a limited range upon activation. Although its range was restricted and precision lacking, it was sufficient to provide invaluable early warning during outdoor exploration or defense. The interference device resembled a crude iron box, containing an energy conduction structure based on dark gold stone and powdered corrupted heart crystal fragments. When infused with chakra, it released energy fluctuations at a specific frequency, effectively disrupting the trigger of small spore traps and causing low-tier poison warriors to become agitated and slow to react. While its efficacy against large nests and high-ranking enemies was minimal, it undoubtedly served as a powerful tool against ordinary infiltration and harassment. These two innovations were swiftly prioritized for distribution among all patrol and reconnaissance teams, yielding immediate results. Several small-scale infiltrations and spore trap deployments by the Jairi tribe were detected and neutralized in advance, significantly alleviating the pressure on external defenses. Meanwhile, news from Tian's workshop was equally promising. Through reverse engineering of some chakra metal samples provided by the Cloud Hidden Alliance and experiments combining them with dark gold stone, they successfully forged the first batch of reinforced dark gold kunai. This new type of kunai was not only sharper and sturdier, but also better at conducting the user's chakra, particularly suited for ninjas with wind, lightning, or fire attributes, slightly enhancing ninjutsu potency. Although not mass-producible, they could be equipped to elite teams in small quantities. Even more astonishingly, under the continuous extreme ice release stimulation from Ming Chao and the subtle influence of Knight's chaotic aura, the nearly ruined dark gold crystal showed the faintest signs of healing along its deepest crack. Although the progress was slow and nearly imperceptible, and it consumed a significant amount of Ming Chao's chakra, it was undoubtedly an exhilarating signal. This indicated that it was not entirely dead and still held the potential for recovery. The internal technological breakthroughs and growth in strength were like the first ray of sunlight piercing through thick clouds at dawn, bringing rare hope and encouragement to the beleaguered Ninja Village. However, darkness had never truly receded. After a brief period of silence and probing, the rebirth cult's retaliation arrived in a more insidious and sinister manner. They no longer rushed to launch a large-scale assault, but instead shifted towards silent infiltration and corrosion. The first anomalies appeared among several villagers at the village's edge. They began to experience mild auditory hallucinations, mental disorientation, and sleepwalking at night. Initially dismissed as symptoms of war-induced stress. However, during a routine check, Yunji keenly detected a faint, obscure energy fluctuation in the chakra of these villagers, akin to that of the corrupted heart crystal. It was mental induction and chronic infection. Yunji immediately recognized the severity of the situation. They were contaminating our water source, air, or soil through some unknown means. After an urgent investigation, the issue was traced back to a specially formulated fertilizer introduced to improve soil fertility. One of the gifts from Mr. Corey during the last trade with Hewan Town. Testing revealed that the fertilizer contained trace amounts of specially treated inert spores. They could not directly infect humans, but would be absorbed by crops, subtly affecting the nervous system and chakra of those who consumed them, leading to negativity, irritability, and even hallucinations. If left unchecked, the entire village could crumble from within. What a wicked scheme. Immediately, all gifts from Hewan Town were destroyed, suspicious fields were quarantined, and afflicted villagers were gathered for treatment. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and the infection spread was limited. The purifying agent concocted by Yunji effectively alleviated the symptoms. However, this incident served as a clarion call for all. The attacks from the Rebirth sect have escalated, shifting from direct confrontations to insidious methods that are far more difficult to defend against. Soon after, more dire news arrived. The Kite Squad, tasked with monitoring the underground cavern lair, paid the price of 2 missing members as they risked their lives to relay the final intelligence. The energy fluctuations of that lair had not only fully recovered in recent days, but had even surpassed previous levels. Moreover, a large number of abducted wandering ninjas and villagers had been sent inside, never to emerge again. The ground surrounding the lair had begun to exhibit a foreboding shade of purplish-black, as if deeply stained by venom. After the intelligence was transmitted, all contact with the Kite Squad was abruptly severed, leaving their fates uncertain. All signs indicated that the cultivation process within the underground cavern lair had likely entered its final and most perilous stage. Another, even more powerful progenitor might soon be born. The glimmer of hope that had just dawned upon the ninja village was instantly shrouded in deeper darkness, with external enemies lurking and internal currents stirring. The most lethal threat was quietly gestating underground. Knight stood atop the fortified walls, gazing at the ominous horizon in the distance, his hand tightly gripping the warm, slightly cracked dark golden crystal, which seemed to have healed just a bit. Hope and despair intertwined like light and shadow. He knew that the final battle was inevitably approaching. Could the ninja village seize that sliver of dawn before it sank into utter oblivion? Chapter 89. The final mobilization and the whisper of the crystal. The news that the underground cavern lair was nearing completion echoed like the horn of final judgment over the ninja village. The long-suppressed tension reached its zenith, and everyone understood that the moment of reckoning had arrived. This time, there would be no luck, no retreat. It was either to utterly destroy the threat or be consumed by darkness. Without hesitation, Knight convened the highest-level pre-battle mobilization of the entire village. There were no grandiose words, no false reassurances. Standing upon a hastily constructed platform, he surveyed the faces below, some resolute, some fearful, some bewildered, and his voice, clear and calm, resonated throughout the square. Villagers, ninjas. The final hour has come. He directly disclosed the intelligence acquired at the cost of the Kite Squad's lives, revealing the terrifying status of the underground cavern lair and the impending disaster. We have nowhere to flee. Behind us lies our homeland, our loved ones, everything we must protect. The Rebirth sect will grant us no mercy. Their only purpose is destruction and conquest. Yes, we are weak. We have suffered heavy losses, and we are utterly exhausted. Knight's gaze swept over the ninjas wrapped in bandages and the villagers who had lost their kin. Yet, we have never bowed down. We have built our home from the ruins, we have repelled attack after attack, and we have even destroyed one of their lairs. His voice gradually heightened, imbued with an undeniable strength and conviction. In our hands, we possess newly forged ninja tools. We have devised countermeasures. We have comrades to fight alongside us. And most importantly, we possess an unwavering will. This battle is not for empty glory, but for survival. For our children to see the sun of tomorrow. for the sacrifices of the fallen not to be in vain. He raised his scarred right hand, clenching it into a fist. I, Knight, the leader of the ninja village, will stand at the forefront. With you I stand. Together, we shall face our fate. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted like a volcano, shaking the heavens. We shall stand and live. We will protect our village. We will vanquish those monsters. Fear transformed into fury. Despair ignited into determination. In that moment, the strength of the entire ninja village coalesced into a single force. Following the mobilization, the village operated like a finely tuned war machine, commencing its final preparations. All stockpiled black oil explosive bombs, purification bombs, and dark golden ninja tools were distributed. Detection talismans and interference devices were allocated to every squad. Yunji led the medical team in preparing the largest quantity of emergency supplies and antidotes. The elderly, women, and children were assigned to the sturdiest underground shelters. A combat plan was swiftly devised. Concentrate all forces to launch a full-scale assault on the underground cavern lair, determined to destroy it at any cost before it completed its final incubation. Led by Knight, Ming Chao, and Xiao Ying, the main forces would attack from the front. Kenji would lead a team of middle ninjas to manage the flank and eliminate traps. Village Chief San Yizhou would oversee the village, commanding the remaining personnel and final defenses. As everyone prepared with grim resolve, Knight ventured alone to the underground sanctuary. He needed one last attempt to communicate with the dark golden crystal. Placing the crystal in his palm, he sat cross-legged, immersing himself in it, striving to sense that faint, slowly healing vitality. This time, it felt somewhat different. As his chakra, infused with the power of the earth and a hint of chaotic essence, gradually flowed in, the crystal did not remain unresponsive as it had before. Within the subtle cracks, exceedingly faint particles of light seemed to be in motion. Fragments of vague, fragmented information, as if traversing endless time and space, intermittently surged into his mind. Balance the discord, the abyss whispers of erosion. Guard the key, lest both light and dark become mere illusions. The core lies where the earth veins converge. The fragmented messages were challenging to comprehend, but carried an ineffable sense of desolation and urgency. The final phrase, the core lies where the earth veins converge, stirred something deep within Knight. The convergence of earth veins? Could it refer to the underground cavern where the progenitor was being nurtured? Was that location a nexus of earth vein energy? Thus, the rebirth sect chose to establish their lair there? And what of the key? Did it refer to the dark golden crystal, or something else? The whispers of the crystal soon faded, returning to silence, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of imagination. Yet Knight was certain he had grasped a crucial piece of information. The core of the lair might be linked to the earth vein node. This could be a breakthrough. He immediately shared this revelation with Aoki and Yunji. The two, combining their analysis of the lair's layout, quickly proposed a bold hypothesis. The lair likely utilized earth vein energy to accelerate the cultivation of the progenitor. If they could disrupt or damage that earth vein node, they might strike a decisive blow to the very foundation of the lair. However, how could they destroy the earth vein node? This involved highly advanced knowledge of earth veins, far beyond the current capabilities of the ninja village. Perhaps they could attempt to impact the node with an extreme opposite energy, causing a brief disruption and rampage of the earth vein energy. Aoki proposed a reckless idea, such as simultaneously injecting extreme yin release, the corrupted heart crystal fragments, and yang release energy, if it could be procured, or utilizing the melting release infused with chaotic essence. This was a perilous scheme. The consequences of an earth vein rampage would be catastrophic, potentially triggering massive earthquakes or energy tidal waves that could even affect their own people. Yet, aside from this, there seemed to be no better method to swiftly destroy the core of the lair. Knight remained silent for a moment, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Prepare. Gather the corrupted heart crystal fragments and all available yang release chakra reserves, including the concentrated life potions refined by Yunji and the chakra from all fire element ninjas. If necessary, I will personally ignite it with melting release. Burning bridges. He was prepared to stake everything on this final confrontation. The weapon for the ultimate battle was set as a double-edged sword that could harm even themselves. As night fell once more, all ninjas involved in the operation gathered at the village entrance. There were no cheers, no farewell drinks. Only a heavy silence of death and unwavering determination in their gazes. As the knight gazed upon his comrades, who were about to march toward their inevitable demise, he inhaled deeply and slowly unsheathed the meticulously forged dark golden kunai. Let us set forth. The inky torrent silently melded with the darkness, advancing toward the ultimate battleground of death. Chapter 90. The resonance of the earth and the oath of rebirth. The entrance to the subterranean cavern loomed like a gaping maw leading to the abyss of hell, emanating a nauseating wave of decay more pungent than that of the mining pits. The air was thick and viscous, saturated with the scent of blood, spores, and an indescribable, visceral aroma belonging to a colossal life form stirring within. Knight's perceptive abilities expanded, instantly outlining the intricate structure within. Meandering passages, treacherous floors laden with fungal traps, numerous small incubation chambers, and at the core, a pulsating, monstrous heart of terrifying energy. The guard strength surpassed that of the mining pits, with lethal dangers lurking at every turn. A team, Kinsuke, clear the outer traps, create chaos, and divert attention. B team, Narukusa, Koyuki, follow me straight to the core. Move, without hesitation or retreat. The command was given, and the dark torrent surged forward like a sharpened blade, piercing into the heart of the shadowy lair. The battle erupted into its most brutal phase from the outset. Kinsuke's squad of Chunin triggered numerous spore-spraying traps and activated vine attacks the moment they entered the passage. Cries of anguish and explosions erupted instantaneously, yet they fearlessly carved a path with their bodies and lives, valiantly holding back the oncoming tide of swamp ninjas and toxin warriors. Knight, Narukusa, and Koyuki advanced like daggers, hastening toward the core. Narukusa led the charge, unleashing an icy torrent of extreme cold, freezing the passage, rendering traps ineffective, and turning obstructing foes into ice sculptures. Koyuki's illusions proved effective in the confined space, sowing confusion among the enemy ranks. Knight's molten release was unstoppable, as any solid barrier crumbled beneath the dark red flow of molten energy. However, the enemy's resistance was equally frenzied. Enhanced toxin warriors, bizarre spore techniques, and even colossal underground creatures under manipulation continued to surge forth. With each step forward, blood was the price paid. The elite ninjas following them steadily fell. Finally, they broke through layer after layer of obstruction, arriving at the entrance to the core chamber. A massive door, forged from flesh and hardened stone, barred their path, pulsating with veins and emanating a powerful energy field. Attack together. Knight roared. Ice release. Twin Dragon Blizzard. Narukusa summoned 2 gigantic frost dragons that crashed forcefully against the door. Illusion. Heart layer infiltration. Koyuki concentrated her mental energy, targeting the control nodes of the door's energy field. Melt release. Scorching eruption. Knight unleashed the remaining chakra without reservation. A raging torrent of lava roaring forth. Boom. The combined might of the trio's ultimate attack finally shattered the accursed door. The sight beyond the door struck a chord of dread even in their battle-hardened hearts. In an unimaginably vast chamber, countless thick, pulsating veins converged from the surrounding rock walls to the center, connecting to a colossal, semi-transparent purplish-black sac. Within, the outline of an unspeakably horrific creature, adorned with innumerable tentacles and compound eyes, was vividly visible, greedily absorbing the energy of the earth's veins and the nutrients delivered by the veins, poised to burst forth. The energy waves it emitted were potent enough to shatter the minds of elite ninjas. Beneath the sac, a complex energy array glowed with a ghostly blue light, magnifying the core node of the earth's veins. A figure clad in a dark crimson robe with golden trimmings, exuding a presence several times stronger than that of the mining pit's priest, floated above the array, presiding over the final ritual. Stop them, Desecrator. The robed figure bellowed in fury, unleashing a powerful mental shockwave. Simultaneously, for ultimate toxin guards, their bodies encased in crystalline spore armor and towering like giants, surged forth as the final and most formidable defenders. The ultimate showdown erupted instantaneously. Narukusa and Koyuki, without hesitation, confronted the 4 ultimate guards and the mental onslaught of the robed figure, buying Knight precious time. This was the most perilous segment of their plan, as they were practically sacrificing their lives to create an opportunity for Knight. Knight, undeterred by the fierce battle behind him, fixated solely on the energy array and the robed figure. Like a man possessed, he charged toward the array, his left hand retrieving a specially crafted container housing the fragments of the corrupted heart crystal and all the collected yang release chakra energy spheres. His right hand began to frantically consolidate the last remnants of power, the chaotic essence merging recklessly with the molten release chakra. The robed figure sensed his intentions, panic-stricken. Madman. You will trigger the Earth's collapse. We shall all perish. Then we shall die together. Knight roared, violently hurling the container toward the core node of the energy array, while simultaneously delivering a devastating blow with his chaotic molten fist against the container. No! The robed figure screamed in despair. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next instant, a terrifying energy erupted, indescribable in its magnitude. The ultimate Yin release, corrupted heart crystal, intertwined with the forcibly gathered Yang release energy. Under the catalysis of the chaotic molten impact and the energy of the Earth's node itself, resulting in a cataclysmic annihilation reaction, a colossal sphere of energy, interwoven in black and white, violently expanded, instantaneously engulfing the energy array, the robed figure, and Knight's form. Subsequently, the entire core chamber reverberated not with the sound of an explosion, but with the roar of the Earth itself. The entire underground cavern began to collapse frantically. The energy of the Earth broke free from its restraints, surging forth like a wild stallion, tearing everything asunder. Knight, leader, Narakusa, and Koyuki, their eyes wide with terror, found themselves ensnared by the ultimate guards, unable to approach the center of destruction. Amidst this cataclysmic tide of annihilation, none noticed that the dark golden crystal, which Knight had kept close to his heart, seemed to respond to some ultimate stimulus at the moment of the extreme energy clash and the Earth's uprising, causing all its surface cracks to glow brightly. A faint yet pure light, embodying chaos and encompassing all, burst forth, forming a fragile bubble that barely enveloped the barely conscious Knight, shielding him from the most lethal energy shockwave. Time passed, though it felt eternal, until everything finally subsided. The entire underground cavern lay utterly collapsed, deeply buried. The immense maternal sac and the powerful robed figure had long since turned to dust amidst the Earth's upheaval and energy annihilation. The surviving Narakusa and Koyuki, dragging their battered bodies, frantically excavated through the ruins. At last, beneath the rubble, they discovered Knight, unconscious, his body charred and his breath faint. His right arm was nearly shattered, yet the dark golden crystal at his chest radiated an unprecedented, gentle, and stable glow, though it had shrunk further. All the cracks had vanished. It had transformed into a smooth and contained form, as if it had undergone a rebirth of sorts. Hurry, take him back, Koyuki sobbed, desperately employing her medical ninjutsu. The hidden-in village welcomed the dawn of a bittersweet victory. In this battle, the assault team suffered losses exceeding 2/3, with Kinsu gravely injured and Knight on the brink of death. However, the underground cavern lair had been utterly destroyed, and the core strength of the Rebirth sect in the Windhowl Mountains had been severely crippled, unlikely to recover in the near future. A month later, under the nurturing energy emitted by Yunji and the dark golden crystal, Knight finally awoke from his prolonged slumber. He beheld the frail figures of Xiaoying and Mingqiao waiting by the bedside, their frames considerably diminished. Outside the window, the smoke from cooking fires still rose into the air, and he could hear the shouts of children during their training. The village endured. A weak yet profoundly relieved smile graced his lips. Months passed, and under the continuous nurturing of the resplendent dark gold crystal's miraculous energy, Yi's injuries astonishingly healed to a great extent. Although his shattered right arm could not fully return to its original state, it no longer hindered his ability to fight. The village of Muanin held a grand mourning ceremony to honor all the heroes who sacrificed their lives to protect it. Their names were deeply etched upon the newly erected monument of heroes. Through the baptism of blood and fire, Muanin village did not falter, rather, it emerged more united and resilient. Upon learning of the devastating blow dealt to the Rebirth sect, external forces temporarily withdrew their claws, opting for observation. Mr. Corey from Hewan Town once again dispatched a trading convoy, and this time, the terms of trade were notably fairer. Standing atop the newly constructed watchtower, Yi surveyed the rejuvenated village below. In the training grounds, ninjas diligently practiced their newly acquired ninjutsu and teamwork. In the fields, villagers toiled earnestly. The laughter of children resonated throughout the air. In his hand, he held the renewed dark gold crystal, which resonated with a vast and gentle chaotic power. This power stemmed from sacrifice, from guardianship, and from rebirth. Is it over? Xiaoying approached him, her voice a soft inquiry. No. Yi shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon where dark currents still swirled. It was merely the beginning. He tightened his grip on the crystal, his voice steady yet filled with strength. We have survived. We have grown stronger. But that is not enough. We must truly elevate Muanin village. Let our voices resound throughout the shinobi world, and ensure no one dares to bring war to our homeland again. The road ahead is long and arduous. Yet he glanced at his companions and then at the village below, shall walk this path together. As the sun rose, golden rays bathed the land, enveloping Wanine village in a shimmering aura of hope. A new chapter had officially commenced. Chapter 90 ended. Chapter 91. The embers of rebirth and the initial undercurrents. The embers of the Great War gradually cooled, and Wanine village began its arduous reconstruction amidst sorrow and resilience. Fresh flowers adorned the monument of heroes, and the names of the fallen were engraved in the hearts of every survivor, transforming into a powerful will to protect the village. Yi's recovery was nothing short of miraculous, nourished by the gentle yet monumental chaotic energy of the dark gold crystal. Although the molten scars on his shattered right arm remained, hindering his ability to perform the most intricate hand seals, the flow of strength and chakra was no longer impeded. In fact, he found a silver lining in his misfortune, as his perception and control over the Earth's power and chaotic aura had significantly improved. After expending its power to save him, the crystal became more reserved again, floating beside him like a silent guardian, forging an indescribable bond with him. The reconstruction efforts were multifaceted. The primary task was to comfort the families of the deceased and fulfill promises of compensation, which nearly depleted the village's already strained reserves. Next was to repair the homes and defenses affected by the violent upheaval of the Earth's veins. Fortunately, trade routes with Hewan Town reopened, and Mr. Corey appeared to be impressed by Wanine village's tenacity and potential, or perhaps he saw greater investment value, offering supplies at a higher variety and quantity, particularly for urgently needed construction materials and medicines, albeit at a steep price. However, Yi and Sanyazu understood that relying on external resources was not a sustainable strategy. Wanine village must swiftly achieve self-sufficiency and find stable sources of income. We must leverage our existing advantages, Yi emphasized during the reconstruction meeting. Black oil and dark gold stones are our foundation. Taisien, expand the workshop's scale. Prioritize producing improved black oil explosive bombs and dark gold tools. In addition to our own use, we can allocate some for trade. But won't these items leaking out be a concern? An elder worriedly inquired. Thus, we must impose controls, Yi replied firmly. Only trade the most basic versions of explosive bombs and foundational enhancement tools. Core techniques and advanced products must remain under our control. Simultaneously, we need to develop new specialties unique to Wanine village. His gaze shifted towards Yunji and Qingmu. The study of corrupted heart crystals must not cease. But the direction should change. Since its energy can be harmonized and suppressed, can we not reverse engineer its application? For instance, could we develop talismans that alert us to energy fluctuations from the evil god sect? Or, utilizing its resonance with the Earth's veins, create more precise mining compasses? This idea was bold and creative. Yunji and Qingmu immediately engaged in fervent discussion. On another front, the issue of population was pressing. The war had drastically reduced the workforce. Yi made a decisive choice to selectively and rigorously accept refugees and scattered wandering ninjas. Xiaoying was put in charge, having established stringent screening and integration protocols. All newcomers would undergo background checks, skill assessments, and a prolonged observation period before gradually acquiring village citizenship and corresponding rights. Concurrently, the Ninja Academy expanded its admissions criteria. Regardless of their origins, anyone with capability and loyalty to the village would be accepted for training. This initiative drew some criticism from conservative factions, yet under the resolute push from Yi and Sanyazu, it was implemented. Soon, several farmers and artisans who had lost their homes during the turmoil, along with a few well-regarded wandering ninja teams seeking stability, joined Wanine village after passing the screening process, infusing the village with new vitality. The external environment appeared temporarily tranquil. The Rebirth sect, having suffered a significant blow, lay in hiding to lick its wounds. The Zhaoji clan, leaderless, descended into internal strife. The Cloud Hidden Alliance sent a formal diplomatic missive congratulating Wanine village on its victory and once again expressed a desire to deepen cooperation, even hinting at offering low-interest loans and technical assistance. However, Yi politely declined, citing the village's pressing need for reconstruction and lack of capacity for extensive collaboration at present. Mr. Corey from Hewan Town was even more enthusiastic. He offered to help Wanine village connect with larger commercial partners to sell their specialties. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Yet, Ye's vigilance remained unyielding. He understood that beneath the surface calm, dark currents never ceased to surge. One night, Yuan, who had miraculously survived the cave battle but lost an eye, brought two seemingly unrelated pieces of intelligence. First, a small merchant group from the west, self-identified as the Sand Merchant Caravan, had been increasingly active in Hewan town, showing particular interest in the minerals and ancient relics of the wind-howling mountains, repeatedly inquiring about related legends from the townsfolk. Second, the remnants of the wandering ninja group that had been severely wounded by Ming Chao in the southwest had not dispersed. Instead, they were recruited by a mysterious figure donning a conical hat, who had suddenly appeared and was conducting intensive training in a certain valley, employing a previously unseen ninjutsu that bore a sandy effect. Sand Merchant Caravan? Sandy ninjutsu? Yi's fingers traced the map, his gaze finally settling on the vast desert region further west of the wind-howling mountains. Is it the land of towers or the sand-hidden village's reach? He murmured to himself. Almost simultaneously, the dark gold crystal beside him flickered faintly, transmitting a subtle wave of vigilance and repulsion. Yi's eyes sharpened instantly. A new storm seemed to be brewing quietly from the distant west. The path to Muanin village's rise would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Chapter 91 ended. Chapter 92. The Sand from the West and the Crystal's Warning. The unusual movements of the Sand Merchant Caravan and the wandering ninjas rippled through Yi's mind like two stones cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of vigilance. The West, that vast and enigmatic desert, concealed too many unknowns. Whether it is the resource-scarce yet uniquely skilled land of Tower or the Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages renowned for its mastery over sand, their reach extending towards the Windhowl Mountains, it is certainly not a fortuitous development. An imperative to enhance reconnaissance in the western direction was given. Knight immediately commanded Quan to focus on monitoring the movements of the sand traders and the enigmatic figure who had enlisted the wandering ninjas. I seek to uncover their true intentions and the detailed characteristics of the ninjutsu they employ. Understood. The one-eyed Quan nodded and silently melded into the shadows, akin to the most loyal hound, once more plunging into the perilous darkness. Simultaneously, internal recovery and reconstruction were accelerating. The workshop in Iron Rock burned day and night, producing the initial batch of basic black oil explosive tags and dark gold kunai for trade. Although their potency paled in comparison to the personally used models, their cost-effectiveness and uniqueness should secure a place in the market of Riverbend Town. Yunji and Qing Mu were engrossed in the reverse research of the corrupt heart crystal's energy, endeavoring to transform its dreadful characteristics into useful tools, albeit with slow yet steady progress. The influx of new inhabitants was systematically overseen by Xiaoying. The newly arrived refugees were settled in temporary accommodations on the outskirts of the village, participating in reconstruction efforts and gradually integrating. Several wandering ninja squads were organized separately, undergoing initial training and observation under Ming Chao's supervision, aimed at harnessing their combat abilities while vigilantly guarding against potential hazards. Knight himself devoted more energy to exploring his own powers and the dark gold crystal. After enduring the upheaval of the Earth's veins, the crystal seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. It was no longer merely an energy harmonizer but resembled a companion with a faint consciousness, attuned to his will. It hovered within a foot of Knight, absorbing the surrounding natural energy autonomously, gradually replenishing itself while imparting to Knight a sense of tranquility, hastening his recovery from injuries and enhancing his mental strength. He could even vaguely perceive the crystal's aversion to malevolent energy, its affinity for natural energy, and its pronounced rejection of the newly emerged, dry and lifeless chakra fluctuations from the west. Are you warning me? Knight murmured as he caressed the crystal's warm surface. The crystal flickered slightly, seemingly in response. This wondrous connection deepened his understanding of the essence of power. He began to shift his focus away from merely pursuing the increase of chakra volume or the potency of ninjutsu, emphasizing instead communication with natural energy, resonance with the earth beneath his feet, and guidance of that chaotic aura. He ceased to forcefully employ the chakra-draining lava release and instead attempted to integrate the earth's strength with the chaotic essence, deriving more nuanced applications. For instance, more precise and chakra-efficient earth perception or infusing the chaotic essence into ordinary earth release techniques, rendering them more elusive and capable of partially disrupting an opponent's chakra flow. This method of cultivation progressed slowly, yet it allowed him to wield power with greater finesse, solidifying his foundation. Days later, Quan returned with the latest reconnaissance report. The sand traders exhibited normal behavior on the surface, trading desert specialties, yet they were indeed discreetly inquiring about the legends surrounding the ancient ruins of the Windhowl Mountains, particularly information regarding the Eye of the Earth and the Lost Temple. Among their ranks were several members with obscure yet refined chakra, clearly disguised as ninjas. The mysterious figure who had enlisted the wandering ninjas employed exceedingly harsh training methods, and the ninjutsu confirmed to control sand possessed a bizarre ability to siphon life force. When Quan ventured close during reconnaissance, he narrowly escaped being engulfed by a sudden sand vortex, thanks to the early warning provided by the newly equipped detection talisman. It appeared they were searching for something, and training those ninjas seemed less about nurturing subordinates and more akin to preparing sacrifices or cannon fodder. Quan's voice carried a hint of trepidation. The Eye of the Earth, the Lost Temple? Knight furrowed his brow. These names were unfamiliar to him. He glanced towards village chief San Yizhou and several of the oldest villagers nearby. The elders strained to recall, and finally, one elder close to 90 years old, who had experienced the village's history, hesitantly spoke. It seems a long, long time ago. I heard from even older generations that this mountain range is the confluence of the Earth's dragon veins, harboring ancient secrets. There was a place called the Eye of the Earth, said to allow one to see the flow of the dragon veins, but those are merely tales to amuse children. Legends often conceal fragments of truth. Knight immediately recognized that this Western force had no simple agenda. The object of their search might pertain to the very foundation of the Windhowl Mountains, potentially posing an even greater threat than the Church of Rebirth. Just then, the dark gold crystal beside him began to flicker restlessly, emitting a strong warning. Its direction pointed directly westward. Almost simultaneously, a ninja responsible for Western Vigilance burst into the conference room, his face ashen. Lord Knight. To the west, a massive sandstorm is rising in the valley. It's moving rapidly towards the village. There's a strong chakra response within. They're coming. Knight sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Ming Chao. Xiaoying, organize the defenses immediately. All non-combat personnel, take cover. Quan, continue monitoring. I need to know the situation within the sandstorm. Activate all defensive measures. Prepare for battle. The brief peace was shattered in an instant, and the ninja village once again sounded the alarm for combat. Knight approached the window, gazing at the horizon to the west where a sandstorm, akin to a yellow dragon, surged towards them. The dark gold crystal in his hand hummed ominously, conveying an unprecedented sense of alertness and a hint of excitement. The western sands had finally revealed their menacing fangs. Chapter 92. The sandstorm surrounds the city, and the anomaly of the earth veins. The yellow sandstorm roared like a rampaging beast, assaulting the ninja village with an overwhelming force. This was not a natural windstorm. It was imbued with intense chakra fluctuations, and the grains of sand acted like countless tiny blades, mercilessly battering against the village's recently fortified walls and defensive barriers, producing a painful grinding sound. Visibility plummeted, as if the entire world was shrouded in a yellowish twilight of doom. Steady. Earth Release Team, reinforce the barriers. Wind Release Team, attempt to disperse some of the sand. Knight's calm voice resonated through the chakra, clearly reaching the ears of every defending ninja amidst the howling wind and sand. The Earth Release shinobi desperately channeled their chakra to maintain the precarious defensive barriers. The Wind Release ninjas collaboratively executed their techniques, trying to carve a breach in the wall of sand. But the effect was minimal. The chakra embedded within the storm was extraordinarily dense, seemingly alive as it continuously sealed any openings. Attacks are coming from within the sandstorm. Quan's voice pierced through the storm, filled with urgency. There are many silhouettes. They appear to be the wandering ninjas we captured. They seem to be under some form of control. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, dozens of figures became vaguely discernible, their eyes glowing crimson, moving stiffly yet exhibiting immense strength. Like marionettes dancing to the storm's rhythm, relentlessly hurling kunai laced with sand chakra or directly crashing into the barriers. Their chakra was derived from the storm, as if they had become part of it. It's that man in the conical hats technique. Knight realized instantly. He had transformed these ninjas into fuel and minions for the sandstorm. Such methods were both cruel and effective. We cannot simply defend. Ming Chao braved the wind and sand. Ice release chakra swirling around him. We must disperse the sandstorm or locate the core of control. I will give it a try. Xiaoying formed hand seals, attempting to use Jinjutsu to disrupt the controllers within the storm. However, her mental energy sank into the tempest like a stone in the sea, only to be violently rebuffed by the chaotic energy of the sand, causing her to gasp and turn pale. It's futile. The sandstorm itself isolates spiritual detection. Night halted her, Mingqiao, employing a vast ice release technique to freeze a significant area, creating a buffer zone. The others concentrated their attacks on the enemies emerging from this frozen expanse. Ice release, ice storm, a towering phenomenon. Mingqiao unleashed her full power. An Arctic whirlwind soaring against the sandstorm, instantly freezing a large section to the west of the village. Countless grains of sand transformed into glistening ice crystals, temporarily clearing a vista of clarity. The ninjas, long prepared, immediately launched their assault, shurikens, explosive tags. And ninjutsu fell like rain upon those controlled ninjas rushing from the edge of the frozen zone. The battle became a stalemate. The shinobi village, relying on its fortifications and seamless cooperation, barely withstood the first wave of the sandstorm's onslaught, yet chakra consumption was immense. The sandstorm appeared relentless, and the defeated controlled ninjas were swiftly engulfed by new waves of dust, assimilating and rising again. If this continued, they would be drained. Village leader Sanyazu was in a state of anxiety at the command center. Night furrowed his brow, his perception fully engaged, striving to penetrate the sandstorm to locate the figure controlling it. However, the chakra interference from the storm was intensely formidable, resembling a colossal barrier. At that moment, the dark gold crystal beside him suddenly radiated a brilliant light, no longer merely flickering as a warning, but directed deep into the earth beneath the village. Simultaneously, a faint yet remarkably clear tremor emanated from the ground beneath Knight's feet. It was not caused by the impact of the sandstorm, but stemmed from deep underground. As if something was about to awaken, stirred by the external force of the sandstorm. The earth's veins were disturbed. Knight realized in an instant. The purpose of this sandstorm ninjutsu was likely not only to assault the village, but also to utilize this extensive chakra upheaval to stimulate and even extract energy from the wind howling mountains' earth veins. That eye of the earth. Were they attempting to forcibly locate it in this manner? There was no time to waste. A glimmer of determination flashed in Knight's eyes. He could not stand idly by as they drained the energy from the earth's veins. Whatever their intentions, he had personally experienced the catastrophic consequences of an earth vein eruption. Mingqiao? Xiaoying. Buy me time. I must delve into the earth's veins to thwart them. Knight made a bold decision. He would voluntarily enter underground, leveraging his affinity with the earth and the protection of the dark gold crystal to stabilize the disturbed earth veins. It was too dangerous, Xiaoying exclaimed. There was no alternative. Knight's tone brooked no argument. Trust me. Mingqiao nodded resolutely, ice release erupting once more to temporarily repel the advancing sandstorm and foes. Xiaoying gritted her teeth, directing the medical team and remaining ninjas to provide full cover. Knight hesitated no longer, pressing his hands to the ground as the earth's power surged, his body gradually sinking into the earth. The dark gold crystal followed, emanating a gentle glow that enveloped him, shielding him from the surrounding hard rock. As if diving towards the core area of the Earth's energy anomaly. The further he descended, the more the interference from the sandstorm's chakra diminished, while the restless energy fluctuations deep underground grew increasingly distinct and violent. It was as if a disturbed dragon was angrily thrashing. The brilliance of the dark gold crystal intensified, guiding his path while transmitting a sense of urgency. Finally, Knight reached the core area of the Earth's energy anomaly. It was an immense underground cavern, where countless streams of earth vein energy, radiating various colors, converged and collided like roaring rivers. At this moment, these energy streams were being violently disrupted by an external force. A sand chakra with a powerful pulling effect, becoming chaotic and violent, on the brink of another terrifying earth vein eruption. In the center of the cavern, Knight beheld a swirling funnel of flowing sand, greedily siphoning the earth's energy. At its core, a figure seated in meditation beneath a wide-brimmed hat was vaguely visible. It was him, the hat-wearing individual since Knight's arrival, raising his head to reveal a pair of emotionless eyes gleaming with a yellowish light. A foolish insect dares to interfere with the masteress ritual? A hoarse voice echoed directly in Knight's mind. Without wasting words, Knight merged the power of the dark gold crystal with his own earth power, transforming it into a stabilizing, soothing wave of energy, forcefully injecting it into the most agitated earth vein energy stream. The entire underground cavern trembled violently. The disrupted earth vein energy seemed to find its anchor, calming slightly. The hat-wearing individual clearly did not anticipate that Knight could directly soothe the earth veins, his astonishment mingling with fury. You can communicate with the earth veins? You must not be allowed to live. He abandoned part of his extraction from the earth veins, manipulating the massive sand vortex into a colossal hand of dust, casting it toward Knight with tremendous force. The decisive battle deep underground erupted in an instant. Meanwhile, the sandstorm on the surface weakened slightly due to the hat-wearing individual's distraction. Chapter 93 complete. Chapter 94. The battle for the earth veins and the Lord of Yellow Sand in the underground cavern. The earth's veins surged, and a sand hand obscured the sky. Faced with the colossal sand hand capable of shattering mountains, Knight's pupils constricted. In this core area of volatile earth energy, any large-scale clash could trigger unpredictable catastrophic consequences. He could not withstand it head-on. In a critical moment, Knight maximized the power of the dark gold crystal and the perception of the earth. His body seemed to merge with the earth's veins, no longer opposing but guiding. Turn, he commanded, his hands gesturing, as the chaotic earth power deftly sliced between the sand giant's hand and the earth vein energy stream. Rather than a direct confrontation, he cleverly redirected the terrible force of the sand hand into a nearby, relatively stable, yet capacious earth vein tributary. Boom! The sand giant's hand slammed into that earth vein tributary. Like a boulder cast into a raging sea, it instantly stirred up a colossal wave of energy. The entire underground cavern shook violently, with countless rocks tumbling down. The hat-wearing individual, clearly caught off guard by Knight's method of deflecting the attack, faltered in his control over the sandstorm. The power of the sandstorm on the surface diminished once more. Curse you! The hat-wearing individual cried out in a mix of shock and rage, attempting to stabilize the sand vortex once again. But Knight would not give him that opportunity. Now is the time. Knight pressed the dark gold crystal forcefully onto the ground beneath him, maximizing its calming and harmonizing effect. By my will, soothe your fury. Calm. A gentle yet formidable chaotic radiance emanated from Knight, spreading outward like warm sunlight melting ice and snow, swiftly soothing the surrounding Earth's energy fluctuations. The several severely disrupted primary energy streams gradually began to return to their original flow under this guiding force. The sand vortex constructed by the hat-wearing individual, meant to extract the Earth's energy, instantly lost its energy source, becoming unstable, its rotation speed plummeting. You dare thwart my grand design. The hat-wearing individual howled in a frenzied rage, losing all semblance of composure. The sand vortex beneath him abruptly contracted, merging into his body, revealing his true form, a gaunt, waxen-faced man in his middle years, with eyes as desolate as the desert. He abandoned the extraction of the earth veins, transforming into a streak of sharp yellow light. Hurtling towards Knight, with fingers clawed, he aimed directly for Knight's heart, his fingertips entwined with lifeless sand capable of draining vitality. Close combat. The speed was astonishing. Knight's pupils contracted as magma release quickly coalesced in his left arm, meeting the assault with a punch. Bang!